to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
Out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, happy Monday morning, everybody, but the man lied. It's not Murph and Marcus. Sitting to my right is San Francisco's own, the super sub, the Christian Koss of morning fill-ins. You know him, you love him. You hear him every Giants pregame, and that comes with a big asterisk, too, on that. If you love listening to Giants pregames. Enough of that nonsense. Kerry Crowley, as you know, the man we go to, our first guy out of the pen, our long man, our closer, our setup man. Welcome back, Kerry.
What a treat, Murph. What an absolute treat. You leave, and I sit here for Giants loss after Giants loss after Giants loss. Marcus leaves, and for the first time ever, I'm talking about a Giants win on these airwaves.
So we're going to say it. Marcus in Vegas equals Giants win. So, I mean, listen, bro. We're going to get into that and all the implications of what this baseball team has done to this region, to this, to our heads, to our hearts, to our souls. But yes, it's true. They did squeak one out yesterday. And by the way, I feel like we have to say that because, you know, you feel like, oh, man, yeah, everybody gets their news from their phone anymore. I bet there's people out there that have given up. They don't even know.
Oh, yeah.
They don't even know. So just to tell them, the Giants won yesterday. How about that? We'll make it official in just a minute. And, of course, that's on top of a 49er preseason win. Hey, 49er preseason wins. That's right. Soundboard's getting loose early.
Look at that touchscreen soundboard.
Oh, it's get ready,
Here
buddy.
we go, Murph.
Get ready. When I have fun, it's like the parents are out of town, and I get to have some friends over, and the friends are the soundboard. You know, so we'll see how this goes. But to of course, I know you're a big 49er guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You always told me what always surprised me when we first worked together years ago, because, you know, you got your big break covering the Giants for, what was that, 2017?
2017 season, I hopped in on the 98 loss
What
campaign.
were you doing prior to that?
Prior to that, I was covering Arizona State football for a subscription service.
That's a quantum leap, buddy.
Some would say. Some would say.
So, and hence the nickname Homeroom. He's a boyish lad. You can see him on YouTube,
Not
by the way.
anymore. Yeah, I don't know how much longer that's going to stick. Maybe we ask Krukow this morning.
Have you hit the big 3-0 yet, bud?
Oh, yeah. Well
What?
past it. Well past it.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you well into your 30s?
Well into my early 30s, I
Okay,
would say.
buddy. All right. Anyway, and so you started then in 2017 doing the Giants. But I remember talking to you then. You established yourself. I'll give you an early compliment before I break your balls for
Here
the
we
next
go.
word.
Yeah.
You did a good job on the Giants beat. And I thought, oh, here's a kid who's going to be one of these baseball live. He's going to be the next Bob Stevens, as it were. There's one for young Tony.
Named after the press box, named after Bob Stevens.
Nick Peters.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. We miss these legends. And then you told me pretty early on, no, man, I'm all about the Niners. I was like, what? You said 40. You said my dream is to cover the Niners.
It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is the best beat around.
You've yet to achieve the dream.
I've yet to achieve the dream.
Instead, the dream is waking your A up in the pitch black to come in here and talk to me in Daly City, bro. So we'll get there one day. So 49ers made you happy?
49ers, indeed. I mean, what a win. What a weekend for Jake Moody. This is everything the 49ers needed during the preseason. Murph, if one thing needed to happen in these 3 preseason games, it was high-pressure kicks for Jake Moody. 49ers got that out of their system.
That's a pretty good point, that literally that was a gigantic thing to check off the list. And it's like, you can't create that. It's like, how can we play a game where we give Jake Moody a chance to win a game with a 59-yarder? It's like, yeah, that's about a 1 in 1,000 that's going to happen. And sure enough, it happened where they had a chance for him to kick a 59-yarder to make it, and he did. But not before he angered some fans earlier in the game and all that. Leading to one of my favorite quotes of the weekend where Kyle Shanahan said, yeah, I thought he kicked his ass off. I'm like, okay, wait a minute, what? Yeah, he kicked his ass off. That's one of the great quotes of August.
And I was going to say, maybe one of the greatest preseason football quotes you'll ever see.
How'd you do today? I don't know. I kicked my ass off.
Also, Jake Moody getting hoisted up by teammates after the game-winning field goal. Running around the stadium doing laps with 49ers fans there, high-fiving them.
You know what? Because he kicked his ass off. So there you go. So we go Giants. We go Niners, and then for me and for another pocket of humanity that was roaming and storming the Olympic Club, just a couple of 3 woods away, by the way. Just a couple of 3 woods away, right down here on Judge. Yeah, a par 7 away. Thank you. Good call. the U.S. amateur and our hometown hero who got to be so popular that I think we just dropped the whole last. I think he's first name basis. Nile. We're just going Nile. And what a week of emotion and energy and thrills. And man, oh man, TV. TV loved him. We were hearing from people coast to coast. Heck, not coast to coast, internationally. My buddies in Ireland have now booked me to go on their podcast after the show today. They want to talk Nile. There's something about a local boy and a gal. You know, golf is not known for its quote-unquote raucous crowd. Phoenix Open, of course, famously. But that's alcohol-fueled more than golf-fueled. But to have a 20-year-old kid who grew up here in Mill Valley inspire that kind of energy and emotion out there. And I was out there all day Friday and all day Saturday, too, so I can give you all the stories there, was just an absolutely, what's the word? I mean, memorable is like an understatement. It was electric. It was nostalgic. It was community. It was communal. Like the whole freaking town was out there. And hopefully people listening out there, a lot of listeners.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of listeners out there, too. Even some, Tony, in the demo, believe it or not. How about that?
That's good.
Yeah, I know.
That's real good.
That's not often we get that. So, but even a couple in the demo.
Yeah, not my Giants pregame demo. Different demo.
No. I always love when I'm listening to you or Lasky, and the caller says, listen, I go back to Seals Stadium. I'm like, you're not in the demo, bro. Or I hear like, listen, when I see Verlander pitch, I see a lot of Juan Marichal. You're like, yeah, if you remember Juan Marichal, you're not in the demo, bro. We need more comps to Matt Cain and to Tim Lincecum. But anyway, that was the other big story of the weekend. And congratulations to the lad who, spoiler alert, will be on the show today. So super fun weekend. And for it just goes to show you what a little goodwill will do. That kid grew up at a 9-hole golf course in Mill Valley, not a country club Silver Spooner. Yeah, Meadow Club gave him playing privileges, which is the fancy club out in Marin. And he eventually did, accept it and played out there. But his heart and soul was at Mill Valley. So much so that yesterday, after getting eliminated on Saturday in his Final Four, he came out and played 9 at Mill Valley yesterday.
Look at that.
Yeah, and we threw a little shindig for him. All these little kids were waiting for him. It was really cute. It's a phenomenon. It's really cool. It's fun to see golf get that kind of attention. And literally, the USGA, the United States Golf Association, reported Saturday's attendance was the second highest in the history of the USAM, which is 125 years old. Second biggest attendance in the history of the USM. And that was the semifinal. Had he won, and he was on 18T all square. And props to Jackson Harrington of Tennessee, who made an absolutely balls-out birdie in the face of thousands of Nile Mad fans to win the match. He was awesome. So it would have been obvious. I think Sunday would have set the record probably. So that was my weekend, buddy. Your weekend was, what'd you do?
Valkyries basketball last night.
Okay.
Yeah, Valkyries basketball. Atlanta Dream, by the way.
Just a pleasure trip, or you working?
Just a pleasure trip. Okay. Yeah. My fiance's first ever game. She'd been dying to go to a Valks game. Went with a bunch of friends.
Was it as electric as they say?
It was. It's incredible out there at Chase Center, and they were getting smoked in the fourth quarter. I mean, this team was not close. The Atlanta Dream, much bigger, much more physical, second best team in the WNBA, and Valkyries fans stayed until the final whistle. I mean, final horn, Kate Martin hits a three. You know that Chris Paul meme, hits a big three to cut the game to 42? Kate Martin hits a big three to cut the game to 16 in the final minute. And people are going crazy. Man. People are fired up, staying to the final seconds. And it was just a reminder of every time I'm out at Oracle Park, people are leaving in the fifth inning, sixth inning. And there's been good reason lately. There's been a lot of good reason lately.
You know where they're leaving?
They're
going to a Valkyries game.
Exactly.
That's where they're leaving. It's just down the street.
You could have done the Terry Francois two-step yesterday.
The Valks entered the Terry Francois two-step discussion.
Could have done it.
What time was tip last night?
5:30. Beautiful 5:30 p.m. tip. 7's too late for me. 7's way too late.
Was our mutual friend and protege Jane Kenny on the scene?
She was there.
So a fun story. I got a call from a buddy of mine from UCLA, a guy named Chris Kenny, who had walked onto the UCLA basketball team when I was there, which is always a big deal, man. This guy, he was a kid out of Seattle, scrapper, 6'4", not a dominant player, but a really, really good high school player, that kind of thing, Those kind of guys who fill out the end of the bench on D1 teams, And he did it. He earned his way onto the team, which was really, really cool. And I had some mutual friends, so I got to be friends with him. And so we've stayed casually friendly through the years. And he reaches out to me in the spring and says, hey, man, he reached out to me a couple times in the last couple of years. Said, hey, my daughter wants to be a sports writer. And I said, no, stop now. Tell her to do something else. but her name was Jane. She went to Cal. She's at Berkeley. She was at the Daily Cal. And so, I gave her a little encouragement along the way and then said, don't do this. Do not do this. Leave now while you can. But she kept wanting to do it. So sure enough, when she graduated in the spring, Chris said to me, hey, can you meet Jane for some advice? Carrie, I've gotten to the point, believe it or not, got a couple years under the belt at this point. Got a couple gray hairs in the beard. The point where my advice is so 20th century that it means like it's the most useless advice in the world. It'd be like if, I don't know, like Orville and Wilbur Wright were like, hey, man, we want to start doing a plane. And some guy who like ran a horse and buggy service was, I got some advice for you here. Hey, here, this is what you do. You get a horse, you get some wheels, and then they're like, no, bro, we're trying to fly a plane. Everything I did was from the 1980s, dude. I'm like, go start covering high school football on Friday nights. No, dude, these days are over. Go find a local small newspaper to work for. No, bro, those days are over. You got to do it through yourself. You got to create your own media profiles. You got to work cameras. You got to work social media. You got to work all this other stuff. So anyway, I basically told her. So he said, would you meet Jane? I did. I met her in North Beach one day for a cup of coffee and said, don't do this. Get out now while you can. I said, but if you really, 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 really want to, I said, have you called Carrie Crowley at the SF Standard? She said, no. She said, what is the SF Standard? I said,
there we go.
I said, you got to bone up your game, kid. You got to bone up your game because it's new.
Brand new.
People are still learning about the SF Standard, so we need to spread the word. sfstandard.com is where you go, not a print edition.
No.
Online only. When's the app coming?
That's a great question, Murph.
I would say that's kind of my number one question.
We're working on a website redesign right now. The app is stage 2 of the development process.
I'm always looking for the app.
Aren't we all? A lot of us want push notifications. A lot of us want a lot of things right now.
Okay.
I'll say that.
Well, I'm talking to the sports editor of the SF Standard, Carrie Crowley. So sure enough, Jane Kenny, you were kind enough, because usually you get these people like, hey, man, can you talk to this young college grad? You're like, no, bro. I got things to do. I can't talk to this young college grad. But you said, no, give her my number. I gave Jane Carey's number. Look what happened. He gave her an assignment to go cover the Valks. She crushed it. She wrote an amazing story about opening night at Chase Center. It was like comprehensive, well-written.
It's the best story written that night. Best story in the market.
And you were like, she's good. Let's go.
Exactly.
You gave her another assignment.
Yeah. And she's still going.
And she's
3 months in. She's still going. She's out there last night. She's got a bunch of stuff coming out this week on the Valkyries. Bay FC at Oracle Park on Saturday. Flag football in the Bay Area. Women's flag football taking off right now. She's crushing it.
Dude.
And you know what? I get like 100 of these emails, 100 of these calls a week. It never pans out. You can never give a young kid the opportunity. Jane took one opportunity and has run with it.
So people are like, why are they talking, the Niners, the Giants, why are they talking about some 22-year-old Cal grad trying to, because you know why? Because there's a freaking life lesson in there, kids. There's a life lesson in there. That's why.
You can lose 15-16, but that 17th opportunity is what matters.
And it's 6:13 in the morning, and we're given freaking life lessons. Well, it ties back into Nile, who's 20. I wrote it down, Tony. Tuesday qualifying, 36th hole, one over the cut. Had to birdie to get in. Birdied to get in to the playoff. Had to go to a playoff Wednesday morning. Had to make par birdie to get into the round of 64. Did it. Now, ready? Follow me. Round of 64 playing Luke Poulter. 17T, one down. Won the match. Round of 32 against Christian Moss, 9th-ranked amateur in the world. 15th tee, one down. Won the match. Round of 16 against Preston Stout, top 5 amateur in the world. One down on the 15 tee. Won the match. And then at quarterfinal against Jacob Modleski, top 20 amateur in the world. One down on the 17th tee. Won the match. So there's the same thing with Jane. You just keep trying. Very good. So there's the lessons, kid. We're going to grind. We're going to never stop. So we all thought that the Gen Z was just a big waste of time, but Jane
we all did. Famously.
Jane, I did, for sure. Yeah. Have you guys, I'm finally watching that show Stick on Apple TV. You guys watching that?
No.
We're about 6 episodes. It's really good. And the character Mark Maron, the caddy, is me. And he's looking at his riffs on the Gen Z kids are hilarious. And it's like, yeah, dude, I'm with you, buddy. He's like, what? He's like, who are you people? He's like, what's going on? But that's the lesson. But Jane and Nile.
There it is.
Are inspirations. So there you go. So, all right, we solved it. Should we call in the win? On the other side. We'll call it in on the other side. Carrie's here for Marcus on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have a new contest, and we're giving away a $50 49ers Team Store gift card. And if you win that gift card, you get automatically qualified to win a pair of Candlestick Park Stadium seats. Stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win both the gift card and your chance to qualify for those Candlestick Park seats. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by KNBR, the sports leader. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com at KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
4 seconds left. Tied at 19. Snap. Set. Kick on the way. Line drive. It is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Gilbert, it's a high drive. Deep right field. It is gone! Drew Gilbert, his first big league home run. Up onto the arcade. It's 5-0 Giants. That one is hit high and deep to left by Fitzgerald. Gone into the bleachers. Giants go back-to-back.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And he powered a 98-mile-an-hour fastball by him to put an end to it. Put an end to this game, a Giants victory, and to this losing streak. The Giants had lost 7 in a row before beating the Rays 7-1 back of Logan Webb.
I mean, I'm not going to try to put a happy face on that. Great. You won. Great. About freaking 5 weeks too late. Okay, buddy? But hey, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday morning. Go Niners. By the way, anybody who thinks preseason football is meaningless. Oh, and it is meaningless. That crowd reaction when Moody made the kick. I mean, there is a faction of Niners and Raiders fans that will just they'd show up on the moon for a Niners-Raiders game. The jerseys were everywhere. Guys in the crowd losing their minds. I'm like, bro, you guys. Well, beer is a beautiful thing, number one, right? And number two, this Niner Raider thing will get people's juices flowing. We talked about that on Friday. Is it still a rivalry? I said, yeah. I said these helmets always mean something, and I know they've never been in the same conference, never in the same division, but there's always been something to those helmets that's extra fun. And it was a little fun on Saturday. What'd you think?
I think to people of a certain age, it's absolutely a rivalry. And I consider myself kind of the last part of that group growing up with the Raiders in the Bay Area. I could see people, in their teens, 20s, not understanding the 49ers Raiders history. But when I was a kid, they had to cancel these preseason games because the fans were too into it.
Yeah.
It was a bad situation.
It was bad.
That was a rivalry in some dark ways.
Right. I talked about it going way back. And it's again, they've never played for the same thing, but there's, Al Davis created the Raiders as, they were famously and happily the rebels, the iconoclasts. They were out there, and so everybody was the enemy.
Yeah.
Lamar Hunt is the enemy. What do you mean? They're all enemies. We talked somebody, I think it was Overnight Dave sent a great list of Raider rivalries, and he included Pete Rozelle and Lamar Hunt on there. But I'm just telling you, from my perspective, having been going back to the 70s, I told this story last Friday, but so you used to be able to go to a gas station, and if you filled up your gas tank at the, was it Mobil or 76 or Chevron? I forget. One of the gas station chains offered you an NFL glass. Dude, a glass. Safety first, kids. We need to make these things plastic. But these were glasses with either a Niner helmet on it or a Raider helmet on it. So when you were a kid in the 70s, you saw people have these, Niner helmet glasses from the gas station or Raider helmet glasses. I think you could choose. So it's kind of like, hey, man, did you go get the Raider glass or the Niner glass? So even little things like that fed into, and they played each other every single preseason without fail. Mm-hmm. And to your point, they wound up, it was an act of violence that caused it to cancel. So yeah, it's always fun. And I'm not going to poo-poo that. It's always fun for me. And, as the years go on and the longer they stay in Vegas, I imagine it will fade at some point. But for those of us of a certain age, it won't. But for kids who are 5, 6, 7 years old now, by the time they become football fans when they're 15, 16, 17, they may have no idea about Niners Raiders.
Yeah. I mean, there's a teenage and maybe early 20 group that thinks Niners Seahawks is the greatest rivalry that this franchise has ever had. Yeah. I was born after the 49ers Cowboys rivalry was really intense.
So for you, who is it?
That's a good question. Probably the Seahawks is the most intense rivalry. Because
it is. It's a good rivalry.
Yeah, it was great rivalry. Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll really stoked it for me. I mean, I grew up watching Stanford, USC, college football, and then, seeing Harbaugh and Carroll carry that over to the 49ers and Seahawks was awesome. And I think just the way that it's transpired through the years, 2019, Dre Greenlaw, the hit at the goal line. I mean, some epic moments from that rivalry that really have added to the legend and the lore of it. But right now, I don't know that it's at the same level that it was 5-6 years ago.
I have to say, the Seahawks helmet still angers me a little bit. And
Okay.
I've told this story a million times, but we were checking into our KNBR Hawaii trip last year was the day that Geno Smith scrambled in to beat the Niners. And the game that pretty much ended their season.
Yeah.
And I just
80-yard drive in the final minutes.
after Brock Purdy failed to run out the clock.
Yeah, just wilted.
Brock Purdy last year did not play great. I'm just going to remind everybody of that. All right, so we'll see. But he played okay yesterday in his little showing. But hey, it's time to call in that win that we promised everybody because we don't get to do this very often. But Carrie, so you know the history on this is this goes back to when, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, I was like, as an old prep writer, scores weren't official unless they were called in.
Mm-hmm.
You got to call in the fact that Tara Linda beat Drake in girls soccer. All right, that has to go.
The clerk at the desk is waiting there.
I spent
ready to put it in agate type.
I spent my youth taking those calls. Holy Names was like a heavily beat Crespi in football. That would never happen. But anyway, the point is you got to get the call in. So that became our joke, and then we made it a regular bit. So we got to call it in. We've assigned we always assign at the start of the year somebody to call it in. Back in March, it was kind of fun that we gave Pat Burrell the flip phone. Yeah, he's a little sensitive now. We'll talk about that. But anyway, Pat Burrell whipped open the flip phone, called Rob Manfred and said, I got a score to report. He said, wait, are you guys still in the league? He said, yeah, we are. Put it in the books, you empty suit. San Francisco Giants 7, Tampa Bay Rays 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Yeah. Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you go.
It's time to go.
Flores legs it out.
Rafael Devers is a dude.
Patrick Bailey, but he does have the clutch gene.
Patrick Bailey scores!
Yeah, the text who said that's way too long of an audio package for this team is right. But there it is, man. And we got 2 home runs. We got to mark those. Your kid, Drew Gilbert, after a 1-for-20 start, hits number 1.
Big fly. Boom.
And a guy who I think Giants fans are like, this guy's still around? Tyler Fitzgerald, number 4.
Big fly. Boom.
And with that, we go to the guest list and say good morning to young Tony. Play those horns on a Monday, August 18, 2025. When I see August 18, I think we're getting close to football now. We're getting close to football. I think it's 2 weeks from Thursday the NFL starts, right? Mm-hmm. And the Niners on Sunday, September 7.
Up in Seattle.
Yeah.
Get that rivalry.
Good morning, young Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm surrounded by fresh-faced kids here.
How about a couple of SF standard guys? I'm a subscriber myself. We talked about this.
As am I.
Yeah, guy's begging for an app as well.
Do you want the app?
100%. Not as bad as you. I understand there's technical difficulties. We're still getting it up and running, but
technical guy understands
when you read
this.
it, you literally have to type in sfstandard.com.
Like on a Mac, you just pull it up on your
Or
computer.
you just Google someone's name.
Yeah.
Jake Moody, you see
So that's
top of the list.
Yeah, but why can't I just punch the app?
You know, you ask the same questions I do, Murph, but they're not consulting the sports editor.
How's your weekend, kid?
It was awesome. I spent it down in Costa Mesa, California.
Okay.
Is Newport Beach the greatest city in America?
No, it's not.
Strong takes.
I mean,
we live in the greatest city
I'd like
in
to
America.
hear a couple other cities if you got any on the list.
It is good living down there.
Dude.
It is good living.
I'll take San Francisco, but go on.
Wow.
All right.
How about highest
Let's go.
75, lowest 65,
Well,
sunny every day, no rain?
I'll just tell you a funny story. 'Cause we spent a fair amount of time down there for water polo, buddy, so I know it pretty darn well.
Dude.
But when you're down there, it's almost laughably, it's paradise, right? I mean, the water is beautiful. The homes are gorgeous. The weather's perfect. Everybody's,
the food, the bars.
Well,
I mean, what's not to like?
Dante Whitner said, I'm down here with the beautiful people, right?
Yeah.
And that's led to Paulie taking Marilyn Manson's beautiful people, whatever. That's the whole point of that win package.
Right.
Goes back to Newport Beach. Wow. But it's really funny. When you split screen on Saturday morning, if we're talking about our beloved city of San Francisco, on Saturday morning, I was driving to Olympic to go see my kid.
Windshield wipers on, man.
But not only that, here's the catch. We're going down 19th to take a ride on Sloat to get to Olympic, and it's Stern Grove is having Damian Marley, I think, was the reggae show on Saturday. Bro, it was like, it wasn't even foggy. It was it was almost just flat raining, right?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even like, it didn't even have the balls to rain. It was just like the heaviest mist possible, right? So it was like dripping. I guess that's how I would describe it. It was like just dripping on people. Everything was just dripping on people. And they were lined up for about a mile to go see Damian Marley, and they're wearing shorts with beach chairs and they're like trying to be like, yeah, man, we're going to see Damian Marley, man. It was just freaking dripping on everybody. The sun was like 10 galaxies away. It was like 10 galaxies. It was the lowest, grayest, drippiest, wettest thing I'd ever seen. I was like, man, Newport Beach looking a little better right now. Yeah. So,
how about during that Niners game, I'm just sitting on the beach, just throwing the pig skid around, just hanging out with the boys, drinking some beers. By the way, we called it Homie Fest 2025. Just so anybody's.
Is that Homie Fest 1?
Homie Fest, I believe it's the second annual Homie Fest.
Wow.
First official. Let's just say
you are right in the same age when my buddies and I started Dream Trip.
We've talked about this too, yeah.
And we're about to hit Dream Trip 30 next month. We're going to Southern California.
I mean, why would you not?
Hermosa Beach.
Where else do you want to go?
Is this just a regular vacation, or is it?
No, we're going to
Sports
Giants Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, how about that?
You know that your cousin and I do our college football trip every year, and we're in year 8 or 9.
So do you guys know this factoid that Carrie Crowley's best friend, in fact, the very best man at his wedding, is my cousin? How about that?
Is that right? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
My mother's a DeBenedetti, and his buddy Matt DeBenedetti.
And he has spearheaded our trip to the Grove this year, Florida Ole Miss.
Matt's dad is one of the great guys here. My cousin Mike. He's one of the great guys. He's a have you gotten a good chunk of Mike through the years?
Plenty of Mike through the years.
Good.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, Mike played right here in Marchbank.
So did Matt.
Did you ever play here?
I did. Yes. Oh yeah. We've gone through the lore at Marchbank.
We've talked about that. Yeah. All right. What do we got today? Guest list.
All right. Well, if you missed anything over the weekend, maybe including myself, Hums and Bums at 6:50 this morning. Mike Krukow at 7:30. We will have the big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30, and then a few guests actually. Cam Inman at 8:50. Andrew Baggerly at 9:15. But they're all just a prelude to Nile Shields Donigan at 9:30. Dude, national news. I'm seeing national golf accounts. No. The local kid, Mill Valley Olympic Club. The scene was incredible, Murph.
You just don't get it. It just does not happen at a U.S. amateur. That's why it was a story, because something about this kid, and I don't care. Like, Mill Valley gets knocked, rightfully so, by a lot of people for being the province of the wealthy. There's a lot of towns like that around here, by the way. All right? There's a lot of towns like that around here. But Mill Valley is one of those towns that used to be kind of a blue-collar, artsy, bohemian town that had its degree of money that is now just nothing but money. Mm-hmm. It's just all money. It's kind of, and I would say I could name any number of suburbs on the peninsula or in the East Bay that fit the same bill. But what's crazy about Mill Valley is that we have a 9-hole golf course. And that mere fact alone sets us apart from a lot of these wealthy towns, because 9-hole golf courses bring out a certain element. Like, and that's as 1%er as golf is that there is in golf, what's so beautiful, there's an underbelly of like scruffiness at a local muni where there's like sort of guys who are playing money games, guys who are kind of hustling, guys who are looking to get away from the domestic grind, maybe their wives, and go have a couple of pops, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Guys who maybe, and at this day and age, want to go maybe play in flip-flops and not be freaking tucking in their shirt all the time, right? Well, Mill Valley Golf Course kind of has that element. It's developed this community through the years and the decades of like, yeah, Mill Valley's fancy, but you can kind of let your hair down out at the 9-holer, you know? And young Nile, to his eternal credit, never left there. He always stayed there and played there and practiced there. So those ruffians out there kind of love him. They raised him up. You know, I mean, they literally almost raised him up. And so like this story was genuine. It was totally genuine. Like, hey, that's our kid. Like, he had offers to go to fancy private high schools and get fancy country club memberships. He went to the public high school at Tam. He always stayed. Now, Meadow Club did come in and offer him a membership to practice, and he accepted it to use their practice facilities. But his spiritual home was always Mill Valley. As proven by the point, like I said, he even went and played there yesterday after the USAM. So this kid makes not just a run to the USAM semifinals, which is unbelievable and historic, and gets him one win away from playing in the Masters. Had he won on Saturday, he'd be playing in the Masters, which is maybe something we can discuss with him. But what happened was, it wasn't that Mill Valley came out and the whole I can't even describe to you. The whole town was out. Like, everywhere I looked, it was the town. We were just streaming down the fairways with him, and it was like, it's just so real. Like, none of it was put on, none of it was phony. We love him, win or lose, and then the fact that he won every single match, being down late in the rounds, just made it that much more epic. We were like, he's doing it again and again and again. So that's it. That was the story.
They shut down the course on Saturday in Mill Valley. so that everyone could go?
No, they left it open.
Oh,
they left it open, yeah.
Oh,
in fact,
missed opportunity.
One of Rory's friends who was unclear on the concept, Rory's like, because he went with us on Friday, he's like, so let's go again tomorrow. He goes, no, I'm going to go play in Mill Valley. He's like, dude, you got it. Dude, no, you can play. So anyway, by the way, they invented a cocktail for her. I went out to the...
And he's 20 years old.
Yeah.
There we
It's
go.
called the
Wow.
Smile for Nile. It was a rum-based punch, quite refreshing. I had one.
Rum-based.
All right. You have any input in the
Look
in
at
the
my
ingredients?
Insta. I took a picture of the sign. It was a handmade sign on the bar. Smile for Nile special cocktail. It was pretty good. So anyway, Hums and Bums coming up on The Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Monday morning, you're like, man, I need some help with my taxes, and we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line, our tax attorney. Steve, you want to talk to people early on a Monday morning about what to do if you can't pay your taxes?
Paul, it's a common problem. Happens to people from all walks of life that you just can't pay. Don't stick your head in the sand. Don't make yourself literally sick over this like so many people do. There's a lot of good solutions. We'll talk to the government for you. There's all kinds of deals. Whether you qualify to just pay part and they write off the rest, or they get rid of the penalties, and sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if we owe something, we get a deal that we can afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. And the first thing we do is we check the bill because a lot of times it's wrong. That's especially true if you don't file your tax returns because they make something up. There's so much there for you. We explain everything to you. We've been doing this for years. We're so familiar with it. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything. You know what's going on. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is, hey, Steve, take care.
There it is, bright and early. You got your advice. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com. All right, bright and early again on a Monday morning. Talk about real stuff like life insurance. Okay, life insurance is the real deal. You got to make decisions for your family. Sometimes you're like, I don't know, it's too complicated. No. Ethos Life. Ethos Life, the online easy way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes. Ethos has rates you can afford. They'll hook you up with some life insurance providers. All you have to do is kind of fill out maybe a few health questions online. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam. You could get a $500,000 term life policy. A 40-year-old male could be just $30 a month. That's $1 a day. So you got to ask yourself the real questions. What if something happens? Who pays the mortgage? Who takes care of the kids' education? Who takes care of the bills? You got to ask serious questions and forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The sports leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The pitch. Gilbert, it's a high drive. Deep right field. It is gone! Drew Gilbert, his first big league home run. Up onto the arcade. It's 5-0 Giants. And that had to feel good for Drew. Just his second big league hit, and it's a homer. And it was no cheapie.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think the best part about it is getting the win with it, you know. Obviously, as we all know, we've been struggling a little bit, but just to come out here and fight to get one. Webby, what again?
Oh, dang, that's gold! Oh, my gosh!
Always going to watch out for Willie, Drew.
All right. Well, that's your first time hearing Drew Gilbert on a NBC Sports Bay Area postgame ice chest dunk from Willie Adames, or Gatorade dunk, whatever you want to call it. Drew Gilbert. So that's a voice we hadn't heard yet on one of those regions. There he is. Young Kerry Crowley is in for Marcus today, who's nursing his hangover from Vegas. He'll be back tomorrow as we get going here. Kerry, we had a decision to talk Niners or Giants this segment before Hums and Bums, and regrettably, I chose the Giants.
I heard you in Tony's ear saying, I got to hammer the wild card race. I got to talk about the playoff chase.
So,
got to get my Drew Gilbert takes off.
Well, I mean, man, see, listen to me. I'm having trouble even mustering the energy to utter a sentence right now because I'm as disgusted as all of you, but I don't think.
Hey, they won yesterday, Murph.
I know they did.
You can't celebrate this.
It's almost like, I mean, had they lost, I think they would have set the record, right, for most losses in a stretch in home history. Is that right?
The current record that they met was 1901. I don't have too many sources to go back to 1901. So 15 of 16 losses. The last time they'd done that was 1901.
This is, by the way, our second 1901 reference of the day because I was talking Orville and Wilbur Wright earlier today about giving Jane Kenny advice on sports writing. I mean, but again, listen, had they lost, we'd be like, you know, shut down. I mean, just close the park, condemn the park. You know what I mean? But they won, so God bless them. So I guess my question to you, Kerry, is you do these pre-games.
Yeah.
And God bless you. And they're still out there. Some of the diehards are still.
Oh, there are calls coming in. There are people with suggestions. There are thoughts about off-season acquisitions. I will say, I've taken the final 2 weekends of the season off. Something I regretted a couple of months ago. I was thinking, there's a playoff race to talk about. I mean, missing 4 shows, prime time. I don't know how Lassie's going to get through them.
Lassie's just going to book, he's going to book Tom O'Malley. He'll be fine. Tom O'Malley's a former Giant third baseman from the early 80s. But you know why he's taking the last 2 weekends off, young Kerry? Getting married. How about that?
There we go.
Look at that kid. With Matty D standing right there.
Matty D standing right there.
I hope he doesn't do the curse toast like George Costanza. Anyway, back to this kid. Let's talk Gilbert for just a second.
Yeah.
Part of the Tyler Rogers trade. Obviously, the other guy, Blake Tidwell, is considered a pitching hopeful.
Yeah.
For the roster at some point, right? Maybe soon. I don't know. But this kid, Gilbert, your take, Kerry, on, what you read about him when he's coming over, then you see him in person. He's a tiny guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in an ideal world, as FP Santangelo said, Lenny Dykstra vibes. I'm like, well, that's a bit of a leap, right? But I love FP. He's just trying to have some fun on Twitter. He starts 1 for 20, and there's not a lot of loud contact. And, obviously the big leagues are a big thing. It's moving a million miles an hour. But yesterday, I guess if you're going to see anything that you want from this kid, it's that kind of pop. By the way, Grant McCrae has that kind of pop too. Anyway, your take on what you've seen from this kid. And I guess the secondary, bigger question is, what's your read on the right field situation?
Well, he's a 4th outfielder, I think. And it is very similar to the skills that Mike Yastrzemski brought to the field, which is great defense, can run the bases well, smart, heady player. But he's going to have less power than Yastrzemski had, and he's going to make more contact than Yastrzemski did. So is that a better fit for Oracle Park? I think the Giants and Buster are hopeful that that's the case, and that if he hangs around for 6 years as a 3rd, 4th outfielder type, it's a great outcome for this team. But they can't enter next season pinning their hopes on Gilbert and Matos and McCrae to solve the right field situation. You've got to go out and you've got to get a right-handed hitter to either platoon for him or force him to the bench in a lot of situations. And I think, look, there's a valuable role for him to play on a 26-man roster. I just don't think it's the everyday type of role that he may get for the remainder of this season.
Right. So your answer is the 2026 right fielder isn't currently on the roster.
Shouldn't be. You don't want Drew Gilbert to enter next season feeling as if he's got this job locked up, much like Tyler Fitzgerald entered this season feeling like he'd had second base locked up, much like Marco Luciano entered last season thinking he had shortstop locked up. Boy, you can't have that happen.
I see where you're going with that. Yeah. All right, just a quick bit on the Giants there and on Gilbert because the clock is beckoning, and we got to get to the hums and bums. I like to get to hums and bums on time. It's a tradition, a Monday morning tradition that you and I have some history with.
We do.
And we're going to make more history next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, look at this kid, Kerry Crowley, super sub. Kerry Crowley, what do you go? Who are some of the super subs of your youth? Like who was like the utility? Because like in the 80s, Candy Maldonado in the 86, 87 Giants. I go all the way back to, I'm not a Mets guy, but Lee Mazzilli back in the day used to kind of come off the bench.
You know who I hated seeing was anytime he'd come up in a late and close situation, Giants didn't want to be facing Matt Stairs off the bench.
Yeah, Matt Stairs was tough.
Matt Stairs off the bench.
So who are you? Are you Stairs? Are you Maldonado? Are you Christian Koss? Is that who you are?
I'd like to think I'm Darren Ford. Not here for a long time, but here for a good time.
All right, buddy. So we got Kerry Bullet Crowley, I believe, is going on. Marcus will be back tomorrow, and then we'll actually do a few shows together. But here it is. We do Hums and Bums. We said we have history on this because 2022, Kerry was filling in for Paulie Mack, and we said, hey, kid, you got to do this Hum Baby thing. He's like, what do I got to do? I'm like, well, you got to pick 3 winners from the weekend. Just who do you think had good weekends, you know? Like, these people do stock up, stock down, champs and chumps. We do Hums and Bums, right? It's an old media trope is what it is. So in 2022, it happened to be May, NFL draft weekend. And you're like, yeah, my third Hum Baby is Niners 7th round draft pick, Brock Purdy. I was like, wait, why? And do you remember why?
I do.
Why?
Because the Giants got swept out of L.A. that weekend.
Okay.
And so there was no one you could realistically take as a hum. And I was thinking, what do I even do? Let's take the kid who's living his dream. Guy played 4 years of college football, gets to come to San Francisco and be a third-string backup, spend the year behind Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, and just figure it out. Live life in Santa Clara. What could be better for a guy who thought his football career would be over?
And that was the day Kerry Crowley made Brock Purdy a Hum Baby. And then look what happened. My man was well.
That doesn't happen if the Giants take even a single game against the Dodgers that weekend.
I mean, like we use the phrase Nostradamus a lot. People just use it as a cliche now. But if you actually go back to the original lore of Nostradamus, didn't he walk around making these insane predictions? Kind of like The Simpsons.
A lot of people would say, if you listen to my pregame show, I do the same thing.
Haven't The Simpsons been... Like, there's an unbelievable record of them doing outrageous things on their cartoon that eventually have come true, like Trump as president and things like that. So Kerry, you are the Nostradamus Simpsons of Hum Babies, buddy. Now, that said, you got to pick 3 for Monday, August 18, 2025. I'm all ears, bud. What you got?
Here we go. Very first Hum Baby, the man who stopped the Giants' horrific homestand, who put the team on his back, who does this year in, year out, who leads Major League Baseball in innings. Our very first Hum Baby today, Tony, it's Logan Webb.
Now a high fastball struck him out swinging. That's the high four-seamer. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He got him to chase that big sweeping breaking ball, the sweeper, off the outside corner. Second strikeout for Webb.
Now a swing and a miss, strike 3. Ha-Sung Kim goes down. Logan Webb, 2 more strikeouts. And a beautiful inning after the Giants get him a lead.
It's just a better feeling, too. I mean, we go along for a while. We had a couple opportunities early and didn't cash in. And then, anytime you get a crooked number, especially 4 with Webby on the mound that late in the game, you feel pretty good about your chances. And obviously, Dom's hit was huge, knocks in 3. And then seems like you relax a little bit and get some better swings and add on some more runs. And like I said, with Webby on the mound, you feel pretty good about your chances.
Yeah, 3-run single for Dom Smith. Logan Webb, 7 shutout innings, 7 strikeouts. Murph, a 3.11 ERA. Maybe a potential top 5 Cy Young vote again.
That's what I wanted to ask you, buddy, was about where you see him fitting in. He's 11-9 with a 3.19. I mean, if you look at the win totals, I mean, it ties him for 9th in Major League Baseball. We want to get into, what do you want to get into? Innings pitched, which is usually where he shines the most, buddy. We got right now innings pitched in terms of Major League Baseball, number 1.
Yeah.
160.2 to Garrett Crochet's 159.1. So, I mean, the numbers are all there all over. He's turned into this insanely consistent rock. I mean, he's had, listen, it's baseball, so he had a couple of tough starts somewhere along the way. But you're just like kind of you're hum-babying him because of his just ability to be Logan Webb.
Light the beam.
That guy. Yes. Uh-huh.
An unwatchable team becomes watchable when he takes the mound.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Was he a top 5? So top 5 NL Cy Young?
Well, Zach Wheeler shut down with a blood clot. So you're thinking Paul Skeens, Christopher Sanchez, and then is it Logan Webb? Is he finishing 3rd or 4th this year?
You know what, buddy? Sounds like a hum baby to me. Good job.
There
Good
it
job.
is.
Hum baby number 1.
Logan Webb, hum baby number 1. Hum baby number 2. Preseason football matters for absolutely no one except for players who kick. Jake Moody, 4 for 5 on Saturday afternoon in Las Vegas. Drills the game-tying field goal in the final 2 minutes. Hits the game-winning field goal in the final minute. And his teammates carry him off the field, which is exactly what you want to see if you're Jake Moody and his family watching, thinking about job security, thinking about the 2025 season. It's Jake Moody.
Ball's going to be placed at the 34-yard line. 44-yard field goal to tie the game with 41 seconds left. Good snap and set. And Moody's kick is up and good. So from 44 yards out, Jake Moody ties the game. Ball at the 49. A 59-yard field goal attempt for the win. 4 seconds left. Tied at 19. Snap, set, kick on the way. Line drive. It is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Yeah, I think going 4 for 5 and hitting a 59-yarder and a 50-yarder and the game winner from 59, I think that was a hell of a day for him. So I thought he kicked his ass off and gives us a lot of confidence.
Kicked his ass off. There we go.
Quote of the month. He kicked his ass off.
I thought he kicked his ass off.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I've ever heard that phrase in my life. So you live long enough, you hear somebody say, yeah, he kicked his ass off.
Confidence level in Jake Moody, 1 through 5 entering the season.
Well, this is unbelievable. I can't even believe I'm going to say this because I've been disgusted by the whole Jake Moody story since he got drafted. Remember old Johnny Lund was on that? I was with Johnny. You never spend a 3rd-round draft pick on a kicker. In my world, you can find kickers, and frequently when you find kickers who are undrafted, they come with way less mental baggage than the guy who feels like he's got the world on his shoulders as a 3rd-round draft pick. So I've disliked the whole Moody story from the jump. I've always been dubious, but believe it or not, I am actually going to invest something in what he did on Saturday.
And that makes one of us. There we go. Jake Moody, hum baby number 2.
Wait, you made him a hum baby with no conviction?
No conviction whatsoever.
Come on. You're just filling out you're just checking boxes?
Exactly. Going through the motions of hums and bums.
You're thinking about your marriage in 6 weeks. Okay, so he made a 30-yarder. He made a 30-yarder to start. By the way, Brock Purdy, red zone, couldn't get it done again. Yeah. Here we go. The 53-yard miss. When he shanked that thing left. By the way, Matt Barrows made me laugh out loud this morning in his story in The Athletic. Sorry, your former employer. I also read David Lombardi in the SF Standard.
There we go.
It was excellent.
Equal time.
You got to read them all. There's room for all of us to succeed.
FCC would be proud of you.
Or just the Standard. I mean, you don't have to read them all.
I gave him the Lombardi plug, but Matt Barrows was saying that the movie played. Here it was. Let me give you the exact. He's watching a San Francisco 49ers preseason game these days is like watching a summertime slasher flick. You wince, you cover your eyes, you squirm in your seat, you just want it to be over. He said, and then when Moody missed the 53-yarder, suddenly it was as if viewers with Jake Moody's 2024 struggle still fresh in their minds were squirming during a screening of I Know How You Kicked This Summer, dude. That made me laugh. I Know How You Kicked This Summer. That made me laugh out loud. I sent Matty Barrows a text. So, yes, he's been a freaking nuclear meltdown disaster. The mere sight of him causes 49er fans to break out into hives. So after the 53-yard miss, he answers with a 27-yarder a 50-yarder, a 44-yarder to tie, and a 59-yarder to win. I believe it or not, I'm going to count that as positive scar tissue that will help Jake Moody.
There it is. Brian Murphy reading into the preseason performance of Jake Moody. Hum Baby number 3. For the record, post-game wrap, when they have a Giants win, and you get all 4 broadcasters behind the mic, they go around, they do their picks, and then they take a group pick. I'd like to think that Nile, who will be a guest on the show this morning, is the group hum this morning.
Nice call, buddy.
The group hum this morning.
You did not make him a hum baby,
exactly.
much to my dismay.
Exactly. But we had to pay homage to 2022. Brock Purdy, hum baby number 3, for his clean 5 of 7 performance for 66 yards against the Las Vegas Raiders. And you know what, Murph? More important than anything, he stayed healthy.
That's pretty funny, though. You're making it a sort of a full circle moment here.
Exactly.
We have some highlights? Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Here. Second down. Roll out Purdy to the left. And Purdy looking downfield. Got Pearsall again. He's got a first down to the 49-yard line. Now, you don't want Purdy running, but the design rollout looked pretty smooth. Pearsall to the right, Robinson to the left. 3 wide in the pattern. Purdy out of the gun, stepping up in the pocket, firing downfield, and it is caught. Will be a first down at the 38, and another first down on 3rd and 18. 49ers 2nd and 8. Purdy rolling left, looking left to Marcus Robinson, hauling it in at the 13-yard line. Another first down. Man, Brock Purdy looks good early.
I thought it was a good drive. I was happy with those guys that they were able. That was the goal, to hopefully have one long drive and get them out, and thought they did a good job.
Brock Purdy, hum baby in 2022 after being drafted. Brock Purdy, hum baby for staying healthy during the preseason, something that about 60% of 49ers players have been unable to do.
I got to say, there's something grounding about you working with Kerry, young Kerry Crowley, who used to listen to the Murph and Mac show. And in fact, you know this trivia? In 2007, September 07, when I turned 40, my wife threw a little party for the lovely and talented Candace, whose birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday day later, love. That she arranged all my buddies to surprise me at a Giants game and got us club level seats and everything, got it on the scoreboard. And was it true that a young Kerry Crowley was there, and quite frankly, in awe.
In the row next door. Yeah, section next door to you.
And you and your wonderful father,
yeah,
who we all love and miss, and rest in our condolences to the great FX Crowley. Didn't you guys kind of nudge each other? And
we did. We nudged each other. We saw you. We said hi, and we also saw Carlos Santana that night.
Well, who was bigger deal, me or Carlos Santana?
For a young Kerry Crowley, it was definitely Brian Murphy.
Yes,
amazing. I almost hate to admit it, but I was starstruck that night, and it wasn't because of Carlos Santana.
You didn't know? Carlos Santana, wasn't he a DH for the Cleveland Indians or something like that? Just because I have the soundboard, and just because Marcus isn't here, your hum baby number 3.
Brock Purdy!
And he never plays this one from Jimmy Ward.
Pretty good. That one pretty good.
It's kind of a strange soundbite. He's talking about Brock Purdy. That boy's pretty good.
Pretty good. That one pretty good.
So it is something grounding about Kerry Crowley picking Brock Purdy in 2022 and in 2025. Did you really like how he looked?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, clean 3rd and 18, throw to Pearsall was the great throw of the day for me.
Even though he didn't lead him to a touchdown?
Even though he didn't lead him to a touchdown.
And then
he did what I needed him to do, which is set up a Jake Moody field goal attempt.
And then even to make him a hum baby.
Exactly.
And then even our hum baby of the week is Nile.
Yeah, Tony and Jonjo, their contribution, they wanted Nile as well.
Who will be on the show at 9:30 today. I'm looking at the clock, and I'm thinking we should be smart and break. What do you think, Tone? Because I blew the clock earlier.
I like that, yeah. We could just talk Nile for these next 4 minutes if you want to.
We could, for sure. I mean, if you want to talk Olympic, first of all, because I think a ton of listeners, it is worth a minute or two. So many listeners were out there. So first of all, shout out to Olympic Club for putting on the U.S. Amateur. And let's be honest, the U.S. Amateur is not a marquee event unless you're a hardo on golf. Like a golf hardo loves a U.S. Am, but a golf hardo is a golf hardo. Like, dude, he's kind of weird. He's on the fringe anyway. So the U.S. Amateur, it's cool. Like, it's cool. I gave Tony and Marcus chances to go see it on Monday, and they both said, yeah, no, I'm good. They both threw it off.
It was a long weekend, outside lands. By the way, Kerry Crowley is completely out on outside lands.
Yeah, I'm an inside lands
city guy.
Well,
outside lands isn't for me. I'm from here.
But I would have loved to go, is my point.
Don't even, we're having a nice time. We don't even need, because outside lands is right near the Great Highway.
Yeah. Dude, we got into this, too.
Yeah.
We did get into this.
We definitely don't have enough clock for this.
We definitely don't have enough clock. Anyway, the point
My
is...
favorite park in San Francisco, Sunset Dunes.
Oh, dude, here we go.
He's pokey.
He is.
Do we have the... I just think you're trying to provoke.
Here
Do
we
have
go.
that soundbite? Do you know this one where I was talking to Jim Harbaugh and I was asking him why Colin Kaepernick is so salty with the media? I'm like, Jim, it's not hard for him to be more open with the media. And he's like, yeah, no. And he had no interest in answering. I'm like, well, he's... the fans, this is our chance to hear from our quarterback of the 49ers. And he was like, I'm really not interested in talking about this, Murph. And I said,
triple down.
And then I said something like, I'm recreating it generally. I said something like, there's no need for, I said, he almost looks like a sullen teenager at the dinner table.
Wow.
And he said,
I kind of feel like you're trying to provoke.
Well.
Immediately, well. That's an excellent component to that soundbite.
I kind of feel like you're trying to provoke.
Well.
That's so good.
So anyway, I think that's what you're doing right now with the Great Highway right now.
How about that?
Even knowing the name of the park.
Sunset Dunes, beautiful place.
Which I've blocked from my brain there, dude. Yeah. By the way, when I went
not
to
an open space guy.
When I went to Olympic on this whole week, Young Tone, I did not take the Great Highway.
Wow. How many burger dogs did you have? That's the real question.
By the way, I asked Nile yesterday when he was playing his 9. By the way, that Nile playing 9 at Mill Valley yesterday is now getting national traction on golf Twitter because there's video of him. They're like, this guy's kid. And by the way, here's how Nile's official now. If you read the comments, now there's haters.
Oh.
Yeah. Now you know your ship has come in. Now you know your ship has come in.
People upset at a local kid done good.
Yeah, they are. They're like, people just like, you know what? They're just like, I'm just gonna flame.
Too much of a home course advantage out here.
So one guy called it a clown. Enough of this clown show. I was like, bro, you gotta stop, bro. But anyway, the point is that I did not take the Great Highway. Yep. But Burger Dogs, Niall said he had 3 or 4. But we'll ask him again when he comes on. I only had 1. I was too busy walking, dude, and the line was so long. If you wanted to file Niall, you couldn't get a Burger Dog. You could not. So anyway, he's our group hum baby.
There it is.
Okay, bum babies next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back. Hums and bums. Marcus off today. Of course he's off. He was in freaking Vegas, dude. By the way, I just wanted to note, speaking of Vegas and entertainers and all that, the Giants are 1-0 in the post-Saweetie concert era. All right, just want to mention that. That's a stat I wanted to get out. All right, because she did a show Saturday night, right, at the park.
She did.
Did anybody go? Anybody go?
Didn't make it out there.
No.
Yeah.
You were too busy.
Didn't make it to the 9:05 p.m. Saweetie start time.
I think there was a third straight Golden Gate Park. I think Zach Bryan was at Golden Gate Park over the weekend. So.
Played on Friday.
Friday night.
Yeah.
Did you go?
I was out walking along Union Street on Friday afternoon. A lot of folks dressed up in their cowboy gear. Not something you often see on Union Street.
Well, the kid who won the USAM's from rural Georgia, so maybe that was it too. I don't know. But anyway, you got some business to take care of here, buddy.
I do,
right?
yeah. When Marcus is out, it's important to keep you updated that this segment is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, something I know you do, Murph, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA.
Carrie's the kind of guy who steps in, does his job. That's the kind of guy. That's why he's our super sub.
I'm a clock guy.
That's why he's our super sub, guys. Okay, bum babies. And yeah, there's always some out there. There's always somebody, and it's not hard when you're talking about the baseball team. So we're going to take a couple of different ones. The first one has to be, let's talk about Friday night. And I know Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die, but this needs to be discussed because we went into Friday with the fan base just raging, right? Just a bonfire of rage, right? And the Giants go out there and decide, we're going to give you guys a small token, just a small little token. We're going to hit the ball. So they scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings and had a 6-3 lead. And you're like, okay, well, that's what, if the Giants score 6 at home, they're supposed to win. Brian Sabian's rule, right?
Yeah,
4.
Just score 4.
Yeah, they scored 6. And
it's over. It's a blowout win.
And guess what? No. You get all the way up to a 6-6 game, and it's disappointing because the Giants pitchers can't hold it together. And so what happens? The Giants in the 8th, I know a lot of people weren't watching this because a lot of people gave up. So let me just drag you through the misery of why this is a bum baby. Because in the 8th inning, the Giants decided to load the bases with nobody out. And you're like, look at these guys. They're going to score 6 runs. Heck, they're going to score 7 runs, and they're going to give us a little tiny morsel. Just a little win, just to calm the beast. No. Pat Bailey lines out. Gilbert bounces out. Ramos bounces out. They don't score, and then Randy Rodriguez, who we need to discuss, comes in and blows the game in the 9th. That's bum baby number 1, is a whole bunch of freaking negativity on Friday night.
The pitch to Schmidt. Look at that, hit him. The set, the pitch, swing, line drive into right field. That's going to get down, base hit. They're looking for the bunt. They're pulled in at both third and first. He squares around, and he gets hit. Or did it hit the bat? No, it hit him, and he's going to go to first base. And Uceta, he doesn't know where the ball is going. 1-2 the count. The set. Here's the pitch. Swing, and a line drive caught by the shortstop with a dive. 0-1 the count. Infield still in. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball. First base side. Seymour's got it. He throws home for the out. And now here is Ramos. 2 down. Here it is. Swing, a ground ball. Third base side. Backing up to field it. There's a throw to second. in time, and the inning is over. And the Giants had a bases loaded, nobody out situation and came up absolutely empty.
Yeah, I mean, Bailey hits it hard. And then, don't do anything after that. Off the bat, felt good. Other way, line drive. Usually those get through, right at the shortstop. So, and then the next two at-bats not as good.
Were you even paying attention Friday night?
No.
You weren't.
To be totally honest with you, no.
Tone, you're down in Newport Beach with the beautiful people.
Funny enough, the TV was on in the house that I was in at the time, and we were watching in the 8th inning. They load the bases. We're like, no outs.
Giants baseball in Costa Mesa?
Shouldn't you been playing beer pong with a really cute
There was a
cow?
beer dye game going outside. You come inside, you're getting another beer, whatever, and they loaded the bases. No outs. I'm like, here we go. You get at least one here, and then they do exactly that. And two freebies, two hit by pitches.
Yeah. By the way, I mean, listen, it's a controversial call, but when desperate times call for desperate measures, can you throw one down there? I know it's an easy force play at the plate. I get it. It comes with risks. But can you just make them make a play and maybe lay down a beauty and get a run home? Can you do that? Do something. I mean, do something. Can Drew Gilbert just throw one down up the first base line and get the run home? I mean,
you'd like to believe. Situational hitting, though, not exactly this team's strong suit.
By the way, Landon Roop's return, we were so excited for. It didn't go that great.
No.
3 innings, 5 earnings.
Might need to shut him down soon. Might need to give Blade Tidwell those starts.
Matty Gage comes in, coughs up a run, and then Randy Rodriguez, guys. Let's talk briefly because I know we got to get to the next bum baby, but that thing is far from settled, right?
It's very far
from settled.
But the thing that I lean on with Randy Rodriguez is it's still 99 to 100, and it's still an elite slider. He was never going to be as good as he was during the first half of the season. I think we're going to see a reliever at some point normalize to an ERA of 2.5 to 2.7, and it'll work. It'll work in 26.
Can he be their closer in 26?
I do believe so.
Look at that.
I do think
a rare
so.
note of optimism.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
And I don't have much good to say.
I know. That's like
I'm
shocked, actually. Yeah. You agree, Tony?
No, I agree. I think he's a really good closer. I think you're going to have a couple games like this. It's a new role for him down in the second half of the season. He might be getting a little bit easier of a job when Camilo's coming in the game. By the way, how's Camilo doing? See, he blew a couple games for the Yankees.
Yeah, man, oh man. I know, right?
Never the right fit. What were the Yankees thinking?
That was bad.
28 other teams where he would have been a better fit.
Yeah, exactly. All right, bum baby number 2. Well, got to stay with the baseball team. Because if you did bother to spend any of your energy on Saturday watching the Giants, first of all, they wore their City Connects for some reason.
What was up with that?
I didn't understand that.
Just
a Verlander preference, maybe?
Total desperation. And Justin Verlander, and listen, he hasn't been perfect this year at all, but the fact of the matter is there have been 6 different games where he handed the bullpen the lead. So, yeah, we can talk about his ERA or his whip or whatever, and he's had a couple of bad outings, but there's also 6 times where he asked the bullpen to hold a lead, and Saturday night was yet another after he threw 7 shutout innings. Now, listen, I know a 1-run lead's tough, but guess what? That's what the Giants do. All you need to do is get 6 outs, and this time Jose Butto, who we're still learning, he coughs it up. Rays rally for 2, and I've said on Twitter, Justin Verlander has permission to take his jerseys, his home creams, his road grays, his frickin' Friday night whatever, orange BS, his frickin' Saturday night black BS, whatever, and then those frickin' City Connect, and burn them all. Just right there on the mat. Just pour gasoline and burn them all. The Giants owe this guy an apology letter in calligraphy for extra work. All right, so bum baby number 2, letting Verlander down again.
The pitch. Line drive, base hit, right center field. That will tie it up. The throw will go into second. So Gray scores. 1-strike pitch. There's a base hit into left field. That was a hanging slider, and he punched it. He did not try to yank it. And coming in to score, Simpson. It's 2-1, Tampa Bay.
Verlander's went 7 for the first time.
Best stuff of the year. I mean, he's pitched really well here the last month, but that was as good as he's pitched. Didn't walk anybody, knew everything was going, punched out 8, got a lot of swings and misses. To be pitching that well at the end of the year, there's a lot of hard work involved to get to this point, and a lot of tinkering and which he does, and he's found something that's really worked for him.
I mean, I have been working really hard in between every single start this whole season to try to find something that clicks. And there was a kind of a mental thought I found in my bullpen the other day on my slider that, I don't really want to go way into it, but that kind of helped me with that and kind of carried that into all my pitches and thought it cleaned up some stuff.
What was your first time into the 7th? Just how did you feel, getting deeper into that game?
I mean, those games are easier than the 5 innings and 100 pitch games by far. So, felt great.
I mean, I'll just say, listen, again, the guy hasn't been, it's not like I'm asking for a Cy Young Award for the guy. And, he's had some rough outings, but there have been 6 different times, Kerry. And I don't know, I don't think I've ever seen anything like, we talked about getting Kane, right? Matt Kane used to be the symbol of all this stuff. For you, you've been around baseball, you covered the game. It's uncanny. I mean, it's just, that's it. You just chalk it up to the worst luck of the year, probably?
I now go into games anticipating that something like this will happen. Like it is a bigger surprise to me when Verlander doesn't pitch well, and the Giants are out of it early, than when Verlander pitches well and the Giants blow a lead for him.
But Dusty Baker, you say, like, think lucky, right? Think lucky. Well, with the Giants these days, you wake up, you think unlucky. You think unlucky there. There you go. So that's Bum Baby number 2 is, and by the way, Ryan Christensen, the Giants bench coach, does write lineups in calligraphy. So they got a head start. They can just ask him. So somebody's got to draft the letter and have Christensen write it. He's going to look back on when he gets into Cooperstown, I want to hear his riffs on the Giants. The way Ichiro had a bunch of jokes in his, I hope Verlander's going to have some one-liners like, hey, man, are my Giants teammates out there? Yeah, hey, man, thanks for nothing. You know what I mean? You guys see this win total on this plaque? Yeah, if it wasn't for this year's San Francisco, it'd be a lot higher. Yeah. So pen away the riffs, Justin Verlander. All right, Bum Baby number 3. And this is why we don't like preseason. This is why Dominic Pooney, who's arguably one of the more important 49ers, got hurt in the game on a field goal, or was it PAT or field goal block on a
field goal attempt.
Field goal attempt. Matt Hennessy got blocked into him, his back of his knee. It's a posterior cruciate ligament. There's a chance he'll be ready for Seattle, but it's just yet another thing we don't need. Not to mention Corey Kiner, who I've been talking about since the spring. I liked him at Cincinnati, and I like him as one of those Bobby Turner, Kyle Shanahan fits. He got carted off too. So we hate preseason injuries. This is why we don't like it. And Dom Pooney getting hurt is Bum Baby number 3.
So Jake Moody, a preseason opportunity here. High snap, set down. Line drive kick is no good. So Moody misses from 53 yards out.
Injuries from today. Dominic Pooney left with a knee, never returned. It'll be a few weeks, possible PCL. You just deal with it. Hopefully we'll get a bunch of guys back here. I mean, we didn't lose anyone for the year or anything like that. So, and we had pretty good luck on defense and special teams today, so that was good. But losing those 3 guys on offense was tough. But they won't be out forever. So hopefully they'll heal up fast.
Yeah, that's what he's saying that a lot lately. Hopefully they heal up fast. It's a little too much of that going on, whether it's Michael Williams or Isaac Guerrero or whoever it is. Kerry, I just got to ask you, like we went through last year, it was like, the year from hell, right? The year from hell. Everybody's hurt. McCaffrey's hurt, on and on and on. Are we getting to that point where we're talking about a preseason from hell?
Yeah, I think training camp from hell for sure. And when you compound it with Corey Kiner, with Dominic Pooney, these guys who, in theory, would play big roles for this team, I also think a lot of this is kind of undersold right now. Shanahan says a couple of weeks could be a PCL. If it could be a PCL, that's going to be a lot longer than a couple of weeks. Yeah. That's very dangerous as an injury. So a lot of these guys who've not practiced, they say Michael Williams, hyperextension, CJ West, hyperextension. Oh, that's good. That's good. I never think any of this is good.
No.
The way that it's reported, the way that Kyle Shanahan talks about this, I think the 49ers undersell the significance and the severity of this.
It's bad. And we were talking about, we went into training camp right before training camp started. Our whole thing was like, man, they finally steadied the ship. Purdy signed. There's optimism about these young defensive draft picks. Robert Saleh's back in the building. This is going to be, and since the moment Juwan Jennings said, oh, by the way, I want to be traded or a new contract, which Adam Schefter reported on the first day of camp, since then, a series of bad things has happened.
Yeah.
And so I went from feeling good about these Niners to I can't. My big thing was in January, I was like, all right, year from hell is over. So now 2025, refresh, refueled, revenge. That was my big riff in January because they're going to have a whole 5 weeks off that they didn't have off.
Isn't every year a revenge tour for the 49ers?
Well, guess what, buddy?
Refresh, lose the Super Bowl, revenge. 6-11, revenge.
Revenge, re-injured.
Yeah.
Re-injured. We'll keep the re. So, sorry, but that's what bum babies are. You want good news, go listen to Carrie's hum babies. All right? There you go. Those are the bum babies. Giants on Friday night blowing it. Saturday, killing Verlander. And Saturday in Vegas, Dom Pooney getting injured. So there you go. Your hums and bums are in the books. The crowd loves it. Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
I thought he kicked his ass off.
All right, little Monday morning visit out to River Islands in Lathrop. All right, so you're wondering, hey man, River Islands, I hear a lot about it. It's very successful. If you're wondering how, let's look at it by the numbers. Let's go analytics. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, paddleboarding. 12 parks, playing fields, and playgrounds already open. Don't forget Islanders Field. Get a lot of good baseball there. A lot of travel league high schoolers play there. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 charter schools are already starting their fall term this month. So with so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Start at riverislands.com.
The good life.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show featuring Carrie Crowley is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. By the way, we're still doing that contest giveaway. We're doing $50 team store to the Niners gift card and qualifying for the grand prize of the Candlestick Park chairs. They still says stadium here on this copy. Candlestick State. Come on, buddy. Prize furnished by KNBR. Find official rules at KNBR.com. So call right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Curly's waiting. 415-896-KNBR. Win that $50 49er gift card and qualify for the Candlestick Stadium chair, Candlestick Park chairs that are stadium style. You got that? Jeez. Let's talk baseball. Carrie Crowley's in for Marcus. Well, Mike, the Giants won yesterday. All right. So we got something. We got a little something. How are you, Mike?
Well, I didn't even know how to handle it. I thought, what the hell is that? That's a win. What is that? That felt so good. And, Kike talks about it every game. We've been getting unbelievable crowds. And the support that the crowds have had for this team has been off the charts. And the team has not been able to reward them, to say thank you. I mean, you do that by winning. And it just grinds on a player, grinds on everybody. And finally, they had a great game yesterday. They finally, had great pitching from Webb. They had, a really nice 4-run rally in the 6th. They added on to it the 7th, and they just freed the hostages. It was just one of those games that it felt bigger than it actually was. And they finally got up to number 59 and got their 60th win. So many good things to talk about yesterday, and it changed everything.
It just did. It was shocking. You're right. I felt the same way. What is this thing called a win? 7-1. The Giants get the win. Logan Webb, fantastic. They're 1-0 in the post-Saweetie concert era. That's what we're saying. Dom Smith got the big hit, too. But just for fun, if we're going to talk about something to take our mind off the woes, is the Jung-Hoo Lee catch, which, if anybody missed it, Jung-Hoo Lee running to his left into left center field, triples alley. Ball's windy, it's blowing. He has to sort of dive to the ground. It goes in his glove, out of his glove, against his chest, and then as he's falling to the ground, Mike, it rolls down his body. I guess he tells us later it gets all the way down past his knees, I guess, and then he's able to kind of pop it up to his knee and catch it. It's hard to describe, but he wound up squeezing the ball between his knees before it hit the ground. It's kind of funny because it's like almost like gets to the very basics of baseball, which is the batter is out if the ball is caught before it hits the ground. I'm like, well, that's taking it to the nth degree there, right? What'd you think of that play?
Well, you missed the best part. I mean, he goes over and he rolls and tumbles and he gets the thing between his knees, and then, instead of taking out from under between his knees, he stands up with it between his knees, and he holds it in place there. Then he finally takes it out, and it's like, yeah, I got it, not a problem. It was hysterical, and it was one of the best catches that we'd ever seen. In fact, we'd never seen one where a guy catches every once in a while you'll see a football player do it, but I mean, baseball, and certainly not like that. And that was obviously one of the biggest plays of the game. He's playing great ball, by the way.
Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee, I mean, you look at yesterday's catch, and it's an example of what he's able to do in the outfield and do behind Logan Webb. And, Mike, I wanted to ask you about the Giants ace from yesterday. It hasn't been the easiest start to the second half for Webb. We've become accustomed to dominance for him, but he was able to return to that level that we've seen him at for so long yesterday. And I wonder, in your mind, what changed a little bit for him, and how gratifying is it for him to try and finish the season on a strong note amid this really brutal stretch that the Giants have been in?
Well, I mean, that's the way a season goes. I mean, it's hard to stay in a good mechanical groove for 6 months. It really is. So from a starter's perspective, and, he's got like 5 or 6 things he can do with the ball now. There are some days that things don't show up. There are some days that you're going to get those ground balls that you get to find holes and get to the outfield. There's some days that you're not going to get a corner call. I thought interesting about yesterday, I mean, he had a tight zone. And yet, I mean, it doesn't affect him. He just figures that, he can figure it out, which normally he can. But, the game of baseball and the way the ball bounces has everything to do with how you do as a player, not just the starting pitcher. Everybody sort of falls victim of it. You're in the batter's box, and all of a sudden in a 1-0 count, or say a 1-1 count, there's a pitch on the outside that was off the plate 2 inches, and all of a sudden the umpire calls it, and now you have a 1-2 count in the batter's box instead of 2-1. Changes everything. Same deal with the guy on the mound. Instead of a 1-2 count, now you have a 2-1 count. Changes everything. So, I mean, from Webb's perspective, I think he's been pretty consistent bringing stuff out to his starts that he can win with. But, I mean, it doesn't always happen that way. He pitches well, and they don't score for him. I mean, well, people look, well, he lost the game. Well, yeah, but they got 4 hits and 6 in the third innings. He dealt. They hit 5 balls hard, and he's the losing pitcher. The other guy across the other way who's facing him, he gave up 11 line drives over 152 miles an hour, and he wins. Go figure. Yeah. It's baseball.
It is baseball for sure, Mike. So let's take it back kind of bigger picture. But the win Sunday was such relief. But like, if we were doing this show Saturday night and you guys had to do a post game and all that stuff, and they matched that 1901 mark, and then and the vibes were just so it's so tough, and like we're sort of lost our ability to explain what's happened because they're obviously better than this. But now that you're looking at this big picture of this 15 out of 16 home losses since 1901. I mean, Carrie and I were just talking off the air. How do you explain it? How do you say, I can't explain? Do you even have an explanation as to why this collapse happened?
Well, yeah, and it's the same thing we said every day. And that's the redundancy of what is happening is repetitious, and you just come out and say they're not hitting. They're not getting the money hit. They're not hitting with runners in scoring position. They're hitting 123. They got outscored 48-12 in 5 games or whatever it was. Yeah, you can explain it, but it negates a lot of positive things. Like Verlander. Nobody's talking about Verlander's 7 innings of shutout baseball, allowing 2 hits. That's 6 starts that he has had a lead that he's given the bullpen, and they cannot cash it in. And then everybody grinds this guy because he's got 1 win. Well, I mean, you're not allowed to go out there and finish the game yourself anymore and complete the shutout. You know, you're on a pitch count, so you have to come to a point in the game where you give the ball to the bullpen, and when they can't convert, well, you can explain that.
Well,
I mean, so this thing is all explainable.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's so repetitious is why nobody wants to hear the explanation.
Yeah.
So they're mired in a rut, and unfortunately yesterday they were able to get exactly everything that they needed. They had runs scored, although it was late. It was a 0-0 ball game going into the 6th inning. But they exploded, and then they added on, and then they had tremendous pitching from Webb. Webb could have gone on, and he only thrown like 84 pitches or whatever it was in 7 innings. He was amazing.
So,
anyway, I do think you can explain it.
Yeah, 10 out of 16 home games, they scored 1 run or less. So, I mean, that's an incredible stat. Let's talk a little bit about third base. Matt Chapman goes on the IL. That's unusual. He's such an Iron Man. What do you think that opens up in terms of Bob Melvin's lineup card? What do you want to see?
Well, he was out there playing short, and he was playing hurt. I mean, that's the kind of guy that he is. I mean, he really is one of the captains in that clubhouse. And as a captain, you assume the role. I'm going to go out there no matter what. Well, I mean, they finally had to shut him down. He was just there were too many things in his swing that were hurting him, that was affecting his productivity. So he has to heal up. So what happens? You put Casey Schmidt in there. What happens? He gets drilled in the back arm, and he's not able to grab a bat. It bothers him for a couple of days. I hope he's in there tonight. But it's kind of without Schmidt in there. I mean, you don't have a natural third baseman in the infield. Although I thought that Christian Koss played pretty well. He had 1 error over there. But anyway, that's what you do. You kind of mix and match. This next 7-game stretch, they have to. I mean, they're going into to pour this. Many people are saying they're not going to win a game the next 7 games because of how well the Padres are playing, despite getting swept by LA. They're a very good team. Obviously, they proved that here against the Giants, and then they have to go into Milwaukee. And who's been the hottest team in baseball? Well, Milwaukee. They have to shock the world. This next week, they have to shock the world. I think they can do no worse than 3 in this thing if they're serious about staying in it. And you know what? After watching them yesterday, I believe that they can do that.
If they're going to do it, it's going to take an airtight bullpen. It's going to take tremendous work from the relief course, Mike. And I wanted to ask you about Randy Rodriguez because for the first half of the season, we saw maybe one of the most dominant stretches we've ever seen from a Giants reliever. It took us by storm, took us by surprise. And of late, it's been a different version of Randy Rodriguez. He hasn't gotten into games as consistently, just four appearances in the month of August. What have you seen from him? Because we saw him give up a run in the 9th inning in the loss on Friday night, and we really haven't seen a whole lot of him. Is this just a regression to the mean? Is this a normal year for a pitcher with a 1.66 ERA, or is there something different since he's moved into the closer role?
Yeah, he's pitching the 9th inning. That's different. He's not used to it. It's a different rhythm, and he hasn't learned how to control it. The problem with young pitchers getting to the 9th inning is that they want to see how it's all going to turn out. They want to turn to the last page of the book and read the ending. But you have to take it one pitch at a time. You have to control the rhythm. You have to put the pressure on the guy in the batter's box. You don't give in to the rhythm that he wants. You control that rhythm. And in regards to the pitch that he has started out his outing in on Saturday night, it was a slider. And it was a pitch to the number 9 hitter, and he goosed it. Now, when you're going to throw a slider from a right-handed pitcher to a right-handed hitter, you're not going to throw it inside. You're going to throw on the outside part of the plate. If you miss, you're going to miss out the plate away. He's trying so hard, he's overthrowing it. And overthrowing a slider, you usually fly the front side, you drag it, and you hit a right-hander if you're a right-handed pitcher. We saw the same thing the next night with Butos. He gets 2 outs on 2 pitches. Then he faces the 9th hitter, and he hits him with a slider. Right-handed hitter. Butos is a right-handed pitcher. So there's a veteran goosing it in the same thing. They're pushing so hard, trying to end the losing streak, trying so hard that they're overthrowing the ball. And you cannot do that. when you overthrow, you lose command. You do the same thing with the slider that you do with the fastball, and you miss up and in if you're a right-handed pitcher into a right-handed hitter, opposite for a lefty. And so that's what's happening with Rodriguez. He's not comfortable yet. Good news is I would imagine they get Ryan Walker off of the paternity list today in San Diego. That's an ad. Bad news is Eric Miller, who they were assuming was going to be able to possibly join the team this week, had a setback. He had some more pain in his elbow, so he's shut down again. So somebody has to emerge. Somebody has to take that role, because we're all saying the same thing when they're getting leads late in the game. Who are they going to give the ball to? Who's going to be the one to close it? And not all of us have a confidence in Randy Rodriguez right now pitching the ninth inning.
You're right. Ninth inning's a whole different deal. Doval's learned that too. Everybody. I mean, it's a special. That's why you got to appreciate your Rob Nans and your Rod Becks and Brian Wilsons and the guys who were able to kind of bring that plane home in the storm. Although sometimes they had hiccups too. Yeah, for sure. Mike, finally, just a little bit on the right field situation. It's probably something we're going to ask a lot about in the next 5 weeks. It seems like they're giving Gilbert, the kid from the Mets trade, a lot more opportunities than anybody else, obviously at the expense of Grant McCray. I don't know. He hit his bomb. First, congratulations, young man. First big league home run's a pretty big deal. He got the ball back from the fans for a couple of signed memorabilia pieces. But just your kind of, as we're going to do the horse race down the stretch for the last 5-6 weeks, how you're scouting right field.
Well, they did give 2 starts to Grant McCray over the weekend, and so he was in the lineup Friday and Saturday and whatnot. They're waiting for somebody to do exactly what Gilbert did yesterday. He had, his last 2 at bats. He had a home run, and he knocked in an RBI in his second at bat with a clean single. Finally hitting the ball squarely. I mean, he didn't hit a lot. There wasn't a lot of loud contact his first 20 at bats. He had a run for 20 going. So I mean, he got off the bingo card finally, hit no 50, and now he's on the interstate. So hopefully he can keep it going. They're waiting for somebody to take the job. Somebody to go out there and just get hot and just demand that you play me because I'm the hottest guy in the outfield. That's what they're waiting for. We had a conversation with Buster the other day. We talked about it on Friday. This is the way it goes in baseball traditionally. A young kid gets to the big leagues, he gets a shot, and he takes advantage of it. But nobody has done that. I mean, we watched Matos try and try and try. Didn't happen. We watched Luciano, not this year, but in previous years, try and try and try. Didn't happen. Fitzgerald, try and try and try. Hasn't happened. So that's what they're waiting for. It's a job right there. There is a job right there for the next 5 years. It is right there for guys. All they need to do is take advantage of the opportunity. And they need the productivity from the catching position, the first base position, and the right field position has been horrible. And that has to change as they go forward. That's one of the big keys as they go into San Diego tonight.
Well said. We'll watch it. It's good stuff. You laid the table out. 6:40 tonight, Robbie Ray against Nestor Cortez. I won't mention that Nestor Cortez is a lefty. I'm not going to mention that. All right, Mike, have a great we'll talk. Watch a couple baseball games Monday, Tuesday, and we'll talk to you Wednesday. Have a good one.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the UMA guest line. I should mention, and because I spent my whole weekend immersed in the U.S. Amateur at Olympic Club, what he was saying applies to our 9:30 guest, Nile Shields Donigan, who is a kid who's a good player. He's a Division I college player. He's not some bum or anything. And he made the USAM, but he had several opportunities. I can list them all. Having to birdie the last hole to make the playoff, having to win the playoff, being one down in every single match in the back nine of every one of them, and he seized every single opportunity. That's why I think we all went so crazy for the kid. We were watching a kid have a chance and kick down the door. And that's what you love in sports, right? You love to see, man, it's such great. It just lifts you up from the ordinary humdrum drudgery of existence is to see something special in sports. And it's a long way of saying is nobody's doing that on the Giants, right? I mean, just go ahead. Hit your driver off the deck on 17, Drew Gilbert, like Nile did. Tony, he was always like 2-4. We'll talk about it. He hit this little mini driver off the deck on 17. 4 days in a row with everything on the line, 230, 240 uphill with a left to right break, and every time just nutted it with total conviction. And it's like, that's what you love to see. Well, Drew Gilbert, go do that, buddy. Go freaking have multi-hit days. Go play great defense. He mentioned all the guys who haven't done it. Luciano, Matos, Fitzgerald. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is why you hear the calls at this point in the year to play the kids. because you watch 162 games, the diehards are going to tune in every single day of the season. They want to see something that gives them hope. And Grant McCrae, Marco Luciano, Luis Matos, no one's giving them hope right now. Drew Gilbert's home run yesterday, the first sign in right field in 6 years that someone other than Mike Yastrzemski could play that position for the Giants?
Man, oh man. All right, well, there it is. The table is set. By the way, Nestor Cortez is a lefty.
Yeah, good luck. 1 run, 4 hits tonight.
I wasn't going to mention that. Should I not mention it? He's a lefty. Yeah. All right, let's get away from that. Let's go big hit 49er football. What did we learn? What did Jake Moody do for you? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Come on in. Jake Moody, people. Are you in? Are you out? 808 KNBR, the big hit. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Well, you just heard Murph tease it. The question of the day is, who is the biggest winner of the 49ers' second preseason game? Is it Jake Moody? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Ricky Pearsall? Maybe even Chase Lucas, who had another interception? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Purdy looking downfield, got Pearsall again. He's got a first down, the 49-yard line. Purdy under center this time. Dropping back to pass, clean pocket, firing downfield to Hodgins at the 28-yard line. So Isaiah Hodgins from Walnut Creek in Oregon State. And Brock Purdy right on time, right on target every time. Purdy rolling left, looking left to Marcus Robinson, hauling it in at the 13-yard line. Another first down. Man, Brock Purdy looks good early. O'Connell out of the gun, looking left initially, firing and picked off.
Nice.
The route undercut and intercepted. And Chase Lucas, who had such a great game last week, he ran the route better than the receiver. 4 seconds left, tied at 19. Snap, set, kick on the way. Line drive, it is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Hey, Bobby Fitzgerald getting ready for those Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry calls on the radio call. What a finish. I mean, honestly, preseason football is so meaningless, and yet it's our big hit because of what you just heard. You kind of couldn't draw up a better scenario than Jake Moody being the focus. Because honestly, if you looked at the entire 53-man Niner roster that you're anticipating, he's one of those neon orange glowing names like, how's this guy going to do this year? So while preseason is totally meaningless, we do get Jake Moody put to the test. And Kerry Crowley, who's sitting in for Marcus, you see him on YouTube. You see him on Twitch. You see him on Twitter, on the video stream, waving at you right now. You see him and listen to him on pre-games on the Giants on the weekends, but we're talking Niners here. Kerry, you made him a hum baby in our traditional Monday morning hums and bums, and isn't it kind of wild that the guy who needed to be tested was tested?
Ideal scenario for the 49ers have Brock Purdy drive down the field, complete a bunch of passes, get through 3rd and 18 to Pearsall, and then have to come off the field so that Jake Moody can kick the field goal. You want to see Moody more than you want to see Purdy operate in the red zone. I know that last year was a struggle for him, but I would rather see the guy who doesn't have to compete with anyone, Greg Joseph, off this roster right now, despite the fact that Moody missed 10 kicks last year, despite the fact that Moody was injured last year. The only thing that I think the 49ers would like is for more Moody field goal attempts. They got 5 on Saturday. I think you take another 5 this Saturday against the Chargers.
So for people who were not paying attention because it's preseason football and you were watching the Marley kid, is it Damian Marley in the heavy dampness of Stern Grove?
Wasn't Diana Ross playing at
Sunday?
Stern Grove?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. She did yesterday's thing. Or if you were out at Olympic Club at the second most attended U.S. amateur round in the history of the event, 125 years, you didn't pay attention. Thank you. There we were. By the way, you'll be shocked to know, and maybe we can talk about this with Nile, that I was that guy. You know, in Stick, they have those 2 idiots who are like, Baba Booey, mashed potatoes. I wound up being that guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I wound up being that guy. So you get caught up in the moment. I was trying to cheer him on, but I'm like, I'm that guy. Oh, well, I guess I am that guy. All right. So anyway, what I was saying on a couple of drives, people were like, dude, you've lost your mind. Well, you know what? In golf, quick digression. We'll get back to the Niners in just a second because I want to play that Kyle Shanahan quote, my favorite quote. But when a golfer smokes a drive, the cool thing to do, Kerry, if you know you've hit your drive perfectly, what you do is you just immediately pick up your tee and you turn your back and you walk to the back of the tee box.
Yeah.
Because your message to the world, this has been established through decades and decades of golf, is that drive is so badass, I don't even need to see it because I know it's right in the middle of the fairway. So that's always been just a little extra style point you have in golf. So when you smoke a drive and you pick up the tee, you're like, oh, okay, all right, I see how it is, all right. So, I'm so adrenalized for Nile, but when we were making our move, when we were making our move in several of those back nines and Nile had to hit big tee shots, and he did, and immediately picked up his tee. I yelled, I don't know where this came from. I yelled, Mikey likes it!
Oh, no.
Dude,
Oh, no.
Do you even know the reference?
I don't.
Do you know the reference?
No, I do not.
See, I did
his ass off.
I did a What Did Young Tony Learn Today on my screen. So in the 70s, there was a Life cereal.
In the 70s, for a 20-year-old golfer. This is already going somewhere.
I told you, I was that guy. I'm not proud of it. But in the 70s, there was a commercial for Life cereal, and they go, Mikey doesn't like anything. We put Life cereal in front of Mikey, and he's sitting there's a little kid. He starts eating it. They're eating. They go, Mikey, he likes it. Mikey likes it. So I just yelled at it. I was like, hey, you know what? I'm that guy. I mean,
it works. For the emotions of the moment, why not? Nobody cares who Mikey is.
Thank you for your support, buddy.
Yeah.
But there's
There's one person supporting Murph here.
Tony learned today. We could hear.
Mikey likes it.
Look at the Life cereal commercial. Because the joke is that Mikey doesn't eat anything. All right, back to Jake Moody. Jakey likes it. Kyle Shanahan with the quote of the year here. I've never heard somebody say he kicked his ass off, but here it is. Yeah.
I thought he kicked his ass off.
Okay. Just to give you guys the rundown, he made the 30-yarder that you referred to on the first drive. And then when he missed the 53-yarder and missed it so badly, somebody who was at the game texted us. He said he was honestly, like, not even joking. He's like, it was ugly.
Yeah.
Like the fans, and we want to tell everybody chill out now. Like, it's just a kicker, right? I mean, if he's bad, they'll cut him. Okay, so don't worry. But apparently it was getting ugly out there. Like people saying things and screaming. Like, Ferdinand is losing their mind when he missed a 53-yarder very badly. Had that been his last kick of the day, had they just never gotten back into field goal position, which could have happened because he had Carter Bradley out there quarterbacking, you know. It could be ugly this morning if we were like, man, this guy shanked a 53-yarder so badly. But, Kerry, he did not. He got a 27-yarder that they say, by the way.
Yeah. Barely good.
But no
good.
pictures on a scorecard, right?
Nope.
Right?
Line drive.
Then the 50-yarder. Hey, now. Okay, we'll take a 50-yarder. Then here's the two that really matter. 37 seconds left. Carter Bradley gets them to a 44-yarder to tie it. So there's heat on. 37 seconds left, 44-yarder. He makes it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then the Niners get the ball back. And in the final play of the game, they give him a 59-yarder. And you want to play the Fitz call again here? Just because, yeah, he did it. He did it. He came through. Here it is.
Ball at the 49. A 59-yard field goal attempt for the win. 4 seconds left. Tied at 19. Snap, set, kick on the way. Line drive. It is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Yeah, so, I mean, you made him a hum baby. Are all your questions answered?
No, of course not. I don't think any questions about Jake Moody are answered other than the fact that with the new 2-step setup that he's got, different from the 3-step setup he used in the first 2 years in the NFL, there were questions about how far he could kick the ball, if his range would still be the same, because that was a separating factor from Robbie Gould to Jake Moody. The thought was, okay, 49ers have 10 to 15 more yards of field goal range with Jake Moody, but what good was that if his career beyond 50 yards has been shaky at best? And so he comes into Saturday with the 59-yard game-winning attempt, and he felt as if his range was going to be good from 63, 64 yards on Saturday at Allegiant Stadium. That kick was good enough to win it, so yeah, I feel as if the range question has been answered with Jake Moody, but much like baseball fans thinking about their manager or baseball fans thinking about their bullpen, I think 80 to 90% of fans in the NFL have questions about their kicker that never actually disappear.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you this. To me, he actually took a step forward. I am going to invest something in that. I remain skeptical. Now, listen, I'm saying that. I just put myself into a mindset of Sunday, September 7. We're in Seattle, and he comes trotting out. I think everything I'm saying right now is going to evaporate, and I'm going to feel unsure. I'm going to feel unsure and uncertain. He's going to have to do it in a regular season game.
Well, one of the things that I think we're learning is through this preseason game, we're recognizing that the 49ers are going to be reliant on Jake Moody's kicks this year. This is a team that for many years under Kyle Shanahan, in its best seasons, has blown teams out, has not needed to rely on special teams and game-winning kicks. This year, it feels like a lot of games could come down to Jake Moody.
Well, to be honest, if you look at last year's disastrous season, 6-11, honestly, a couple of Moody kicks could have changed some of that early narrative. For
Rams
sure.
week 3?
Yep. Mm-hmm. So you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Here he is himself, the man, Jake Moody, after the game.
Obviously, it feels really good. Glad I got a couple chances after the miss earlier to bounce back, get on track, get a couple different situations to throw myself in. And, I'm glad I got all those chances. So really appreciate the offense getting me in position, and that pick at the end, that was awesome.
I didn't have a chance to watch the replay yet, but did you move to 3 strides for the longer kick, or did you still go with the 2 at the end?
No, that was still the 2 strides. I think my range today would have been maybe 63, give or take. So anything past that, if we're trying to attempt like a 70-yarder or something, I'd probably, give it an extra step. But that was still just the same, like, 2-step approach.
By the way, are we entering a new era of? Kicking has gotten better and better and better. I've joked through the years of, you guys don't know what it was like to watch football in the 70s and 80s when, bro, a 42-yarder was a dicey proposition.
Yeah.
Well, ask Scott Norwood. The Buffalo Bills laces out for Ace Ventura, right? Scott Norwood missed I think it was a 43 or 44-yarder, which nowadays it's like an extra point, right?
Chip shot. It's expected that you make anything inside of 50.
One of the kick after the 70-yarder last week, which I made a hum baby. I did. Cam Little, the kid out of Arkansas,
all over me all the time. My guys,
one of yours.
Woo Pig Suey.
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
Let's go.
They have a history 2 times at Chase Center in the Sweet 16.
I know.
Yes.
Get on the Must Bus.
Yes, dude. Although he's now at SC.
He is at SC. Yeah, John Calipari, Coach Cal.
Yeah, and he's done a good job there. But got you guys the Elite 8 last year, I think, right? I say you guys.
Yeah. My long love of Arkansas Razorback athletics.
So. Forgot where I was going with that, buddy. The preseason kicker yesterday, I forget who it was. Somebody over the weekend was making 74-yarders. Do you see that?
I think it was Cam Little who made the 70-yarder.
He did.
Yeah.
He's the Arkansas kid. But somebody else, there was another NFL kicker making 74-yarders in pregame.
Yeah.
Are we entering, kicking's evolved, truly has evolved, where it's like they say in baseball, can it reinvent the wheel? 60 feet, 6 inches, 90 feet. Baseball's baseball. I think, actually, in kicking, you can reinvent the wheel. It seems like guys have gotten better and better and better and better. And now, I don't know if Moody's going to have. He made a 59-yarder to win. Does he have? He said 63. He could still do it. But if we're trying a 70-yarder, meaning that he's thinking he might try a 70-yarder.
Would Robbie Gould survive in this era of kicking?
Robbie Gould's like a pre-analytics baseball player. He's like a pre-analytics baseball player. He's a batting average guy, right? You know what I mean?
I love it. It's true.
It's true. Although, guess what? Like I feel about batting average guys, Robbie Gould made every kick, right? You know what I mean?
Nails.
You're like, oh, wait, you can make a 74-yarder in pregame, but can you be Robbie Gould who makes the 45-yarder in the snow in Green Bay, right? Mm-hmm. Or Adam Vinatieri.
Oh.
Somebody like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, we got Kyle Shanahan he's really trying to make Jake feel good. He had him kicker addressing the team here.
Yeah, it was cool. We had him give us a speech, break us down. It's a little anticlimactic, but he did a good job. Guys were happy for him.
Wait a minute, what?
That's in line with your thoughts on Jake Moody.
That's a little, so Kyle just chucked him under the bus. Like, dude, you're supposed to break down the team.
It's a little anticlimactic, but he did a good job. Guys were happy for him.
But so can you imagine Jake Moody? Because you've seen Fred Warner, right? You know what I mean? You see
George Kittle. George Kittle versus Jake Moody breaking down the team.
Or you go to the great Ray Lewis's. You know what I mean? Ray Lewis breakdown versus Jake Moody breakdown. And then Shanahan elaborated a little bit more about he doesn't talk to kickers much. Cut H, Tony, here.
I don't discriminate versus anyone, but there's not a lot to talk to them about. They need to kick it between those 2 uprights, and if they want to talk more, that's fine. I'll do whatever they want, but I don't pretend like I'm doing something when I'm talking to the kicker, so I let them try to. I don't like everyone going up to them either. I'd like them to just stay mentally clear, lock into their job, and get it done.
Remains just such a crazy thing that to this day and age, that the most popular sport in America by a mile, with all the love and adulation extended to quarterbacks and great players and receivers and all that these frickin' kickers write history,
I don't like anyone going up to them. He doesn't even want these guys to feel like they're part of the team.
Some people have advocated for a game without kicking. Some people have said that they're like, you know what I mean? Just let's play
My
for
fantasy
6.
football league, we just don't have kickers.
Oh, well.
Dude, look at you. You're in the post-Moody era.
A lot of my friends are Jake Moody haters as well. I'll be very honest.
The same way the Giants are 1-0 in the post-Saweetie concert era, you're in the post-Moody era. Yeah. So, well, I guess we've decided in the big hit here. Well, I should probably read some of these texts, too, that you guys sent in because we asked for you guys to send them in. 707 said, a 3-step drop for a kicker. You're not a quarterback, son. Shorten up your swing. And then he says, Steely Jake Moody. 559 says, so is Moody going to be trotting out a rangefinder to determine whether he needs to do the Terry Francois two-step or add the extra step? 209 says, don't forget they rolled kicking back already with the K ball. I don't remember that. 48 says, anybody remember Gus the Kicking Mule? I do. I do remember Gus the Kicking Mule. It's right along the Mikey Likes It. 707 says, as a fan, I do appreciate Moody making an adjustment, unlike Giants hitters. So like you, Murph, I'll invest something into that. All right. 408 says, I'm not drinking the Moody Kool-Aid. He has a bad word. Until he does it when it really counts. 831 says, if CMC played, we would have scored more touchdowns. Well, probably. 562 says, I'm still moody about Moody. He had a few kicks that snuck in and was in an indoor stadium. In an open stadium, they would have not gone in. He is not trustworthy. And 707 says, I'm not sold on Jake Moody yet, but good to see the team come out and build his confidence. In fact, he told me they carried him?
They hoisted him up after he made the kick. There's photos.
I didn't see that video.
Yeah, there's guys who picked him up. Because remember, after this kick that he drills to end the game, he kind of tumbles over, does the thing, where if a guy so much as brushes by a kicker, they fall down in an effort to draw the penalty. So he looks up and sees that he's hit the game-winning 59-yarder. Offensive linemen are picking him up, and he's kind of on their shoulders a little bit.
So not the Bryant Young carry-off, not the Bill Walsh Super Bowl carry-off. I got you.
But still, more of a reaction than I would have imagined for a preseason game.
Mike Holler, our preseason program director, says the Cardinals kicker in Denver was the one hitting him from beyond 70. Keep that in mind, the Cardinals kicker. Niners could lose on a 72-yarder by Arizona this year. That's pretty amazing.
Now that you've spoken into existence.
All right, well, there you go. Jake Moody is
real.
part one of the big hit. Part two is what else we saw, including Purdy and Pearsall. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Who is the biggest winner of the 49ers' second preseason game? Is it our guy Jake Moody? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Ricky Pearsall or Chase Lucas, who had a nice interception in the game as well? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, let's talk about healthcare. Pretty important, right? And in the North Bay, we have the best. Marin Health. World-class health care. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Purdy looking downfield, got Pearsall again. He's got a first down, the 49-yard line. Purdy under center this time. Dropping back to pass, clean pocket, firing downfield to Hodgins at the 28-yard line. So Isaiah Hodgins from Walnut Creek in Oregon State. And Brock Purdy right on time, right on target every time. Purdy rolling left, looking left to Marcus Robinson, hauling it in at the 13-yard line. Another first down. Man, Brock Purdy looks good early.
Man, you might want to cut that. Man, Brock Purdy looks good early. Fitz loves, he did actually. It was preseason, obviously. Duh, it was preseason. So what do you take from preseason? Well, nothing. It's a football fix for many. So there's kind of two camps. There's the camp that's like, I'll never watch preseason football. It's totally meaningless. Wake me when the season starts. The other camp is like, I need football. I need football. I need football. I need football. So for those who did watch the game, Brock Purdy actually, no joke, looked good. Like he does. He does look good. He looked like Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Not the Brock Purdy who had a couple of mishaps in the second halves of games last year, which, we'll see if that happens this year. We'll see how the O-line performs. But most importantly, 3 passes to Ricky Pearsall. And this is what it's all about. Because, Juwan Jennings still nowhere to be seen. Which, by the way, we're just kind of quietly buried that story, right? I mean, we're like, what's happening there? What's going on?
Roster cutdown day in 8 days. So
I don't think he's going to get cut, brother.
No, but he would be taking up a roster spot if he was healthy and not playing. So that would force the 49ers into a decision.
Force the 49ers into a decision, yeah. So Kawakami reported that he doesn't think the Niners want to. That was in the SF Standard,
It
by the
was,
way.
yeah.
Good
publication.
Kerry Crowley, I should probably say. Mike Holler's too busy telling me about Cardinals kickers in preseason practice to build a open for Kerry Crowley. Why doesn't he have an open for himself? Sitting in for Marcus Boucher. San Francisco's own Kerry Crowley, who, of course, you hear on Giants pre-games on weekends, and we're happy to have him here. He's our Christian Koss, our super utility guy. But did you care about Brock Purdy looking good?
I did. And more importantly, I cared about the fact that he got into the game and the fact that he came out of the game healthy amid a rash and a wave of 49ers injuries, whatever you want to call it. A lot of guys going down, and the fact they were able to keep Purdy upright, the fact that he looked good, operating the offense as we'd expect, timing was there with Ricky Pearsall. All of those things were positive developments. I know that there's folks who say the preseason football doesn't matter. I enjoy the heck out of watching this thing. I love the 90-man roster. I think of this like Larry Kruger thinks of the 49ers. You're down 8th and 9th defensive linemen on the depth chart. It matters. It all matters. And the fact that Brock was able to get through a joint practice on Thursday against the Raiders with some big plays to Pearsall and then carry that over into 3rd and 18 to Pearsall with the dagger over the middle, I thought was impressive.
The 3rd and 18 is what you'll remember, but the couple of their balls were right on time. It looked like the first one, which was when Pierce, it was a timing route where Pearsall had a stop on a dime and turned around and had to have the ball in a certain spot, and Purdy hit him. And that's exactly what we're talking about. That's what they need is to build. Because it is, I mean, we talked about this. Pearsall really only came on halfway through the season. Then Purdy didn't play the final game of the season down in L.A. when the Pastronaut was doing this thing. Or was it Arizona? It was Arizona, I think. But anyway, so here's Purdy himself on getting out there. And by the way, they play against Saturday against the Chargers. They're off today and tomorrow. They're going to practice Wednesday. Or wait, they were off Sunday, Monday. They're going to practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then Saturday, it's at Levi's, right?
5:30.
Okay.
A little Saturday evening action.
You know that.
Oh, of course.
How about that? Purdy on getting out there and building a little bit with Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I thought it was just like open communication 24/7. Like I said before, like after reps and practice, Ricky comes up to me and he's like, "Hey man, I ran this route because I got this look or this leverage and this is what I was trying to do." And then I'll tell him like, "Hey, I need you here," or "That was good. Keep working that. I'll get back to you after I watch the film." So like we're just always talking, man. And he loves football. I love football. And so when you got two guys that are willing to put in the extra work and explain, what we're trying to get out of a play and reps, I think great things can happen from that. So we watched a lot of stuff from last year too, and understanding like where we both need to be better when obviously I'm throwing to them. And I think we honed in on some things this year in camp and then in the game, man. We just go out there, and I feel like it's pretty natural, just both of us, our chemistry and everything. So, but it was one preseason game, so we just got to keep doing it and keep our heads down and keep working hard together.
He said he thinks it's natural, their chemistry. I mean, it's going to be critical, obviously. We're talking with Brandon Ayuk, which we'll get to in just a second. Apparently, he was out running routes before the game. It's like, oh, okay. Is something going to happen sooner rather than later? We'll stay tuned on that situation. But Juwan Jennings remains, in this sort of quote, somebody called it a calf tract.
Yeah.
Instead of a contract, a calf tract. Get it? You
Fair
get the
enough.
joke there, buddy? And so, Purdy's looking for this if it's going to be like the Brock Purdy, salary cap team going forward, he's going to have his guys around him. And Ricky Pearsall was a first-round draft pick last year. They passed on some DBs, Cooper DeJean, for example. So, they have Malik Mustafa, Renardo Green. Upton Stout appears to be a guy, even though he sat out again, too, right?
Calf.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. We talked about. By the way, just to mention guys who did not play, Carrie, Christian McCaffrey did not play. Trent Williams did not play. Nick Bosa didn't play. And Fred Warner didn't play. Just want to make sure everybody knows how those guys were. And as Carrie mentioned, Dom Pooney did get injured. And you mentioned, too, earlier in our Bum Baby segment, you're like, yeah, Kyle's kind of almost casually saying, yeah, they'll heal up. And you're
couple of weeks could be a PCL. Everyone took that as a couple of weeks. Worst case scenario is how I treat every injury. Michael Williams having a hyperextended knee is not a good thing. 49ers need this guy getting reps. CJ West going down, hyperextended knee, not a good development. Anytime these guys get injured, 49ers always say, well, look, the imaging came back clean. He'll only be out a couple of weeks. These are rookies. They need to be on the field. Yeah. Dominic Pooney, the offensive line's critical. And keeping Brock Purdy upright after you just paid him $265 million, critical. Otherwise, on Pooney, you got 7th-round draft pick Connor Colby starting week 1.
Yeah.
I like Connor Colby. I don't know that you want that week 1 in Seattle.
It's it's true. It has been a nagging thing. I jock blogged about it a couple weeks ago about how the different phases I've gone through with the Niners since the season ended. And my current phase is not overly optimistic because of all these injuries going into this season. Now, that said, we just talked about optimism, Purdy and Pearsall. And then if you want another shred of optimism, it's Brandon Ayuk being out there on the field running routes. I mean, that was something of note. Cut V, Tony.
Is that allowed, by the way?
Yeah, what are they going to do? I mean,
I think I heard Mayoka say it's probably not allowed.
Oh, did he really?
I think he did.
Oh my gosh, I missed that part.
He's
of the story.
on the PUP list, right?
Oh. So you can't be doing much when you're on the PUP list.
Jed's going to have to go write a check.
You may.
Interesting. I missed that.
Maybe Ayuk will have to pay something out of his $30 million salary.
In my intense show prep, I missed that. Yeah, maybe Ayuk. Yeah. Was he wearing the right color shorts is my question. Yes. So,
there we go.
It's a good riff.
Here's Cut V as in Victor about, I guess, this apparently illegal act out. Let's go here.
Yeah, I think, BA's mindset, man, has been awesome. On the sideline at practice, in the locker room, just talking on the sidelines during the preseason games, just you could tell, man, he wants to be out there, and we're talking about routes and different concepts and things, and just overall, man, like you could tell, like, obviously he looks great physically, like progressing in the right way with his knee, and but more than anything, man, like I could tell, like he wants to get back out there and compete, which I love, and the history that we've had on the field together, man, has been awesome. So obviously when you got our starting X eager to get back, like obviously that's awesome, but we're going to take it one day at a time, and whenever he's able to get back out there and stuff, we'll be ready to roll.
Okay, so more optimism from Brock Purdy. I just started to think about it. If indeed Ayuk comes back, and it's a big ask coming back from an injury like that to perform at a high level, but if indeed this Pearsall thing is real, which there's signs that it's beginning to work between the two of them, if it is real, Carrie, and Christian McCaffrey's good, and George Kittle's good, and Pearsall and Ayuk are good, they could move the ball this year.
They can move the ball. The question is, can they stop another team from moving the ball?
Well, last year they couldn't.
Yeah, I have no fears about this offense.
Robert Saleh. You have no fears about the offense?
No fears about the offense. I think they will be a top 10 to 12 offense in the NFL. I really do.
O-line has caused a lot of sleepless nights for
O-line
fans.
caused a lot of consternation among fans. I think the 49ers O-line is just fine. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's above average. I think it is right around league average. I think that that's going to be good enough with the weapons that they have.
So you don't think that Brock Purdy will be running for his life and be in danger?
I think in certain situations, Brock Purdy likes to run for his life, and so we will see that play out over the course of the season naturally. But it doesn't make me think, we're turning back the clock to the C.J. Beathard era where guys just getting killed in the pocket.
Yeah, so if your concern is defense, then how'd it go on defense? Well, cut P, Tony. Chase Lucas is out there. Now, again, none of these starters are playing, and you mentioned the big point. Michael Williams needs to be out there. He's not. Nick Bosa's not out there. C.J. West is not out there. Fred Warner's not out there. Demo played a little bit, right? Yeah. Lenore played a little bit. Upton Stout has not been out there. But this kid, Chase Lucas, now, I don't know how much of an impact he'll have once the regular season starts, but he had a big sack after his other first preseason game. So, cut P, let's give little love to the former Arizona State Sun Devil.
Yeah,
Chase Lucas.
Covered in there.
I saw another pick. Saw him do a victory lap after it. Didn't know if we were going to get him back. I think he went to both end zones during the play. But it seemed like Chase had a really good game, and we'll see on the plane. But he definitely showed up on the field.
Okay, so Chase Lucas. So, again, let's get back to your concerns about this defense. How much of it is assuaged, to use a fancy word, by Robert Saleh's presence?
None of it.
Oh.
None of it. I think that Saleh could be. I think he could be a great hire for Kyle Shanahan round 2. Loved what he did round 1. But if you remember the early days of Robert Saleh, there were people who wanted to run him out of Santa Clara. And the people who wanted to run him out of Santa Clara didn't keep in mind the fact that the 49ers were building that defense up. There was no talent on that defense that Shanahan and Saleh inherited way back in 2017. There's, in theory, potential talent on this defense, but it's all potential because the defensive line is stacked with young guys who've never played in the NFL. The linebacker level is Fred Warner and a bunch of guys who have very limited NFL experience. And the secondary is nice. You've got some young pieces. But again, it's Renardo Green, second-year player. Marquise Siegel, rookie, 5th-round draft pick at the safety position. Malik Mustafa coming off an ACL, second year in the NFL. I don't see how this group is a top 10 to 12 to 15 group in year 1 for Robert Saleh. I think the defense can be the real Achilles heel of this team, no matter how much progress they make.
Perfectly said as we end the segment. Good take, good thought, and I'm kind of with you. I am, what am I saying? The word's not ambivalent, but I am, I guess ambivalent might be the word.
There you go.
I'm not sure about the defense. I'm not sure. I am a little more assured by Saleh than you are. Because
I think he's a great coordinator.
In 2018 and 19, too, was 7-8 years ago. He was a different guy. I think he can do some things, maybe be a little more aggressive with his blitz packages, maybe be a little more creative than he has been in the past and didn't when he had that 4-man rush and could live with that beautiful 4-man rush.
Do you want to be super aggressive
with
your blitz packages?
I want to be creative.
If your entire secondary is young players?
Creative and judicious.
Okay, there we go.
Like every segment we do. It's creative and judicious. All right, buddy? All right, man. Well, there you go. A little big hit part 2, 49er review, Saturday against the Chargers. Nice not talking Giants for a couple segments there, which we will later on with Andy Baggerly at 9:15. Cam Inman at 8:50 to do some more Niners. And then our fun visit with the hero of the week. One of the best stories in U.S. sports this week, Nile. Leading to the second highest attended day in USAM history on Saturday out at Olympic when he took it to 18 against this kid, Jackson Harrington. So for all the thousands and thousands of people who were out there on Saturday, we'll talk to the kid himself. The 20-year-old Mill Valley kid who then finished, instead of playing in the USAM final on Sunday, went and played 9 at Mill Valley. And then came and hung out with all the dudes. It's so much fun. And I was there, and all these little kids were waiting for him off the green. He's signing autographs. I put it on my Insta, just a couple pics. So anyway, that'll be at 9:30. But cooler of content is next with the great sounds. Did somebody throw a bat at a pitcher? Going full on Mara show?
Ooh.
Thinking? No, yeah. Actually, Burt Campy Campaneris. Remember that one?
I don't remember that one.
So I'm going to have to dig into my bag for you guys on The Sports Leader.
Man, Brock Purdy looks good early.
All right, let's talk about, well, what happens when you get into a car accident? And Tony, that big hit music's still playing there, buddy. Attorney ads on the radio. You hear them all, but there's one call you got to make. The Giant lawyer, Ted Ravon. Write it down. Grab a pen. 415-888-1045. Once again, grab that pen. 415-888-1045. Ted is not one of those billboard lawyers who says, well, you got to be really catastrophically injured for me to win for you. Nope. With Ted, you do not need broken bones, Tony.
No bones.
To win. Yeah. All right. Yes. We have 3 examples. Eddie's out in Hayward. He gets rear-ended, but nothing's broken.
No bones.
Ted won $100,000. Denise in Oakland is T-boned, literally no fractures.
No bones. Yeah.
Ted got her $220,000. Then finally, Daniel from Fremont, no broken bones.
No bones. Yeah.
Ted gets him $1.2 million. Thank you very much, Nigel Tufnell. Ted's not the type to disappear after you sign. He's local. He's aggressive. He's a fighter like the Orange and Black. It's your one shot. Don't wait. Every day could cost you money. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045 or visit thegiantlawyer.com. Fast, free, confidential. What are you waiting?
No bones. Yeah.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Am I be on with something? Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty. That's right. I need some applause just to juice me up here. Kerry Crowley in for Marcus. Marcus took a big weekend in Vegas. Talk about controversy. Kerry Crowley has takes. He has takes on the Great Highway. He has takes on outside lands. He's anti-both. He's anti-Great Highway. He's anti-outside lands.
No. I'm pro-Great Highway. I'm pro in that it is now the Great Highway, the greatest highway in America because it's a park.
I'm just trying so hard to not be triggered.
Let's get into this. You guys teased this early.
I'm just trying so hard to not be triggered. I'm just gonna.
Power to the people.
We've been down this power to the people. Here it is. You just got me. Power to the people. If there's power to the people, baby, then that park is burning to the ground. All right, buddy. I don't want to. I don't want to advocate violence.
I don't know. I saw the results of a citywide vote.
Oh boy.
I participated in said citywide vote.
Do you want to get into the legitimacy of elections these days?
There we go. That's what morning radio is all about.
All right. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Guy Haberman, voice of the Niners, sitting in for Papa, who we still think about. Greg, hope you're doing well. Continue to try to heal up there, Greg Papa. We know it's a tough fight, man. So we love you, buddy. We love you. Okay. Cooler of content. I was going to go on that Vegas digression, but we're not going to. So we got a lot. And let's start. I teased the guy throwing the bat, right? Victor Robles, who's playing for the Mariners AAA team in Tacoma. He's facing the Las Vegas Aviators. Joey Estes, no relation to Sean. And dude, this has happened now a couple times in the history of baseball. You don't see it. It's a little dangerous, my friends. But then again, Victor Robles would say it's dangerous to have a 95-mile-an-hour or 98-mile-an-hour fastball come at your upper regions. So we have it on video for YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Or if you're in your car, just watch Victor Robles drills, or pardon me, Joey Estes drills Victor Robles up top. Robles chucks his bat at the pitcher.
And the first pitch from Estes. Swung on and fouled off on a pitch that hit him. He picks up the bat and throws it at Estes. He's been tossed. He is yelling at Joey Estes, and now he runs towards the mound. Both dugouts empty, and they're trying to keep cooler heads prevailing. Here come the bullpens. And we've got a little fracas in between the mound and the plate.
That's the fourth time he's been hit, but he did offer at the pitch for a strike, and of course he's angry because he's been hit so many times. But a bat went flying, like you mentioned, and now the players from both teams are clustered between the mound and home plate, and the umpires, now it's a full-time job trying to get everybody separated, and they're starting very slowly to get separated now.
The Rainiers coaching staff escorting Robles to the third base visiting side dugout. I don't know the last time, or if ever, that I've seen a batter throw the bat at the pitcher.
And something just got tossed onto the field from the Tacoma dugout.
That's Robles throwing stuff. He threw an entire bucket of sunflower seeds down the third base line. My goodness.
Now things begin to get a bit seedy here.
The
so
video
now
of
the
him chucking
Aviators
the box of seeds and snacks onto the field is almost as juicy as him throwing the bat. I would say this. Hey, what do you give me for? Is that Victor Robles' reaction to getting hit, or my reaction to the discussion about the Great Highway?
There we go. I would hope you wouldn't litter on our Great Highway.
What a story. So the backstory is Robles has taken to social media to apologize. He says, coming off a long rehab and being away from the game for most of the season has been physically and mentally challenging. Adding to that, the recent passing of my mother has been incredibly hard. Oh, geez. And I've been doing my best to hold it together. That's not an excuse, but some context. I feel you deserve to understand where I'm coming from. And he adds, getting hit 5 times and 15 at-bats added to that pressure. I reacted in a way I'm not proud of. This game means the world to me, and so do the people who play it. I respect every one of you, not just as a player, but as a teammate and competitor. He's rehabbing a dislocated left shoulder he suffered in April. So, dude,
which he suffered, by the way. You remember where he suffered this?
Tell me.
Right field at Oracle Park.
Was he the one
diving into the stands?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, some people thought he was faking it. Remember that, too? Yeah. Oh, my God. Victor Robles. Dude, boy. So you don't remember Campy Campaneris in the playoffs, famously of the I'm talking to the Butchberry Sam Spear crowd out here, to my crew. If you type in Campy Campaneris, it comes up on Google, throws bat. It was a big deal. It was 1972 ALCS Game 2, and he throws it with intent, and it was pretty dangerous. Laren LeGros was the Tigers pitcher, and it was crazy. It was considered a really, really wild and violent act. So, and then obviously Marichal, he didn't throw it at the pitcher. He attacked Johnny Roseboro, the catcher. But, dude, those are literally like, at the top of my head, those are like the only 3 I can think of. Do you remember any others? Or
no. The other piece of this Robles thing is I'd seen that this same pitcher, Estes, has hit him twice in the last year or so. So this is his 3rd time hitting him.
Bro, it's somebody says 408, didn't Manny Machado throw a bat down the third base line one time against the A's and Matt Chapman? I think so. But anyway, the point is, we're talking about, like, on one hand, you can count the times you've seen this. So, bro, everybody, do not use your bat as a weapon out there, but it does suck to
Get
get
this
drilled.
out of our game.
I know, right?
It
Jeez,
can't
my
be
God.
Campaneris play. He almost takes the guy's head off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
like directly at the dome.
The crazy thing about this Robles one is we can't see where the camera angle never shows where the bat goes. Does it miss him entirely, or dude? Roger Clemens, Mike Piazza.
Yeah, Mike Piazza, Roger Clemens. That's right.
It was
Yeah,
a broken bat that he picked up and threw at Piazza. Right?
yeah. 2000
World Series.
Yeah.
That was crazy too. Yeah, this Campy one's nuts, right, Tone?
I just saw the video just now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It almost
Did we get it for like, what did I learn?
Yeah, 72. Well, we got Mikey likes it too.
Yeah.
Don't forget
We got
that.
a lot today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrote down a couple names. Bob Stevens, of course, the legend. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah.
Tap.
Nick
Point to the
Peters,
sky.
too.
There you go, buddy. All right, well, there you go. There's number one. Number two, Little League World Series, which I love, and I have to confess, I am way behind on my Little League World Series. I got to start boning up now because I spent the whole week at Olympic Club following my guy Nile, who will join us at 9:30. So I feel bad. So I've tried to catch up. I understand Mexico's pretty good. I think South Carolina's a pretty good team, right? I think the team from the I think the Nevada team's doing pretty well. Anyway, I'll be boning up on it this week. Are you a LLWS
I
guy?
always have been, but I've always been last week.
Okay, well, it
Last week,
starts
so I
like,
get
this
into
is
it.
where it
Yeah.
starts to get really good.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Mexico played, I think, Latin America, is it, or the Caribbean? Anyway, this kid hit 2 bombs, which is a big deal at Williamsport, right? But, dude, this guy, Gregorio Madrid is his name. This interview is bonkers because, listen, I have a 13-year-old, about to be 14. It's like, but we're like, dude, take your, you stop mumbling. Sit up straight at the dinner table. You know what I mean? Like, act like a respectable human being. This 12-year-old's running circles around every tween out there. Check out this. This is one of the better interviews, including Major League Baseball, you're going to ever see. Gregorio Madrid here after hitting 2 tanks in Williamsport over the weekend.
Sebi. Guys, I got Gregorio here. How we feeling, my man?
No, I'm feeling amazing after those 2 home runs. Like, when I hit the first one, I was like, what I just did? Like, and
¿Qué acabo de hacer?
Yeah, and on the second one, I was a bit more calm, but I was also like, oh, I hit 2 home runs. That's nice.
Yeah, it is very nice. You were down 4-0. How did you guys come back?
We always have faith on God. When I was going to bat before I hit the home run, I was praying. My team was praying. When I hit the home run, everyone told me we were praying for you to hit a home run. On the second, I was praying also. They were praying, and when I come back, they say the same. When my partner Iker hit the home run, we were praying down there. So if you have faith on God, God can do all.
The announcers were saying this is as loud as they've ever heard this stadium. Tell me a little bit about the fans we got up there.
Yeah, there we go. Families, friends, and people that like the Mexican style, that trust in ourselves, that they love this game.
And what does it mean for you to represent Mexico here at the Little League World Series?
It means everything. Since I was a kid, I have watched the games on my television, and I was like, oh, that's a great tournament. But I didn't imagine I can go there. And now that I'm here, I hit 2 home runs to win. That's amazing.
It's amazing. It's a dream come true. Go celebrate with the boys.
That's amazing.
Mexico, Mexico!
That's unreal.
I got goosebumps.
So do I. You know what?
It's amazing.
Dude, you covered Major League clubhouses. That kid's better than 80% of the people you've talked to.
I mean, we played Jake Moody cuts from this morning that were nearly as good as what we just got. I mean, this guy's not going to beat the Danny Almonte allegations because of how eloquent he is, how well-spoken he is.
Young Tone, what do you think? A 12-year-old kid, huh?
Dude, that guy's electric. Get that guy as a guest on the show.
Gregorio
He could do it.
Madrid.
He could do it.
How about the people who like the Mexican style?
But his English is pretty good for 12.
I know, they're unbelievable. Their bilingualism is insane, dude.
Yeah.
It was Puerto Rico who they beat. My God. I think, dude, by the way, because we were praying. We all prayed for this and that. I loved it. So Mexico Little League World Series kid goes viral for better interview than 80% of the athletes. Better than 80% of our Niner Player of the Weeks, right? Yeah. I'm kidding.
Are you?
Well, no. I mean, but listen, trying to think of like great interviews. Dom Smith.
Yeah. Oh, best interview of the year. I told you that during a break. Best interview of the year on KNBR. Jealous of that.
Jet Johnson was really good, too. Yeah, Jet Johnson was good.
You know what was great was the Nick Bosa interview you guys had this year.
Oh, down there?
Yeah,
we
down there talking Grateful Dead. Yeah.
So literally
stopped in my car, stayed in the parking spot to
that's
listen.
a huge compliment.
Hell yeah, I love that.
Would you stay in your car now for Gregorio Madrid? I think the answer is yes. We would. And then finally, my kid, Nile Shields Donigan, who, of course, is a Mill Valley, California kid who The story here is not just Mill Valley, because any kid from the Bay Area who does something is cool, but it's the Mill Valley 9-hole municipal golf course. That's why this story was so special, because it's like I told you guys, golf is such an aristocracy, 1%ers, all that stuff. And Niles, he's Division I golfer, plays at Northwestern, transferred to North Carolina. He's played all over the world, St. Andrews, you name it. But the fact that he tapped into like the 9-hole scruffiness of blue-collar golf at a 9-hole muni. 9-hole munis attract a certain element. They attract a sort of like guys who want to wear their flip-flops, have some beers while they're playing, not necessarily, maybe bring the Bluetooth and play some J-Boog. Play some stick figure while you're out there playing. Maybe there's a gummy. I don't know. Maybe there's a gummy. So
not going to judge.
That crowd came out and it just grew and grew and grew. It was such an organically awesome story. That's why we're going to talk to Nile at 9:30. Not to mention that in every single situation, he was down late and came back every single time, even all the way up to the Saturday semifinal when he was 2 down on 16T, Tony, 116, birdied 17 with the driver off the deck to get to 18. And the only reason he loses was he didn't do anything bad. The other guy made birdie on top of his unbelievable par.
Yeah, blank that guy. Who's this guy, the American?
Well, he was a storyteller. He was a rally killer. Although he was a great guy. I got to tell you a story about him and his party and caddy after this.
I honestly don't care. No, I'm just kidding.
So I put this in because USGA Twitter, which was electric all week, USGA Instagram is putting out premium content with the shot tracers and all that stuff. Really, really cool. They did a great job. Dude, I've covered a lot of golf. Okay, this is the U.S. Amateur, which is usually a pretty low-key event. On Saturday, Niles 1 down on 17. If he loses the hole, the match is over. If he wins the hole, we tie the match. He has to make this birdie putt on 17. Dude, there are thousands of people around the green, and he frickin' makes the putt. And, dude, this sound you're going to hear from the crowd is the sound from like a Sunday at a major. This is the U.S. Am semi, dude. Second biggest attendance. So anyway, I just wanted to play this. You're going to hear the putt. You're going to hear the sound. And you know what's really great about these events is that there's always a rules official that walks with them who announces the score. And as the crowd is roaring, you hear the guy say, Donigan 4, Harrington 5, the match is tied. I'm like, goosebumps everywhere, dude. So here it is, Niles birdie putt on 17. We have video if you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Donigan 4, Harrington 5.
Dude, it was incredible. That sound, when that putt goes in, that you just freaking U.S. Amateur semifinal. That's unheard of, dude. Unfreaking heard of. So I just wanted to shout that out. And so here's the story. After the match, I'm in the clubhouse.
Donigan 4, Harrington 5. The match is tied.
And by the way, Nile was sprinting to 18T. His caddy, Todd Mutafian, his Little League baseball coach. That's another part of the story.
There we go.
His caddy was his Little League baseball coach. He said, we were talking yesterday at Mill Valley Golf Course, and he's like, dude, I couldn't catch. Nile sprinted to 18T. I was like, dude, wait up. I got to get there. I was telling you guys the caddy for Jackson Harrington, who made the birdie on 18, they're from Tennessee, and they were pure Tennessee. They are y'all this and y'all that. Well, the caddy has a ponytail that he had up in a man bun, and he was drilling schmags out there.
Wow.
In fact, the USGA told him to stop.
Yeah.
They told him to stop.
I'm
They're
not
like,
surprised.
What was it legal? I want to have a schmag. So caddy's party, right? Caddy's party.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a great story. So I see the kid, Harrington, and his caddy in the clubhouse at Olympic afterwards, and I walk up to him because I do that. I'm one of those guys. And I said, hey, dude. I said, my name's Brian Murphy. I said, I am the president of the Nile Shields Donigan fan club. And I said, and from the fan club to you, congratulations, man. I want to shake your hand. I want to say, well played, well earned. We want you to win the championship. And I said, I hope it was okay out there, because sometimes things can get a little, like, crowds can get unruly. And in golf, and the guy just cuts me off. He goes, no, man. He goes, y'all were amazing. I said, what? He goes, no, man, y'all made for an incredible scene. And I was like, yeah, I'm so happy to hear that. And the caddy goes, yo, man, I got to tell you something. This is the party caddy. He goes, yo, man, I got to tell y'all something. He goes, when Nile made that putt on 17 And I go, oh, man, you weren't too happy? He goes, no, man, that sound was awesome. And I was like, dude, this guy gets it. The party caddy, because he's usually at these events where it's like this.
You're lucky if a couple fans show up,
Exactly.
If both parents can make it out, that's a great day.
So the caddy pulled me aside. I was like, oh, man, sorry if it was too. He's like, no, man, that sound was awesome. Dude, that's a freaking amateur semi. That's crazy. So anyway, there you go. End of Cooler of Content. And shout out Gregorio Madrid, too, in all this stuff. Okay, Cam Inman of the Niners, Andy Baggerly on the Giants, and then the kid himself, Nile, on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk El Cerrito Honda. Drove to the Olympic Club in the El Cerrito Honda. Love my El Cerrito Honda. Love the good people out there. The Honda CR-V Hybrid, they've really done a nice job. The 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid, highly recommended at El Cerrito Honda. And it is the end of summer sales event at El Cerrito Honda. Savings, selection, and service you will love at El Cerrito Honda. Good people. Check them out. The range of hybrids, the Civic, the Accord, the CR-V Hybrid, or go EV with the Prologue before the federal tax rebate slips away. So visit El Cerrito Honda today. Where is it? Well, it's in El Cerrito, California, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, or online at elcerritohonda.com. When you get there, you tell them, say, hey, man, I heard the dude Murph on The Sports Leader. He told me to come here. And it's true. They'll say, yeah, well, come on in. You're family. Sharif, who runs the show, he's a Niner and Giant fan. Talk Niners, Giants, Warriors with him. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family. All right? El Cerrito.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLE.
4 seconds left. Tied at 19. Snap, set, kick on the way. Line drive. It is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
All right, we got Bob Fitzgerald calling Jake Moody 59 yards. The crowd reacting like the putt on 17 there from Saturday. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Andy Baggerly and Nile coming up. There it is. Yeah, seriously. That's the putt, right? Yeah, and then Moody's putt, Moody's kick. I mean, I saw the camera shots in the crowd. People in jerseys losing their mind. That's what happens when Niner fans and Raider fans get together in Vegas. Here.
It is good!
Listen to this. It's like, bro, it's
Jake
August.
Moody from...
You know what I mean, dude? Well, Cam Inman was there covering it for the Bay Area News Group. Your former mate.
Indeed.
Kerry Crowley in for Marcus today. Good to have him. Marcus back tomorrow on the UMA guest line. Cam, you sent a picture on Twitter of you and Kerry back in the day grinding it out, and you grinded it out in Vegas. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Yeah, that was Super Bowl week when Kerry and I were the hardworking mules for the Bay Area News Group back in the day, and I'm good. I was in, you know where I was when Jake Moody hit that field goal was I was in the tunnel, like out by the field where the 49ers would come in to go to the locker room, and so I didn't have a great view of it. I just saw him kick it and then go down, and so when we were around Jake, and you already played the soundbite, I'm guessing, of him just kind of saying, I'm very thankful for the opportunity, very bland stuff, right? But then, so I asked him, I go, so when you hit it, did you know it was gonna go through? He's like, I saw everything really good, and then Raider guy tripped me, and I was on my back, and then it was really cool that all my teammates picked me up off the ground. I'm like, what a metaphor for his career right now. It's like he's got to get off the canvas, and that kick and that kick is, it actually made him happier than maybe any kick I think I've ever seen him make for the 49ers, because if you needed anything out of Moody this preseason, it was for him to regain his confidence. And so I think if a preseason takeaway, it worked out well for Jake Moody in Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. That's the debate is like, come Sunday, September 7th in Seattle, when he trots on the field in a tight situation, will that matter? And we don't know what's inside his head. We can't get inside there, but
right.
I got to believe on some level it will help. Kerry was a little more dubious. Are you of the belief that on Sunday, September 7th, Saturday's Vegas kick will somehow help him be a better player?
Yeah, I mean, he just seemed in a lot more mental, positive state after the game. Like there was like a little twinkle of a smile. He usually is very static and stuff. So if he's getting any confidence, that's what he needs going into it. And, the Niners overhauled so much of their special teams, but they kept the kicker, right? And you're like, well, what are they doing here? And then they, got rid of the kicking competition after essentially a week or two of camp. Will it matter? Who knows? I don't know if Shanahan has a lot of faith in kickers. I mean, this is definitely not Robbie Gould territory where you just think it's automatic. And Robbie was like an ultimate bulldog and had a game face on. But I mean, Jake's in a much better place, it seems like, and he's got a great support system with, a new holder, a new long snapper, and basically a lot of a new special teams coach, and they all believe in him. And then I think what you really need to see is when he made the kick, it's like, obviously, yeah, they won a preseason game, but it wasn't just the guys on the field that were celebrating. You saw Purdy and Kittle and Trent Williams and everybody pour out to like hoist this guy up in the air. It's like they want him to succeed. And it's that whole I got your back mentality that they've talked about for years. Well, they've got Moody's back right now. So that's what you want in your kicker going in to give him confidence going into a season.
Not the scene you expect on Saturday, August 16th, but 49ers players hoisting their kicker up on their shoulders at the end of that game. And, Cam, a lot of folks say there's nothing to glean from the preseason. It hardly matters, but we know the beat writers can tell what's significant. You guys know you're down there at training camp every single day. What to you has maybe been the most important development or two from the 49ers over the last two preseason games?
I mean, to me, honestly, like after the joint practice against the Raiders on Thursday, I wrote about this Christian McCaffrey's healthy. And I think that just flips everything about this franchise. If he's healthy for that offense and Brock Purdy, I'm not as concerned about the wide receiver depth that first month of the season because they need McCaffrey healthy. You got Trent Williams healthy, Kittle healthy, Purdy healthy. So I need that offense to be able to score points because obviously there's going to be growing pains with the defense. And yes, there's a lot of injuries on defense, but they'll have Bosa, they'll have Warner, they'll have a couple of these young draft picks in there. But I need this team to be able to score points to compete in really tough road environments, the first two games at Seattle and at New Orleans, to kind of get the season off to a hot start. So to me, my eyes just, they go to McCaffrey every time, and he's basically the only healthy running back left on the darn roster, but that's because they're being judicial in how they use him, and they got to get him to the start line in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's it right now. That's the other part. It's like we talk about, oh, well, Moody did this, Moody did that. The whole point is just keep McCaffrey healthy. That's all that matters. You mentioned the defense, and Kerry and I were discussing it earlier. He's pretty openly, healthily skeptical about how good they can be. I was thinking that Saleh, with all the years of experience he's had since he was first here, can be crafty and judicious with some packages and some disguises. I don't know. Is your concern bigger that the youth is totally unproven, or is there more good feeling that Saleh is in the building? Like where's the heat check right now on the defense?
I think it's both. I think you're right. I think they're definitely going to be more lively and more inspired, and maybe a little bit more aggressive with Saleh calling the plays because he knows he's got to compensate for some growing pains that are going to be around. You know, it's especially on the defensive front. When the defensive tackles, it's an issue. You're going to have some younger guys in there, and you got Fred Warner there directing things at linebacker. So you have a captain who's going to be on the field, being able to be the voice of Saleh and knowing what to do. And you hopefully Bosa and Bryce Huff will be your outside edge rushers that can get going, and Mykal Williams will be back in time for the. So I mean, I think there's a lot of good parts there in place. The secondary to me in the NFL, it's just. Unless you have two all-pros back there, it doesn't matter. You need a great defensive front. And so I'm not too concerned about the secondary. I think Diamador Lenore and, maybe up and stout as a rookie, Renardo Green, Chase Lucas. These guys have shown some stuff. And then I figure out who's going to be playing safety. It's a revolving door, it seems like, over the years. But I got a lot of faith that, like, Saleh is going to help inspire that unit to get them through whatever, these initial waves. And, I don't want to get into the schedule too much, but, I mean, there's no really elite quarterbacks in their way as they get going here. But again, the NFL is a quarterback driven league, but this defense needs to be able to stop the run first and foremost. And so that to me is like, you got to fortify that defensive front first.
Who's starting on that defensive front week one? Is Mykal Williams going to be healthy enough to go? Is CJ West going to be healthy enough to go? Does it even matter who starts week one for this team, Cam?
Well, I mean, okay, it's actually, it's all about the defensive rotation, right? Yeah. So you have to have 8 good defensive linemen. So you got Bosa, who doesn't look too impaired by whatever neck hindrance he had over the last 2 weeks because he put in a good workout before the game against the Raiders. So that's first and foremost he's in. Bryce Huff, I think they kind of oversold a little bit when they traded for him from Philly, saying he's going to be the fastest guy since Dee Ford. That's a lot on this guy, and they practiced him a lot, and they're playing him in preseason games, and he's shown some promise. So I don't know what they're going to get out of him. I think Mykal Williams will be ready to go. I think there's a lot of questions at defensive tackle, and that's why you're kind of looking at a guy like Kalia Davis. Is he the best defensive tackle right now? Because he's not a huge guy. Alfred Collins is a huge guy, but he's not really ready, I don't think, to make a big impact. As a second-round pick. And then Jordan Elliott was a veteran who figured to be starting, but he's been out for a couple of weeks with a back issue. So there's a lot of question marks on the defensive line, as there usually is. And I think they're just going to have to – it's going to be a patchwork line until they kind of, figure some things out here.
Talking to Cam Inman, who covers the 49ers and has for many, many, many years for the Bay Area News Group. He knows what he's talking about when he sees a meaningless preseason game in Vegas there. So, and then Ricky Pearsall. We'll probably end it with this there. Obviously it's been a big focus, and then he started the hamstring early in the camp. I was like, but now it seems like he and Brock Purdy are finding that or building that chemistry. I mean, I'm spinning positive on this one, Cam. I know I'm supposed to be a cynical, negative media guy, but It feels like this one is progressing nicely. Is that the vibe, or is there some cynicism out there? What's going on?
Yeah, no, they look like they have a really nice connection going on, and they've talked about, they worked out in the off season together, whether it was in Jacksonville or Arizona or in Santa Clara, and so there's that trust factor that's developed. And Brock's, he's harped on how Ricky's got to get his timing going because he's still relatively new in this offense since he missed most of last off season's rookie camp and the spring with injuries. And but they seem to have a really nice rapport. And Ricky's a really diligent worker. He's a really upbeat guy, and I think that complements Brock well. And so when Brock opened the game against the Raiders, hitting Ricky with 3 consecutive passes, especially that 3rd and 18 conversion, that was really nice. But when they got down to the red zone and, there was some kind of miscommunication where Ricky cut inside and Brock missed him, Brock threw somewhere else. Well, they got to figure that out because you can't have that mistake in the regular season. And I think Ricky's learning, and Brock seems to be processing everything as fast as usual. So it's just a matter of them getting on the right page. And, Ricky's essentially your number 1 wide receiver because Juwan Jennings hasn't practiced for the last few weeks. I would expect Juwan Jennings to be in that lineup week 1 because I think they're going to start ramping him up here this week in practice and next week. So you'll have Ricky and Juwan, and then, it's a question of who else do you have at wide receiver? Is it just, are you going to be throwing to Kittle a ton, McCaffrey a bunch? So they really need Ricky Pearsall to be ready to go for Brock, and it looks like they are.
Cam, real quick on the way out of here, if Christian McCaffrey needs a breather in week 1, who gets the snaps behind him? What does that look like right now?
Let's go Frank Gore. Nobody better than Frank Gore, One last pitch now that Frank's eligible for the Hall of Fame. He did the forward for my book last year. Everything to get Frank on the board, right? I think Isaac Guerrero is probably going to be ready here in the next week or 2 to get back in practice from a shoulder issue. And then, Jordan James was the rookie, the 5th-round rookie out of Oregon that they were hoping to be the number 3, and he had finger surgery. So I would imagine he might be ready in week 1. Otherwise, I would go with Jeff Wilson Jr., who just signed last week, scored a touchdown. Very thankful to be back on the Niner organization because they got injuries. Watching Corey Kiner go down against the Raiders with that high ankle sprain, it was a bummer because I thought this kid, even from day 1 of camp, he looked like he was ready to play in this offense. And everybody knows undrafted running backs in the Shanahan system can thrive, and he looked like he was the next man up in that. So I don't know. He's going to be out for at least a month or 2. And so you do need that depth. And there's always questions about Niner running backs. But right now, the fact that Christian McCaffrey is healthy, that's the best answer they can have.
All right, good stuff, man. CMC, stay healthy, kid. All right, Cam, good stuff, man. Thanks for checking in. And you'll have what? They're off today, and then back at it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then game Saturday, and then we get going. So we'll keep reading you, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
All right, guys. Thanks. Take care.
Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group. So, yeah, we're going to say, hey, what'd you think of Moody? Keep McCaffrey healthy. Hey, what'd you think of Pearsall? Keep McCaffrey healthy. Hey, who's going to start in D-line? Keep McCaffrey healthy. That's the bottom line.
All that matters.
So you see some shootouts this year, huh?
I think so.
Okay.
And I think a lot of games, 38-35, 31-28, 27-24, a lot of Jake Moody games.
Those are entertaining. Those are stressful, but they're entertaining. All right. Andy Baggerly, speaking of stressful, but not entertaining, Giants baseball. Andy will give us his view. A couple of veteran scribes will be chopping it up. Crowley and Baggerly next on The Sports Leader. All right, Ethos Life Insurance. This is real stuff, right? Life insurance is serious business, and some people put it off. It seems complicated. No. Ethos Life is the online easy way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes, and it's important, obviously. So Ethos Life will hook you up with life insurance providers, and you find a fit. And they'll have rates you can afford. For example, there's a $500,000 term life policy for a 40-year-old male, starting at just $1 a day, $30 a month, right? And the rates can increase the longer you wait, so don't. Here's one where you do a few health exam questions online, no medical exam. You could get up to $3 million in coverage. It's important because it's about your family. It's about taking care of your family. Ask yourself this: if something happened to me, who would pay the mortgage? Who would pay the kids' education? Who would pay the important bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. So for your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states, and rates vary.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everybody. Who is the biggest winner after the 49ers' second preseason game? Is it Jake Moody, the much-maligned Jake Moody, Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, or even Chase Lucas, who had a nice game and a nice interception, also had a sack? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, listen, young Tony's playing a little Saweetie, the Bay Area's own, right? And, of course, Giants are 1-0 in the post-Saweetie concert era. She played after Saturday night's disaster, and then they won the next day. We're going to call it the Saweetie factor. Andy Baggerly is here. He's going to talk about this baseball team. He's sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here, dolanlawfirm.com, and sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Andy, I have your fellow scribe, Carrie Crowley, sitting in today. Carrie, Andy, you guys want to talk press box? Chop it up, you scribes.
Bags is the press box denizen.
Yeah, I believe that's the word I've used. You know, what's funny, post-game concerts, not friendly for sports writers on deadline. Post-game fireworks, also not friendly for sports writers on deadline. But you learn to write through any distractions. I will tell you, the one time I just had to close my laptop lid and wait it out was we were in Arizona, and the post-game concert was the Wiggles, and I just couldn't focus. I couldn't do it. They're performing fruit salad, yummy, yummy, and I just had to just listen to it and let it go, and then I started writing my story after they finished. So
That's they're going to make an exception for one, and you just wanted to absorb it, right? You just wanted to enjoy.
I was just mesmerized by it, to be honest, and it was just incredibly distracting. So,
by the way, the Wiggles,
you know what, you guys have fun.
Well, they're still around. They're still around, by the way, and they're looking older than me too. By the way, you hear that there, Andy?
Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah. That's just for me. Thank you.
Oh boy.
Excellent.
Well, there's something is very yummy about a fruit salad. They are good. All right, Andy. You know, listen. I mean, we could go any number of ways, but I would just say this: when they lost on Saturday night and achieved that 15 out of 16 home losses, that tied the 1901 mark, which is incredible because I couldn't think, was Christy Mathewson on the 01 team? I didn't even look. So, and if somebody came from another planet and asked you to explain it, how does a team with a $200 million payroll lose 15 of 16 games at home? What's your answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just they sort of they just weren't able to time anything up. I mean, for the most part, it's because they didn't hit enough. But even the games where they did hit, I mean, you know, they lost the previous 5 games and they didn't lead at the conclusion of any inning. And then, like you referenced the game 2 games ago, they scored 6 runs. They led after the first, they led after the second, they led after the third, and they still didn't win. You know, it's just, and they stole their way into scoring position, manufactured some runs, did a lot of things that they hadn't done in a long time. They hadn't even had 2 stolen base attempts in a game since June 8th before, Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee stole their way in the scoring position, and they still lost that game. So when that happened, I was kind of like, okay. I mean, I don't believe in curses or jinxes or any of that, but this team just has some bad mojo going on. And, but you figure your momentum is next day's starting pitcher, and the next day's starting pitcher was Logan Webb. And you figure, you know what? You always feel good when Logan Webb's on the mound or when Robbie Ray's on the mound this year. So, you know, they finally were able to poke through and get that win. And they did it with some hustle, with a little luck, Jung-Hoo Lee making that catch, and Willie Adames obviously making a big play, scoring from first base. So that's probably what they needed, just a spark with a good pitching performance, and that can be the recipe right there.
Bags, I wonder about the underperformance of this team's core this year, and specifically Matt Chapman, who goes on the IL on Friday with the hand issue that he's been dealing with ever since the lingering issue that took place in June. And we saw this a few years ago with the Blue Jays, where he got hurt early in the season. He was never the same, and the numbers reflected that. He comes back maybe a little early this year. How much do you think that weighed on him in July and August? How much do you think that contributed to the performance that we saw in July and August?
Oh, hugely. I think it contributed probably more than anything else. And, you know, he's someone who wants to play every day, and he's going to convince his manager he can play every day. And his manager has been with him a long time, and they trust each other. But I think you have to think in retrospect, having him start the first 31, 33 games after he came back, taking a total of 3 innings off. Probably not a good idea in retrospect. And, that's going to be something that we'll talk about as you get into the 30s with this core. Matt Chapman's already there. Willie Adames is there. Rafael Devers from 30 next year. And, we've seen it, with Chapman in Toronto, but we also saw it with the Giants in 2000, a year like 2018. They were terrible. And that team had Brandon Belt. That team had Brandon Crawford. That team had Buster Posey. And those same 3 core players are the guys who sort of drove the engine on the 2021 team that won 107 games. And I think a big part of that was the fact that, the previous year was a 60-game season and Buster didn't play in it at all. And maybe that freshened him up. And I think that's probably a lesson learned here, maybe for Buster Posey, maybe for everybody, that, you have this core you feel good about. You have this continuity in the lineup that you feel good about, that you want your fans to really enjoy. That's what the fans have wanted for a long time. But you can't, maybe you got to be a little more judicious and have more around them so that you can feel okay giving them days off now and then.
That's an important one. Yeah, I mean, I know you wrote a piece about it in The Athletic recently, and you're like, hey, these guys can't play every day. You want an everyday lineup, but you're seeing what happens. They run out of gas or they get tired. Andy, the elephant in the room is Bob Melvin. I mean, everybody's like, obviously the team is underperforming on every level, fundamentals, motivation, energy, all these things. And you say, well, traditionally that results in a manager being let go. That said, Buster Posey extended his contract this summer. How do you read the Bob Melvin situation? I guess my question after all that is it possible that Buster would make a move on Bob Melvin after the season?
Well, I mean, to start, I think it's always, fair when a team's not playing well to question, are they motivated? Are they focused? Whose fault is that? But, I mean, let's not go too far and crawl into these guys' heads. I mean, to say that they're not motivated, I don't think is fair because, I think they are motivated. I don't walk in that room and get any kind of sense about, this is a group that's given up or that, is mailing it in, punching the clock. I mean, they still have a lot of professional pride. They're out there early doing early work. But, yeah, you're right. There are a lot of times when they've played without confidence. And when they played looking a little bit distracted, whether it's the way Elliot Ramos has played in the outfield or some of the mistakes on the bases, they're not out there looking to kind of, be the aggressor. It almost looks like they're afraid of the next bad thing to happen to them. And, that's a vibe, and whether it's on the manager to create that vibe or to do something to change it, if that's a big part of their job description, then, there is accountability there, but, I think it also is just up to the players as well. So, everything that in Buster Posey's messaging has been, it's up to the guys in the room. They have to be supported, and if they're not supported, we'll do something about it, but it's really up to the guys in the room.
Bags, yesterday we finally saw the big breakthrough that people have been waiting for Drew Gilbert. Hits his first home run in a Giants uniform, comes up with the RBI later on in the ball game. I wonder if we'll get a look at the other piece who came over in that Tyler Rogers trade. We've already seen Jose Butto out of the bullpen, but Blade Tidwell, who's been pitching well at AAA Sacramento. Is there potentially room in this rotation? Would they go to a 6-man at some point? How do you see the pitching plans playing out down the stretch?
Yeah, in a way, I think it was almost easier for them to bring up Tidwell than it would be Gilbert because Tidwell's already on the 40-man roster. So, that's I guess he'd already debuted with the Mets. So that's really something I assume we're going to see and probably see pretty soon because he does have really electric stuff. With him, it's been more of an issue of can he fill up the strike zone. Really pretty similar to Hayden Birdsong in that respect. And I'm sure they would love for Birdsong to make enough progress to give him another shot at getting some more big league experience this year too. They're excited to have Lennon Root back. Obviously, his velo dropped off a little bit after his first inning in his first start. So maybe they'll ham and egg it a little bit with some of these guys down the stretch as they watch innings. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm excited to see Tidwell in action. I think I've heard a lot of good things about him, and there's a lot of excitement within the organization that they have him. And really, if you look at the entire inventory of the season, they traded James Tibbs and Kyle Harrison in the deal to get Devers. You could kind of squint your eyes and say that they more or less replaced him with Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell in terms of arm talent, in terms of where they were drafted. So I think you have to look at it on balance and say that Buster Posey did pretty well. And the pieces he gave up to get Rafael Devers, he's kind of more or less replaced.
I mean, I hate to keep going like huge macro questions here, but that stat that the Giants have the worst record in baseball since the Devers trade is like the most confounding thing I could ever imagine. there's no hint, and I don't know. You guys are doing some digging or working on a piece or whatever. Is there any hint that is he a negative influence on the clubhouse? The Red Sox are playing better without him, and the Giants are playing worse with him. I don't seem to get that vibe, but I don't know. Is there something to the connection of Devers arriving and them having the worst record?
No, I think it's mostly just a really weird coincidence. I really don't get the sense that it's anything that he's done. Clearly they've given away a couple of outs here and there when he was learning first base. He's gotten a lot better, I think, as from week to week he really has gotten better. But it was a struggle early, and there were a couple runs that probably scored because of that. So maybe a game or two. But the one thing they're going to have to figure out is they want to have this identity as a team that puts the ball in play, that puts pressure on an opposing defense. But, Matt Chapman strikes out a lot. Willie Adames strikes out a fair amount. And Rafael Devers really strikes out a lot. So maybe that's why you see what they're doing in the draft, going, super into, guys who can spray the ball around the ballpark and don't strike out, because they know they really can't afford to have another, 150-plus strikeout guy in that lineup, because they already have guys who are a little bit prone to strikeouts. And Bryce Eldridge is going to strike out a lot too. That's going to be the nature of the beast for him. So that would be something I would say is a little bit of maybe not a concern, but a confounding thing for this front office to try to negotiate is, hey, you want this offensive identity as a team that can put the ball in play and, put pressure on the defense, but you got some core pieces here that are guys who strike out a lot. So, how are you going to balance that? And I think that's a really good question going forward. Man, oh man, it's been fascinating. His Buster's team, everybody's so excited to have him back, and then he makes this big trade, and just the last 2 months from another galaxy. All right, we know you got a plane to catch. You're going to San Diego, right? Yep, I'm heading to San Diego today, and then Milwaukee after that. I already know the flavor forecast for the Kopp's Frozen Custard for the week. It is quite good.
Amazing.
So, yeah. Got my priorities in order.
That's good stuff, man. All right, we'll look forward to your dispatches, because you write some pretty good deep dives at this time of year. We'll look forward to some more of those. So have a good trip, and we'll read you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
There he is, Andy Baggerly. Will write about this, 4 in San Diego, 3 in Milwaukee.
I will say, Kopp's Frozen Custard. As a baseball writer in August, when the team's out of it, you look forward to those kind of things.
Can you explain to the masses what you're talking about here?
So there's a place just outside of Milwaukee, Kopp's, that Henry Schulman first took me to back in 2018, the first year I was traveling on the beat. And I think Bags may have actually accompanied us. We may have gotten 3 beat writers together and all gone to Kopp's, but frozen custard is something that you're not going to get in San Francisco. You're not going to get in California. It is a true Midwest treat. And then you top it off with Dwayne Kuiper showing up to the ballpark with his Kringle later in the day, which, of course, again, a treat that you get out there, and out there specifically in Milwaukee. So frozen custard, it's hard to describe. It's just like thicker ice cream. It's great.
Yeah. It's like thicker, creamier ice cream.
They've got all of these different flavors that you can do, and they're just rich, and you really understand how, you walk around San Francisco, you walk along the Embarcadero, you see some very slender people. You walk around Wisconsin, maybe they're not so slender there, and you can understand why after having a few Kopp's Frozen Custards, which I indulged in every single visit to Milwaukee.
Young Tony, you been to Milwaukee, buddy?
I have not. My dad used to travel out there for work a ton. I've heard good things.
It's a great city.
Well, it's a little baby Chicago is what it is, because it has a little river just like that too. But I was lucky enough. I was taken by a denizen to Kopp's when I covered a PGA championship at whatchamacallit, the
Aaron Hills?
Whistling Straits.
Oh, Whistling Straits.
And bro, he took me there, and yes, I say yes to Kopp's Frozen Custard. All right. So young Nile, who was our hero all week and he got a red eye. He played 9 at Mill Valley yesterday, got feted by the club. All the boys came down and gave him a good rousing send-off. And he had to catch a red eye to Chapel Hill, where he's starting in North Carolina, where he just transferred. He just texted, said he had just had a big meeting, and he was named to the Walker Cup team for Great Britain and Ireland. That's the thing, is that Nile has dual citizenship with Scotland and America, and let's be quite honest, it's easier to make it on the GBI team than it is on the U.S. We can ask him about it. He's of 2 countries. He's still ours. But anyway, he texted. He said, I'm rushing back from a meeting. I said, we have a couple minutes, so we'll give him a minute or 2 to get set up. We hope to do it on video. And you can see the fresh face of a young 20-year-old kid who just kicked down every door in front of him all the way to the USAM semifinals and created an absolute happening out there. Many, many, many golf veterans. In fact, the U.S. Walker Cup captain The Walker Cup is the amateur Ryder Cup. It's the Ryder Cup, which is, Europe versus the U.S.
Which is happening this year, right?
Yeah, in Bethpage. Yeah, in late September. It's for amateurs. And it's kind of a hardo inside thing, but it's at Cypress Point down there on the Monterey Peninsula this year. And if Nile's going to play in it, there's going to be shuttles from Mill Valley Golf Course going down there for sure. It's going to be hard to root for the U.S. and then just surgically root for Nile. That's it. You know what I mean? But anyway, he was just named to the team this morning. It was a long time goal. So congratulations to him. I'm sure he's been on a bunch of calls and stuff like that. And he's doing Golf Channel later on. So, but anyway, the U.S. Walker Cup captain who was there told a buddy of mine, Jeff Shackelford, who's a great golf writer, he said he's never seen anything like that at a USAM. He says he's been to every one of them. He said, I've never seen anything like this. So it really, really was an incredible news story. And we'll have the kid on next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Donigan 4, Harrington 5. The match is tied.
Oh, there it was. Saturday at Olympic. What a moment it was. I tell you what, I've been around a lot of golf. That roar, you don't hear that at a U.S. Amateur, but you heard it Saturday when, well, the entire town of Mill Valley, California, and also all over the Bay Area just fell in love with the great hometown story of Nile Shields Donigan, 20-year-old kid from Mill Valley, California, born in Scotland. Little dual thing going on. Born in Scotland, who was raised here, went to Mill Valley Middle School, Old Mill Elementary, Tamalpais High School, weaned on the 9-hole Muni at Mill Valley Golf Course, eventually got playing privileges at Meadow Club, too. Went to Northwestern as a Division I golfer, just transferred to North Carolina, and then authored a week that will not be forgotten soon. And, oh, spoiler alert, Carrie, I've known the kid since he was in diapers. He's on the video link right now, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Nile, did you know that the first time I met you was at a golf course, brother? Did you know this kid? Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you as well. I did not remember that.
No, you don't. I'm going to tell you a story. Montclair Golf Course is a little 9-holer with a driving range, and you were a little baby. And Maggie and Lawrence, your mom and dad brought you over for breakfast, and you were, you know what? You were a little cantankerous kid. You were a little cantankerous.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, dude, first and foremost, my partner, Kerry Crowley, is here. He's in for Marcus today, so he's here too. Congratulations. It's been a whirlwind. How you feeling?
Yeah.
How you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. It was a fun week. I mean, first off, like the golf yesterday from Mason was quite spectacular. That was a well-deserved win. Really good victory for him. Looking forward to seeing him at Cypress Point in a couple of weeks. That'll be fun. And, you know, just I'm kind of reflecting back on just a week of great experiences and we talked about it the other night. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to be able to play in front of a home crowd like that with the amount of energy we had going, and just going to carry that on for the rest of my life.
Okay, perfect. There's a lot to get to here, but you just mentioned Cypress Point, and we should announce right now that just this morning, Nile was named. This is a big deal now. Only 10 spots for Team USA and 10 spots for Great Britain and Ireland. And in his native Scotland, playing for Great Britain and Ireland, Nile was named to the Walker Cup team. That's a big blanking deal. Or as Joe Biden would say, "Nah, we play sound on the show." This is what Joe Biden would say.
That's a big game, man.
So huge congrats on that. That's
Thank
incredible.
you.
I know
Thank
it's been a big deal. And so we're going to see you at Cypress Point in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I'm flying out on the 28th from North Carolina, getting back there.
Dude, does that mean that the shuttle from Mill Valley Golf Course is boarding right now?
Oh, it might be. Hopefully we can get the same amount of support that we had out at Olympic Club this week. That'd be awesome.
So I want to finish the interview on that, but I want to get back to Olympic. So when did you know that the Mill Valley factor, the Mill Valley Golf Course 9-hole scruffy Muni factor was going to play a role in your week? Like, was there a time when you were noticing, like, what's going on here?
I mean, I'd have to probably go back to the second day of stroke play when coming down to the wire, had to birdie my last hole to even give myself a chance of making match play. And it wasn't quite as big a crowd as we had on Friday or Saturday, but there was a good bunch of like 20 guys roaring loud for me and Jimmy Abdo making those birdies, getting into the playoff, giving ourselves a chance. And that's when I was like, if I can make a run, this could be pretty special.
You were right. We were out there. And
yeah.
One of my favorite things of that moment was you had hit your second shot on 9 very close, and you had to make birdie. You knew you had to make birdie?
Yeah. After coming off of the 8th green, I thought I'd be out of it, and I just looked at my phone to see if there was any chance. Saw I was one shot off of it, and I just said, well, got to make a birdie. May as well see what happens.
So you hit what you told me was a chippy 9 from 138, right?
Yeah. I call it a 9 o'clock 9-iron, little 3/4 job, taking off, just controlling the ball a little bit more, hopefully, and it worked out.
To about 6 feet, something like that.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Abdo was this Division III kid out of Minnesota who we kind of adopted too because he was unheralded and he was making this great run. When he hit his shot inside of you, I think one of my favorite moments of the entire week, and it was before the big crowds, you were walking ahead of him, you pointed to him, and you shook your fist, dude, like he was your lifelong friend. Dude, tell me about that moment, cheering for a competitor.
Oh, it was great. I mean, we probably spent 10 hours together with each other over those 2 days, and I mean, both him and Christian, the other guy I played with, are both great guys, and we both hit our tee shots on the 9th hole in the Ocean Course, our 36th hole. We're walking down together, and Jimmy goes, "We both need a birdie, buddy. Let's do this." And I hit the shot. He cheered me on, and then I was walking up ahead, and I saw his ball land, spin back a little bit, and couldn't have happened to a better guy. He's a great guy, and he deserves it all.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
I went on his Insta and I told him Mill Valley, California is Jimmy Abdo territory too. We really enjoyed that kid.
Yeah.
So then,
that's for sure.
Let's get into this. So then you get into the playoff and there's 20 of you for 17 spots. You make it through. So Tuesday you have to birdie to get into the playoff. Boom. Wednesday morning you have to get through a playoff. Boom. Now let's go through this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read these real quick and then we're gonna go through this. So Wednesday we play Luke Poulter. I say we play Luke Poulter.
The Royal League.
We're 1 down on 17T. We win. Okay? We go to round of 32. We're playing Christian Moss, top 10 amateur in the world. We're 1 down on 15T. We win. Okay? We go to the round of 16. We're playing Preston Stout, U.S. Walker Cupper, top 10 amateur in the world. We're 1 down on 15T. We win. We go to the quarterfinals to play Jacob Modleski, a U.S. Walker Cupper. We're 1 down on 17T. We win. Nile, what are you doing, buddy? What is it about the last few holes and trailing that brings out the best in you?
I really don't know. I think it's something with my mentality. I just love. It's not a good thing. It certainly doesn't help my blood levels or any of that, my heart rate or any of that. But when I feel like I've gotten to a point in my life and my game where when I put myself in those pressure situations, I can trust myself to do it, to do what I need to do to give myself at least an opportunity and put the pressure on the other guy and just see what happens.
So something in golf that's different than other sports where you're constantly running in football or soccer or something, and there's not a lot of time to think. There's a lot of time to think.
Yeah.
And let's go to 17. Everybody knows Olympic Club 17 is a long uphill par 5. What's the yard? What were you guys playing at this week? What, like 520?
I think 520 for the week. Yeah.
Did you go 5 under on that hole this week? Is that what you did?
I parred it in stroke play and birdied it every time in match play.
Okay, so let's talk about that because they were all hugely important, and I play that sound or that putt that you made on 17 on Saturday to tie the match. Tell us about tell us about now. You hit great drives. Almost every single time you had. Please give me the yardage because you used your mini driver, and we need to talk. We need to talk about that right now. First of all, what is a mini driver?
It's a cross between a 3-wood and a driver. So it's a slightly bigger head than a 3-wood, but it's got a lot more loft than a driver. So I play mine at 13.5 degrees, which is I think about 1.5 degrees less than a stock 3-wood and about 4.5 degrees more than my driver.
What are those numbers you have in from 17 fairway when you hit those mini drivers?
I'll have had anywhere from 245, I think, is what I had in on Saturday afternoon, and then the longest I would have had in is probably 270, 275.
Those shots
with the uphill.
Those shots that you hit with the mini driver on 17 are some of the most majestic clutch shots. I've been seeing a lot of golf. Me and your dad, we've seen a lot of golf. Those are great freaking shots. Can you tell me about your process to hit those shots?
Yeah, I mean, I think that approach shot really suited me. You didn't want to go left. The wind was always going to be hitting me into and off the left side, so I could really trust the ball was going to move to the right. The bailout to the right wasn't terrible at all. I was hitting the mini driver really good, so it was very easy for me to trust it, and there's a lot of positive talk between me and my caddy the entire way down those final 4 holes. So I had a lot of confidence flowing, and I wasn't really worried about what could go wrong. I was more looking for what could go right, and I think that really helped me.
And were you feeling energy from the crowd?
I wouldn't say on the second shot, but when I got up to the green, I had a chip or a bunker shot every time, and that the crowd there was tension in the crowd that you could very easily see, and I love the moment.
And tell us about these post-game interviews where you're getting tackled by lunatics from the Valley Golf Course.
Oh, well, yeah. I blame that on Brentley Romine, the guy who was interviewing me. He wanted me to get tackled. He was putting me in danger. But just all the guys were so ecstatic for me, and it was so much fun. They made the trek across the bridge, cheered me on, lost their voices. But and when we won, I feel like it was more of it wasn't just me winning. It was just the entire group as a collective whole winning. They made it possible with their enthusiasm and energy, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without the support.
What was the best thing you heard from a Mill Valley lunatic scream?
Oh, there was a lot of "I love you, Nile," which I don't know how I feel about that, but it's better than "I hate you, Nile." So
here's the best question: what's the stupidest thing you heard me yell at you?
It was something. Be patient. On the first hole,
it was on
or
one.
something.
On one, I said you got to stay focused.
Stay focused.
And you said you heard it, and you're like, "It's the first hole, dude."
It might even come before the first tee shot. But
I yelled, "Stay focused!" And he's like, "Dude, we're just teeing off here, bro." Oh, man. Well, I mean, the love is real. Do you think there's something to a scruffy 9-hole muni that's different than all the other golf courses in the world?
I mean, I don't know. I think there's something different to our scruffy 9-hole muni to all the other golf courses in the world. I think we've got such a cool community in Mill Valley. All the guys, they might not be the best golfers, but they love it, and they really support me in an amazing way. And I mean, I think that they've taught me more about how to play this game of golf than any swing coach or performance coach could ever.
That's pretty heavy. You mean just the joy and the soul and the heart, kind of?
Yeah, I mean, there's that saying: golf is 90% mental, 10% physical. And I mean, I try my best every day to get that 10%, and get all I can out of the 10%. But that 90% is so much more important, especially in these high pressure situations. And like spending time with the guys on the MVGC, they're laughing, they're smiling, they're joking about it. There's no stress on it, and that's a great way to go out and play tournament golf as well. I learn a lot from them.
Oh, man, it was real. It was all very, very, very real. Hey, just business question. You play for GBI, Great Britain and Ireland over USA. Is it just because your mom and dad or where you were born? What's the background there?
Well, I was born in Glasgow, so there's a bit of that home country pride. I have all my family back there, apart from me, my mom, and my dad. We travel back there a lot. I've played for Scotland a number of times over the past few years, and there's something about being Scottish that I love. I think it's really cool. I think it's a great country, and I'm honored to be able to have the opportunity to represent them.
That's very well said. But you also love something about being American, right?
Oh, well, I love something about living in Mill Valley.
All right, well, good stuff, buddy. So you're in Chapel Hill, right?
Yep, just got in this morning on a red eye.
Okay, so
classes are starting this afternoon.
So anybody who wants to follow you follows North Carolina Golf. But in the meantime, we'll see you at Cypress Point, Walker Cup.
Yeah.
We'll be rooting for the USA and Nile. How's that?
Well, I'm going to have to try and get some more GB&I support.
I think why don't we just come down to being Team Nile? And I'm gonna try to yell something that makes you shake your head and say, he's such an idiot out there. All right, buddy?
I love it. I love the sound of that.
All right, Nile. Well, listen, it was magical week. It was emotional week. You lifted us up. You brought our town together. You found the best part of Mill Valley is what you did, because there still is that warm, soulful heartbeat beneath all the new Teslas and all that stuff. There's that, and it's at Mill Valley Golf Course, and you nailed it. It's that heartbeat is there, and you brought that heartbeat to show the whole world. So congratulations, buddy. Super proud of you.
Thank you.
You go off and do your thing, all right? And congrats on the Walker Cup. Thanks for hopping on, bud.
Hey, thanks for having me, Mark.
There
Great
he is.
to see ya.
Nile Shields Donigan on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go, Young Tone. Thanks to Nile. That was great. 415 said, Nile is nails. We had to bring throat lozenges after Thursday. Everyone sounded like Miley Cyrus. I felt the same way. We were so proud of him. It's a great hometown story. And then Young Tone spent his weekend down at Newport Beach. And I said, well, now, bro, you can finally play the OC theme song. And now here it is, buddy. Now you get it, right? Now you get it. You're all in.
Newport Beach is the greatest area in the country. Someone corrected me. It's not a city. It's a suburb.
We're going to have to dive into that a little bit more later this week. But right now, we got to finish. What did young Tony do? Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, we should tell you it's always sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I should also tell you that we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care closer than you think. So Nile doesn't even know it because he couldn't hear me, but when I was so adrenalized on his drive on 18, I yelled, Mikey likes it! When he picked up his tea, because I'm an idiot, number one. And number two, it's an old commercial, and all the kids I work with, Carrie and Tony, you were like, what? You didn't know, right?
I mean, it's a great saying. I might use it now for myself, but I had not heard it. I didn't get the reference.
It's because he picked up his tee so quick. It's when a golfer loves his drive. So here it is, the famous Life cereal commercial that I was referring to about the kid who doesn't like anything except for cereal here.
Mikey, yeah. He won't eat it. He hates everything. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
Regular, cinnamon, and raisin life. Nutritious, delicious.
Dude, it's hard to overstate how big that cultural impact was. It was like, hey, Mikey, he likes it. So there you go, buddy.
Mikey likes it.
Mikey likes it. If you pick up your tea real quick, I'm the guy who will yell, Mikey likes. I don't know where I just invented it on the spot. All right, good stuff. Thanks to Kerry Crowley for coming in. And it's good to be back for a full week. Marcus is back tomorrow. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Man, Brock Purdy looks good early.
So I thought he kicked his ass off.
No, I'm feeling amazing. When I hit the first one, I was like, what? I just did. And on the second one, I was a bit more calm. 2 home runs. That's nice.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
49ers 2nd and 8. Purdy rolling left, looking left to Marcus Robinson, hauling it in at the 13-yard line. Another first down. Man, Brock Purdy looks good early. Give over the left side, Keyshawn Vaughn banging and bumping. Touchdown, 49ers. And over the left side, the Niners into the end zone and a PAT away from tying the ball game. Ball's going to be placed at the 34-yard line, 44-yard field goal to tie the game with 41 seconds left. Good snap and set. And Moody's kick is up and good. Cam Miller's been brought down the last 2 times. Dropping back now. Going over the middle of the field. It's picked off. Intercepted at the 44 with 13 seconds left.
Wow.
Exactly what the Raiders could not have. And Jalen Mahoney comes up with a pick. And now the Niners have a chance to win the game. Ball at the 49. A 59-yard field goal attempt for the win. 4 seconds left, tied at 19. Snap, set, kick on the way. Line drive, it is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Oh, yeah, we like a good preseason win. We like a good Monday. We are back, and we're getting ever so closer to football season. September 7th, 49ers going to be up in Seattle, but hey, why not take an old Battle of the Bay rivalry, take it out to Las Vegas, and you could say it's meaningless all you want, but it's not meaningless for Jake the Make Moody. 2 field goals in the final minute, including that one you heard right there from our radio call on 810 KSFO. Bob Fitzgerald, 59 yards, game winner. Good morning, everybody. Greg Silver, John Dickinson here with you. And I think I just got to say right off the bat, as I welcome you in, JD, Walter and I are going to get kicked out of the building at some point in this first hour. We don't know when. I will tell you, though, that alarm that's right above me on the ceiling, it's going to give me a good jump scare. So it kind of sucks that we're streaming on YouTube and Twitch because I already know that's going to give us some ammo when I do the inevitable jump. And hopefully don't drop an S-bomb in the middle of the show.
Yeah, even though you know it's coming, it's still going to make you jump. And, yeah, what a weekend for Jake Moody with the 4 makes after the miss that had everybody concerned and the 1 make that I think still had everybody concerned, that 26-yarder that he hooked in the third quarter to tie the game. Darn near hooked out, but good to be with you. Happy Monday, all of those things. Yeah, you and Walter are getting kicked out. I was hoping that we'd have at least enough time for me to say hi to you guys here to begin the show. So we're good on that front. But, yeah, as you have to dip out, we hope to be joined by Larry Kruger, and we'll get some 49ers observations throughout the weekend. Obviously going to be a big Niner show today over the course of the next 4 hours, Greg. And, yeah, Purdy to Pearsall. Big deal there. More injuries to be concerned about if you're the 49ers. But Jake Moody, the headliner, with the 5-for-6 field goal makes in the game winner from 59.
So Kyle Shanahan had a big old smile on his face, and I think that's actually our signal as we got to get out right now. So short and sweet, JD, we're going to continue this conversation. Enjoy your time with Krug. I'll talk to you in a bit, but this is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers preseason game in Las Vegas was about Jake the Make Moody. That's right. After missing a 53-yarder wide left, Moody was money down the stretch, made a 44-yarder in the final minute, and then a 59-yarder as time expired to give the 49ers the win. So let me ask you this. Does this change your stock in Jake Moody, or is this just meaningless preseason football? JD, Larry Kruger, and I going to be answering all of those questions as we get you ready for the real thing on September 7th. It's your home of 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader.
Don't talk to kickers very much. Just tell them to make it.
Thanks.
All right, John Dickinson and Larry Kruger back with you here on the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. It is a 49er reaction Monday. Even in the preseason, 49ers win it over the Raiders, preseason game number 2. 22-19 the final, and we're going to spend the better part of the next 3 hours and 48 minutes talking all things 49ers here and reacting to the big headlines from Saturday afternoon in Vegas. Krug, good to be with you, my man.
Always good to be with you, JD. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I think the things, let's just dive right into it. The two of us are just meat and potatoes as it gets, and I think that the three big headlines for the 49ers, number one was Brock Purdy and some, but not all, of the 49ers headliners and stars playing. But it was the Purdy to Pearsall connection, one, that stood out to me. It's the injuries, which are always going to be an issue, and we'll see how long Dominic Pooney winds up out for the 49ers if he can come back for week one, which is now less than 3 weeks away, up in Seattle on September the 7th. And then Jake Moody with the 59-yard game winner. Who says preseason doesn't matter? It felt like it mattered a lot for Jake Moody as he ends up bouncing back off a long miss, a short one that he just barely was able to eke in, but ends up with a 50-yarder, a 44-yarder, and then the 59-yarder after that shaky make to help the Niners win the game. So he got an opportunity to kick in some pressurized situations, at least for a preseason game, and was able to come through. Those, to me, are the three things, Krug. So let's pick any one of those and kind of get the conversation rolling there.
Well, okay. First, let's start with the most important, which is that the Niner quarterbacks, I think, look really good. I mean, Brock Purdy had that one series, but he was sharp. He definitely seems like the game has slowed down for him. I'd love to ask him about that because he does seem like he's never been one of those guys that's nervous or fidgety or pitter patter feet in the pocket. He's always kind of been a courageous pocket presence quarterback, but something about the way he is surveying the field looks to me like he's put in the reps, he's put in the time. He really looks very calm and like in total control at the line. Now, granted, maybe that was the Raiders and their defense. The Raiders are not one of the NFL's most talented teams, but I thought Brock looked really good, and Pearsall was a big part of that. And I'm really excited about the potential for Purdy to Pearsall because I think it has the potential to be like Rodgers to Devontae or Stafford to Puka or Stafford to Kupp. In other words, everybody in the joint knows it's coming, and you can't stop it anyway because Purdy's that accurate. They're that in tune with one another. Pearsall's that precise. So it's not there yet. You saw them have a miscommunication on the goal line at the end of that first drive. Could have resulted in a touchdown. Could have resulted in a pick six going the other way. But it basically was an incompletion, and the Niners kicked the field goal. But to me, I thought all three quarterbacks looked really good. If people want to get into this, rip somebody one week, apologize for it the next week, then a bunch of people ought to apologize to Carter Bradley because Carter Bradley, his first game in a Niner uniform was after like 6 or 7 days of being with the team, and he wasn't that sharp. But, man, he looked good yesterday. And how about that unbelievable rope that he had? I guess it was Saturday, but that unbelievable rope he had to Robbie Chosen, who dropped it. Otherwise, he would have thrown for over 100 yards and a touchdown. So I loved what I saw. I mean, Mac threw another pick, which isn't good, but Mac looked pretty good. Mac got the ball out. Mac completed 81% of his passes. So I would start right there. I think the Niners have a very good quarterback situation. They got a good one. They got a good two. They're probably going to cut Bradley, put him on the practice squad. You're developing Curtis Rourke long term. I think it's a great quarterback room for them this year. I really do.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, I think was sharp. You mentioned the miscommunication on the potential touchdown there in the red zone, but targeting Ricky Pearsall, which I think was an extension of what we've seen a lot being out at training camp the last couple of weeks. Those two continuing to grow, but also finding it. I like the fact that Purdy was out there for a little bit. We'll see if he ends up out there against the Chargers this coming Saturday. But I think Kyle, it's kind of ingrained in him that he wants to get guys out there if they want to be out there. And Brock wanted to get out there and feel it a little bit. So I think that if you're looking for positive signs is probably the number one. As far as I'll say this about Carter Bradley, Krug. I'm one of the guys. I'm going to short and sweet because we don't need to spend a lot of time on the number 3 quarterback. But I thought Carter Bradley, and look, there were a lot of reasons why, but I think he looked maybe like as if he was the worst quarterback maybe the 49ers have had in the Kyle Shanahan era. That was some of what I had said after preseason game number 1 against the Broncos. Exponentially better than that. From just having a week in the building and in the system. So I'll be one of those guys that immediately gives him the apology because he did look a lot better. And look, Mac Jones, to keep it on the quarterbacks for me, Mac has done a lot of things really well. I know the interception in the first game was not on him. It was on Jordan Watkins. The only issue I have with Mac Jones, and still I think he projects to be a really good backup quarterback, is it does tend to be 6 or 7 or 8 really good throws and plays and everything looks smooth, and then he's got a little of that oh no throw. He's going to have the oh no throw. I think that Jimmy Garoppolo kind of became synonymous for. He had that in the game on Saturday, but other than that, I think you're spot on. I mean, Mac Jones looks really comfortable, and maybe the most important thing is how comfortable he looks within the system. Let's continue the conversation. We'll get into it here. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. That's, to me, why you want to see Brock Purdy play, because I think the 49ers ceiling is going to be, as we've talked about so much, held up by their stars. And Brock Purdy is one that they chose to pay, obviously, to be the franchise quarterback. So we'll get into that. We'll get into the Jake Moody deal, but let's go to the injuries, I think, second. They avoided disaster on Dom Pooney. It's a PCL. Initially, whenever you see a player ruled out quickly with a knee, you're always concerned that they do the ACL test, and it's an ACL, and they just kind of know, and that obviously would be catastrophic. Not catastrophic for Dom Pooney, but Dom Pooney, I think, is on paper the 49ers' second-best offensive lineman next to Trent Williams. So it's not nothing, and the 49ers also lose a couple of running backs in Patrick Taylor and Corey Kiner on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my first question would be, is it absolutely imperative that Dom Pooney play on field goals and on special teams like that? Is that imperative? Is there nobody else? You got a 90-man camp roster. This isn't Monday morning quarterbacking. This is get your best players out of harm's way. I mean, I don't know if you saw the play, but if you roll it back, he got the right side caved in, but it was his left knee that took the brunt of it, it looked like. And it was like his left knee kind of pushed out to, not forward or backward, but to the left. And so it looked bad. It looked really bad. What gave me encouragement was that he was on the bench in the fourth quarter with no sleeve, no wrap, no brace, no nothing. So I thought maybe that's a good indication, but I still wanted to hold my breath on it because he is so vitally important. But what is the ultimate announcement here? It's a PCL strain, not a tear, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think we're still awaiting a little bit more clarity on it, but a PCL immediately is obviously going to be less significant than had it been an ACL. And I think Kyle Shanahan said after the game, a couple weeks, which again kind of makes it, I think, a little bit of a coin flip, at least where things stand right now, as to whether or not he'd be able to go. We're 20 days right now away from September 7, so just inside 3 weeks. 3 weeks from yesterday, the 49ers are going to tee it up and get after it with the Seahawks up at Lumen Field in Seattle. So not a situation where, at least in the immediate aftermath, Krug, Pooney is like, we know for a fact not going to be available in Seattle. We don't know that, which I think is a good sign. And again, it sounds like, at least initially, Pooney has avoided the disastrous potential outcome.
Well, that's great news. I mean, it's great news. And if you're going to have to go without an offensive lineman in your starting lineup for a week, you'd want it to be week one. Why? Because all those backup linemen have gotten tons of reps, and they haven't been sitting around. They've actually had game reps and practice reps and a lot of run this summer. So, I don't know what that will mean to the final roster cut down. But you got Connor Colby sitting right there. You've got, Nick Zakelj, desperate to keep his job. You got Matt Hennessy. You got Drake Nugent, who was tried at guard. I don't know if you saw that, but I thought that was one of the positives. Drake Nugent had 20 pass blocking snaps. He did not allow a pressure. So I thought Nugent was really strong. You also have Drew Moss there. So they do have some guys who have been getting some run in the preseason that they like, if they have to go week one without Big Dom.
Yeah, so we'll see how that all shakes out. And then we also have to get to Jake Moody, and I think this is going to be the biggest topic among the fans and the interaction, and when we open up the phone lines and kind of really get this show going here between now and 2 o'clock. JD and Krug with you. Some 49ers observations here. It's Papa and Silver on a Monday on the Sports Leader, 808 KNBR. Where are you at on Moody, Krug? Because, it was whatever. Guy misses a 50-yarder, missed it badly. And then the 26-yarder, I think, was the one that he made was as alarming, I think, as the miss. The miss really wasn't that bad, but he ekes in the 26-yarder, and at that point, I'm thinking, oh man, like if he has to kick another one today and misses it, to me, he was on the verge of putting himself on the brink in the middle of that game of the 49ers having to look to make some kind of a decision on him at some point, whether it's a bad miss and costing him a game in the regular season or whatever it is. But he does show the ability to bounce back after the shaky make to hit 3 more, including a 50, a 50-yarder, a 44-yarder. He kicks 2 in the final 37 seconds of the game with the interception in between that sets up the 59-yard game winner. So it's a lot of the same, I feel like, with Moody, Krug. We do this dance where he clearly has the ability. He showed the ability in that game. We've seen him show the ability at a really high level in the Super Bowl. But yet every time you really start to feel comfortable with Jake Moody, he makes you uncomfortable. And right when you get to that point where he's towing the line of so uncomfortable that maybe you're going to make a move, he'll hit 3 in a row that look really good and a couple in the final minute in a semi-pressurized situation for being the preseason, and a 59-yarder to win a game. You do that in a regular season, that's as big time as it gets.
I mean, that was the full Jake Moody experience Saturday. I mean, that was it right there. You got the good, the bad, the ugly. You got it all together. If you want to know about Jake, just watch that game. That's his entire career. He's got a massive leg. Niner fans were a little spoiled. Let's be honest. We just had Robbie Gould, where if you got it inside of his range, it was money. If you handed him the opportunity in the postseason, he never ever missed. So now you got to deal with somebody who doesn't have the consistency of Robbie Gould, but has a bigger leg, and that was the attraction. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say about it. It kind of reminds me. I had a sponsor years ago who was like, really badly wanted to sponsor a show that I was doing, and I was doing it with a buddy of mine. And so the guy's like, "Hey, why don't I take you guys out? We'll play some golf and we'll hammer out this deal." I'm like, all right, sounds good. So my buddy is a big, strong guy, hits the ball really well, but I know he doesn't play very often. So I said, hey, bro, why don't you meet me at the range? I don't want to be a circus out there. You know what I mean? Let's meet at the range. And so we met at the range like a half hour before. He's striping drive after drive after drive, just absolutely perfect down the middle. I'm like, dude, you're ready. You're ready. You're ready. I turn around. I said, you know what? I'm going to hit a few too. So I get to the stall next to him. The next shot, he shot off my calf. Oh. He hit it directly off the toe, and it hit me in the leg, and I went down. So that's how I feel about Jake Moody. It's like, does he have the ability? Yeah. Can he hit the massive shot? Yeah. But then he also is so dramatically inconsistent that you wouldn't want to stand next to him as he's driving because he might kill you. So that's where I'm at with Moody. I mean, to me, the 53-yard miss is not that big of a deal, but other than the fact that he's missed a lot this summer, it seems like if he makes 5 out of 6, the one that he misses is the long one. He's missing from 50 plus. So, that was kind of the book on him, was that he was going to hit those field goals. So that one, I want to see him hit a higher percentage of the 50 plus yarders, but the big one that you're sitting there going, oh my God, is he hit a 26-yard field goal that wouldn't have been good from 30. That would have been a for sure shank from 35. 35-yard field goals in the NFL, those guys got to make those in their sleep. I mean, I would say anything inside of 55 in the NFL is kind of money for these guys. This isn't 1982. This is 2025. These guys make 52-yarders. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Niners had Ray Wersching forever, and he couldn't make it from over 50. But you know what? He was money from 47 on in. And Robbie Gould. I don't know. What's better? Would you rather have a Robbie Gould, a Ray Wersching, who you knew if we get to this yard line, it's a made field goal, no matter the pressure, no matter the situation, or do you want the guy who might be able to connect from 60, but he's going to miss from 42 more often than you like? So, well, I love Jake Moody. I've interviewed him. I can tell you guys firsthand, he's not nervous. He's not squirrely. He doesn't lack for confidence. He's not some weird guy who's looking over his shoulder. He's very calm. He's very confident. There's nothing nervous, squirrely, or that would no red flags at all with his persona. He's as solid as they come. He's just got to make kicks. He's got to put together some. I'd love to see him build some confidence. Hopefully, this game, did the 26-yarder that he would have missed from 30, did that ruin his confidence, or did the 59-yarder that won the game build his confidence? I guess we won't find out till next week.
Well, and you could make the case that the ability to have his 3 best kicks of the game, a couple of them in, yes, it's preseason, we know, but pressurized situations in the final minute when you're going for a tie and going for a win, his 3 best kicks of the game were after the near miss from 26 that would have been a shank from 31. So I think, time will tell. I think what the 49ers and 49er fans are hoping for, and I said this to Copes on the postgame on KSFO, it's the simple fact that you don't want Moody's legacy with the Niners for him to wind up being just good enough to basically get you beat. Because to me, the long ones are not that big of a deal if he's missing, although I think the 49ers did believe they were going to get both. They were going to get both. They were going to get a guy who could make the long ones in a big type situation, but also was going to be essentially automatic from 45 in. And a lot of his misses are in that weird 38 to 45 range. And those are the ones I think that drive you crazy. To your point, I do think there's a big time debate to be had because I'm with you. And I've talked to him in the locker room. I remember talking to him in the locker room after the Cleveland game 2 years ago when the 49ers were 5-0 and he missed at the gun, would have won the game. They end up losing. Right there, a 38-39-yarder in Cleveland to lose them the game, their first loss of that season. And I remember talking to him in the locker room after, and you're right. I mean, there's a debate to be had that it really is not about the mentals at all as it relates to Jake Moody. You always kind of wonder, do the missed kicks get in somebody's head and the like, but I haven't gotten that impression from Moody. So are you feeling better or worse off of Moody's ability to bounce back while also understanding that he still has those bad misses potentially in him at an inopportune time, which may end up costing you a game? I think both of those things are kind of equally true. Krug, I really appreciate you, my man. Great for stopping by here near the top of the show to give some 49ers thoughts and set the table for us here on a big Monday. So really appreciate it, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tim Ryan, I think, said it best in the broadcast. I mean, it's like, he said lots of positive things about Jake, and then when Jake missed the 53-yarder, he's like, he's just, you got to make these. I mean, it's like, yeah, we're all very supportive until he misses, and then all of a sudden it's
right.
like, hey, bottom line is, I don't want to hear. Don't tell me about the, the pain. Show me the baby. You know what I mean? So, I think we're all in his corner. Everybody wants to see him succeed. The Niners are invested heavily in this being, him being the guy. And hopefully he'll find that stretch, of confidence and then just take off from there.
Krug, appreciate you, my man.
Sounds good, JD. Talk to you soon.
All right, Larry Krueger, John Dickinson. We'll pause here and come back. Open up the phone lines, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Greg Silver's going to rejoin the program as well, and we will push through here on this Monday. 49ers get the win over the Raiders, preseason game number 2, and we're talking about it right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I am back after all that. What's going on? Time to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, who is the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, and he's always helping out the people. Steve, we've talked about this before, but the topic remains just as important. What do you do when you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and let us take care of you. A lot of people can't pay their taxes. You're not a bad person, just can't pay your taxes. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good solutions. We've been doing this for years. We're familiar with all of them. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all your options to you. Whether you qualify to just pay part and they write off the rest. If you qualify to get the penalties forgiven, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or maybe you don't owe the taxes at all. That's especially true if you don't file the returns because the government makes up punishment returns. Or shift the burden where it belongs to a former spouse, former business partner. There's so much that we want to do for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Let them take care of you now, and all you got to do for that free consultation is give them a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody just calm down!
Nicely done, Walter. We are back after the nice little fire drill here in the building in Daly City. Let's do this thing for real. Papa and Silver with JD is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Might as well just start the show over at this point. I mean, what, we got like 3 minutes into the show, and literally. Yeah, seriously. Might as well just start it over. JD, big thank you to you. Big thank you to Krug for stopping by while we had that unprecedented day here at the Daly City Studios. But I am excited to get back into the Niners, get back into Jake Moody, the injuries, who was hot, who was not, the Purdy to Pearsall connection, and all of it.
Yes, seamless transition, really, and not to belabor it, but yeah, our guys got kicked out because there was a fire drill in the Daly City building at some point between 10 and 11, and they got it out of the way early, which is good. I was kind of hopeful. We had Krug ready to go, get his observations, obviously, in the opening segment, basically. And so, yeah, it was a nice, smooth transition to Krug, smooth transition back. I do want to get your thoughts, though, Greg, on the things that I deem to be, and we started to get into it a little bit before you had to hit the pavement at 10:05, but got into these things with Krug. The three big headlines for the Niners coming out of Saturday. The injuries, always a headline. We can get to that. I'm going to kind of put that at the bottom, and we can get into what's most important as well. But the Purdy to Pearsall connection, Brock Purdy playing in this game, first of all, it was trending that way late in the week, but Purdy playing and connecting well with Ricky Pearsall. I know they had the miscommunication in the red zone, but 4 targets, 3 catches. Purdy looked exceptionally sharp and continued to build the chemistry that we've seen in training camp with Ricky Pearsall, who I think the 49ers are really going to expect a lot from here, especially in the early part of the 2025 season.
No, that's huge. And the fact that both of them came out of that game healthy, I think, is the number one most important factor. I know we'll get to the injuries a little bit later. To see Brock Purdy look as sharp as he did without Trent Williams out there, I know that was my big concern of you wouldn't want to put Trent Williams out in the preseason for Trent. If anything, it would be to protect Brock a little bit. But he was sharp. He was quick. He had a nice little rollout without actually running and doing anything reckless. And look, Ricky's looking really good in that number 1 jersey, switching the jersey number from 14 to now the new era of when Ricky Pearsall really begins, the number he wore at Florida in number 1. And the fact that they converted that 3rd and 18 not only was great to see for the chemistry of those two and the way Brock Purdy was able to read that route, layer the pass in between lines of defense, but it also kept that drive going to where you could let that long drive play out, say, all right, that's enough of you two, because think if you don't get that 3rd down, are you thinking about sending him out for another series, risking the whole injury thing again? Are you satisfied with the reps you got? So just for the sake of extending that drive alone, I love to see that. And just another reminder that, yes, while Ricky Pearsall, fans are and should be very hopeful about what he can be for this team, because of the wide receiver room and all of these other circumstances around it that we've been getting into over the last couple of weeks, not only do you got to be hopeful about Ricky Pearsall, you need Ricky Pearsall to be out there catching passes. I thought Demarcus Robinson looked sharp as well. But again, as we note every single show, probably not going to be there for the first 3 weeks. So Ricky Pearsall is expected to be that guy that we saw over one series. 3 catches, 42 yards. I can live with the miscommunication. The route running is crisp, and Brock Purdy seems like those two continue to build on the connection that we've seen on the practice field.
Yeah, and Purdy 5 for 7 on the one series for the 66 yards. Again, the 3 completions, the 7-yard gain right out of the chute. 2nd and 3 for 14. A little play action. I like the way Kyle Shanahan dialed everything up to attempt to protect Brock Purdy. We discussed that even with Trent Williams not going to be out there on the field with him at left tackle. And then, yeah, the big one, the dime on the 3rd and 18 for the first down and the 21-yard gain. Another completion to Demarcus Robinson. To me, it was all systems go. And I know we're going to get to the injuries. Patrick Taylor, Corey Kiner, the 2 running backs, and Taylor had gotten stuffed on a couple of those running plays. But the big one in terms of the injuries is Dominic Pooney. Those we were talking about with Krug. It sounds as if, at least for now, you never quite know until you get a couple of days removed, I feel like, with the 49ers, exactly the extent of some of these injuries. But it seems like they avoided the most disastrous outcome, with it being a PCL instead of an ACL, and something that's going to be weeks as opposed to potentially season-ending.
And that's kind of the common theme with these injuries right now, right? None of it is really that disastrous. I know Abdullah and Dillard got placed on season-ending injured reserve, but all the players that you would hope to be out there week 1, who could be starting, or you expect to at least be in the mix for making big contributions. None of it is that catastrophic right now. But that being said, just because it's not worst case scenario doesn't mean that it isn't concerning. And Dominic Pooney is someone that they do need in a major way out there, because outside of Trent Williams, I'd say he's your next most reliable piece on the offensive line. And he's going into year 2. So PCL is not an ACL. It's not an MCL, but it is what Christian McCaffrey had when it kept him out of the final stretch of that last season. It's not something I expect to be just a couple of weeks. And now his status for week 1 in Seattle is in question. And if he is good to go, how sharp is he going to be with probably not being 100% from the jump? And how sharp is he going to be with maybe not getting a whole lot of practice under his belt?
Yeah, that's going to be the key question, and he is the number. If you're ranking the 49er offensive lineman in terms of just from a fan standpoint, who do you trust the most? Obviously, it's the future Hall of Famer and Trent Williams at left tackle. If we were having a debate, Greg, as to who is the offensive lineman that you trust most beyond Trent Williams, Dominic Pooney might win. It would be a hell of a battle. It would be a hell of a debate among the other 4 here currently. Brendel at center. Obviously, Ben Barch is banged up. They're maybe going with Connor Colby at left guard. The player who draws the fan ire the most versus the way the coaches view him is Colton McKivitz at right tackle. But I think the one consensus number 2 among offensive linemen, if you're just kind of ranking them on paper, is probably Dominic Pooney. So it's definitely not nothing if his status is in doubt for week 1, now 20 days away.
The other set of injuries that was notable from this game was for the backup running back position. Now, if Christian McCaffrey is healthy, he's going to get the bulk of the snaps. Obviously, that is your unquestioned starter. But having a backup running back in a Kyle Shanahan offense is something that you can really never have too many of. And those core right now, between Jordan James and now Corey Kiner and now Patrick Taylor Jr., those injuries continue to rack up. So this is a good chance to tell you about our guests we got today as well. Matt Barrows is going to be joining us at 11:50, and Guy Haberman, who's been doing a great job filling in for our guy Greg Papa, he's going to be coming by at 12:50. Something I want to get their thoughts on is this group of the running back room beyond just Christian McCaffrey, because of course he's the guy, but you also need someone in an event like the season starts the way it did last year who can be someone who has the effectiveness of the way Jordan Mason was able to be the 4th leading rusher leading up to McCaffrey's return.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. We'll get into other standouts and disappointments from the game on Saturday, but we have to get to, I think, what wound up being the biggest headline and the thing that may go the farthest toward determining wins and losses this season, as crazy as it may sound, and it's Jake Moody, who looked, as Krug said it, and I'll echo it, and I think you feel the same way. We got the full Jake Moody experience on Saturday in Vegas. How are 49er fans feeling about that one? That's going to be something, I think, to get into here between now and 2 o'clock as well.
That's exactly where we're going to pick up this conversation, Jake Moody. Also want to remind everybody that, yeah, we're operating normal right now. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your calls, your texts, and the YouTube chat, of course. I think it's Pine Needle's birthday, as I'm being told. So happy birthday to Pine Needle. Haven't seen Pine Needle in the YouTube chat in the recent minutes, but I have seen Tacky and Rockin' New Era accusing me of partying too hard this weekend, and that's why I wasn't here for the first half hour. Yes, I did party, but that was independent of why this all went down.
You also were here at 10 o'clock. You were here at 10 o'clock, and they kicked you out. I'm not going to go on a tangent, but I'm just going to say I've worked in radio a long time. I've worked at, I think, 7 or 8 different buildings through my time in multiple different cities, all in Northern California. I think today was a first. I have never been in a situation, and I'm remote today in the home studio, but I don't recall ever in my 20 years, started at 19, I don't know that I ever have had a scenario where they actually kicked the essential employees out during the fire drill. But alas, we made it through. But you were here officially. For the folks giving you hell in the YouTube chat, you were on time and here today at 10 o'clock.
I mean, look,
not your fault.
Bottom line is this, too. I can't be my age and have a show that starts at 10 o'clock and have hangover be the excuse. Maybe if I'm doing the morning show, I would still get a lot of S for it. can't have a 10 o'clock show and be riding that excuse. So it is Papa and Silver. John Dickinson filling in. We're going to have a lot of fun here from 10 to 2. 808 KNBR. We want to hear from you as well on the Sports Leader.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Brian Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
So 59 yards, Jake Moody for the win. He got it!
Bang! Moody.
59-yarder, and the 49ers win.
And Chase Lucas is running another victory lap down on the field. That is a great kick from Moody, and I am so glad it worked out where he could kick a career long. Certainly it's in the preseason, but to smash that through the uprights, awesome.
Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call. Jake Moody walks it off for the 49ers with a nice little 59-yarder. 5 for 6. Look, if you did not get enough Jake Moody in that first preseason game in which all he took was 1 extra point and made it, well, you got the full Jake Moody experience in this one, and that is exactly what we're breaking down here in the first hour. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you to start your week. You know, Kyle Shanahan was walking to the middle, JD, with a big smile on his face, and at first I thought it was just because it meant the end of a game and not continuing, and then I realized that since 2021, they eliminated the overtime in preseason there for a moment. But even though people say preseason's meaningless, yes, we don't fixate on the score. It's not too meaningless for Jake Moody, and I think everyone was feeling good for him, which is why you saw the celebration there. You got the full experience, and I'll say this. Jake Moody might have been the one 49er that fans can universally agree on having wanted to watch this preseason. We did the whole thing on Friday of, you want to see Brock Purdy? Do you want to see George Kittle? Do you want to see Christian McCaffrey? Some of the starters played, some just sat out entirely. Moody was probably the one guy that, love him, hate him, you wanted to at least see the full experience. And look, on Saturday, you got as much.
You did, and there are so many layers to it, really, because he's got the job. And I think he had the job even if maybe he had missed the 53-yarder as he did and then ekes in the 26-yarder and, you know, maybe he kicks one other field goal and makes that one. Like I don't think there was a point at which Jake Moody was going to lose the job on Saturday, almost regardless of what happened. But he's always one miss away from, I think, there being immediate concern. And so even in the way that Saturday played out, Greg, there's the one hand of the confidence that I think everybody on the 49ers side is hoping that he can gain from the ability to bounce back in game after missing a 53-yarder, which missing a 53-yarder is innocuous enough just on the surface. Like, I don't consider any, even in today's NFL, Greg, I don't consider any 50-plus yard kick a gimme or a kick that should be made. Now, the level at which many kickers are able to kick in this day and age, and we got guys kicking mid to high 60, 70-yarders in preseason, all of that, maybe that conversation has changed a little bit, and those 50 to 55-yarders have become a little bit more automatic through the years. But you've got the one hand of wasn't going to lose the job Saturday, hoping he can build off the positive momentum of bouncing back from the miss and the 26-yard make, which felt like a miss because it wouldn't have been good. It was good from 26, as Krug said. Would it have been good from 29? Would it have been good from 31? No.
Would it have been good from 27? Was my question.
Yeah, might have hit the bar. 20. It might have hit the post at 27. No question. So it's interesting because he does show the ability to bounce back. It is preseason. If he had an opportunity to kick 3 more field goals after the 26-yarder and missed 2 of them, or even maybe throw the 59-yarder out, I do think we'd be having a debate today as to whether or not he should be keeping his job. But as we've seen so often with Jake Moody, Greg, throughout his career, just when you think he's in big trouble, he'll make a bunch in a row and look really comfortable. And then just when you think, all right, I think he's figured it out, he'll miss just enough to where you're constantly going to be worried about him. I've said this a couple of different times, including to Copes on the post game over on 810. You don't want Moody's legacy with the 49ers to wind up being just good enough to get you beat. but it does feel like we're riding that roller coaster of he always does enough to keep the job, but he never quite does enough to where you're ever really going to feel comfortable with him having the job.
Don't you feel like with that sentiment in mind, it is very Camilo Doval? You see the talent, you see the leg, you saw the velocity for Doval. Sometimes it's great, and just when there's a string of looking a little bit too stable, you're always going to be feeling a little bit uneasy in some capacity.
Yes, although kickers, when they lose it, you're basically done. And I think you may get another chance at another team, and we've seen obvious examples of that. But that's the one thing I would say, and you're not wrong, but Jake Moody's at a point where if he goes through a blown save stretch or miss, I said it during the game, and look, it ended well to the extent that a preseason game can end well, and it matters. I think it ain't nothing because the last two kicks especially were pretty pressurized kicks because there is so much discussion about his ability to not only have the job but earn the job and keep the job. So I think it's I said it during the game though, Greg, he's going to miss a kick in all likelihood that costs the 49ers a game, or it's very much on the table that he's going to miss a kick at some point this season that's going to cost the 49ers a game. And then how do they react to that? That was my thought in the middle of the game. And not that he wasn't going to have the job or get an opportunity, not that he was going to get cut today if he had missed a couple of more or anything like that, but just the fact that if he's lining up for a 45-yarder when you're down by 2, it really does feel like it's a coin flip. He might drill it straight down the middle and you feel great. He might push it right or hook it dramatically left. You just don't know.
I think the question, and 808 KNBR, as we let you all in this discussion as well, how are you feeling about Jake Moody now? I mean, 5 for 6. He has a game winner. He makes 2 in the last minute. It's in the regular season, if he did that kind of thing, it would have been heroic and one of the leads on a Monday morning. Now, did it mean anything score-wise or for your damn fantasy team? No, of course not. But individually, I would say it means a lot in terms of mentally his own confidence going into the season, because physically that wasn't
better than the alternative.
Exactly. It was better than the alternative, or maybe it wasn't if you're in the camp of, I don't know, maybe it was just good enough for him to stick around and I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop in the regular season. For Jake Moody's sake, it was way better than the alternative, but I want to hear both sides of it. And a couple of texts to get to right off the bat. 209, just needing to have the discussion means Moody isn't the guy. I think that's fair to say. Or kicker is one of those positions in football where, as we've noted many times on the air, it's a thing or it's not a thing until it is. It's not a problem until it is. And Jake Moody last year was getting to a point where it was a problem and then sustained a problem. Different 209. Even the kicks he did make did not look pretty. I'm still not confident. I think it's fair to say that the 26-yarder was the worst kick of the day. Because this is actually something where I think you can overanalyze more in the preseason than in the regular season. If it was a regular season game, Jake Moody has a walk-off 59-yarder on the road, we wouldn't be nitpicking the 26-yard field goal that barely snuck in the uprights. But when it's a one-man competition right now and it's Jake Moody against himself, as Matt Mayoko noted to us a few weeks back, I think you can kind of overanalyze and nitpick a little bit. The 26-yard kick, that was probably the worst one of all. The 53-yarder missing wide left, you don't love it, but it's a deep one. 26-yarders, that should be a gimme that is right up the middle. And if not right up the middle, certainly not one that you're thinking, is that good from 28?
Well, and Krug brought it up. It's the fact that do you want somebody that has the ability to kick deep, to kick the 55 to 60-yarder, like the one that he won the game with? Do you want somebody that has a decent chance of being able to make those kicks at the expense of maybe somebody who's a little bit more shaky in the mid-range? And the 49ers had the opposite of that in Robbie Gould for years. I mean, Robbie Gould, the most clutch, one of the most clutch postseason kickers of all time when you look at his tenure, especially with the 49ers. But it wasn't the 50, 55, 58 yarders. But if you got it inside of 50, he was making it, and he was making it to win the game. He was making it to tie the game. He was making it in overtime. He was making it in the snow. He was making it in the sun. Like he was making it indoors. He was making it outdoors. Like you always know that maybe one gets blocked or maybe there could be a miss. But as far as kickers go, you felt great about that hard-fought playoff-style game, whether it's played in September or November, December, or January, February. You felt if Robbie Gould was in that position, you were going to get the tie or get the win. And I just, even with the way Moody performed on Saturday, and again, I think it's a hell of a lot better than the alternative, I don't know that anybody feels comfortable with those kinds of kicks. It's the shorter ones seemingly are the ones that he tends to struggle with more when everybody's kind of looking at it as, hey, this is a kick you absolutely unequivocally should make.
I mean, how confident were Niner fans out there in the 2021 playoffs, so early 22, when they went into Green Bay? It looked like they were going to get blown out in the first quarter. They hang around that game. You have the blocked punt, Hufanga recovers and scores, and then you have a chance to win it at the end in the 0-degree weather, and Robbie Gould's lining up to take it. It was a pretty long kick for being those conditions outdoors. I think everyone was feeling pretty good about that. Whereas Jake Moody, I think, just has a lot of anxiety with people, and he's going to have to be consistently making big-time kicks before fans can feel otherwise. And even so, after last year, I don't know if it gets to a point where maybe they don't ever feel, maybe there's always going to be a little bit of discomfort.
I think there is, unless he just goes through a complete, I think, full season where there's no drama. Seemingly, though, there's always a lot of drama surrounding Jake Moody. So 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to give us a call or shoot us a text here. JD with Greg Silver in for Greg Papa here on the Sports Leader. How you feeling about Jake Moody now? Or do the makes matter more than the misses? Do the makes translate into feeling more comfortable about the regular season, or is this thing going to be an issue that will linger into the regular season? Because I think the only way, Greg, that everyone will calm down on Jake Moody and truly be confident in him is with a drama-free full season. And even then, I'm not sure. But if he goes through an excellent year where maybe he's got one miss, one or two misses inside of 40, one miss inside of 40. He makes all the big kicks to tie a game or win a game late that aren't just ridiculous in terms of length. Like I think the 59-yarder wouldn't have meant much had he not made it. But you do get, I think, some bonus points, at least preseason bonus points for making it. But I think it's a drama-free, doesn't cost you any games, maybe wins you a game or two. But to me, it's as much about never missing from inside of 50, except for maybe one outlier here or there. That's most important to me as opposed to the 50 to 60 yarders.
Well, bridging it back to the Camilo Doval example, I mean, take this year where Doval was a mess last year. He lost the closing role. Then this year, he starts in high leverage situations, but not in that closing role. He has a streak of, I don't remember if it was like 17 2/3. I think he got up to 21 1/3, something like that, of scoreless clean innings from him. Then he gets the closing roll back. It's starting to look like he might be back after Ryan Walker was struggling. And then remember that series when the Padres came into town and they lost the back-to-back extra innings games, and it was the first of 4 between them, and they ended up salvaging it with the split. But I think you had the tweet where it was like just when it looked like Camilo was back, it was the blown save. They lose it in extras. And the cycle of the Doval discourse and what we were getting into in the show and the texts we were reading and the calls we were getting, it seemed to go right back to where we were, flashing it back to a calendar year.
There are a lot of comparisons to be made between a closer in baseball and a kicker. There really are, although because they typically all eyes are on them only, and it's more so, I think, for the kicker than even the closer. I mean, the closers that are great do get credit, I feel like, for being great and get a lot of praise. But the only time they typically talk to the media ever is when they screw up a game for a team, to put it bluntly. Like that, like the only time is whether it's truly their fault or not. And obviously there's 50 different ways you can lose a game to where you put yourself in a position to where a closer can come in, have a blown save, and take a loss or have it cost you the game later. But the only time typically closers talk to the media are after they blow a save or lose a game. And kickers, it's kind of the same thing, although there were people lined up, I think, because Jake Moody has been such a lightning rod for discussion, that they were obviously lined up to give him his flowers with the way that the final minute and really the final quarter and a half of the game on Saturday played out. But it's the same kind of thing. When you miss the kick in Cleveland like he did 2 years ago, when you miss 3 kicks in Tampa that would have avoided overtime in November a year ago, even though you wind up winning that game, those are the days where you typically end up meeting with the media and having the focus turned to you. So I do think there's some similarities there. You just want it, and we talk about this with Kyle Shanahan all the time. Like, you just want it to be steady and to not have to deal with it. You want your guy to be good, run him out there. All right, where are we on the field? All right, 45-yarder, good. You need to make it. You better make it. You have to make it. You get into the 50 to 60 range, maybe it's a little bit more of a coin flip. Those aren't totally expected to be made, but you want to have somebody that you can count on for sure, for the shorter to mid-range ones.
Yeah, it feels like a very thankless job in some ways, where if you're a kicker or a closer, if you're talking to the media for a good reason, it's because you did something epic. But otherwise, you're kind of just doing your job. And if you're not doing it, then that's reason to address it. Kyle Shanahan had a great quote that was very short and very Kyle Shanahan after this game, where he's like, yeah, I don't really talk to kickers. I just tell them to make it. We'll give that one to you coming up in just a bit. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. How are you feeling about Jake Moody after the 5 for 6 with the sneaky 26-yarder, a couple wobbly makes, but also the highs of a 59-yard game winner? I also have another question I want to throw your way, and I'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Offensive lineman Dominic Pooney and running backs Corey Kiner and Patrick Taylor Jr. all left Saturday's preseason game with injuries. Dominic Pooney with a PCL should be out a few weeks. Patrick Taylor Jr. the dislocated shoulder, and Corey Kiner a high ankle sprain. So while none of these are season-ending, the injuries continue to pile up for the 49ers as they make their way through the end of the preseason. But if you want some good news, Brock Purdy won clean drive and, most importantly, stayed healthy.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver on a Monday. John Dickinson hanging out with us. The sun is coming out in Daly City, so we're getting some good natural light here. Everything is brightening up when Jake Moody goes 5 for 6. And Morning Show asked, as a poll on YouTube, if you're watching us on YouTube and or Twitch, who's the biggest winner of the 49ers' second preseason game? The 4 options: Jake Moody, Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, and Chase Lucas. And Jake Moody, the overwhelming favorite right now with 56% of the vote. I would agree that Brock Purdy, the biggest victory with him was that he got out of there healthy and was able to get some short run, looked sharp. Same thing with Ricky Pearsall. Chase Lucas, we can get to a lot of the other standouts a little bit later, but this is an important time for guys who are fighting to make a roster, and this defense in particular is going to be young and full of hungry players like an Upton Stout and that type who have stuck out so heavily in a positive way for Robert Saleh at practice and training camp, and everyone's taking notice of it. But as far as Jake Moody, it does mean something where, yeah, look, it might not mean anything in the sense of this is going to translate directly to the regular season, but if it was happening the other way where he went 2 for 6 and he missed a couple important ones with the game on the line or could have got his team back in the game, that would certainly mean something to him personally, JD.
No, it would, and we'd be having a completely different conversation if he ends up maybe either not getting an opportunity to attempt the field goals that he did, the 3 after the 26-yarder, which was the one immediately after the miss. If we're not in a position where we get to see him kick again, we're left with the miss and the 26-yarder. So he gets to bang a 50-yarder at around 9.5 minutes to go in the fourth, and then he gets the 2 in the final minute. So I think, as I often say, better than the alternative. I love the question, by the way, the biggest winner for the 49ers in the game. Because there's so many different ways you can go with it on all sides. I think you could make the case the most important part of the game on Saturday was the Purdy to Pearsall connection. So you can go Purdy or Pearsall. Like that to me is the most translatable, like what happened in the game that's the most translatable to the regular season.
Yes.
In conjunction with the 49ers having success and being the best version of themselves. That Purdy to Pearsall would be number one. You could make the case Moody, which obviously people have, and we've been discussing it, so I'll throw that one out there. But you could make the case in a literal thought that Chase Lucas did the most, because he may have gone from somebody that at the beginning of training camp was likely to get cut to somebody right now. And I know we're not doing 53-man roster projections today. We're probably going to do that on Wednesday as we get a little bit more info.
8 days away, though. It's coming up fast.
It is. But Chase Lucas is coming up on being somebody that wasn't likely to make the roster at the beginning of camp, and here we are now 4 weeks from report day and the first practice tomorrow and Wednesday, and I think he's somebody that is going to be on the 49ers roster on the 53.
The phrase in sports, the best ability is availability. It's annoying, it's overused, but I would say that it actually applies in a really significant way to preseason football, because preseason football, yeah, I know we're talking about it here for the first hour, 15 minutes on the show, and it's going to be pretty much our entire focus today. It's not about breaking down the tape and the game and looking at the score and all that. The best ability being availability, that's everything in the context of the score doesn't really matter. How many snaps you get doesn't necessarily matter. What your stats are doesn't necessarily matter. But if you're somebody like a Chase Lucas or a Robbie Chosen or someone who's fighting to make that 53-man and ultimately try to have some contributions on the team, if not this year, at least be within the system to where they trust you. And you never know when your number gets called. You never know when you need that opportunity. That does matter a lot. And that's why when we talk about the context of injuries, JD, well, the best ability being availability goes a long way for your Corey Kiners and your Jordan James and your Jacob Cowings and your players who are fighting to make a mark on this roster. So that right there is actually going to lead me out to the phones, where we go to Dave in Tucson, who wants to talk about that very thing, the 49ers' strength, conditioning, and propensity to get on the injury report right here in the month of August. What's going on, Dave? You're with Silver and JD. Dave in Tucson?
Yes.
Hey, we got you. What's up, man?
Okay, hey, guys. Hey, listen, Noah Furtado on Saturday's Sporting Green wrote a big, huge article of many things. But I noticed this one paragraph, section where he said, a photo taken during warm-ups of the 49er Broncos joint practice went viral on X. While the Niners broke their team huddle, the Broncos were in the middle of static stretches. The caption suggested the 49ers worked only on dynamic exercises and therefore did not stretch properly out of the session. That was the day Williams hyperextended his knee. Now, I played college football at San Jose State and in 75, 76, and we did static stretches on the field because you're going to tighten up when you go out there. And if you don't start stretching statically, you have a good chance of getting yourself injured when you might not have. And so I'll take your opinion off air and appreciate you guys and see what you think.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Dave. Dave out in Tucson. We got a couple of Arizona fans here on this show. Good state. You know, JD, fun fact about JD is that I think he's perpetually on Arizona time to where I don't even know if you set your clocks in the half of the year where Arizona doesn't do daylight savings. We just keep it right here. That's impressive to do that in a world in which time is everything.
I didn't think there was any way we could go deeper in the weeds than our friend Dave, and you found it. You found it, but I'm not going to take that bait. I'm not going to take that bait either. Look, when you have as many injuries as the 49ers have had, I'm going to say this because I'm not an expert on all of this, and so it's one thing I'm reluctant to give a strong opinion on. But when you have as many injuries that the 49ers have had through the years, I think you have to be taking a look at everything that you're doing. And I think the 49ers do that, but you have to take a look at everything and what you can change and what you can do differently and what other teams do. And again, they've done a lot of that through the years. They've changed staffs. They've changed ways they go about preparing. Hell, they changed the way they practice depending upon what days are going to be a lighter day versus a medium day versus a long day. So, again, with all of the millions of dollars on the line and livelihoods on the line across the NFL, there are teams that are good at it and figuring it out and plans that work, and there are teams that maybe aren't. Just like everything else, there's teams with good offenses and bad defenses and good special teams and all those kinds of things. But I don't really have an opinion on it, to be perfectly honest. But when you have as many injuries as the Niners have had, it's going to be something that's a topic of discussion.
Yeah, I think for any fan to call in or text in about concerns of injuries, that is 100% on the table and fair. I'm with you in the sense of it is far outside of my purview to know exactly what the regimen is and what type of stretching they're doing before or after and warming up and cooling down and the schedule and what days you go harder. That is all way outside my area of expertise or decision. But to your point, it is a constant evaluation process, and these are professionals in a multi-billion-dollar business, and that includes the staff as well. So, yeah, you don't want to do the same things you're doing over and over and over again if injuries continue to pile up this way. But to think that the 49ers aren't having that constant evaluation, I think that would be pretty insane to think otherwise. So, look, it's not ideal to be racking up injuries here during the preseason, but again, as far as how we evaluate the training staff, I don't have a ton to say going down that road.
Let's get to some text messages here. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. 805, JD is right. I just pictured Moody lining up for a game-winning field goal in the wild card game, and I almost threw up. So there, I don't think the 805 is alone on that front. The 415 asking about the drop back or making the statement. Moody changed his drop back. It might equal better consistency, right? He's going with the shorter lead up to the ball, which may affect length. It's been well documented. But also he hopes will have the ability to improve some of the accuracy in play. Again, for me, it's the inconsistency inside of 50 and even more specifically inside of 45 or 40 that concerns me the most as it relates to Jake Moody, as opposed to whether or not he's making the 50 to 60 yarders as he did on Saturday.
Well, I'll say this on Jake Moody as well. The talent and the leg is clearly there. That's why you go in the third round from one of the best college programs. But 916, and I think this text came from back when you were finishing up with Krug, talking about Jake Moody. How many did he miss before his injury last year? Well, the answer to that is one, but it was one of very high stakes. And I think that Niner fans have been fed up seeing enough high stakes kicks missed to where the concerns are justified. In the playoffs, we had a miss against the Lions. There was a miss against the Packers. And fortunately, the Packers equaled that of their own in the fourth quarter there, which is why the Niners were able to stay within striking distance, come back and defend their home turf to advance in the playoffs. And then the Super Bowl, there was the low kick that was a blocked missed extra point. So this isn't to go on a full Moody bashing rant, but my point, JD, is that, yes, the accuracy was there to start the season. If he was kicking injured to where he shouldn't have been out there, well, that's on both him and the training staff and the coaching staff for that decision last year. But there's been enough kicks of high stakes and significance missed to where I think fans are rightfully holding their breath every single time he goes out there, whether it's 26 yards or whether it's 59 yards.
You can go through the numbers, and I think it's fair, and we've done that. The fact that he only missed the one before the injury, and what was it, 9 or 10? I think after returning from the injury, and how much did that play a role in his overall numbers? There's a pretty clear-cut delineation line there between where he was before and after. But in many ways, that doesn't matter, because you look at the 602 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, still have zero confidence in Moody. Still have so regardless of what he did in the game, and in particular in the fourth quarter on Saturday, making a 50, a 44, and a 59-yard game winner. Again, we know he can do it. We know he's got the talent. We know he's going to be the kicker. But as I said in the last hour, I think what every 49er fan is hoping for is that Moody's legacy isn't being just good enough to stick around and then get you beat in a tough moment.
No question. 808 KNBR, Jake Moody is the big discussion here, and also some other standouts. We're going to get to Matt Barrows coming up, joining us at 11:50. Matt Barrows was dropping some hilarious nicknames in true Papa fashion, trying to give them to our guy Haberman, who's going to be joining us at 12:50. 808 KNBR. Discussion continues. Your thoughts, your texts, your YouTube chat on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
No, I don't talk to the guys. I don't talk to kickers very much. Just tell them to make it.
Kyle Shanahan keeping it short and sweet with Jake Moody. Not talking to kickers, just tell him to make it. Well, he did do that 6 times if you include the extra point, 5 or 6 from field goals, and 1 for 1 on the PATs, that being one of the standouts. And we're going to talk to Matt Barrows coming up in our next segment. So also a good chance to open up the box of some other standouts. Walter, let's go to another Kyle Shanahan cut. Let's actually go to cut J, where we talked about what has the most significance. Well, it was probably the Brock Purdy to Ricky Pearsall connection. Short, sweet, just one drive. Good to get both guys out there. And most importantly, good to get them back on the sideline fully healthy. Here's what Shanahan had to say about his new QB wide receiver connection that he's going to rely on a lot at the beginning of the year.
I think the more they're out there together, the better they both get. So Ricky got a late start, but he's put together here a couple good weeks, and he's been that way in practice, and it was good to get him out there in the game today for at least that drive.
So, JD, what I want to ask you, as we go back to last Friday when Shanahan said, yeah, Purdy and some of the starters, I'd like to get them to play a little bit in the preseason game, didn't specify necessarily who would be out there beyond Brock Purdy. So we kind of did our would like to see, would not like to see. And Ricky Pearsall, we kind of both put in that even though he really should try to get the most reps possible because of the state of the 49ers wide receiver core right now, we both said we wouldn't have put him out there. He did get out there. It was a nice series. Unfortunately, no issues or major consequences from it. So with all that in mind, what'd you like from seeing Ricky out there?
Yeah, just the chemistry with Brock Purdy, I think, is the most important thing. It felt like an extension of what we've seen in training camp since those first, I think it was 3 practices that Pearsall was not out there, and then he came back, and they really, for another 3 practices, he was on kind of a lighter workload, even though he was getting mixed in, not getting a lot of reps. It was really that third block of 3 practices there, the final day of July and those first couple of days of August where he started to take off, and he's maybe been the best player on the field for the 49ers since then, going through these last couple of weeks. So to see that translate into an actual game, yes, a preseason game, but that's all we're watching and all they're playing right now, I think, and have him come out of it healthy is something significant, because the 49ers are going to be so dependent on him when you look at just around the depth chart for all the reasons. When's Ayuk coming back? What's going on with Jennings? Demarcus Robinson, potential suspension. Now Watkins is out. Cowing is not close to being able to be an impactful kind of a player. So I think that was number one. I'll give you another standout. We can kind of go through it positionally a little bit. And I said this to Copes on the postgame over on 810, our sister station. I think Jeff Wilson Jr., considering the injuries to Corey Kiner now and Patrick Taylor, I think Jeff Wilson Jr. might be the number 2 running back on August 18th, which isn't ideal, but also could be worse, because I think we've seen Jeff Wilson Jr. be a really productive player for the 49ers in the past. So just kind of looking at that group overall, going from quarterbacks to wide receivers to running backs, Jeff Wilson Jr. was somebody that may not have had this great stat line or anything, but I think he could wind up being somebody that's not only on the team, but that they may have to depend on.
I was thinking about what I wanted to ask Matt Barrows and get into the weeds on some of more. The running back room keeps coming back to my mind when I think about who to talk about with the experts. And again, like kicking, it is a non-issue until it becomes an issue. And maybe the backup running back should not be the greatest area of concern right now for the 49ers, because if you have a healthy and available and spry and speedy Christian McCaffrey, that goes a long way for what your offense is. But even with the healthy Christian McCaffrey, you do wonder who's going to be capable of taking the snaps. And everybody else in that room, whether it's a Jordan James, whether it is now a Corey Kiner, whether it is a Patrick Taylor Jr., seems to continue getting injured. So are we getting to a point where it's just who's the healthiest and who's available to be backing Christian McCaffrey right now? Well, Jeff Wilson Jr., along with like Keyshawn Vaughn and anyone else who is not leaving with an injury right now, they're the next man up.
You're talking about two guys that weren't on the team 9 days ago.
Correct.
Like both of them weren't on the team 9 days ago, and now they are. I mean, they are your literal 2 and 3. Now, you can say, hey, they went and got Keyshawn Vaughn first, so maybe he's technically the 2 and Jeff Wilson's the 3, and maybe they need to go get somebody. But, I mean, Corey Kiner was standing out again, even on the play where he ended up getting injured. I know Patrick Taylor is somebody they like because he's steady and he plays special teams and he does all those kinds of things. I don't know that Patrick Taylor is going to be good enough, to be honest, to be the backup, and he got stuffed on those first couple of runs there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, that was one standout for me. I thought, Spencer Burford played better in the game on Saturday. I wouldn't necessarily call him a standout per se. I think Nick Martin played a lot better. I think Nick Martin and D. Winters were almost Winters was kind of flying around a little bit, and it looked a little bit more like maybe the D. Winters that we've come to know the first couple years with the Niners, as opposed to the guy that everybody had talked about in the offseason program and performed in the preseason. But Nick Martin, I thought, made a leap from where he was week 1 with all the missed tackles and flying around and maybe not quite being able to finish plays. I thought he did a better job of that from where he was in the Denver game.
No, there's no question. And it wasn't perfect. He still had a couple other missed tackles, but also the sack and some of the hard hits. And I think the difference between the Denver game and this last one is you saw the athleticism and the fact that he could be an NFL type of player out there on the defense, but it wasn't really clicking, and you had to learn the NFL speed and the NFL angles and the NFL contact. And Nick Martin, again, not perfect, but he was seeing the game much better in the field. And if he's someone that can maybe by committee have some meaningful snaps alongside a Fred Warner or even a D. Winters, that's going to go a long way for this defense. Speaking of the young defense, guy we have not mentioned, or at least I have not. I don't know exactly everything you and Krug got into other than just popping in the YouTube chat and me and Walter talking about how Mike Holler caught on fire and then we hit the fire extinguisher. Marquise Siegel is someone who I continue to look at in a very impressive way. And I think about Malik Mustafa and how he came in and was a hard-hitting safety right off the jump. He's going to come back eventually. I think about Jair Brown, who has a chance to have an important prove-it year, and maybe it's that year 2 to 3 leap that we brought up with Fred Warner, why he was so impressed with D. Winters. Maybe we see that from Jair Brown. But I don't think it's a given that he's going to be a starting safety or the one out there on the most important snaps right now. So if you got Malik Mustafa coming back healthy off of that ACL he re-injured, if you got a Marquise Siegel who's ready to go week 1, these are two young guys that could be really meaningful for a Robert Saleh secondary, which has its fair share of injuries, has its fair share of youth and question marks, but I continue to like what I'm seeing from Siegel.
Yeah, and Siegel has been impressive, and we mentioned the name earlier, and he was one of the names that did penetrate our headlining discussion. And the headlines were the injury, obviously, to Pooney and to the running backs, and of course Purdy playing well and connecting with Ricky Pearsall, and a lot on Jake Moody. Jake Moody, I do think, was the number one headline, and we spent about an hour really getting into it. We can probably do a little more of that between now and 2 o'clock as well. But Chase Lucas is the other player that I think in that secondary, how it's all going to shake out as it relates to who makes the 53-man roster versus who doesn't. And I just, he makes plays. He's got great energy. Teammates seem to love him. He's brash. He just, I don't know. You can understand why he was playing for the Lions a couple of years ago at the back end of their roster. I just think he brings a he brings a vibe that you want to have, and I think he's played well enough to where even primarily being a nickel corner as he is, I think he's played enough and showed well enough to somebody in need of a nickel, even if it's a backup, may look to pick him up if he wound up being somebody that didn't make the initial 53. I'd like to do, and again, I know the Niners are up against it in a lot of other areas. I'd like to do whatever I could, I think, if I'm the Niners, to keep Chase Lucas for one of those final couple of roster spots. I think he's earned it to this point.
There's no question he's earned it. And David Lombardi, I think, wrote a great story about Chase Lucas watching the 135 snaps that Robert Saleh gave him with the help of his DB's coach. And he went into the game telling Trent Williams, I'm going to have an interception in this one. When he got the interception reading that route, he was running down the sideline looking for Trent Williams. Didn't find him originally, but eventually he got the ball. And so that's 2 weeks in a row now where Chase Lucas kind of manifests his own success between Robert Saleh dialing up the blitzes when he ultimately caused the safety from Bo Nix and the intentional grounding in the first week, and then getting that interception after watching the film and studying it to the best of his ability. He continues to shine. Let's continue to get into these standouts. And, of course, the Jake Moody column, how Matt Barrows compared him to that villain in the horror movie that is just not going to go away. It was a great column, and I want to talk about it with Barrows next. He'll join us on the Yuma guest line when we come back on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and sometimes not even in the state? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, and yes, schools are getting back in session. So especially for all you parents out there dropping your kids off and going around all sorts of chaos, please be careful. Let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, as the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's one of our favorite writers in The Athletic. He's one of our favorite local beat reporters covering the San Francisco 49ers. And as of this last weekend, I think Matt Barrows has become the king of nicknames with Uptown Funk, Upton Stout, after Cam Inman had a nice little typo. We had a lot of fun with that one. I might throw some more at him at the end of this interview, but let's get down to business. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson, and Matt Barrows joins us on the UMA guest line. What's happening, Matty?
I'm doing well. I got to admit, I stole Upton Funk from Guy Haberman. We were going over the rock and roll nicknames at practice one day, and he's the one that came up with Upton Funk. And he was very, very afraid because we got on a roll that he was going to use one during a game broadcast. Like it somehow would get into his brain and sort of infect his brain, and that it would just kind of blurt out at some point. But I watched the game the other day. I thought he did a great job, him and Tim Ryan, and none of the puns slipped out. So good job, Guy.
We're actually going to have Guy on in about an hour, so I might try to plant more nicknames into his head and see if he can get a little bit more psyched out. I mean, look, he's doing a great job filling in for Greg Papa. There's no question. But if you're going to fill in for Papa, you don't need to overdo the nicknames. You don't need to try to be the genius of a nicknamer that is Greg Papa. But you got to throw in one or two here and there just as a little bit of a tribute. That's kind of where I stand on that.
You know, I'm with you there. And if you want to put in, widespread Pinnock or Jair Supply, I think that would be good if you're Guy Haberman.
Matt, let's start with I think the biggest headline off of Saturday has to be Jake Moody and just the roller coaster ride that is Jake Moody, even in the preseason. Where do you stand on the way he finished the day, which was obviously impressive and notable with the 59-yarder and making two in the final minute to help them win that game, versus the shaky middle where he misses the 53-yarder, which, okay, that's fine. But then that 26-yarder almost counts as a miss, even though it was a make. And it just seems like it's always going to be a wild ride with the 49ers and Moody, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's, that game is a microcosm of the 17-game season that awaits us when it comes to Jake Moody. There's going to be times when he exasperates everybody and times when he comes through. I mean, he did that in Tampa last year. That was the famous Deebo Samuel game where there was almost a sideline scuffle. Jake Moody won the game for them at the very end there. People forget that part of it because he had so many misses during it. But, my whole take on kickers in general is that very rarely does anybody, whether you're highly drafted like Jake Moody or you're not drafted at all like most of the kickers in the league, very rarely do you come in right away and not have this up and down, not have these issues. It takes years. It takes kind of getting bloodied up and, some bad misses, things like that. Chase McLaughlin type misses. Chase McLaughlin is now a steady field goal kicker in this league, but he had to kind of go through that process. I think it speaks to whether you should use a high pick on a kicker. If everybody, even the Jake Moody's, go through this. But my point is that I think over time he's going to be good. You just have to kind of suffer the ups and downs until then.
Talking to Matt Barrows here on the UMA guest line. I don't know if you knew this last year, but 49ers special teams didn't perform well, and it was a big topic of discussion. I know. I'm breaking some big news here on The Sports Leader. But in all seriousness, Jake Moody is a big part of the special teams' success and how it all functions. What's your early special teams evaluation overall and just some key observations from Brant Boyer's unit? I know Junior Bergen was brought in to be a return man who had a lot of success at the FCS level. Dominic Pooney, when he got injured, it was on a special teams play. So maybe there's not a lot of takeaways, but what's your just greater outlook on special teams while we kind of have Jake Moody be the headliner of this?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be better. I just think that there's an intensity, a seriousness about special teams that maybe wasn't there before. And, Brant Boyer is bringing that in. I think there's going to be guys that make this team, Luke Gifford, Chad Surratt, Saron Neal. These are all guys that could make the roster who are special team specialists and coverage specialists. So, gosh, I think it would be, one of the issues on special teams has been kickoff coverage. For some reason, over the past, 5-6 years, that's been a reliably bad position for the 49ers. I'd be surprised if that continues to be an issue. That's something that Brant Boyer did well when he was a player in the league. That's something that his Jets teams usually have done well, and it's something that they've prioritized in free agency. And by the way, it's something that Jake Moody has done well as far as kind of delivering the ball right near the 1 yard line. That's essentially where the kicker wants to do that, and if you can do that consistently, that's going to help out a lot. So summing up a long take on it, I think that the special teams are going to be noticeably better this year. That's my sense.
Matt, who right now, as we talk here at noon on August 18th, is the 49ers' number 2 running back?
Today, or the projection
today,
for
healthy
7th.
today, healthy today,
healthy today. Number 2 would be Jeff Wilson Jr., who has been in this offense, and I thought he looked pretty good for just showing up at camp the other day, Saturday in Las Vegas. But all of these guys are sort of in that same window of they're going to be back in a couple of weeks, and we're talking Isaac Guerrero, we're talking Jordan James, we're talking Patrick Taylor Jr., and we're talking Corey Kiner. So all of these guys ostensibly could be back for September 7th. And I think probably Guerrero will be the first guy back. He's been doing a lot in practice. You see him running on the side field. You see him catching passes. So his shoulder should be healed up. I don't know the exact date, but I would imagine that occurs sometime in early September. And I would think that he's the number 2 for that opener in Seattle, where, of course, he had a pretty big game last year with a long run at the end of the game that sort of sealed that contest.
Just to piggyback off of that question, is the backup running back position simply going to be a matter of who's the healthiest behind Christian McCaffrey, for the reason being that there's been a whole carousel of who's able to actually get snaps and get some real evaluation on preseason tape right now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and it's going to be a big question about who they can get to practice squad if they wanted to do that. Last year, the 49ers really liked Cody Schrader, for example, Missouri running back who went undrafted. Well, they tried to get him to the practice squad, put him on waiver wire at the end of August, and the Rams snapped him up. So you have to wonder whether if they tried to do that with Kiner, for example, who, to this point had been their most consistent young back, whether he would get snapped up. But, I think that they want to hold on to him in one way, shape, or form. I think that they'd want to hold on to Jordan James for sure. And Patrick Taylor, has looked good in camp, and he's another one of these special teams guys. So you get a lot of use from Patrick Taylor if he's in uniform on game days. He doesn't necessarily have to get a lot of carries or any carries, but he would be lining up on punt coverage and kickoff coverage, et cetera, et cetera. I do think that, we might be asking ourselves the same question a lot of people were asking back in 2023, which is, why aren't they taking Christian McCaffrey off the field? It's still going to be Bobby Turner, the running backs coach, who's in charge of who goes out there. And Turner has shown that if Christian McCaffrey is rolling, he's loath to kind of take him off the field. And Christian McCaffrey certainly isn't a guy who taps the side of his helmet and wants to come off either. So I'm saying it may be a bit of a moot point. I mean, there'll be times when the number 2 guy absolutely gets in there. But if all goes well, I would say the number 3 guy wouldn't see the field, and the number 2 guy would only get a scant number of snaps.
Matt, what would you say? I think one of the more fascinating things to kind of look for this week is what do they do at right guard with the Dom Pooney injury in the short term? Where do you think they go at right guard here for the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, Nick Sikel was the left guard throughout most of the spring and early in training camp because Ben Barch was injured at that point. Barch came back and sort of took over the left guard spot. So I would imagine that it's Sikel at right guard. The question mark is Connor Colby, a 7th-round pick. He has been stepping in for Barch at left guard because Barch now has an elbow injury. If Barch is back this week, he's back at left guard. I wonder whether Colby and Nick Sikel will alternate at right guard. Colby to this point has primarily played left guard. But I think the way it's shaping up, they don't think that they can sneak him onto the practice squad. So I think he's going to make the team. And now the question becomes, okay, can he play right guard as well? Can he continue to look good, be consistent? And if the answer is yes, I mean it's possible that he does a bit of a Dom Pooney this year, and get some play at the beginning of the season.
Few more minutes here with Matt Barrows of The Athletic on the UMA guest line. You wrote a whole piece about Jake Moody reducing his steps up to the ball and altering that approach on his kicks. I want to just get a little bit more into the thought process behind that for him. I mean, I know sacrificing distance was a potential concern, so it was encouraging to see him still be able to drill a 59-yarder as time expired. Was there something to that was accuracy-based? Was it mostly a concern of just avoiding more blocked kicks and protection?
Yeah, first of all, that was Vic Tafer who wrote that piece. He's my colleague at The Athletic and did a good job of tracking down Jake Moody over the off season. But my sense of it is that, you're taking one fewer step, so you're getting the ball off more quickly. And also there's less things to go wrong. Like, you liken it to a golf swing or somebody taking foul shots on the basketball court. The less you're doing, the less motion that's involved, the more compact and kind of efficient, fluid it can be. So I think that was the thought process with Moody, and he's still working on it. As his game winner underscored, he's still able to get plenty of leg. That kick probably would have been good from 61, maybe. So I don't think that's been a problem or as big a concern as maybe he thought it might be when he began this conversion.
What did you think of Brock Purdy and in particular the Purdy to Pearsall connection? I think that was another headline. I know miscommunication around the end zone there in the red area, but those two have really built a thing the last 2.5 weeks, and it was extended on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I don't think there's any overstating how important the Purdy to Pearsall connection is. I mean, I went into the spring thinking that Pearsall was going to be the most important player to watch in the spring because he was that important to this offense, and getting that chemistry between him and the quarterback was so paramount. And then, of course, he suffered a hamstring strain and was out all of the spring and was out at the beginning of the summer too. So seeing that connection be so productive on that opening drive, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, that was Purdy's intention. Okay, I'm going to get the most out of this game by really looking for Ricky Pearsall and establishing that connection, being able to kind of take that game, just one drive, but being able to take that game and sit down with Pearsall and say, okay, you were thinking this on this play, I was thinking that. I think that's invaluable for those two guys, just given how few opportunities they had last year and how important it's going to be for Pearsall to deliver the first, 3-4 weeks of the season without Ayuk, without possibly DeMarcus Robinson. It's kind of essential that they're on the same page.
Last couple for me, Matt. We were getting into some defensive standouts before we had you on. Just real quick thoughts on the Nick Martin improvements from week 1 to 2 in the preseason. And also, does Marquise Siegel have starting week 1 in the cards for him?
I mean, I feel like Siegel's got as good a chance of anybody. I think that Jason Pinnock, widespread Pinnock, is going to be one of the starting safeties. He just has more experience, and he's gotten a lot of practice reps throughout the spring and summer. But that second spot is a toss-up among Siegel, Jair Brown, and Richie Grant. Right now, I think it's too close to call. I would say that Siegel's got the momentum for sure. One of the questions in training camp in those practices is with no tackling allowed, is this guy, is he able to bring a guy to the ground? How are his tackling angles? He's not the biggest guy in the world. He's a rookie. How's he going to do in that regard? I think his tackling's been excellent in the preseason. He had there was one where Raheem Mostert had him in open space. That's usually a win for the running back or the receiver. And Siegel got him down with fairly easily, and that's been what he's been doing over these first 2 games. So I think the arrow is definitely up for him. Would not be surprised if he's on the field to begin that Seahawks game on the 7th. And then Nick Martin, I mean, I think if you're splitting hairs, you would look at the 2 missed tackles he had in this game, and there were a bunch against the Denver Broncos. But the traits that you're seeing, the speed, his ability to close in on the ball, he comes with a wicked hit. I think ball carriers are feeling his tackles, and he's there. I mean, he's in the hole. He hasn't always come up with a tackle, but I think if you're the 49ers, you're seeing him and those physical abilities, the fact that he's around the ball, and you're thinking, okay, this is just going to be a minor adjustment here and there, but this guy has the sky's the limit for him as far as playing in this defense. So I think at some point this season you're going to see a linebacking core of Fred Warner, D. Winters, and Nick Martin in some way, shape, or form, and that allows that group to cover a lot of ground. So I think that has the 49ers excited.
It's exciting to watch a lot of these young guys as they did a heavy retool of the roster here. We always appreciate your time, Matt. I'm going to leave you with a handful of nicknames that range from bad to worse that you probably shouldn't put in your columns, but it is for sheer entertainment. All right, we're going to go on the defense. Curtis Robinson and the Miracles. We've got Renard Al Green, Lionel Richie Grant, Daryl Luter von Beethoven, of course, special teams king, the Moody Blues, Celine Diamador, the only artist to ever refuse a Grammy, Sinead O'Connor Colby, starting at left guard, and then, of course, QB1 doing his best Clash impression, Brock the Casbah.
Oh, those are pretty good. I feel like Lionel Richie Grant would form well with the Diamadors as a group. So I think that has legs. That has possibility.
I'll have to run them by Guy Haberman and try to just get them in his head. So if and when he slips up, we know that we'll take some of that money for credit and copyright.
Yeah, I can't believe we're trying to sabotage poor Guy's career on this. But, it would be worth it for the giggles.
Hey, if he thinks this is sabotage, he should see what me and Walter and JD try to do to Greg Papa all the time. That's all I'll say.
Love it.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate you.
All right, anytime. Fuck you.
He is Matt Barrows. You can read him in The Athletic, along with his new colleague, Vic Tafer, who I guess the column on Jake Moody and that step approach, he linked Tafer's column within his own column. We're getting spoiled out here with our local coverage. What can I say, JD?
Yeah, no, it's great coverage, tremendous, fantastic. I mean, the Matts are among the best in the business. Our buddy Matt Mayoko and, of course, Matt Barrows and everybody else. And looking forward to having Guy Haberman on here coming up toward the end of the 12 o'clock hour, who's been doing a great job filling in for Pop on the TV side. And we'll get his thoughts on these first couple of preseason games, in particular the game in Vegas on Saturday.
So in between Barros' thoughts and Haberman's thoughts, we also want to continue to get your thoughts. Let's continue to unpack all of it, JD, what we got into with Jake Moody, how we feel about the confidence, and also starting to bring in some of the other big winners, your Nick Martins, your Marquise Siegels, your Chase Lucases, who are fighting to make that final 53, 8 days away from the final cuts. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As we look at who was up and who was down for the Niners this Saturday against the Raiders, it was the young secondary that continued to make their mark. Chase Lucas, once again, had a great game for Robert Saleh's defense, and Jalen Mahoney, with the clutch interception in the final minute, set up Jake Moody's game-winning 59-yard kick. So if you don't actually want to watch preseason football, but you are curious about this 49ers roster, that's what we got you covered for. 10-2, Papa and Silver all week long. Your home for 49ers football, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
It's Greg Silver and John Dickinson with you on a Monday. I know when everybody got out of bed, they were thinking it's going to be a good week. The Niners are 1-1 in the preseason, thanks to Jake Moody making it not a tie, which can't happen in the preseason now, but a win. 22-19 was your final score, but most importantly, you got the full Jake Moody experience, and we talked all about it with Matt Barrows. If you missed that interview, you can just scroll backwards on YouTube and Twitch, or we'll have it podcasted for you after the show. Guy Haberman going to be joining us coming up at 12:50, so want to get his thoughts as he had the pleasure of working with Tim Ryan on the TV side this last weekend. I wanted to play Kyle Shanahan's thoughts on Jake Moody, not the one where he was 5 seconds and he said, yeah, I don't really talk to kickers. I just tell them make it. This is more complimentary toward the former third-round pick. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I think going 4 for 5 and hitting a 59-yarder and a 50-yarder and the game winner from 59, I think that was a hell of a day for him. So I thought he kicked his ass off and gives us a lot of confidence.
Not every day that you hear, I thought he kicked his ass off. I know the morning show with Murph and Kerry Crowley, we're having a lot of fun with that one. But, JD, that's something you would like to be able to hear. Maybe we can even save that soundbite. I'd like to be able to use that a good 4 or 5 times this year.
That's going to have to be a drop. Sorry, Kyle. That's going to have to live on as a drop to be sure. It could be used in so many different situations, good and bad. I might add. The context obviously extremely positive, but I think that could be used to make any number of different points when certain points need to be made over the course of the season.
Yeah, no question. So 808 KNBR, the number. If you want to talk about Jake Moody, as Kyle Shanahan thought he kicked his ass off in that one. I mean, look, he did. He really did in the final minute.
You know what you can also do with it? You can also maybe clip it, and you can just get it's a way. I thought he kicked it. I thought he kicked his ass. I thought he kicked, like you can even out of context it might be even.
So I thought he kicked his ass off.
Yeah, we'll have Walter do a little engineering back there in the studio.
You can do a little edit. You can do a little edit. I think he kicked his ass.
So I thought he kicked his ass off.
You know, something that Walter and I are going to have to get going in the next couple of weeks here is we're not a big soundboard show. We have Walter hit some drops sometimes, but we don't do the Marcus Boucher soundboard right in front of you kind of thing, hit the different things. I might be changing my ways for the sake of having a football season page, which is going to be 90% Greg Papa and maybe 10% Kyle Shanahan or George Kittle or Trent Williams or anyone who just says something funny. I think it's going to have to slowly make its incorporation into our day-to-day life here.
Yeah, without a doubt. And this is the time to do it as we head toward the beginning of football season and the beginning of fall. There's no better way to freshen things up and have a few laughs than being able to mix in a quality soundboard here and there.
So, big takeaways from Matt Barrows. I know we started heavily on the special teams unit, and he seems to think that, field goal blocking, for one, was a big issue this last year. That was one where Dominic Pooney got hurt. He also talked about kickoff return coverage, other teams starting in better field position. Special teams, this is the theme of the day, right? It's not an issue until it is. So it's a third of the game. My philosophy on that, JD, is if special teams is a third of the game, that is a problem. If special teams is 15% of the game, then it's probably an okay special teams unit that's not causing you a lot of problems. If special teams becomes 45% of the game, it's usually not for the right reasons.
Yeah, you don't. And look, it needs to become a bigger part of the game than it has been in terms of importance. I think that's the number one takeaway in all of this as it relates to the 49ers. And I agree with Barrows on the days that I've been out there, which haven't been all of them in comparison to other years because I've been in with you and filling in for Pop here for the last few weeks. But I do think there's an added emphasis being put on special teams, and I do think it's something that will ultimately impact the way the 53-man roster is built to have players who are quality special teamers, but also in some ways, and you can't do it everywhere, and injuries may dictate that you can't do it everywhere, but in some ways, the players who wind up making the 53-man roster will be those players, to Barrow's point, that have the ability to play a position if need be, but also are quality special teamers, or even are quality special teamers who can play a position in a pinch potentially as a third stringer, and that may give them the nod over others. And I think that's a way, in addition to having your better players at times, and I know the Niners have been reluctant to do that, but having your better players consistently be among your special teams players as well.
Well, one of my favorite interviews that I did with Papa was actually last football season when our show was very fresh, and it was before the Miami game. And we had Raheem Mostert call us in, I think, after the football hour when we were with Tim Ryan. So he got to say hi to him a little bit as well, and it was awesome. But, we talked about Raheem Mostert and the journey he had, and, Papa noted that he named his child Gunner because he started as a special teamer, going undrafted. And so I think that's a great point you bring up, that as the roster gets younger and they retool, this is also a chance for, say, somebody like a Chase Lucas who has flashed in the preseason, and they might want to reward him by keeping him on this team. And maybe they don't need a nickel corner, and Upton Stout has a stranglehold on that position, and guys stay healthy and it all goes well. There are still players who are hungry, who have been cut from other rosters, who are undrafted, who are late draft picks trying to prove it in this league, that have a chance to make an impact on that unit. And I think that goes for any team, right? But for the 49ers, and how much of a problem that special teams was in this last year, that is one area in which, if you're someone who is young and trying to make it in this league, someone who's trying to hang on and have a new chapter in your career and find a home because you've been bouncing around, that's going to be noticed a lot more here in Santa Clara than it would be your average NFL team because of how rough things went on that unit last year.
And it just is a way that by being competent, not being among the worst in the NFL at it, that it can help this team win games. Like nobody's saying you got to go from 30 to 32 in terms of special teams all the way up to being a top 5 or a top 10. If you can even just get into the teens, right? Get into the back half, but anywhere between maybe 17 and 20, that would be a significant bump up at this point that I think Kyle Shanahan would take, as long as your kicker is not costing you games by missing multiple field goals in a particular game or missing a big one at the end that needs to be made potentially from inside of 50. But it's not just that. It's the kickoff coverage. It's having returners that have the capability to be able to help you with field position. It's all those things that go in line with the ability to play complementary football, bringing it back to your point about what percentage of what is the most important. The complementary football aspect, because there are so many question marks at so many different positions, I think especially on the defense, that's one area where being more buttoned up, just being more buttoned up special teams wise, can help your defense maximize what they have, can help your offense be in better position to maybe put a few more points on the board in situations where they get the better end of the field position, and that allows the defense to potentially play from ahead in some of these games, and that allows them some margin for error to grow with a lot of the young players that are in the fold.
I try not to get too lost in the online discourse at times, and I know that both of us do this a lot during the basketball season when we have our Dubs OT, Just Dubs conversations, and particularly in the playoffs when we got those shows every other day for the most part. But there was a lot of, why was Dominic Pooney playing on special teams to begin with? Why was he blocking a field goal unit? And so
Krug asked it in the time you were gone. Krug brought that up.
He did? So where did Krug stand on that?
He was in line with, does he really have to be out there? And I think we ended up getting onto something else. So I didn't give my rebuttal to it. But to me, if you're going to be out there in the regular season with that group, you're out there in the preseason. Like you need the actual practice time with the guys that are going to be out there, I think, on special teams in the regular season. But no, Krug brought it up. I was a little surprised, but he brought it up like, God, does he really have to be out there? He's so important, that kind of a thing.
Okay, so that's fascinating that Krug brought that up, and I want to talk to him about that at some point because my thought was, why was he on special teams? Well, because he was out there to block for Brock Purdy. He was out there to do his job, and you need blocking, and special teams is one unit where it might not feel like as important of a snap as Brock Purdy in the shotgun on a 3rd and 6, but that's an area that really needs to be buttoned up, and sometimes it comes down to football players need to be out there playing. So I get that if you're Brock Purdy, when he rolled out on a little bootleg to the left, that's where maybe in the course of a regular season game, he runs to pick up the first down, and you're not taking that chance in the regular season, right? There are little things you could do. But as far as being an offensive lineman, that's kind of one of those positions where you're either out there or you're not. And if your coach is going to make the decision to have you out there, then you got to go and get the regular season style reps. So it's unfortunate that it happened to Dom Pooney on that play, but that's where I stand on it. And it sounds like we're a little bit more aligned, but I am glad that Krug brought that up because I do like getting a different side of a perspective on that. And that was something I saw circulating online quite a bit over the weekend.
Yeah, to me, it's revisionist. It's outcome driven, right? A bad outcome means that you made the wrong decision. That kind of thing. Like to me, if a guy's going to be out there in the regular season, and look, there are teams, and the Niners haven't done this as much, but there are teams throughout the league, over time, where I remember the Seahawks in particular with Pete Carroll, all their best players would be playing on special teams. All their guys, the Legion of Boom guys would be playing on coverage units and the like to make tackles. You want your hitters and your best tacklers and your turnover forcers to be out there trying to impact the game in that way to help themselves, essentially, in addition to helping the offense with field position. So I'm actually more open to, even though there are some risks involved, I'm more open to that philosophy of having your best players out there on special teams if you truly are going to be a team that values it.
Who was up? Who was down? Let's get into some of the down a little bit. We can continue on the up, but I also think that in addition to the injuries, before we get to Guy Haberman, I want to try to complete this full picture as we talk to the voice of the 49ers, filling in for our true voice, Greg Papa. We'll do that at 12:50. The best, the worst, what needs to improve. 808 KNBR if you want to join the conversation as well. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was glad the defense gave us a chance with Mahoney getting that interception. Wish he could have returned it a few more yards just because we didn't get any yards after it, but set it up perfect for Jake to have to make a big field goal, and to hit a 59-yarder there or whatever it was huge. So real happy for him.
Nah, Jalen Mahoney just didn't take the yards because he wanted to test his teammate, Jake Moody. Nice interception there after a couple of sacks by the defense, and Mahoney capping it off with a change in possession. Took the 49ers from a likely tie to a chance where they could probably go and win the game, and that's exactly what they did as we continue to unpack the highs and the lows from preseason game number 2. Niners take it over the Raiders in Las Vegas. Jalen Mahoney, the hero there, and only played 3 games with the Niners this last year. It's another one of those guys who preseason probably does mean something for as you try to make the final 53-man roster, as you try to make a home for yourself in the NFL. We continue to unpack the highs and the lows. Done a lot of the highs, JD. I want to get your thoughts on maybe some of the things, and I know you did pre and post, did a great job on 810 KSFO with Copes and our whole team over there. What were some of the points that stuck out of this game that maybe you find a little bit concerning?
Well, number one is the injuries. I mean, it's the obvious one, but and again, along the lines of you lose your starting right guard and somebody who ranks as your number 2 starting offensive lineman after Trent Williams, and then you lose a couple of running backs, which I think with some of the players that have the potential to be coming back may not wind up being as big of a deal, but it just, I mean, everywhere you look, it appears, there's just some kind of middling injury concern that has the potential to hurt depth. So that's number one, both on the micro level of Pooney and the running backs, but on the macro level of basically there being concerns all over the roster if there is any kind of significant player that goes down. Like, I could see this team being in major trouble, as most teams would be, if one of your true headliners at a position goes down. I could also see them potentially being in big trouble if they are, a bottom third team in terms of just overall injuries to their depth, because a lot of these guys that are out right now are not the superstars or the stars of the stars, but it's that next tier of player as we've talked about. I think Alfred Collins played great. It's been kind of a down, down, then coming along, then maybe down, winding road, I think, for Collins. So he was somebody maybe that stood out, a little bit. I know. I think Vic Tafer maybe wrote about that, and I think Barrows and Kawakami were talking about it on their podcast a little bit. I was kind of with everybody on Alfred Collins on Saturday.
Yeah, I would say for me, it would probably be the 2 areas of the run. And I'll start on the offensive side of the ball, where run blocking was not great. And you lost Dom Pooney in the middle of that game. He left with the PCL. Yet another reminder that without Trent Williams, and then now without Dom Pooney, your offensive line is a bit of a shaky unit. The backup offensive linemen haven't particularly impressed me. It was Spencer Burford at left tackle in that first game. Austin Pleasance, I don't think was great at right tackle in this one. Niners only got 2.3 yards per carry. It was 28 for 64. And I hate doing the Corey Kiner had a 19-yard run, so take that away. And it was an even lower average and everything. The point being, though, for the most part, 64 rush yards on 28 times on the ground is a number that's got to be higher, even if you got a more talented back like Christian McCaffrey out there. He's also someone that is a little bit older in his career, and I'm not going back to you got to limit McCaffrey's touches conversation, but running back is a particularly brutal position where you get beat up and you are going to need a certain level of protection. Along with that, scoring in the red zone was one of the key issues the 49ers didn't have last year. And if your run blocking isn't great, all of a sudden that really tightens things up in the red zone, and it's going to have teams be able to play that pass a little bit more aggressively, take some more risks, which is going to make life for Brock Purdy a little bit harder, who's already down some targets. So it all kind of feeds in together. I think that's why run blocking and the backup offensive linemen probably come to the top of my list. And then the run defense is just a little bit more of a question mark. They went against Ashton Genty, high draft pick out of Boise State, and got the touchdown, didn't play him too long. Geno Smith was out there for a limited time as well. But you mentioned Alfred Collins. So I thought about him and the fact that now two of those high draft picks in CJ West and Mykel Williams are out with hyperextended knees. I just don't know what you're going to get outside of Nick Bosa to help you stop the run. And Mykel Williams, I think, in theory, with the edge setting and not missing a lot of tackles in college, that should help you, but he's not out there right now, so we don't get to see it for real.
No, you don't, and I think that the development of the young players in terms of how impactful they will be to help this team win and how quickly they can be impactful to help this team win, I think is something to keep an eye on. And you know, it's sort of flipped from where it was 4 weeks ago when training camp started. Initially, it was all about Mykel Williams, and it was all about, wow, look at this CJ West guy. And it was, man, Alfred Collins really looks the part, but he's a big guy. Can he get off the ball? Can he play smaller than maybe his size in terms of leverage and mobility and the ability to make an impact? And look at Sebastian Valdez, and wow, Kalia Davis is still around. Like all you look at that group, and then over time it's become more about Upton Stout. It's become more about Marquise Siegel. I think Nick Martin's somebody that I think there was a lot of optimism about, and it's like, okay, he's a little bit away, then he looks better, but he's still kind of taking his lumps. They're just so all in on those guys being able to make an impact this year that I think, I don't want to say gassed him up to a certain extent, but I think it was legitimate the way those that participated in the offseason program had performed, the way coaches had spoken of them. But I think when you hear Kyle Shanahan going back to being on last week and discussing expectations and believing that this team's going to be better in December than they were or are in September, I think it's a flag to everybody to just, while this team is still star heavy at the top, there's a lot that's going to have to fall right and develop along the way for this team truly to be the team that they believe they can be. And I think there's going to be a few more bumps along the way than maybe people are anticipating, considering how optimistic everybody was about the young players going into camp.
Guy Haberman going to be joining us when we come back. Want to get his thoughts on the young players, the special teams, what he likes, what's a little bit dicey, and can't wait to see Guy continue to do his thing. Special privilege, by the way, JD. We're not talking about the phone. We're talking about getting his beautiful face on our screen here with the guest camera. Crisp visual, crisp audio, and a crisp Guy Haberman next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers preseason game in Las Vegas was about Jake the Make Moody. That's right. After missing a 53-yarder wide left, Moody was money down the stretch, made a 44-yarder in the final minute. and then a 59-yarder as time expired to give the 49ers the win. So let me ask you this. Does this change your stock in Jake Moody, or is this just meaningless preseason football? JD, Larry Kruger, and I are going to be answering all of those questions as we get you ready for the real thing on September 7th. It's your home of 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader.
I don't talk to kickers very much. Just tell them to make it.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with JD on a Monday rolls on, and you can watch us on YouTube and twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. And if you're watching us on the stream, you're not just going to see me. You're not just going to see John Dickinson. You're going to see that good-looking face up at the top middle of your screen. He's doing a fantastic job filling in for our guy, Greg Papa, on 49ers broadcast. Done a great couple of games here with Tim Ryan now on the TV side, and you can catch him for a lot of this 49ers season. I never say go Blue Devils when I'm talking about Duke. I'm talking about Davis Senior High School, welcoming in the finest of their alumni, Guy Haberman, who joins us on the Uma guest line. What's up, Guy?
Yeah, we're still a one high school town, right?
Yeah, well, they got two, but the second one you could play high school sports for DHS. Yeah, we're calling it a one high school town.
We barely have enough people for one good football team. We don't actually have enough people for one good football team. So God forbid we split the town into two high schools.
Yeah, I actually got to experience the team making the playoffs and having a pretty solid year because Jason Fisk's son, Tucker, was my class, and now with the Chargers right now. So when you got one NFL talent, it actually goes a long way at the high school level.
Absolutely. Are we still running the wing tee? JD, we were running the wing. Not we. I mean, I wasn't running the wing tee, but yeah. We could go deep here, but I'll stop.
Well, it's wing T when we were there, and now it's full spread, 5 wide, shotgun, no backs, like throw it around the yard, throw it around the city.
That's right.
My last comment on Davis High School football is that I think right before I was in high school, I want to say 7th, 8th grade, I saw Shaq Thompson come in with Grant High School. And let's just say that game wasn't very close because you had an NFL linebacker and future Washington star come in. And, that was that going up against a bunch of unathletic kids. But let's go over to an NFL team that is making some splashes. That is the 49ers. So, Guy, first off, we're excited to get that football hour with Tim Ryan going. How has working with Tim Ryan for a couple games on TV shaped your outlook on the 49ers defense just through the first couple of preseason games, as there's a lot of youth and a lot of question marks?
I mean, football hour with Tim Ryan could be 24 hours. If it was him and Papa, it should be 24 hours. I mean, those guys are two peas in a pod, which is awesome. He's awesome. We've talked a lot about that secondary, what that battle for what that safety spot's going to look like for Jair Brown, Jason Pinnock. I think safeties, they're not the same as receivers, but like receivers, they're just, especially as a young player, there's just so much required. And it does feel like Marquise Siegel has a lot of momentum to not only, obviously make the team, the rookie out of Kansas State at safety, but maybe even start, so that's significant. Now, doing it in the preseason is different than doing it in the real season, in the regular season, 4 quarters against a real NFL quarterback who's adjusting to you and an offensive coordinator who's trying to trick you and, coming down and making a lot of tackles in the run game repeatedly, all that stuff, the stuff that Jair Brown has done for a few years in his career. But I mean, that's kind of the top of the list of what, Tim has been talking about on the air for the first 2 weeks.
Guy, we were talking about this a little bit before the break. The young players that the 49ers drafted and brought in particular, the defensive side of the ball, and all by all accounts had quality offseason programs among those who participated, but a lot of optimism among the group collectively. Where were you on a lot of these guys 4 weeks ago when training camp started in terms of your perceived impact versus where you are now? And I think it's open-ended. It could be, Michael Williams, who's dealing with an injury, to Siegel and Stout, to CJ West, to Sebastian Valdez, like all these guys. Like, who are you higher on now than maybe you were? Who are you more concerned about now than maybe you were?
Well, I like CJ West just because I'd called a couple of his college games, so I was probably partial to him. But I didn't expect him to make the impact that he did as quickly as he did. My general feeling, JD, was you draft 5 defensive players to start. If 3 of them turn out to be good players, and if 2 of the 3 defensive linemen you took turn out to be real rotational, useful players, then that's a major hit. I mean, you look back at last year, you took Pearsall in round 1. But Renardo Green, Dominic Puni, Malik Mustafa, I mean, those guys were all useful players really useful players in year one. All three of them, you're coming into year two of their careers being starters. So, and now, Ricky's got a real chance to make an impact. So that there's the potential, that they're 4 for 4 to start that draft from last year. Even taking Ricky out of it for a second. Now, I do think that, for Mustafa when he comes back from the ACL, for Renardo Green now moving into a full-time outside corner role, and now for Puni, who Chris Forrester said it a couple of weeks ago when the media got to talk to all the 49ers assistant coaches, by the midway point to the back end of the season last year, defenses had the book out on him. And so he's got to adjust back. So, having a good rookie year is great, but then your role gets bigger in year two. And so the story's not written on a rookie class after 1 year. The other guy, I think, is the 7th rounder, Tatum Bethune, who I think is impressing Robert Saleh in his first year back as the defensive coordinator. So anyway, back to this group, I just feel like it's a volume play. And if 3 out of the 5 of those first defensive guys, now that doesn't count Marquise Siegel. So if 4 out of the 6, if those guys can be impactful, that's really impactful for them. I think Michael has maintained. Hopefully he can come back and maintain what he was doing before he got hurt. Alfred Collins missed OTAs. So, it feels like he's a little behind. And now we get to the time of year where if you're not totally caught up, you don't really get to, as a rookie, get into 17-game playing shape during the season. It's hard, I think, for some of these guys who are big-time prospects. All of them, really. I remember Bosa talking about this, right? Getting ready for the draft and then getting ready for the draft is different than getting ready for a season. And that second year you get to just, you're not getting on planes, you're not doing visits with all the teams, you're not doing the combine, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's a lot for Alfred Collins to catch up on. I think Upton Stout he'd be on the list, JD, of guys that you don't know. And then you're watching him make plays and you're hearing the coaches talk about him. I think in years past, we've seen some 49ers receivers make plays, Cowing being one. But then the coaches, when Shanahan talks, he says, yeah, but it's hard for a receiver to make an impact right away.
Talking to Guy Haberman here on the UMA guest line. You can also check him out on the stream if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch. Especially on a roster like this, I think a steady veteran presence goes a long way. And one of those guys that has flown under the radar a little bit is Demarcus Robinson because of that likely suspension that's coming. But as I watch preseason, as I see little clips of practice, he's one of those receivers that looks like he's got a good chemistry going with Brock Purdy. And with Brandon Ayuk going to miss the start of the year, Jawan Jennings having the calf/contract situation, how do you see Demarcus Robinson being able to fit in with this offense if he might need to take on a larger role?
Yeah, well, I think the role that he had last year, this guy caught 65 balls for the first time in his career, started all 17 games for the Rams. So I think he's going to plug right in. He's looked really good in practice. He's fit right in. To me, there's a line. Dudes that are above the line just look like pros, ready to roll, plug him in. They're going to play well. Him and Ricky Pearsall. So I think he's big and he's physical. I mean, he's been in this offense. You remember last year, JD has such a good memory. JD, you'll remember the Rams ran a trick play against the Niners. And it was, I think, Tutu Atwell threw it to Demarcus Robinson on Jair Brown, and he caught it, but I think it ended up being out of bounds. It was in the red zone. But that's a physical play, to be able to be bigger than Jair Brown. It was a really physical play. Tutu didn't exactly dot it, but it was a pretty good throw from Tutu Atwell. This guy's going to fit. He already has. The only thing with him now is, there is the arrest and he's waiting on a suspension. Will that be 2? Will it be 3? Whatever. So, they seem to be preparing like they won't have him either, but I think he'll play. You can see a world where by the end of the year, Ayuk's healthy, Pearsall, Jennings, Demarcus Robinson, that's a real NFL receiving group, and then you're not asking too much of any of Watkins or anything like that.
It was reported over the weekend the Niners were going after Mechie III from the Texans, went from the Texans to the Eagles, but the Niners were, I think it was Jordan Schultz who ended up, the Niners were in on this. First real tell among all our discussions, Guy, about do the Niners think they have enough at wide receiver? I think that assuming the reporting is true, I assume it is I don't know. It's an indicator of I think, and maybe the most real indicator we've seen yet of just where the 49ers truly are in terms of feeling comfortable about their wide receiving core. Fair or foul?
Well, I mean, not knowing what the call. Well, do you know? Have you seen what do the Eagles pay? Like, he's not making anything, right? He's still on his rookie deal, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen's back with the Chargers. Caught that piece of news watching the Chargers this weekend.
Gabe Davis is visiting Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Gabe Davis. That story won't go. That thing won't go away. Who's my guy from the Jags that they were going to trade Ayuk for? What was that guy's name? That story. Remember that report last year?
I do.
The former Raider. What was his name? I think the Cardinals cut him. I want to say Tez Johnson. Taz. What is it?
Zay Jones.
Zay Jones.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's it. But I also don't. I think they're looking because you've seen them, the back end of their receiving group. Marquez Callaway comes and goes. The next guy comes and goes. I still think it's going to be hard for them to find somebody who plugs in above, right? The guys that are supposed to be the guys: Jennings, Pearsall, Robinson. Because you can't go expensive. Because what's Jennings going to be making here in a month? I don't know. And then Robinson comes back, and you can't have a guy making money, right?
You can't, but here's kind of where I was going with it. I mean, you look at, and everybody knows the list of the guys that are out or project to be out that aren't going to quite be back yet or whatever. And I think it's been more assumed in the last, week and a half or so that the 49ers are comfortable and Kyle Shanahan can figure it out if it's going to be Ricky Pearsall and maybe it's going to be Juwan Jennings, and then you don't really know. But Kyle can figure it out. To me, it's an indicator. Well, yes, we're talking about a former 6th-round pick. It's an indicator that they aren't exactly of the belief that they have enough, even in the 3 through 6 spots currently among guys that they can count on, and that's not completely insignificant.
I think that's fair. Fair or foul was your question. I'll finally get to answer your question. I think that's fair. But I would just add, I'm watching them go on all these practices. I'm seeing them rotate the back end of that roster in and out, right? And I don't know. It's almost easier to add somebody like that than to add somebody like, Gabe Davis, who almost has to. Maybe it doesn't matter. He fits in at number 6, but I still think the top end of this group is going to be hard for them to acquire somebody that'll crack the top end of that group.
Few more minutes here with Guy Haberman on the UMA guest line. I was watching that clip, and I got a good laugh over you interviewing George Kittle, and he was all upset that he didn't trademark his idea in an entrepreneurial class that you said, well, obviously you named that the Hawkeye, right? But an honest question is, do you have a strong opinion of the Hawkeye technology and how that's going to play into things this year? I mean, Matt Barrows, we talked to about it, and he said, yeah, look, I don't know if I loved it at first. I mean, it takes just about as long as the chains, but I guess the whole goal is to try to have it as accurate as possible and not have any spot chains controversy between an inevitable Chiefs-Bills controversial playoff game that comes down to one play.
I actually like it, although I don't think it solves any of the controversy because we're still spotting it. The human is still spotting it.
Right.
So the chain, but I like it simply because of the drama of the way they've built the graphic where it says Hawkeye or whatever it says. And it's on being in the stadium. Seeing it on my TV monitor that we play it. And then also seeing it in the stadium, everybody gets to experience it together. And the camera zooms in to where the ball is on the graphic. And then we all wait to see how far it is. I mean, you say the most important thing is to get it right. That's JD knows this long-standing take of mine, which is, mostly that's the most important thing, but really this is entertainment. So I think they've kind of nailed that part of it. I like it. I mean, I'm with you. It doesn't always feel like it's faster, but I think we'll get it there. So I enjoy it. I enjoy it just from as someone who casually watches, tennis and I love when they have the replay of like, okay, here comes they don't just tell you the result. They kind of dramatize it and they reenact it. And then they tell you if it's in or out. So I like that. I like guessing once you see the measurement, how far it is. So I'm a fan. I'm into it.
Yeah, it seems like it's lacking something because we don't know when it's coming. Well, yes. I mean, you made that's a key point, and I know we want everything to be efficient and quick, fast, and in a hurry and all of that. But from being in the stadium, and I wasn't in Vegas Saturday, but from being at Levi's in the first home preseason game, there's something to be said for the pace of the chain gang coming out, and you kind of know when you're going to get when you're going to get the result.
Oh, right.
I feel like in stadium, you're kind of all right, they're going to the measurement. You're waiting, and then all of a sudden it just pops up. I don't know. There's something dramatic lacking, but you're right. They do the. So I don't know. That part of it for me, I haven't quite gotten used to yet. And it's like, oh, are they short? Are they short? Are they short? Oh, first down.
Actually, it's almost like
you get. Go ahead.
The video needs to have more. There needs to be like a.
Yeah.
Would that help you?
It just there's got to be a little more to. There's got to be a little more drama. I want to see or maybe go through the whole process. Like maybe show everybody the whole everything that they do to put it on the the screen. We get to see the chain extending. Let's see how they actually give us a screen share from the league office or wherever that takes place.
You know what it is? It's like whoever realized in the early days of computers that you need a loading page, right? So I know how long am I waiting? Download progress, deloading, right? I need a deloading progress bar.
Well,
if you just had a progress bar.
100%. I mean, they've gotten into the habit, not to get off on another tangent here, but they've gotten in the habit now in a lot of stadiums. They'll put the break. They'll put if you're in a TV timeout, they'll put the length of the TV timeout on the scoreboard. So you'll have all right, 11:50 to go in the first quarter, TV timeout, and then they'll put 3 minutes on another clock down in a different part of the scoreboard to let everybody know when the game's going to come back on.
I noticed that at Allegiant on Saturday, and I was like, this is actually kind of like that, even though I know because I've got the
Sure.
But that's actually really helpful. I'm with you. I'm joking. I do think it probably is faster, but you do love the what's the word? The pomp and circumstance of the guys running out there and everybody waiting for them. And
I don't know that it is though faster because you see them come out and then they measure it and then we have the result. So I think it actually is taking longer right now.
I'm just saying, not seeing people run and just everyone standing around makes it feel the progress bar would solve this. The progress bar would solve this.
Look, all I'm going to say is the last time we had Guy on the show was during March Madness when Papa and I were talking college hoops with him. That tournament was tough with every single review in the final minute. It wasn't a matter of, who'd the ball last touch or was it goaltending? It was, is there 52.6 or 52.2? And I get it. A half second makes a long difference sometimes at the end of games. But the clock reviews were driving me insane. So nothing's going to beat that as far as the Hawkeye versus the Chains to me.
Yeah, the Hawkeye, at least there's a visual aid. And they have a target. They say it's going to be, it's 30 seconds instead of a minute 10 to get this thing done. So I'm into that. I do think that, the way they've accelerated reviews in the last few years, and it's trickled down to college too, right? Just kind of like hey, we're just going to tell the white hat in his ear what the result is of this review and we'll all move along. That's nice. That's been good. That's been good. So
209 the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, have the THX surround sound playing as a zoom in. I like that call. Good poll, by the way. We're moving away from the old movie theaters and DVD days, but even I can recall that one. That's a good call, 209. Guy, we really appreciate you coming by, and you're doing a great job. Love watching you and Tim on the TV, and I'm sure I'll see you out there a bunch here in the coming weeks with the Niners, but continue to do your thing, and we'll monitor this roster. Hopefully the next time we talk to you, it doesn't have to be about any new injuries or that sort of development.
Amen. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Guy. He is Guy Haberman. You can check him out. You can give him a follow at Guy Haberman, and, of course, doing a fantastic job, about as well as anybody could, filling in for our guy, Greg Papa, on the preseason broadcast. But I always like the quick aside here. I say August is for lists, JD. August is also for nitpicking rule changes or new technology that we implement in sports.
Absolutely. We're all getting used to it, and this is going to be a thing. Like the NFL is so huge, Greg, that we're going to talk about, and I think some have done it already. There haven't been a lot of instances where it's been needed in the first couple of 49er games, but in the regular season, we're going to talk about how long it takes. Is it quicker? Is it is it accurate? Are they actually spotting the ball accurately to where they're getting a true? I actually think that the new measurement is going to be a topic of discussion, because everything in the way we consume football becomes a topic of discussion.
I can already hear Papa in my ear as Walter's kind of joking about this with me. I mean, we're going to book Mike Pereira on and have him talk all about it. Mike Pereira joined our very first Papa and Silver show, and we had to unpack the whole Seattle calling the double timeouts that they didn't get penalized thing for. I'm so glad we booked that late in the show, because Papa was fired up. Like, we had never seen him like that before. And Walter goes, dude, you don't get this every day. So we love a good rule nitpicking. I mean, it's what it's all about right now.
Yeah, it's that and Davis football. That and Davis High football. Not even UC Davis football, Davis High football.
Go Blue Devils. We're going to reset our topics of the day when we come back, and we're going to do that with a little bit of music. I gave a lot of bad nicknames over to Matt Barrows, and you're going to hear a song from one of those artists I used in a pun, Silver Linings playlist, when we come back on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Offensive lineman Dominic Pooney and running backs Corey Kiner and Patrick Taylor Jr. all left Saturday's preseason game with injuries. Dominic Pooney with a PCL should be out a few weeks. Patrick Taylor Jr. the dislocated shoulder, and Corey Kiner a high ankle sprain. So while none of these are season ending, the injuries continue to pile up for the 49ers as they make their way through the end of the preseason. But if you want some good news, Brock Purdy one clean drive and most importantly, stayed healthy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. A little Silver Linings Playlist on a Monday. What am I going to talk about? Well, we've been going all 49ers here because we value wins in the preseason. They're 1-1. Walter's going to make a graphic. He's going to put it up on a plaque in the studio behind him. It says 49ers 22, Raiders 19. Eat S. Marcus, Jake Moody, game-winning 59-yard kick. Speaking of Jake Moody, though, I gave a lot of musical nicknames to Matt Barrows. Forgot to run them by Guy Haberman, but that's okay. We have devices for texting. So I give you Curtis Robinson and the Miracles, Renard Al Green, Lionel Richie Grant, Daryl Luter von Beethoven, Celine Diamador, Sinead O'Connor Colby. But we're going to go with special teams here, and that is the Moody Blues. We're going to go back to 1969, and the title of this one is also a rhetorical question, JD, because it's called, Are You Sitting Comfortably? I think by the feedback we've gotten from our callers, from our texters, from the YouTube chat, sounds like the answer would be no for most people. But nonetheless, he drilled 5, 2 in the final minute, and Jake Moody got his preseason moment.
Well done. Per usual, Moody Blues. That is some deep Moody Blues knowledge. I would have figured, although doesn't play today, a little Tuesday afternoon or maybe a little 80s Your Wildest Dreams. But no,
question, because it's a question every time he steps up to kick it. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's good. Good Moody Blues knowledge. I'm digging that.
Yeah, Walter goes, is it clean? I go, dude, I don't know. I mean, come on, I haven't listened to the song in forever. My Moody Blues knowledge does not run deep, but he's looking at me like, hey, well, you're still older than I am. So, which
So I thought
fair
he kicked
point.
his ass.
Yeah, that one's
Nicely
going to
done.
live.
That one's going to live on. So I guess I will ask you the rhetorical question. Are you sitting comfortably? And I think it's understandable why fans are saying no. What would make you start to look at Jake Moody a little bit more comfortably here in this 49ers season when the games start to count for real?
A full season of makes without catastrophic misses. And look, nobody's going to be perfect. Although I think that type of a year would go a long way toward 49er fans having confidence in him. And we did it at the beginning of the show, talked about it a little bit when you and Walter had to dip out of the studio there, and then when you first came back. And the question of the day was essentially, how are you feeling now about Jake Moody? Given the 59-yard make to win the game, the 2 in the final minute, the response after missing the 53-yarder and then barely making the 26-yarder. And we asked the question because, again, it better than the alternative. You want a guy to make those kicks, and you hope that he takes the confidence from it and it propels him into a great regular season as the 49ers kicker. But the reality is, we can say all of that and acknowledge it, Greg, and then we 808 KNBR it on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and on the phone lines, and I don't think it was probably 8 out of every 10 responses going through the hundreds of responses of people not being comfortable still with Jake Moody. So it's going to take a lot more than a couple of clutch preseason kicks for people to not be concerned every time he lines up, and every time he lines up in particular in a big spot.
I'm not saying this to belabor the Robbie Gould, Jake Moody picked in the third round discussion, but the reason I want to take it back to that moment is not that drafting a kicker or finding a replacement for Robbie Gould, who traditionally wasn't kicking into the 50s or certainly not 55 or even making the kicks that Jake Moody was able to drill during the Super Bowl. I understand wanting to move on with that philosophy. At the time, I found it a very fascinating decision because you were all in. It was Super Bowl or bust. You end up getting to the Super Bowl, and the kicker you previously had in Robbie Gould was someone who was 68 for 68 in postseason kicks. So when I ask this question of are you sitting comfortably, I take you back to the playing in the ice cold, 0 degree, 1 degree weather, maybe a little wind chill in there, and you upset Green Bay, the top team on the road, and Robbie Gould drills one from the mid-40s in that kind of weather, and I think a lot of people were feeling pretty comfortable and also grateful that they were still in that game. With Moody, he's had some high moments. He's had some big kicks in the Super Bowl. He's also missed one in every postseason game to this point, and so I think there's going to be a lot less sitting comfortably, and I would agree with you. It's going to take at least a full season, or it's going to take some big-time clutch kicks in order to be feeling comfortable. And it's not just sitting comfortably with the special teams unit. I think people want to be sitting comfortably with the health of this team. They want to be sitting comfortably with the wide receiver unit. As much as things are far from disaster, there's a lot of apprehension and uneasiness at this stage in the preseason right now.
Yeah, and I think if you look at it, though, I mean, Brock Purdy looked really good. It looks like they have a backup quarterback that's competent. The Ricky Pearsall connection is real. They still have Christian McCaffrey, even though the backup running back room is a mess. They still, I think, project to have Juwan Jennings hopefully back at some point to where you can cobble things together if DeMarcus Robinson's going to be suspended, and you're obviously not going to have Brandon Ayuk until somewhere toward the middle of the season. So I think you feel confident. George Kittle's still there. Trent Williams is still there. You got to figure out how you're going to get by with Dominic Pooney if need be. Like I still think when you look at really both weeks, and I know Brock didn't play against Denver, but I think when you look at both weeks, and the guys that did get opportunities to play, but also the guys who didn't, knowing that they're going to be out there, I still think on the surface level, you should feel pretty good about this 49ers team. I think on the surface level, you feel good about Brock Pearsall, you feel good about McCaffrey, you feel good about Trent Williams, you feel good about Kittle, you feel good about Kyle Shanahan's ability to scheme up enough offense to keep things moving along those lines. And I think defensively, having Saleh back in the equation, despite so many young player question marks up and down all three levels, I just think that there's a belief that they're going to be schemed up more appropriately and effectively. And I think that's something that gives you optimism. Now, if you start having a couple injuries and a couple of these guys you picked aren't ready and get thrust into having to have more of an impact, by necessity, then maybe we're having a completely different conversation. But for all of the questions and for as fragile as it feels, Greg, I do think there's a lot to be optimistic about still. Maybe not at the 12 or 13 win level, but I still think at the 10 or 11 win level.
Well, and they got a chance to get off to a really hot start if they're able to take care of those 2 games within the division, within their business. And actually 3 of the first 5, if you want to account for the Rams one. And then you might be getting Brandon Ayuk back, who's actually outrunning routes in preseason. So, the hope is it's not taken until week 9 or 10, which is the back end of Kyle Shanahan's timetable. Goal is after that Thursday night game, when you get that extra long week of practice, the mini bye, if he can come back week 6, add that to your receiver room. DeMarcus Robinson should get added to the mix after a few weeks. And if Ricky Pearsall can stay healthy, that's another guy where you got a little bit of a taste that he and Brock Purdy can develop chemistry-wise together. So are you sitting comfortably? Question of the day is by the Moody Blues. And seems like a lot of people didn't pick up on the fact that the Moody Blues was a Jake Moody pun, because I'll tell you what, not a lot of people sitting comfortably with the topic of the segment being the guy that went a little bit of a 5 for 6 with a nice extra point in there. But that is a rhetorical question of the day, JD. Are you sitting comfortably?
Yes, and always sitting comfortably here in for Papa and with you, and continuing the conversation here as we head toward handing it off to Dirty Work here at 2 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
Got a couple of sounds coming your way around the NFL world, and I also got another list because August is for lists, and this one from ChatGPT, so you know what that means. Time to rage. It's Poppin' Silver with JD on the Sports Leader. Hey, everybody. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Chris Dolan and his law firm have been based here in the Bay for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about them and their protections. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and with all the motorcyclists, skateboards, pedestrians, children, there's people all around us, so please be careful and work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson here with you. I got a couple pieces of sound, a nice little list to share with you, recapping our 49ers themes of the day, and then we'll be just about ready to get on out of here and get it over to Dirty Work. Giants play 4 games this week against the San Diego Padres, so we've had a lot of Wednesday short shows. That's going to be moved to Thursday, and we got Robbie Ray on the mound against Nestor Cortez tonight, so Dirty Work will take you up to pregame starting at 5:40. First pitch, the Sports Leader at 6:40. If you're still out and about, want to listen to some Orange and Black. Keeping it with the football theme here on the Sounds, JD. Got to start with where we left off with Guy Haberman, and that is George Kittle and the Hawkeye technology. He and Tim Ryan had a fantastic mid-game interview with the People's tight end, George Kittle. And George, a little bit upset he didn't take the opportunity to trademark this idea back when he was a Hawkeye himself at the University of Iowa. Here's what he said.
And I thought of that back in like 2014, and I should have done something with it because that would have been very helpful for me today because they could have bought it from me. But I missed my window and I missed my op.
You definitely probably named it Hawkeye.
I can't remember what I named it. That was 12 years ago. But you know what?
You named it Chip in the Ball.
Something like that, man. Something easy, something catchy. That's definitely what was in.
All right, take a guess here. How far is this before the number shows up?
8 inches. No idea. Well, that's a first down. It's my first time actually seeing that live. That's pretty cool.
All right, so George is liking the Hawkeye technology. Guy Haberman, doing his research, says, I mean, come on, you had to have named it Hawkeye, right? And George is like, yeah, I don't know. I love Tim's response. You named it Chip in the Ball.
Yeah, well done by Tim Ryan. I'm still getting used to it. The whole Hawkeye, and yeah, that that was pretty funny. But no, it feels off a little bit, the pacing of the whole thing. I think that's something that maybe not a lot of people are totally paying attention to because it is the preseason, and we're obviously watching and listening to all these games and breaking them all down. But I do think the overwhelming majority of fans watch preseason football a lot more phatically than you or I do, and really don't. Aren't paying attention and locked in, to the ins and outs of every step. So I think the Hawkeye is going to be something interesting to keep an eye on as the regular season gets going.
I will tell you that we are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Look, as far as the preseason, and I've said this from the get-go, I'm not going to pretend like I get excited about watching every snap, every quarter, breaking down the tape and everything, but this is my first season on Pop and Silver getting to do this, and I can appreciate that, particularly with the roster overhaul that the 49ers did this last offseason, the need to get younger, having the reliance on young guys like we haven't seen in quite a handful of years. I am enjoying getting to observe your players like a Nick Martin or even someone like a Chase Lucas who's fighting for a roster spot, because it's going to help us as we get closer to September 7th and figure out who is going to be making those differences. And even somebody like a Connor Colby, 7th-round pick. Hey, look, if Ben Barch continues to get banged up or Dominic Pooney's got to miss the start of the year, these are players that we're not just talking about for the sake of getting into and discussing. These are all a lot of people that are going to have meaningful snaps, and hopefully the only one that we've focused on to a large degree, which I hope to not take a lot of meaningful snaps, is Mac Jones.
Yeah, and I think that's how most people look at it. It's all right, Brock Purdy pretty good. Ricky Pearsall, been hearing about him. That makes sense. That checks basically from what, if you're just reading reports and listening or watching people that are discussing the things that they see down at camp. Running backs need somebody behind McCaffrey, but as long as you got McCaffrey, even though everybody wants to to give McCaffrey a bunch of plays off, you're probably going to be okay there. Man, they really need some other wide receivers. I think that's how most people watch it. And Jake Moody better make the kicks. Or Jake Moody's got to go. Like that, I feel like that's how most people watch football. And then it is interesting. Chase Lucas is a perfect example, I think, because Chase Lucas is somebody that stood out in both of these first two games. Like he's been in many ways, if you're looking at the micro versus the macro, Chase Lucas would be on your list, and he's been on our list both of these weekends and Mondays coming out of these Saturday night games. The reality, though, as much as we can be focused on that, is we're talking about somebody that may be like the 50 to 55th or 56th person on what ultimately will be a 53-man roster.
Yeah, there's no question about that. But at the same time, guys might have to step up on a large capacity, and I know we've done it with our top 7 or 8 or so. You lose one of those most important 49ers, and all of a sudden it becomes pretty thin there on the bench to this point, and a lot of unproven players. Not saying it's dire, not saying these guys can't get the job done, but filling in for a Fred Warner, per se, would be somebody like a Nick Martin, who you don't really know what he's going to be to this point, or even someone like a D. Winters. He's had a great camp, but we haven't seen a great NFL version of D. Winters, and I think the hope is that you can do that this upcoming season. So it's not just the rookies, it's the sophomores, it's the third-year guys, it's your Kalia Davises who have battled through injury and not really gotten the right amount of run to make a fair judgment on in real-time NFL reps against other teams that are all fighting for the same goal right there. So there is your piece of sound on George Kittle and the Hawkeye technology. Let's go to Julian Edelman, because JD is a calendar guy. He's a math guy. He's got the memory of a wizard. But Julian Edelman might need a little bit of help on the math front. He's talking to Kurt Menefee about Caleb Williams and the changes made in this offense. Guess how many times Caleb Williams got sacked last year? You're about to find out, or maybe somewhat of the wrong answer.
Julian, we saw what Johnson was able to do with Jared Goff. How can he help Caleb Williams in his second year make that next step?
Well, I'm not a math guy. What's 2 minus 70?
2 minus 70?
70.
I think you mean 70 minus 2.
Yeah, the same thing.
You're not a math guy.
Regardless, that's 68, Kurt. 68 times he was sacked last year. So I expect Caleb Williams to go out there and get hit less.
Julian Edelman is a Super Bowl MVP. He's a Boston icon, not a math guy.
Not a math guy. Immediately, and maybe I am a math guy, as you said. Immediately, I'm like, negative 68? What's going on here? Like, huh? And then it all clicked. Then it all made sense.
He got sacked no times, and then he also played defense like Travis Hunter and sacked the quarterback 68 times.
Right. No, yeah, exactly. But
Honest
yeah,
question,
from a math
though.
guy to a non-math guy, it's all good.
Honest question, do you buy into the Ben Johnson Chicago Bears hype? They looked good in the preseason. Again, preseason is not about drawing conclusions, but there's a reason Caleb Williams was drafted number 1 overall. It's because of the ceiling and the type of player he could be. Crazy dysfunctional first year. Some of the blame goes to him. Some of the blame goes to factors well beyond him. And now Ben Johnson, they're hoping for the Sean McVay effect over there in Chicago. Maybe this is a year where he blossoms a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Chicago and on that division in particular, because you could make the case that it is the best division in the NFL again. And so we'll see. I mean, the Lions coming back a little bit, I think, plays a role in it. Are the Vikings going to take multiple steps back, going with McCarthy now as their starting quarterback? So we'll see. It's interesting. I am going to be keeping a little bit more of an eye on the Bears, knowing, and this is kind of how I consume the NFL, knowing the teams that are going to be on the 49ers schedule. I'm not a big AFC South guy usually, and the Niners have Jacksonville pretty early on, and Houston at the end of October there. But I'm going to be watching a little bit more of the Colts and a little bit more of the Titans throughout the course of the year, knowing that the Niners are going to play them a couple of weeks there toward the end of December.
Cam Ward has layered some nice passes in practice in preseason games that I've seen. So looking forward to watching the number 1 overall pick. And, of course, Titans going to be coming here. Mike Holler's Titans playing against the 49ers late in the season as the 49ers get both Souths in their schedule this year. The NFC South, the AFC South, and they're going to see the NFC South as soon as week 2 out in New Orleans. We'll wrap up the show, get some final thoughts on our general Monday topics. Still time to squeeze in calls and texts and YouTube chat if you're out there and you want to share some final words here. I got a list I want to give to you when we return, JD, because I'll say it again. August is the time to freak out about lists. This one made by ChatGPT. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As we look at who was up and who was down for the Niners this Saturday against the Raiders, it was the young secondary that continued to make their mark. Chase Lucas once again had a great game for Robert Saleh's defense, and Jalen Mahoney with the clutch interception in the final minute set up Jake Moody's game-winning 59-yard kick. So if you don't actually want to watch preseason football, but you are curious about this 49ers roster, that's what we got you covered for. 10-2, Papa and Silver all week long. Your home for 49ers football, the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Niners 2nd and 8. Purdy rolling left, looking left to Marcus Robinson, hauling it in at the 13-yard line. Another first down. Man, Brock Purdy looks good early.
Yeah, something to note there. Brock Purdy getting a nice first drive in there. Goes 5 for 7, 66 yards. 49ers get the win 22-19. We really care about the score of preseason games. But no, it was good to see Brock Purdy out there test his new connection with Ricky Pearsall. And most importantly, both of them get off the field unscathed without any injuries. Told you I got a list for you about quarterbacks coming up in just a second, JD. But we got a caller who we want to get in. Mark in San Francisco wants to talk a little special teams, one of our points of focus with Matt Barrows today. What's going on, Mark? We appreciate your late call. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm really excited about our special teams who've taken a step forward with our new coach. I think if we can help in that area, that's going to make the team a whole lot better because it's been a weakness for years. So I'm looking forward to that. Maybe Jake Moody can be the real deal with good coaching.
Yeah, keeping it short and to the point. And, I mean, look, special teams is kind of one of those full-on units of complementary football that we got into a little bit earlier. But, no, it's kind of the full picture right now. Jake Moody's got to make the kicks. They got to block. They got to have some nice coverage. The offense has to be able to do what they can do to put special teams in good position. And, I mean, Brant Boyer did stick up for Jake Moody in a major way. That was one of the things that stuck out to me early in the offseason. Again, words are just words. It's not going to mean much until you see the real performance. But I do think that Brian Schneider, the former special teams coordinator, has had a lot of success in other places. I was not wishing him to lose his job, but the 49ers special teams unit as a whole, JD, last year was in a major funk along with a lot of other parts of the roster, parts of the team that were really struggling. So, yeah, this is a new chance to start fresh. And again, if special teams could be 10 to 15% of the game rather than 45, that's probably going to err on the side that it's functioning like a well-oiled machine as opposed to making a mark for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, 8-3-1, and we finally got it. Finally got one. Get off Jake Moody. The 49ers have bigger problems. Like no receivers, no running backs, no offensive line, no defensive line, and no DBs, to name a few. 8-3-1 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that, Greg. Somebody finally, I think that's the only vote of confidence we had in Jake Moody, despite the performance on Saturday for the entire show here.
We did have a text from 650 that asked, why don't the 49ers get Justin Tucker, who's no longer with the Ravens? I'm not saying Justin Tucker is never going to kick again, but that's a lot of baggage to take on to this point. So I think that the plan of trying to make it work with Jake Moody, or for that matter, any team with their kicker, is going to be plan A, and then Justin Tucker might rank somewhere between plan C, D, E, and F. I don't know.
But one of the key questions, and you said it about Tucker. One of the key questions for Moody, though, is going to be how long is the leash if he does struggle, and to what level does he struggle? Like, that's something that isn't going away at any point anytime soon.
Yeah, no question. Pop and Silver with JD. Final few minutes or so. 7:07 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Always a ray of sunshine. So appreciate you. Thank you for listening. And if we make you so miserable, hey, keep doing it. Want to do a little list here of something to just kind of get through the end of the show and make us laugh a little bit. I think ChatGPT at this point is just trying to really test our attention spans here. Predicting the top 10 quarterbacks of the 2025 season. Let me ask you right off the top. You think Brock Purdy makes the list, yes or no?
Of top 10 coming into the season?
Top 10 for this. No. Top 10 quarterbacks this season. So at the end of the year, who will have the best season of the 10?
I would say he's not in it.
You say he's not in? All right, well, let me tell you real quick. So number 1, we got Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, we've got Joe Burrow. Number 3, we have Lamar Jackson. Number 4, we have Jalen Hurts building off his first Super Bowl championship, making a nice little jump there. That checks. Number 5, we have Justin Herbert. So even without his left tackle, Rashawn Slater, ChatGPT, big believer in Jim Harbaugh, and that job's not going to get handed over to Trey Lance anytime soon. Number 6, we've got Josh Allen, the reigning MVP. 7, we've got a nice bounce back year for CJ Stroud. So how are we feeling so far? You're with me, right? This is a pretty solid list.
All within the realm. All within the realm of possibility.
Number 8, and this would be quite something for first-time coach Liam Cohen to come in and make Trevor Lawrence number 8. I think Trevor Lawrence is playing for his long-term future, but that seems like a big ask right now. Number 9, we have a player we just talked about at the end of the last segment, Caleb Williams. Not out of the realm of possibility, but he would have to have quite the jump from year 1 to year 2. Number 10, might not even be a starter, Anthony Richardson.
Wow. Okay, that one's a stunner. I could see Trevor Lawrence being look, if Trevor Lawrence performs to his full capabilities, I think Trevor Lawrence is a top 10 quarterback in the league. So I actually don't think that one is that crazy, even at number 8. Would you bet on it or expect it? Probably not, but I do think Trevor Lawrence has the tools and the skill to do it. Caleb Williams is interesting. I wouldn't project Caleb Williams to be in the top 10, but you never know. It's kind of the same thing, right? Ben Johnson comes in. They've got a lot of weapons. We'll see. Like that one, I think, is a stretch. Anthony Richardson is just like I thought you threw that in just to make sure that I wasn't like glazing over on you and kind of falling asleep in the last 3 minutes of the show. That one ain't it, as the kids say.
Maybe Daniel Jones will take over as the number 10 spot or something. But yeah, no, I just had to laugh at the, I think ChatGPT just testing attention span. Completely normal list through 7. All right, Trevor Lawrence, that's a risk. Caleb Williams, that's a big if, and probably not this year. Anthony Richardson, nice project at number 10. We always talk about people who watch sports on YouTube and not in the full game, just highlight packages. Probably saw the Anthony Richardson top 10 plays or so and said, that's my guy, top 10 coming in this year.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence could see it. Caleb Williams, bit of a stretch. Anthony Richardson, no freaking chance.
Yeah, no shot. So anyway, final couple of minutes here. We'll get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work. They'll take you up to Giants pregame. Giants-Padres getting going at 6:40 tonight. But big focus of today was a lot of Niners, a lot of what to look for, the good, the bad, what to build on, areas of concern. And it's good that they got an off day today because the injuries have continued to pile up. And even though nothing is too major, Dom Pooney might miss the start of the season. We'll see. Wasn't ACL, wasn't MCL, but was a PCL. Bottom line is, when you get to Saturday and your final preseason game against the Chargers, I'm almost thinking just play all third stringers at this point. Can't afford any more.
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. I think you want to, again, get people work, but you don't want to risk it. I'm less inclined to risk it in the third preseason game. I think that's part of why you have the joint practices in the lead up to the first game, the one singular joint practice, but the two if you add the one before the Raider game in Henderson, Nevada. So I think at this point, and Kyle Shanahan, a lot of these decisions, I don't feel like it comes down to as much the last game as it used to with respect to decisions being made as to who's going to be on the roster. And I think that is the one interesting thing for Saturday as we get closer to it, is the fact that I think you can tell based on who are the guys that are kept out versus the guys that play a lot. And I think you can start to see a little bit of a tell in terms of who's maybe on the roster and not on the roster. I know we're going to both get into our projected 53s at some point. Probably not tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, but maybe we end up getting into it a little bit tomorrow as well with the cut down day now just a week away. It's a week from tomorrow. And wow, hard to believe, just 20 days away from the regular season opener in Seattle on September the 7th.
And Niners off today, so chance to rest up. They'll be back at practice tomorrow. And we'll have Tracy Sandler joining us after practice to give her post-practice report, hopefully with no new injuries and all good healing news there from Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, and this coaching staff. That's going to do it for us on a Monday. Big thank you to Walter. Big thank you to Larry Kruger. And thank you to you, JD, as we got kicked out of the building for the first part of the show. We made it back. We finished strong. Life is good.
Nicely done, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Big thank you to our guests as well, Matt Barrows and Guy Haberman. Time to get it over to the boys who take you 2 to 5:40, and then Giants pregame will begin right here on The Sports Leader. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, The Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
So I thought he kicked his ass.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, as soon as Walt gets his ass out of the way. Get out of the way, Walt. You already did. Keep it moving, dude. You like playing that Kyle Shanahan cut at the end, didn't he? Get a little raucous, Walt.
Yeah.
Get a little raucous, dude.
That definitely was needed.
Yeah.
Just a little quick cut of kicked our ass.
Yeah. Kicked his ass. Anyway, we got a nearly a full show for you today. Giants pregame coming up at 5:40. When was the last time we did a show after a Giants win?
I can't even remember, honestly.
I'm not joking.
Well, the last time they won prior to yesterday was that Friday night.
So we didn't do a show. I mean, it's been a while since
a week.
It's been over that,
Exactly
right?
a week?
Over a week.
Because they did one on a Friday night against the Nationals.
But they lost 8-0 on that Sunday.
And they lost like every game until yesterday, right?
Yep. Yeah, I can't recall.
They bookended the...
Here, I'll check real quick.
Bookended the homestand.
It was a loser sandwich on two winning breads, two winning slices of bread. Anyway, the Giants get the win yesterday over Tampa Bay.
That Thursday after they beat the Pirates. So that would have been... If I get the date
that's
here.
right. Okay, that was they won that last day game.
August 6th.
So it's been 12 days since we've done a show after a Giants victory.
Hey, that's kind of where we're at now.
Oh, we got preseason football to talk about.
Yes, we do.
Anyway, the Giants did get a win yesterday. We can talk a little bit more about that later. Susan Slessor does join us today, if I'm not mistaken.
She does at 5:15.
Susan Slessor at 5:15. And then, by the way, the Giants, the reward for getting the win yesterday, 7 straight with the Pods and then the Milwaukee Brewers at the hottest team on the planet.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a tough deal to go two Padres and then 2 Milwaukee.
So if you want to tell me they're back in it, prove it.
They're not.
Sweep the Padres.
They're not back in
and
it.
beat the Red Hot.
Stop with the prove it. No,
Okay,
nobody's saying that. You
all
don't
right,
have to
okay.
come with these declarations. We're
All
good.
right,
We're
fine.
past it, dude.
Fine, all right.
You don't have to pretend.
Okay.
You don't have to pretend anymore.
Fair enough.
Come on, man. I'm letting you out. I'm giving you the answer.
All right.
There's a freeway exit ramp, dude.
All right, I'm over it. I'm over it.
Football's here. We got one. I'd rather talk like Niners bottom of the depth chart.
Let's do it.
Decision making. We'll get into plenty of that today after the game.
We'll definitely get into the game, the
Saturday.
Raiders, and the Niners.
And I got some questions for you in terms of like how they.
I was
fill
torn.
Out, how they fill out. Were you in the game? How they fill out this
I was
roster.
Natalie and Bruglia.
Went full Natalie.
Yep. Nothing's right. I'm torn between the Raiders and Niners.
Yeah, I'll take some in Bruglia today.
Lying naked on the floor watching this game.
Derek cold and ashamed, laying naked on the floor.
Is it ashamed or out of shape?
You get to take
it's ashamed.
Take your pick, brother. Whatever you want.
I've been singing out of shape my whole life.
Whatever you want, Derek. This is Derek.
Ooh, yeah. Some good 90s.
This would be great to get Derek in black and white, rolling around on his living room floor. He's got in the background. He's getting Niner Raider preseason, dude.
Well, it would be a little rough because my floor is just hardwood, not like Tim with his amazing rugs, 3 of them.
A lot of rugs.
Let's get to what we really want to know today. I mean, we'll talk Raiders and Niners.
I got Derek rooting for Carlson kicks and for Moody kicks, dude. He's just a paper cut to death.
So torn.
Yeah, thought bubbles of Max Crosby.
Okay, but we'll get to the game. I want to know how things went down at Tim's apartment.
What about Tim's apartment?
Well, you did the broadcast from there for the preseason game.
Oh, dude, that's right, we did. The Tim Webb.
You forgot about that?
Tim Webb Broadcast Center. Yeah, that's what I kept calling it.
The Tim Webb Broadcast Center.
The Tim Webb Broadcasting Center from San Francisco.
And we could have called it Tortoise and Copes.
Well, dude, I did. So we did, in fact, and Tim made a great riff. As soon as I got there about 9:30. We were on the air at 10 to do 49ers pregame on Saturday, myself and John Dickinson, but we had to do the show from Tim's apartment, the broadcast center of Tim Webb. So we were riffing last week that I'd give you a Tim Webb apartment review, of which I did take some notes.
He did make notes.
I did take,
well, hold on. Tim, did you cave and clean your turtle tank?
I did not clean the tank.
I'll tell you what, Tim did not cave and clean the turtle tank. But at one point, Tim and I rolled down to the the Pig and Whistle?
Pig and Whistle on Geary.
On Geary, a bar down the street to go watch some of the first half of the game before the halftime report in the second half.
Shout out my guy Chris, bartender.
Yeah, shout out Chris. And then Mr. KNBR came by.
Oh, nice.
And Mr. KNBR actually had to go back and pick up his bike from Tim's apartment. So he got a good look at Tim's apartment, too.
And?
So me, you, and Mr. KNBR have all been to Tim's apartment in the last, week?
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
I have welcomed you all into my life after keeping you at arm's length for, 18 years?
So what'd you think of the rugs?
The first thing I'll tell you is
3 rugs.
I only counted 2. I don't know where the third would have been.
Okay, maybe just 2, then.
I thought the rugs really classed up the joint. I thought it warmed up the place.
Tied the room together,
Tied the room together for sure. Tim's a neat man, is what I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Tim's a neat man.
Tidy.
Dude, first thing I'll say about walking into Tim's apartment, incredible closet space this guy has.
Yes.
You see this guy's closet off of his lounge room?
Built-in closet space.
Dude, the lounge room closet that he's got. I didn't even go in because I don't want to invade the man's privacy. But dude,
why would you?
There was a turn in there. I was like, he can go.
Oh yeah.
He was in his closet and I couldn't see him, dude.
Yeah.
I was on the couch, dude. He had shelving. He had photos and frames.
See, that's what I need because I need drawers. My place doesn't have that where you can walk in the closet and all the shelves already built into the place.
So what you'll find in an apartment it's very small is that anything,
it's not that small, Tim.
Anything that makes a mess makes it feel dirty. So it's like, okay, well, you just clean it along the way because otherwise the whole place is a mess.
Tim, as you well know, dude, it's not the size of the boat; it's the motion in the ocean.
That's
and right
true.
now, you're rocking it, dude.
That's true.
You're rocking it.
Do you have a Roomba or something? That's why it's always clean.
No, I just like I said, anything you put something on the ground, the whole apartment feels dirty because it's small.
I feel you.
Dude, Tim's got he's got one of those. You notice in his kitchen? Did you step foot in his kitchen, dude? He's got that. He's got a rack for his spices. Did you see that? They
spice rack.
Dude, they're all displayed kind of nicely. Dude, Tim's put together, dude.
Tim's an adult.
And he's got a sick, it's a pretty large framed photo of that view of Oracle Park.
Yes.
From the home plate, but you're sort of bird's eye view in it. It's a almost landscape photo where you're looking out towards center field. It's a pretty sick looking picture. And it's done where it's black and white. It's kind of old school. Took a look at his collection of PlayStation 4 video games on his bookshelf. He did tell me that a PS5 is on the way. Tim made the purchase.
Upgrading, okay.
He's upgraded. He made the purchase. It's on the way, but hasn't arrived yet. Dude, the turtle.
Oatmeal.
Dude, the turtle and I got to tell you. You know how Tim is always kind of bitching about the turtle, how he doesn't like it?
Yeah, he's had it for 20 years.
Always you can get rid of this. First of all, the turtle is much bigger than I thought it was.
It's a big turtle.
Were you surprised at the size?
Not really, because when you say turtle, I think of a large creature.
What I would say is when Tim first described to us that he got the turtle and it was
it's not a baby turtle.
Well, no, but of course. But the way he described it when he got it, I guess it was a baby turtle. It was I don't know, the size of a lime, maybe. Is that right?
Yeah,
Tim?
I would say a silver dollar.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty small. That's a pretty small turtle. But then he said he realized these types of turtles grow to the size of their of their tank.
Yes.
So if he this is such a funny catch-22 that you could get him a bigger tank, he'd have more space, but he would just keep growing. It's pretty funny.
Which makes me wonder,
if Tim let him roam free, how big would he grow?
It would be some gigantic turtle at a rampage.
Yeah. So how Tim kind of complains about the turtle? I'm kind of on Tim's side.
It's an annoying turtle?
I've kind of turned on Oatmeal.
Well, I mean, you just met him.
Yeah, I didn't really like him. He's got this sort of
get to know him a little bit though.
No, but he's got this sort of Tim. Would you agree? He's got this sort of look at me entitled attitude about him.
Wow, the turtle is that pompous.
Are you gonna feed me or not?
Dude, it's kind of how it is. You're gonna feed
me. That's
or
all
not.
animals though.
But that's how but the dog he'll play with you. He'll play some fetch. Throw him a stick or a ball. He'll go get it and come back.
You could play fetch with the turtle.
The turtle, you walk near him and he clams up into his shell. Yeah, clammed up. I bet you that's not something turtles like to hear. He's shelled up.
We don't want to be compared to clams.
Yeah, dude, he sucked himself into his little shell. Shrinkage is a thing, by the way, with turtles. I don't know if you know.
So I've heard.
It looks like they're shrinking.
And with all of us.
And then, dude, we some water involved. You walk away from him, and then he'll come out. But, dude, he was clapping on the glass. He was waiting for Tim to feed him.
Oh, he's an attention whore.
Dude, he was.
Yeah.
And then until you want to play with him a little bit. At one point, Tim picked him up. Tim's got to scrub that turtle, though, man.
So he's got a little green on him.
He's got a little green on him. He's getting some scrubbing.
Again, I do need to clean the damn tank. But the thing is he just sat there and watched Copes kind of with disdain as he was doing the entire show. He's like, you going to feed me?
So was it a little stanky in there because of the turtle smell?
No. Tim's place smelled great.
Okay.
The one thing I will note, and Tim, I put this in my notes. When I arrived,
I'm sorry. I like to picture you watching the Raiders and Niners and then making notes about Tim's apartment
review. Dude, I have notes here. Dude, because I've arrived at Tim's, I've gone to Tim's place many times, but usually I just meet him outside by the car, and then he comes out and we roll down to Levi's. I noticed Tim when I was walking up. Dude, Tim's got a high tech building.
Yeah, he does.
He's got a facial recognition.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Did you know that, dude? Tim, are you on the facial recognition?
You're like City Field.
So I walk up to the door and obviously there were some women walking up, but I wasn't just going to walk in because I didn't know where I was going anyway. And Tim hadn't let me in the building. So I texted him and said, hey, I've arrived. And he was getting out of the shower. So he was getting ready to come on down. But dude, I stood there and I kept hearing this like, and it was like this little camera. It's got a thing where if it wasn't recognizing me, so I had to stand out of the way of the camera. Facial recognition, or Tim, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, racial recognition potentially for your building. You tell me, what was it?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I don't have my own face recognized in there either. So.
Okay, all right, Tim.
I don't want to be any part of a system like that.
You don't want to be. No, it's not a racial recognition. Just making sure. I didn't see any brothers in the hallways, so I had to confirm.
Oh, no. It is a very multi-class, multi-generational.
Tim's got to defend the race of people that live in this building now.
Believe me.
I'm telling you.
There's not just white people in the building.
I've got lots of friends, dude.
Well, the best part
about
it, too,
is...
me
months ago.
In a building where the apartments are the size of that you saw and everything, it attracts a lot of single people or people that are, a couple and everything. Not a lot of kids in the building.
That's good.
That's a good deal.
That's a plus.
That's a good thing.
Well, there you go. All right. So, what grade would you give Tim's apartment?
I would give it. I'd give it 4.5 Tims out of 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd give it 4.5 Tims out of 5 Tims.
The hilarious part is all three of you went to the building and everything.
Do we have a drop for that?
Yeah.
4.5 Tims.
Yeah, I'll give it 4. No, there wasn't a sound. We didn't prepare one. 4.5. Yeah, thank you.
Hold on, 3 more.
3.5 more. Dude.
I don't know. All right.
I wouldn't say it exceeded expectations. I'd say it hit my expectations. And dude, by the way, Tim, just a fantastic producer. The show went off without a hitch. Everything was fantastic and was great. Plus, dude, we got ourselves some cheeseburgers, dude. Had a couple of pops, dude. How about this? I was so comfortable at Tim's house. Dozed off in the fourth quarter of that Niner game.
Oh, come on. It was riveting.
I haven't told Adam this. There's photographic evidence of this.
Oh, dude. Well,
let's put it on the stream.
Put it on the stream. Go ahead. Yeah. At one point, Tim just started laughing, and that's what woke me up. I saw the interception in the fourth, and I was like, this is so boring. I was like, I'm so ready to get to postgame now and just sort of drifted off. And then Tim laughed, and I look over and he's like, dude, it's so boring. You fell asleep. I was like, yeah, dude, I did.
This is right as the Niners are coming back.
Right as the Niners are about to kick us, and then I'm awake to watch Moody kick the 15.
It was a big deal.
Yeah, well,
again, the hilarious part is now all of you guys have been here. It all happened in the same week, so nobody had been there before. It all happens this last week. The best selling point of the whole apartment is the wraparound view, and it was foggy the entire time.
Tim claims to have a view, but I didn't see it.
Yeah. That remains to be seen, Tim.
Today was a perfect day. You could see it all the way.
Well, we weren't there for the perfect day, Tim.
I wasn't there for the perfect day, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe another day from the Tim Webb Broadcast Center in the future.
Maybe week 2.
Anyway, 4.5. Yeah, maybe.
Don't wish that into the reality.
4.5 Tims out of 5 is what I'll rate the apartment. And
that's a good rating.
I think it's good. You agree?
Yeah, I give it 4.5. Yeah.
Just steal my rating? Okay. All right, we'll move on here in the...
I don't want to go over or under.
Work on a Monday. Dude, we're giving away great tickets today, by the way.
We are.
I'm stoked about this. I'm going to this show.
Are you now?
Oh, you bet your ass I am.
Okay.
August 30th. 12 days away. August 30th from the Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. You know what people are going to see?
Who are they seeing, Coach?
They're going to go see The Offspring.
Oh. Yeah.
Pretty flat for a white guy. Little kids are all right. Yeah, okay. I'm with you on that. They're going to go see The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, The Middle, little Newfound Glory, My Friends Over You.
Okay.
How about that? Dude, The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory.
That's quite the triple bill.
August 30 at Shoreline Amphitheater. All you got to do is tune in between now, 3 o'clock, and 5:30 this evening. We will give you a cue to call.
No, we won't, actually. That's not part of the thing anymore. I don't know why that's in there, but we won't anymore.
Wait.
We're just going to tell them when to call.
Wait, hold on a minute.
We were told no more cue to call.
Hold on. So the cue to call is us saying now is the cue to call?
Yeah. No, basically now listen for now be the 10th caller. Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
Them's the rules now.
Wait. So I have to say on the air at some point today, hey, caller 10 right now is going to win tickets to see Jimmy Eat World.
Yes.
Newfound Glory and The Offspring August 30th at Shoreline Amphitheater.
Yep.
But so then we do have a cue to call. I'm just the cue to call. That's what you're saying?
You're the cue to call.
Hold on.
Yeah, legal.
No more audio. It's you.
Hold on. Let's get somebody on the phone. What are we talking about? I'm the guy?
Yes, you're the guy.
I'm the cue to call.
Yes.
So when the listeners hear me say, it's time to call, then caller 10 does it?
Yes.
Dude, guys, we try to make it fun for you.
I know.
Guys, we try. Every day I come in, I try to make this fun for everybody. You know what I mean?
Hey.
I'm just trying. I'm working my damnedest. Well,
gotta play by the rules now.
I'm half-assing my damnedest, everybody. You know what I mean? Well, them's the breaks.
Yep.
When you hear me at some point between 3 and 5:30, everybody, I promise I'll tell you at some point today, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win these tickets. You know who they're furnished by. It's Live Nation. You can find the rules, which I guess this is all a part of, at KNBR.com. I have no idea where. It's not even the name of the website anymore, by the way.
No, it's not, actually.
TheSportsLeader.com.
Hey, I just go by the copy
We going to get anything right? We going to get anything right here? It's a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Listen for me. Those tickets are coming right up. How about this? $250 today. Joe Foot Nedney.
We're going foot, not toe?
I'm just going foot. Joe
Okay.
Nedney's coming by today. We'll talk some kicking with Nedney. Matt Mayoko at 4:50. Susan Slusser, 5:15. Giants pregame at 5:40. When we come on back, what are we doing first, Derek? I lost my...
We're doing the takeaways from the game. Brock Purdy played. Ricky Pearsall played. George Kittle.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Plenty of takeaways. I got all sorts of them from the game on Saturday, including my nap. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. Trying to make it fun, everybody, on the Sports Leader.
Well, the Giants salvaged the final game of their homestand with a 7-1 win over the Tampa Bay Rays behind 7 scoreless from Logan Webb and homers from Tyler Fitzgerald and Drew Gilbert. Way to go, kid. San Francisco heads to San Diego, which of course means a whale's vagina, for a 3-game set. Pregame 5:40, first pitch 6:40, right here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Pearsall to the right, Robinson to the left. 3 wide in the pattern. Purdy out of the gun, stepping up in the pocket, firing downfield, and it is caught. It will be a first down at the 38. Now, Purdy had a deep route to Justin Gage. He didn't see him. He still ends up with the first down, but that could have been a full-on touchdown. As it is, he finds Pearsall for a third time and another first down on 3rd and 18.
How about that? Brock to Ricky Pearsall on that opening drive, the only drive that those guys played. Brock goes 5 of 7 on the drive for 66 yards. They stall out, end up kicking a field goal on that opening drive, but 7 pass attempts, and I kind of thought that was by design for Brock without having Trent Williams out there. And if you notice how much the play action they worked with, how much they kept Brock moving, kind of moving the pocket around so that he wasn't just sitting back there.
Bootlegs,
as a duck, just kind of waiting to get hit.
Quick passes. I mean, that was my trepidation going into the game was like, I don't want Brock to get hurt. And Kyle's smarter than me. Was like, I'm not going to get him hurt. I'm going to put him in.
That's exactly what the read was.
Yeah.
You didn't even notice. He actually did have one nice play where he moved the pocket for Brock and he made a nice completion on the opening drive. But really more to the point, we keep hearing about the chemistry and the cohesion between Brock and Ricky Pearsall. Pearsall, of the 5 catches or 5 completed passes that Brock had, 4 of the 7 targets went to Ricky. 3 of the 5 receptions went to Ricky, including the one you just heard there, an 18-yard, 3rd and 18. They pick up 21 on the play. That was an impressive read. He did have Gage open, maybe deeper for a touchdown there. But the opening drive, I thought it was nice to have extended first downs. I think they picked up 4 first downs on the drive. They went 1 for 2, only saw 2 third downs on the drive, picked them both up. It was nice. I mean, as good as you could have asked for, to have some starters out there to just get their legs moving.
Yeah.
Nothing attempted to George Kittle, though he was out there for a series.
I was shocked by that.
Kyle Juszczyk was out there too, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And I mean, just George Kittle being out there, like I know he wanted to go out there and just bang with, just get some game intensity. But I was shocked he did play, but he didn't get a target, whatnot. I'm telling you, dude, Ricky Pearsall, I think he's going to be the go-to guy for this offense. I really do.
Looked good, man. He really did look good.
And yeah, I mean, as far as everything else, Jacob Cowing did not play in this game. And Matt Mayoko and Tracy Sandlin were telling us that earlier in the week. And I wish he did, because if he's going to be the number 3 guy come, week 1.
Who's this? I'm sorry?
Jacob Cowan.
Yeah.
I want to see more from him. And I think what you're hearing lately, the Niners were in on John Mechie yesterday. They got traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. So they are in the market for another wide receiver. But there was solid performances from Robbie Chosen and DeMarcus Robinson and Russell Gage and Isaiah Hodgins. So
Robinson looked really good on the targets that he saw, and that's a couple of games in a row now where Matt Mayoko also told us, interestingly enough, on Saturday on the pregame show, when JD and I were talking to him, I asked him about whether or not he thought, and we'll talk to him again today, and I'll ask him to explain to you guys what he was saying, but I asked him if he thought DeMarcus Robinson could have a situation like Rashee Rice, where Rashee Rice is where he appeals the process, and the appeal comes later in the season, so he gets to play for a series of games. Matt Mayoko's under the impression that DeMarcus Robinson has already been informed of the length of his suspension.
Oh.
That we generally don't hear about that length come out until a player does appeal. But he's saying usually the appeals process is to happen shortly thereafter, and I forget what his reasoning was, but he says he's under the impression that Robinson probably already knows about it, and therefore the appeals process is not coming later.
Okay.
So we'll talk to him about it today. Matt Mayoko has joined us at 4:50. I'll ask him to re-explain why it is that he's comfortable in
Now
saying
that's
that.
intriguing because of the Rashee Rice situation. He gets to play the first 5 weeks of the season.
Jordan Addison, same sort of thing.
Well, no, he's actually suspended the first 3 weeks.
He is going to take the suspension.
He is.
Okay.
Yes.
By the way, of the guys who dressed and did play in the game, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Ricky Pearsall, Brock Purdy, Demarcus Robinson, D. Winters, Demo Lenore played a lot in this one in the first half.
Got trucked by Genty.
Dude, Genty,
impressive.
Really impressive. I mean, that guy, he does not go down at contact.
I mean,
at the point of contact, he bowls over dudes, and he blew up Lenore on one play, dude.
He did. He got blown up himself by Tatum Bethune.
Yeah.
And I thought that he dislocated his shoulder. He was having that thing hang, and then he came out and came back in. But yeah, I mean, is it
just dead-armed him for a minute?
Is it just a bold comparison to say? I mean, I know he's got the dreads and he's a Raider. He looks like Marshawn out there, just violently running.
He's a little taller. It looks like than Marshawn. Like he's not as short. It doesn't feel like it looks like he stands a little taller when he runs. He might just be taller in general and a little bit not quite as thick, but. He's a rock. I was thinking more like a Brandon Jacobs type is kind of the way he was running to me. Janty, though, it was that second Raider drive. I've been noted that ran over Demo on that 13-yard gain for a first down.
Yeah, he's not going to be a load to carry down. And also, I know I said that George Kittle is by far the number one tight end in all of football. Brock Bowers,
pretty sick, dude.
Close second. He's sick, bro. I mean, and then Max Crosby just blowing up plays on the first drive. But, yeah, the biggest things were the Niners and – yeah, Brock Purdy looked good. I was impressed with Mac Jones, even though he threw a really bad interception to Jeremy Chin, threw right to him. Even Carter Bradley from last week to this week looked a lot better.
Bradley looked fantastic, I thought, relative to last week's game. They had a tough time on third down in the second half, but to your point about Mac Jones, I mean, after he threw that interception, he looked really, really good on that on the drive right after. They threw that interception. It was the second 49er drive, and he comes out almost immediately in for Purdy. Gets picked off on that 2nd and 6 play intended for Robbie Chosen, but they come back right down after that, and they go for a touchdown. 8 plays, 71 yards. That third drive was the one that was kind of detrimental. We'll talk about the health of the roster after that, but Corey Kiner picks up the longest run of the game to that point. It's the Niners' third drive. He goes for 19 yards. He goes down with a high ankle. They cart him off. Then Keyshawn Vaughn comes in for Kiner, and then it's ultimately Jeff Wilson Jr. who caps off the drive with a 1-yard touchdown.
A leaner Jeff Wilson Jr.
Dude, he looked thin, didn't he? Yeah. It was crazy to me. Anyway, Mac on the drive, 3 for 3 after the interception, 3 for 3 for 25 yards. He hit 3 different receivers. Luke Farrelly hit for 1. Russell Gage had a really nice pass down near the near the goal line, down at the 3-yard line. He also hit Braden Willis for a yard, but 3 completed passes on the drive for Mac after that interception on his might have been his first pass attempt or second attempt, Jeremy Chin of the game. But all in all, man, I saw a lot of what I was looking to see, and we'll get into a little bit more on this on what we got clarity on and where we're a little bit foggier. I mean, behind Christian McCaffrey, I got big question marks about where they're going at the start of the year. The hope is that Garendo will be back. I think they're comfortable with him just kind of slotting it into whatever role they need him to play if he doesn't make it out there for the next preseason game, though he hasn't been in any of the joint practices. Yeah. He hasn't played in any preseason games. And now you've lost a guy in Corey Kiner who might have been able to take a spot for you for Jordan James, who's also been hurt with a knee injury, and now he's had surgery on the finger that they thought was just going to be a couple of weeks, but haven't heard much on his return to this point. Then you've got Patrick Taylor, gets his shoulder dislocated. So you've got Keyshawn Vaughn. You've got Jeff Wilson Jr., who knows the offense, and Vaughn was here last year. I'm curious as to what the plan is or where they go. Also, how do they fill out some of this practice squad? A guy like Chase Lucas had a huge weekend. Nick Martin.
Dude, he's by far the best defender on the team right now.
He's the most explosive.
In what we've seen in preseason. But
he's got a nose for the ball, man. He's making open field tackles. He's moving guys back in when he knows he's got help on the inside part of making a play. He and Nick Martin, I thought, looked really good together. He picks up a sack and an interception. I'm not confident that they can put Chase Lucas on practice squad and that he's not going to get snatched up.
Oh, God,
That's kind of where I'm at. He's playing too well. You know what I mean? He's not a secret anymore. Like, there's scouts out there who are going to say, we need a corner. We need a guy who can play some nickel corner and maybe some backup corner, and we'll pick that guy up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk to Matt Mayoko later. In a week from tomorrow, we're going to have the cutdown day with the 53-man roster. And Matt Mayoko put out his projections. He has the Niners taking 6 running backs, and he has Chase Lucas making the team, which I'm in favor of as well. I don't know about the running back situation. We'll see about that. But, yeah, I mean, the worst thing about this whole game is Dominic Pooney goes down with a PCL injury on a field goal team.
Have we gotten more clarity on that, on what it is? Because Kyle said they thought it was PCL.
Yeah, we'll probably get more confirmation tomorrow. And
Has he not spoken yet?
Not yet. And Kyle, there was a practice today. There will be tomorrow. Kyle's actually going to talk to us as well this week, so we'll ask about that. But and some people are like, why would you put Dominic Pooney on the field goal team? That's just what happens. Like you do need your best offensive lineman sometimes to block for your kicker. So no one had an issue with it a week ago. Now that he gets hurt, I understand people kind of being upset about that, but it's not that big of a deal.
I'm not really worried about that. That's the least of my worries.
And so, yeah, we'll see about Dominic Pooney. But, yeah, the running back situation, not great right now. I mean, I saw Matt Mayoko say that maybe Corey Kiner needs to start the season on IR. We'll see what they do running back wise, but the injuries are just mounting up right now, and it's not good.
Yeah, they're piling up. By the way, we got to talk to is Connor Colby going to make the team as a starter?
Yeah, I mean,
Is he going to start at guard for the 49ers over Matt Hennessy? I mean, Nick Sikel they put in there. Nick Sikel they had to play some center this weekend, which to me tells you everything you need to know about where he stands in relation to Matt Hennessy. Hennessy's already the backup center.
Right.
And they're like, well, if you're going to make the team, you got to be able to play some different positions.
Yep.
So if they're having him do some of that and they pull Hennessy out of there, I don't know. I'm intrigued by what's going to happen at that guard spot. If they're going to go with Colby, potentially a rookie, maybe he's kind of the guy that Dominic Puni was last year for the 49ers on the left side.
I mean, we'll see. There's already question marks about this offensive line, and Dominic Puni is their second best offensive lineman next to Trent Williams. So him not being out there, yeah, we'll see what happens if he's there for week one. But, yeah, I mean, all in all, I was impressed with what I saw from the 49ers. Nick Martin making his presence felt and, seeing good stuff from the backups as far as quarterback. And really good for Jake Moody, I think, going into the season. Having his confidence build up and having Kyle have confidence in him.
Yeah, I think Kyle is just like, if you make, then I got confidence in you.
Of course.
You got to keep making field goals. We'll talk
I don't
more.
care if it's preseason or regular season. Making a 59-yard field goal to win a game is impressive.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it. We'll see how people feel about it, because I don't think people feel that way about it.
I noticed.
We'll talk more about it. By the way, Tim, you got some picture up here you want to go with? Tim, you were pointing out that I...
This is Copes at the conclusion of the game yesterday.
On the stream right
on
now.
Saturday, yeah.
We wanted everybody to see.
Yeah, we're seeing a photo of...
and there's me carrying the coffee.
Tim, that's Tim running errands for me, going to get me coffee. And that was a delicious little breakfast sandwich you picked up.
You had to take a photo of that?
Well, he was coming back. I thought it looked funny coming out the window, and I was like, I'm gonna get Tim. He looked right at me, but he didn't notice I was taking a photo.
I did. I flipped you off right before that, if you didn't know.
I don't think you flipped me off. I think you're hugging that coffee and hugging that bag of food real tight.
Well, you have to.
That's only the first time Tim ran to get me food, by the way.
Jeez.
Am I right, Tim?
We went out again. It's the proximity to these locations are very close.
Tim ran to pick me up
back in 5 minutes.
Tim's a fantastic host.
He ran to get me Super Duper Burger. He was like, "Why don't you stay here on the couch, kick your feet up, and catch a nap, dude. Catch a few winks, and I'll go get you a cheeseburger."
Did you sleep in his bed too?
Between the two of us, it's more important for him to watch the game than me, right?
I didn't sleep in his bed, but when I took a bite of my burger and I had some grease on my face, I leaned over to his blanket and I just wiped my face.
You would do that.
Wiped my face in the corner of his comforter.
God, and the people come over. What's with all this greasy stuff on your bed sheets?
What is this, dude? Your sheets are all greasy.
These are those shots that you put up that like people put in like mugshot photos. Like, have
seriously.
you seen this man?
Have you seen this Tim, dude?
This weirdo Tim on the street corner.
Got multiple iced coffees with him.
Yeah, there's Tim holding iced coffee and breakfast sando, and there's me. Just full of cheeseburgers and breakfast sandwiches, knocked out.
49er pregame on the Sports League.
Yeah, that's about a half hour before postgame. Dude, you can see the turtle right behind me in the tank.
Yeah, you can.
You can see Oatmeal.
He's watching the game.
Dude, this entitled SOB, man. This guy looking for
what? It's
looking
a turtle.
for handouts. Yeah,
looking for handouts. Talk about a damn turtle. Yeah, there he is.
That's right. If you're on the Sports Leader YouTube channel or you're streaming us on video
turtle.
on thesportsleader.com.
Most ridiculous statement I've heard.
Or the
really wanted to see if Moody was going to make that kick.
Or the Sports Leader app. You can see the turtle. You can see. There you go, dude. There's Oatmeal right behind me.
He's a ham.
As I'm catching some sleep, dude. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. How much confidence, if any, do you have now in Jake Moody?
Come on,
do you have more confidence after 5 of 6 in the preseason? I mean, he made 6 of 6 in week 1 last year, and that didn't do anything for anybody.
Yeah, but this is different, though. 59-yard field goal to win the game.
Oh, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Did 5 field goals do anything for you in terms of Jake Moody? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ball at the 49. A 59-yard field goal attempt for the win. 4 seconds left. Tied at 19. Snap, set, kick on the way. Line drive. It is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Jake Moody, a 59-yard walk-off field goal, which would, of course, be a career high, career long, I should say, to win the game for the Niners 22-19. So, I mean, most importantly is after he misses a 53-yard field goal, he makes 4 more.
Yeah.
Niners had 4 drives in the second half.
3 in the fourth quarter.
That resulted in made field goals. 14, 72 yards and a field goal that tied it at 13. 9 plays, 40 yards for a field goal, 16, 10 plays, 44, 19. Then those 3 plays at the end that set him up for the 59-yarder. And really, what's interesting is, as I pointed out, the field goal make after he missed one. So he makes a 30, a 26, a 59, and a 44, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he missed a 53.
Yeah, he missed a 53-yard field goal, but then rebounded in the fourth quarter to hit a 50-yarder, a 44-yarder, and, of course, the game winner, that was 59 yards.
So he makes 5 total field goals. He misses one. The one he missed was the 53-yarder. What was interesting to me is, did you see, it was the 49ers' 6th drive of the game. So it was the opening drive of the second half.
Yeah.
Where they go 14 plays for 72 yards. What was interesting to me was twice on that drive, they had an opportunity to kick a field goal, and I really wanted him to kick at that point. I really wanted to see him come out and kick after he had missed the field goal. So they have a situation where they're 4th and 2 at the Las Vegas 24, 7:27 to play in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
It was a long drive, by the way. There's like a 7-minute drive, a 7.5-minute drive to open the second half for the Niners. He goes on 4th and 2. They have a chance to kick a 41-yard field goal, and they don't run Moody out. And that's where I was like, well, that's weird. Like, why wouldn't you let him kick there? You let Mac Jones go for it on 4th and 2. He picks it up with a short passing yard, 3 yards to Jacob Tongas. Then again, they get an opportunity at 4th and goal from the Vegas 3 to kick a field goal, and they don't do it. They decide they're going to run a 4th and goal play. They run that play to Robbie Chosen. Penalty. He doesn't get both feet down anyway. They bring him back, and then he ends up kicking a field goal. And that was like the wobbly 26-yarder, I think.
Yeah,
that was the one where I was like, oh, boy, I didn't like the way that looked at all. Now, it went between the uprights, so you thumb your nose and you move on. And again, he hit 3 more, including another 50-yarder and a 59-yarder. So, which, by the way, the 59 had a little extra leg on it, too.
Yeah.
That'd have been good from 60 or 61, I think.
No, I mean, it was impressive. And I know that people hate Jake Moody, like I'm reading in the chat right now. This is from our guy, AJ Cruz. Derek, we don't like Moody. And while this is still a free country, we're going to be down on him, and there's nothing you could do about it. Like, I don't I get it. Like, I understand his rookie season.
But he missed one yesterday, Derek. I think that's why people have concerns, is to say, great, dude, he made 5. He made 5, and he made a really impressive kick to win it. But to say anybody had confidence in any of – it's more about how much confidence did everybody have in the 4 after. Even after you saw him make another one after missing. Then you saw him make another, then another. Before the 59, we're all kind of like, whatever. It's 59. If you missed that one, whatever. I'm not really expecting anybody to make a 59-yarder. So when he does,
Are you ever truly confident, though, when a kicker from long distance has to make a kick?
No,
are you
that's
ever
my
like
point
100% confident?
That's my point is nobody's confident in 59. But the problem is that people aren't confident in Jake Moody from 44. People aren't confident in Jake Moody from, yesterday, the 26-yarder was even wobbly. And again, it went through. So I'm not going to knock him for that. But after he missed one and then he kicks a wobbly one that barely gets through on 26 yards, then you're like, people just, the confidence in the kicker, I feel like is palpable or lack thereof for everybody. So here's my question. It's not so much did you feel better about it. I'm happy with what we saw. I'm okay with Jake Moody. I'm not out on him, and I don't want him cut. I don't need to move on to somebody else. Unless they've got a better option, I don't want to just move on, right? Yeah. So my thought is, I didn't love, I know Robbie Gould was automatic. Part of it was Robbie Gould wasn't going to attempt kicks from certain places. He was like, I ain't doing it there. That's why he never missed in the postseason, because he refused to kick in certain situations.
And anything north of 50.
And the guy held out. The guy was like a kicker who caused problems off the field.
He wanted more scratch.
And I'm just like, then go home, bro. You bitched and moaned about living out of a hotel. I'm like, you signed a multi-year deal. Not our problem.
I know.
Like, don't whine to me. Bottom line is, his numbers look good because he only said he could kick from certain spots. I'm okay last year with the idea that Jake Moody was hurt. And I believe that certainly played a role. 2 years ago, in the Super Bowl, he almost had one of the longest makes of all time. Super Bowl history, but then he has the extra point that gets blocked, and you wonder who that's on, where that goes, and ultimately they've switched holders, and they switched punters, so you've got Morstead, and they have a different long snapper this year. So you're in a different situation. My question really, Derek, is how much equity does any of this build up? Like, even if people say they're not confident in Moody, entering this season, like, if you're coming into this year with a lack of confidence about Jake Moody and he misses one in week 1 where he costs them a missed field goal at the end of a game in the first couple of weeks, isn't everybody immediately out on him again?
Well, yeah.
My point is this doesn't build up any equity.
No, I know. It's a week-to-week basis with Jake Moody, and I understand people's trepidation with him because he missed a game winner against Cleveland years ago that everyone keeps talking about. I know that last year he missed 3 field goals in a game against the Buccaneers, but you also have to take into account the fact that he did get hurt in that game. And he missed 10 kicks, but yeah, he had an ankle injury. My point is, you can debate whether or not Jake Moody should have been drafted in the 3rd round, and I would say compare that to the Raiders drafting Sebastian Janikowski in the 1st round. It takes time. Like there was the Buccaneers kicker, Roberto Aguayo, I think, where early on he missed a ton of kicks and they didn't have the patience for it, so they just cut him. I think
he's gone.
Yeah, he is gone. But I think that with Jake Moody, I think you have to give it time. I think that he's not a bad kicker by any means. I think everybody compares him to Robbie Gould, who was automatic. And even the guys that are automatic, Harrison Butker, he misses kicks. He misses PATs. This is not the same season.
And misses the point on
yeah, I know. I hear on that one. But my point with Jake Moody is, I understand people 2 years ago or even last year, with him being a very inexperienced kicker, the skepticism you have about him because they're still a Super Bowl team. If it comes down to a game-winning field goal, you want a guy that has experience to make that kick. This is a different deal this season. I think you have to let Jake Moody figure it out a little bit. And if you're thinking that Greg Joseph is a better option, please look at his history.
He's like an 83% kicker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I would say just give it time, everybody. I understand that he's young and inexperienced, but a lot of kickers miss kicks. And I know I'm sounding like my dad, who definitely wanted everyone to think that Jake Moody was a great kicker. I'm not saying that. I think he's a good kicker, but I think you have to come away from Saturday thinking, all right, it's a little bit better than in years past.
Better than the alternative. I mean, having that confidence coming out of that game, getting to see him kick in some clutch situations, I was fearful that you wouldn't get any situations like that because you didn't get any in week 1.
Right.
Although they didn't punt at all. We don't even know what Morstead looks like. He didn't punt it all on Saturday, right?
I trust in Morstead.
I don't need to see Morstead.
He's been doing it long enough.
I don't need to see Morstead really either. Anyway, we'll talk to Joe Nedney about it. Former 49er kicker Joe Nedney is going to join us just a couple of minutes.
How much do you think this also is somewhat like the reverse Purdy, where people look at where he was selected in the draft and they go, okay, well, you need to be perfect because we took you this high and nobody takes a kicker that high, so you better be the best kicker of all time.
Well, they're pissed in general that a kicker was taken in that spot, and so then if he is, you better be perfect.
So if you can be irritated at the national perspective on Brock Purdy, oh, how could he be this good? He's Mr. Irrelevant. Then just check yourself a little bit when you're looking at Jake Moody going, oh, well, I need him to be perfect because he was drafted in this selection. It's like the draft, kind of cloud that just follows them both around.
No, absolutely. And I think that even that night when you guys interviewed Kyle, he was like, I didn't want to take a kicker in the 3rd round. I was more comfortable taking a running back in that situation. So I don't know. The bottom line is he's here now. He's your kicker, and he can make kicks from 59 yards.
Yeah,
that's pretty damn good.
I think the point, nobody's disputing any of that. That's not like everything you're saying is true, but also that's not where Niner fans are coming from. They're coming from the place of, okay, show me you can do it in regular
That's fair. That's
in regular
fair.
games. Show me you can do it in clutch situations, and he did it in the playoffs. He did it in the Super Bowl, of course.
Yes.
But then he has that one blocked. Again, he had a field goal lead in overtime against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. He gave it to you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So I've got confidence in him to a point. But you're only as good as your most recent performance. And your most recent performance, whether that was injured or not, was not good enough for a team that needs to compete. It cannot leave points on the field. They cannot cost you games. And that's where Kyle's coming from. So, yes, this is better than the alternative. What I'm saying is one missed kick week 1, and all that equity is gone. He's got to build up a lot more consistency and equity for 49er fans to have confidence in him, is the point I'm making.
I totally understand that. I get that. Everybody wants to kill the kicker after you miss a game-winning field goal. But it has to be a ton of missed kicks for me to be like, okay, get this guy off the roster.
Yeah, but that's how 49er fans feel. We got one season here where you're like, I have all those kicks. Why is he here? What are you doing? I'm saying I'm not as down on him, but I understand the logic because I'm like, I don't have confidence. I'm just not as down on him in terms of don't give him a chance. I think he should have the opportunity to use that 3rd rounder, and I don't see many better options out there. It's kind of my point. That's kind of my point.
Justin Tucker's not coming to play for the 49ers, everybody.
Nor do we want him to. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Former 49er kicker Joe Nedney, Joe the Toe. He's going to join us next. We'll talk to him about what Moody's going through in terms of development, young kickers, what's the mentality like, what's he got to work on, and first time in his career he's had both a new holder and a new long snapper. We'll talk about that next with Joe Nedney, who joins Dirty Work, only here on the Sports Leader.
The 49ers, behind the golden toe of off-malign Jake Moody, won 22-19 over the Las Vegas Raiders Saturday. And if you missed pregame with Oatmeal the Turtle, shame on you. Anyway, Moody kicked 5 field goals, including a 59-yarder as time expired. Brock Purdy looked good. Dom Pooney and running backs Pat Taylor and Corey Connor got hurt, so preseason. Keep it locked right here for everything 49ers and everything Oatmeal on the Sports Leader. Seriously, does anybody want a turtle?
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 at 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Talking kicking as it relates to the 49ers. And here to talk some kicking with us, San Jose State's own, and former San Francisco 49er, spent 14 years kicking in the NFL. It's Joe Nedney with us on the UMA guest line. What up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, Joe.
I'm good. How you guys doing today?
We're doing pretty well, man. So, I mean, of all the guys who get to sit out training camp, who hold out and hold in, kickers never afforded the luxury, man.
No, well, I mean, we're sitting out anyway, right? I mean, what are we going to sit out for? We're on the sidelines. Yeah, we got to show up.
So, yeah, I mean, seriously. So, I mean, what's interesting is we were joking, like Thomas Morstead didn't have to punt this weekend. I was like, man, that's a positive thing if you don't have to see your punter at all. But in week one, I thought it would have been nice to get Jake Moody on the field and have him attempt. I mean, something. You want to get a guy out there, get him loose, get him into some game reps and situations. And I know the fans want to see if they can evaluate Jake Moody. So what did you make of what he did this weekend? I mean, I know it's preseason, but still impressive to hit a 59-yarder and make 4 after he missed one from 53.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a different eye when I'm watching the mechanics and the entire operation. You know, what's good for Jake is that he's got John Weeks and he's got Thomas Morstead, who they're got a long-time NFL vets, a lot of experience between them, and so to put two old heads with the young guy, I think was a great decision in the first place. But to watch their operation, and I got a chance to visit with them during training camp, and it was actually the day that Greg Joseph had gotten cut because of the string of injuries and everything that had happened. So it was kind of like hour one of Jake's new job, without competition, and I just remember sharing with him, like I hated having competition in training camp. Early in my career just meant I was fighting tooth and nail for my job, but later on, even I wanted all the preseason reps, because when you're sharing reps with a guy during preseason, you get an extra point here. Sometimes your competition gets a long field goal. You get a something here, something there, but you don't get a chance to get into rhythm. So with that point being said, to see him go 5 for 6, and actually in the evolution of the game, I mean, the operation, he wasn't hitting the ball clean to begin with. He was hitting a couple of hooks. He hooked one to miss or pulled it. And then his ball had a little bit of a tail on it on one that he squeaked inside of the upright. So, wasn't the most solid to begin with, but I'll tell you what, once you get that rhythm, once you get those reps, and then to have that late pick right after his last field goal to give him another opportunity, already in rhythm, already feeling good, goes in there and makes it look like he's been doing it for a while. So I let out a yell, man. I was really excited for him. It was good to see, and I know everybody. It's a tribute to the culture of the Niners, too, to see how much those guys rallied around him even during a preseason game, just lifting them up, getting them fired up because they know how important he's going to be. So all in all, good game. Happy for him, but you're only as good as your last kick. So he's feeling good now, but still got to string them together when it counts. So, but it's definitely a good thing to build on for him this season.
We're talking to Joe Nedney on the UMA guest line. It's so nice and fun to hear you talk about kicking like that, because, I mean, we talk to Kyle Shanahan every week, and he's even said, I don't know much at all about special teams. I talk to guys who know more than me, and I get the information that way, which is probably the right way to go about it as a head coach, delegate some of that work. But you just mentioned something interesting. When you change, and Moody's now dealing with it for the first time, holders and long snappers as a kicker. It's the first time now he's going to do that. I know he's had times where he's had a different punter in there, Pat Donaldson, or I think he was there holding last season a little bit. But in terms of switching those guys up, I mean, it feels so nuanced. Is there a chemistry? Is there a rhythm to that? What's that like for him the first time?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And even the luxury I had when I played the 6 years with the Niners was I had Brian Jennings and Andy Lee.
Yeah.
And it was the three of us for my entire tenure there. And so, I mean, it was unconscious when we went out there and did our thing. The operation was so, error-free. free and spot on, and we could get it down to the 100th of a second, and even if we needed to bring it faster, we could. If if I needed more lift on the ball, Andy knew how to lean the ball the right way, and Brian Jennings, I mean, he got it to the point where the rotation on the snap, when Andy caught it, all he had to do was put it down. He knew how to rotate the ball. He knew how many rotations it was coming off his hand to the spot. So we were just such detail oriented, but it was the luxury of being there for 6 years straight. So yeah, Jake hasn't had quite that luxury yet, but I'll say this. He was even saying, he said the operation training camp's a little slow, but knowing that adrenaline kicks up in games, that it'll kick in, and I mean, I didn't see any kind of problems with operation as far as timing was concerned. So you're right. It's a luxury. It's something that people maybe look past, but that day in, day out, spending time with those guys, trusting them, and those guys teaching Jake too. How do you handle yourself after a make? How do you handle yourself after a miss? Whatever it is. He didn't really get an opportunity. He had a couple journeymen in there with him and younger guys as well. Mitch Wazowski, not necessarily like a long in the tooth guy. He kind of was learning on his way with the Niners as well. So to have these two guys in there, I think it's a huge luxury for Jake, and it's kind of a commitment to him too, I think.
Joe, what do you make of the discourse around Jake Moody? I mean, we take calls all the time, and just fans are just a little bit, ridiculous about it. And our producer Tim Webb just made a good point where it's kind of the reverse of Brock Purdy, where he was taken with the last pick in the draft, where people expect Jake Moody to be perfect because he was taken in the third round. Something similar to like Sebastian Janikowski back in the day, taken in the first round. You have to be perfect when you're drafted that early as a kicker. Do you get the same impression that just he'll never get the benefit of the doubt just where he was drafted?
I think he gets a little bit of the short end of the stick because of he's kind of a stoic natured guy, and so even on a big kick he might let out a little bit of a yeah or something, but you're not going to see big smiles or something. And when he misses, my gosh, sometimes it looks like a member of his family died. So, but he keeps this kind of blank expression, and it's I think it can be misconstrued. If the kid was making everything, and then they'd call him ice cold Jake Moody, man has no expression. He's always like, but I think maybe in people's minds and psyches and fans' hearts, they want to see him get a little pissed or something when he misses, or show some expression or something like that. That's kind of the gist that I get from people, and it's I don't think it's well placed. I mean, I've watched him kick a ball. The guy can swing hard at the ball and hits a ball really a beautiful kick, and it just takes some time. I mean, I didn't start settling into my spot in the NFL till about year 3, year 4, and sometimes it takes guys a little bit of time, especially at a position with kicker. So I don't know. I think he's on a fine learning curve. He's in a high profile position on a really high octane team, and so that's a big microscope. The guy made it all the way to the big game his first year in the league. So there's a lot of eyes on him, and of course, every game that comes down to Jake, when you're the San Francisco 49ers, it's a meaningful game. It means something, and unfortunately, those kicks haven't come through for him in the past, and so people have got that kind of side eye going for him. But tell you what, a 59-yarder sure erases a little bit of that, and I'm rooting him in the regular season to have a game like that really gets people all behind him and stops the skepticism, because it's just he needs that, and the Niners need that, and I think he's the right guy for the job. I really do.
Talking to Joe Nedney, a few more minutes here on the Uma guest line. Did you ever have a hilariously long attempt? You know what I mean? Where they just run a guy. You know what I mean? Where sometimes they run a guy out and you're like, what are they doing here? They're not expecting to make this. But I mean, it happens more now, it feels like, than it used to. But did you ever have one that you were like, I don't know what they're thinking here, but I'll give it a go?
In college, I mean, I made one from 60 in college, and then I had an attempt against University of Nevada, Reno from 62. And I mean, this is back in the 90s, and so 60-plus yard field goals were fewer and farther between, sure. and the attempts were rare. And then really watching Sebastian Janikowski get drafted, all of a sudden teams are trying 70-yard attempts and 68-yard attempts. This was something that didn't really happen. This is something that we've really watched kind of evolve over the last, decade, 15 years or so, where these guys just have these thunderous legs and teams are willing to try it at the end of a half, end of a game or something like that. But 62 is the longest I ever tried, and I think I gave it an extra half step, and it was long enough, but I pulled it because I swung too hard.
Dude, I feel like when Prater was in Denver, it was like kicking on the moon. They were like, you They're running them out there for like 70-yarders, like routinely. It felt like
Elam too.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Jake Elam too. Talking to Joe Nedney, you mentioned the like it might take a guy a couple of years. Like, what is it about the kicking position that sometimes? I mean, I assume that's anybody in any role in any career in life. Sometimes it takes a little while to get into a rhythm or feel like you know what you're doing day to day and week to week. And he had some injuries last year, which I think were certainly a part of his ineffectiveness. But what is it the kickers have to overcome? Is it the mentality of the game? Is it the difference just in field goal size and shape? I mean, what is it the guys are trying to learn at that position?
I think when, he went to Michigan, he was probably on full ride and doing his thing and having a whole lot of confidence and everything. And then you get into the National Football League and it's a microscope. I mean, everything that you're doing is evaluated to the nth degree because you're getting paid to the nth degree on a level that's, there is none higher. So, and it does something to, in my opinion, it helped. I had a hard time with it early in my career. I remember competing for the job and then all of a sudden getting the job and the elation of, oh my God, I've got a job in the NFL, to, oh my God, I've got a job in the NFL, which means that like it's on me and I got to learn how to handle it all because I'm going to get asked a million questions and they're not easy sometimes. And I got to be able to learn how to handle that. And it becomes this kind of, it's just a hamster wheel that can start spinning in a kicker's head because we get one rep here and one rep there, which means we get a lot of time in between those reps to think about it. And I think it just takes some time to where you're retraining your brain. It's not a matter of whether you can kick or not. I mean, if you're kicking at the NFL level, you can kick the ball. It's can you tie in the mental, the emotional, all those things and get it all firing on the right cylinder at the right time and do it one time. I mean, that's it. And everybody's watching you in a fishbowl. So that's kind of in a nutshell what it is. And it's trying to quell all those emotions as you're figuring out the NFL as a place kicker. That was kind of my journey. But I'll say this, once it happens, then it gets fun because now you've got confidence in your skill set and you're going out there with one job to do, and that's to go make the kick, and that's it. And then it becomes a lot more fun. You got more confidence in yourself. So sometimes it's just a curve for guys. It's tough to explain, but inside that head, everybody's a little unique. And kickers, we're a little unique too.
Talking to Joe Nedney on the Uma guest line. Okay, I'm a lover of NFL history, and I want to talk about two kicks of yours in particular, Joe. Can you walk us through the 2002 Steelers-Titans kick that you had in overtime? Because it's so unique where you made the kick, timeout's called, then you miss the kick, but Dwayne Washington runs into you, so you get to redo it, and then you make the game-winning kick in overtime.
Dwayne Washington. Yeah, he's a friend. Well, yeah, I mean, that was one of those moments in my career where it was extremely career defining because had the flag not been thrown or had I not gone down after missing the potential game-winning kick in overtime, could have gone down as a choke artist. It was a 31-yard field goal in overtime in a divisional playoff game. Those types of things don't leave you. And when I had a horrible shot. I mean, it was a pull hook. I didn't hook it. I didn't pull it. I pull hooked it. It's a double bad. So, and to do it in a game like that at that magnitude, it was very, very horribly timed. But to have at that point Dwayne Washington, the outside rusher, come and swing wide, trying to sell out to block that kick and hits me on the hip, and down I go. Flag gets thrown. We get 5 yards running into the kicker, 26-yard field goal attempt. I make the third attempt, and we go crazy. But the thing that is hard to put into perspective was after the miss. It was the first kick. The first kick goes through. We're in overtime. It's a 31-yard field goal. But Bill Cowher's in Pittsburgh. He's the head coach. He calls timeout right before the field goal. But we go ahead and run the rep anyway. I make the first kick. And it's the end of a playoff game in overtime. And so the referees throw their hands up and everybody says it's good. And the pyrotechnic guy in the stadium hits the we win button. And so for between 5 and 10 minutes, there's this amazing fireworks display that's going off on the top of the stadium, and you can't hit stop. I mean, once it starts, it's over. So we're standing there, and I mean, looking back at it as I'm standing there watching this, I mean, my butt is puckering every boom, 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 because now I've got to go back it up. Anybody that's driving by downtown thinks the Titans have won the playoff game, and I'm like, okay, we haven't even done this yet. So I lined up, and there were a lot of emotions going through my head, but I think I already had skipped over that and just said, I'll make the kick and just swing easy, and we win. And I swung horribly, and that's when the miss happened, and that's when Dwayne ran into me. So it was this whirlwind of emotions, but I remember after the game kind of sitting there and going, wow. We lived to play another day. I got to play against the Raiders in the AFC Championship game at the Black Hole, which was the last great game at that stadium, in my opinion. I mean, it was bedlam out there. But those games, that magnitude, had it gone any differently, I would probably not be talking with you guys right now. So that's the life of a place kicker. It happens that fast, and it can be that big and that career defining in one shot. So. Thanks for the memory. Appreciate it.
Well, another good memory. I was a Raider fan most of my life, and one of my favorite victories was when the Raiders went into Arrowhead. You were the kicker in 1999, and on New Year's Day, the Raiders hadn't won in quite some time against the Chiefs, and you had a game-winning kick. Just describe that feeling back in 2000.
That was I think it was about 4 years in the league, and at that point, and was a journeyman and was bouncing around doing spot work here and spot work there, and hadn't really latched on. But Michael Husted was the kicker at that time and was struggling. They signed me with 3 games left in the season, and we're mathematically eliminated from playoff contention, but we can go into Kansas City and knock them out of the playoffs if we beat them. And I remember Mr. Davis coming to me before that game and kind of going, you know how important this game is, right? Just signed 2 weeks ago. I mean, I'm a Bay Area guy. I know the Raiders. I know what it's like, and I know that I did know that the Raiders hadn't beat the Chiefs in Kansas City for a long time before that game. So it was weighing very heavily on Mr. Davis and the franchise that this team needed a win in Kansas City. And so we had one of the most amazing football games I ever been a part of. I mean, it was just back and forth, crazy Chiefs, Raider football, Tyrone Wheatley, Rich Gannon, Tim Brown, all these crazy iconic names, just going back and forth, and it ends up landing on my leg at the end of regulation from 38 yards, or within a minute of the game, from 38 to tie it, and then we go into overtime, and I get the game winner and get to watch John Gruden run around spinning a towel, and man, it was cool. It was fun. I thought I was going to be a Raider, and then they drafted Sebastian Janikowski.
Yeah, that guy. Next year.
Very next year.
There's the punchline.
The great Joe Nedney kicked for the Niners and the Raiders, 14 years in the NFL. Dude, a lot of fun to talk to you, man. We got to get you on again throughout the season. Thanks so much, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
Hey, always a pleasure, guys. Appreciate it.
Much love, dude. San Jose's own, San Jose State's own, played for the Niners and the Raiders. By the way, I just looked this up. I was like, Joe Nedney was like one of the most automatic ever at extra points.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many he missed in his career?
5.
3 extra points ever in his career.
That's impressive.
He never missed one for the Raiders. 13 for 13.
Well, he only played 3 games, yeah.
Sure. How many seasons for the Niners? 6?
Yeah.
154 for 154.
And he has
never missed a field goal, an extra point for the 49ers. Never.
And as a Raider fan back in 2006, I definitely thanked him because he knocked the Broncos out of the postseason. The last game of the season for the 49ers, the Broncos got the game to overtime, and the game ended in a tie.
Damn, dude. I like the idea, by the way, of Al Davis walking up to Nedney 2 weeks after his son. How'd you like to kick Lamar Hunt's ass?
Yep.
You know what we do here, right? We kick Lamar Hunt's ass. That's what we do.
Or him saying it's a big game. Yeah.
He's like, it's a big game. By the way, Gruden got back to 800.
Al.
Huge game.
Yeah, I know.
It's a big
my,
game.
my career's on the line, and then you draft somebody else in the first round the next year.
I used to watch a kick down at San Jose for the Spartans.
You probably did.
I was also watching Santa Teresa high school football games where you were playing DN. I don't know, whatever Joe Nedney played in high school.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude. What a great conversation with Joe Nedney. A lot of fun there.
Love Joe.
Good insight, too, on the kicking. He's like, dude, it might take a couple of years. He said, and if you look at his career, he did. He himself bounced around for a few years, but he was in on what Tim was saying, that Jake Moody is victim to the draft pick, the reverse Brock Purdy syndrome, where he was drafted so early that you go, yeah, but for that position to be taken in the 3rd round, you better be perfect. Whereas Brock, you go, how much longer can this last with a guy who was drafted the last pick of the NFL draft?
Floor's got to fall out from underneath him.
Exactly. If you got more thoughts on this, we'll get to your calls. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How confident are you in Jake Moody this season? Are you concerned still about Jake Moody? and how much equity has he built up? If he were to come out and miss the first kick of 2025, would it be bottoms out in your mind for Jake? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Did Joe Nedney make you more confident in Jake Moody for this season? We'll get to it next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Need to know every detail of the 49ers Raiders tilt, including who hit the Vegas buffet the hardest? We here at The Sports Leader have you covered. Stay tuned to Dirty Work for more pigskin breakdown. And find all of today's interviews, including Matt Barrows, Cam Inman, Guy Haberman, Matt Mayoko, and Joe Nedney at thesportsleader.com and on our app. And watch out for the shrimp cocktail. It'll get you.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
He was warm, he came around like he was dignified.
We were joking. This is
He showed me what it was.
it's how Derek felt this weekend. Now that he doesn't know which organization to root for, the 49ers or the Raiders.
So torn. Seem to care.
Were you really?
Seem to care. What?
Were you really torn this weekend?
No, I mean, it was like both
You
teams.
finding yourself with more affection for the Niners than you used to?
No, not affection. Just watching a preseason game, for God's sakes.
What do you think, Tim? It sort of feels like you saw the look on his face, right?
I feel like he's going to jump between the two of them for convenience. Like
he brought this riff up. We didn't even start this riff.
I'm all out of faith.
Like when the Raiders get a big win, like they'll get a win over like Denver, and you'll be like, "My Raiders."
Yeah, he will watch.
No.
Wait till the Raiders play the
Never
Chiefs.
say my Raiders.
Derek will be like Nedney, dude, all fired up to take down the Chiefs.
Coming in here with some Tom Flores tape.
No, I mean there was moments in the games where I saw Brock Bowers make that catch. I was like, "Ooh, okay," and then Ashton Genty run over Diamador Lenore, and I was like, "All right, that's about it, though." Gino wants to air it out. I don't know if he has the receivers to do so, though.
Yeah, Gino came out sort of full of piss and vinegar, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
He was I liked
They
Gino
wrote him
playing
off, but he didn't write back.
Yeah, playing with a chip on his shoulder on Saturday. He played a couple of drives, too. He came out a second drive.
Yep. He did. And
then AOC got his ass kicked for a minute, and then he put together a pretty nice game.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, Max Crosby had some good plays against the run with Patrick Taylor.
Keep that playing, Tim. Don't you turn that off.
Corey Kiner. But the Raiders secondary, I saw all week where Brock Purdy and George Kittle were comparing them to the 2015 Seattle Seahawks. No chance. That defense has a lot of holes in it.
Yeah. I'm schematically, though. I mean, it's funny. George Kittle talking about how it looked a lot like Seattle in the last couple of years.
Text line 209. Just put on your Saddam Hussein mask to hide your pain.
I'm cold and I'm Hussein, lying naked on the floor.
That's not bad.
I'll see a few Thunderbugs.
Dude, we got Derek, dude, with the Saddam Hussein Time magazine mask on, dude, watching Niners and Raiders, dude, laying on the floor.
I think
shivering.
It's like the Step Brothers, the Chewbacca mask. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Shivering, dude.
Shivering. I will say this. I know you were sleeping towards the end of the game. Jalen Mahoney got a interception at the end.
Yeah, dude, I did see the pick.
I mean, Jake Moody, thank God he made the 59-yard field goal.
I was sleeping at the end. Yeah, screw you. Yeah, you weren't even there.
I was watching. But Tim Ryan made a good point, and so did Kyle Shanahan in the postgame, where it's like, go score. And it's not on Jalen Mahoney. It's on the guy that pushed him down. Go score.
Yeah, we were both saying, like, why'd you knock him down?
No, seriously. You could make the team making a pick six that way. Come on, man.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Kyle said it after the game. I mean, I don't know. There may not be enough room for it, which brings me sort of to my next point. Since nobody called in about if they trust Jake Moody or not.
I guess it's
dude, you guys
the
should know,
silence says it all.
You guys should know the sadness of me walking by the control room during the commercial break. Derek got up and went into the control room to help Tim answer phones because he figured they'd be ringing off the hook in terms of people letting us know whether or not they're confident in Jake Moody.
It's more of a regular season
I walked
thing.
by and Derek was standing there staring at the phone by himself. It wasn't ringing.
Yeah.
I said the sadness of Derek asking for phone calls and not getting anything.
My producer tendencies will never die.
Then we played catch with the baseball for like 2 minutes. He walked back into the studio and said, damn, still no calls.
There's going to be an uphill battle trying to get people on the side of
I want to
Moody.
hear the outrage.
808 KNBR. You could faux outrage if you want. You can get fake angry. Do you have confidence in Jake Moody?
No, I mean, it's overwhelming. Like, I heard it yesterday from AJ Cruz and Rocco Nuera, all our guys on the YouTube chat. They don't like Jake Moody for whatever reason.
510 says, I stand on it. F Moody. Hey, happy Monday, fellas. That's early bird.
I don't understand. Like, God, it's so intense with Jake Moody. Like, will this guy have to have a game-winning field goal in the Super Bowl for you guys to like him?
Would he have to have a game-winning field? I mean, dude, if they'd won the Super Bowl, he would have had one of the longest field goals made in Super Bowl history.
I know.
Have they not blown it? I mean, he gave him the lead in overtime.
I know.
I mean, again, I don't know. It's really more about how consistent does everybody feel you are. It's really with kickers. It's a feeling. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a hitter or a baseball player. Like, because failure is such a big part of it, and that's not the point for kickers. It's just that your failures are so much more magnified.
Of course.
Because of what Joe Nedney was just saying to us, you only get a certain number of opportunities. So he said he hated, of course, having competition in preseason, in training camp, because it was like somebody was trying to take your job, but also you just don't get the reps. And if the plan is for you to be the guy, you'd like to have the reps, right? The fact that Moody's already kicked in the biggest game that there is, I think, says a lot about him. The fact that he already kicked at one of the biggest colleges. I mean, again, it's with absolute respect and all of it to Joe Nedney. He kicked at San Jose State, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus, I mean, he was kicking at in Ohio State, at Michigan, in some of the biggest games in college football.
Absolutely.
Year after year. So we knew what he was capable of. We saw him for years at Michigan. It's just, he said he was watching Moody for mechanics. You know what I mean? He was watching him from a different perspective, but he said, this guy can kick the hell out of the ball. So maybe it's a confidence thing for him. Maybe it is a mental thing. I'm sure that's a big part of it.
He's got the leg.
There are baseball players who aren't that good, and you watch them and you go, yeah, but I like this guy. Or you like the at-bats he puts together. Or guys who sometimes aren't as good get more love from the fan base because sometimes their moments, while they're few and far between, are big moments.
Yeah.
Gregor Blanco is one of the all-time favorite Giants, one of the greatest catches in Giants history. He wasn't like an electric hitter, but he had some big moments, hit some big hits. But everybody, when you think Gregor Blanco, thinks of him so fondly, right? Because of his moments were big moments in big situations. He didn't do it exponentially for a long time, where there are guys who probably put up better numbers as Giants that we look back on and we're like, yeah, but kind of screw that guy. I don't really like that guy as much because the moments just weren't the same. Joe Nedney was one of the most consistent guys forever in part of what was a bad era for 49er football, and he was really respected around the league for a long time. Again, 154 for 154 extra points. Jake Moody was a rookie taken with the third round in the third round. Everybody needs him to be perfect, and he certainly wasn't on the biggest stage for a high-octane team. His rookie season.
It happened simultaneously with the Niners trying to win a Super Bowl. So I think that's what why people were so upset. Whereas like you go from Robbie Gould, who was automatic in the postseason, to a guy who may miss a field goal in the playoffs, and you don't want that. The same thing that's going to happen this season with Tyler Loop, who was drafted in the 6th round for the Baltimore Ravens. He's going to fill in for Justin Tucker, and I'm sure that I was thinking back to Raiders with Justin Tucker. But yeah, like when it comes to Jake Moody, it's the pressure is all going to be on him this season. I get it, and it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot for him to get cut by the football team. Like I know people are going to go crazy the first time he misses a kick, and it results in a loss. And we'll entertain the calls. We'll listen to all of you the next day. But he's still going to be the kicker, guys. It's going to have to be a ton of missed kicks for them to be like, all right, something's going on here. Either he doesn't have it mentally or doesn't have it physically. And, yeah, like I said, it happened simultaneously with them trying to win a Super Bowl where, Raider fans, we're used to, terrible teams. So the highlights back in the day for me were Sebastian Janikowski, Shane Leckler, and John Kondo. And those guys could have bad days, like Seabass could miss 3 field goals, but he was so likable because he would fit the Raider mentality, go out and drink and date porn stars that people liked him. With Jake Moody,
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what happened. With Jake Moody, it's like, you better make that kick, otherwise you're going to ruin our Super Bowl plans.
Back to the porn star part. What were you saying?
Seabass used to date a porn star.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There was a whole thing where he was with her in his car, his SUV, and I think he was smoking inside. And
boy, Seabass?
Yeah, the car got on fire or something. Seabass,
good story, Derek. The car got on fire or something. What the hell are you talking about?
It was something like that, dude. People forget. Well, dude, ask John Lund about Seabass back in the day, like making sure like he gets on the plane for trips to London. The same thing, like when Seabass getting selected in the 1st round of the 2000 NFL Draft, I think 11th overall, most ridiculous pick of all time.
Porn star Brooke Haven says, says she's partied with a lot of professional athletes, and no one parties harder than Sebastian Janikowski.
Damn right, Seabass.
That's a quote from 2014.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
But yeah, I mean, he missed a ton of kicks when he was drafted, and people were wondering if he was good at all, and then it took some time. It's going to take some time with Jake Moody.
Since she didn't hesitate at all, this article. Didn't hesitate for a second when asked, well, who parties the hardest?
Seabass?
Janikowski. They asked her, quote, have you followed his career? She said, I think he settled down there. He got married. I haven't hung out with him for many years, is what she said. So
yeah, Seabass had the Fred Durst thing going on with the bald head and the nice little soul patch.
And call him the Polish Cannon just because of his kicking. You know what I mean? Got that nickname off the field, too. The Polish Cannon, dude.
Seabass and Shane, they definitely could party after games. So could John Kondo.
That's what you want out of your special teams guys, right?
Absolutely you do.
209 said, who was the better Raider with porn star? Was it Seabass or was it Jimmy G? He was a Niner, though, when that happened.
Yeah, no, it would be Seabass because he was with the Raider. Yeah.
Dude, I used to play that soundbite all the time, dude, of the Kiara Mia when TMZ caught her and asked her about it.
Yeah.
And she said, they said, Jimmy talked to you about how the season's going to go? She said, I think I'm voting for the Niners to go to the Super Bowl this year because everything I touch turns to gold.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. It was like 3 weeks later.
It has to be Seabass if you're comparing those two, because at least Jimmy G, I mean, he kind of tried to keep it under wraps. It wasn't like flaunting and everything. Seabass didn't care at all.
Him clinking drinks with her. 3 weeks later, right after she said the turn to goal, he tore his ACL in Kansas City.
Oh, was it 2018?
It was right after that.
Everything I touch turns to gold.
There it is. It's right out. It was like right after he signed the contract. Remember, it was like within a week of him signing the deal that he was out.
Everything I touch turns to gold.
And I think
that's not the way they wanted it. That's not the way they meant for it to go.
And no more Jimmy throwing hospital balls to Devontae Adams in a Rams practice. Matthew Stafford back today.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford back. We can get into that in just a little bit.
Yeah.
I was actually going to bring up to you the what was I going to ask you about? The roster with the 49ers and the DBs. We can get into some of that in just a minute here.
Sure, we can do that.
With Chase Lucas. Also, we got to talk about what happened with the Giants this weekend as well. I mean, it's gone from bad to worse. But now, by the way, we have another administration to talk about. Giants
McKinley?
Giants have hit new low feats in terms of, again, I'm not going to pat you on the back for beating the Rays one time at the end of a homestand.
Yeah, they're back.
Everybody wants to be like, hey, they got to win. As Grant Brisbee put it, the Giants are 500 over their last two.
Love Grant.
They're playing
That's
500
accurate.
ball over their last two.
That is accurate.
He said, if you're looking for a silver lining for the Giants, recency bias is your friend. It's like, it's a great line.
Yes,
we'll talk
it is.
more about the Jung Hoo Lee catch coming up. When we come on back, though, I want to ask you about some of the roster stuff. We'll talk running backs a little bit later. But Chase Lucas, dude, this guy's making some noise.
Absolutely.
There's injuries all over the place, and yet there are some guys who look to have maybe claimed a roster spot. Whose stock is up? Whose stock is down? And is there anybody that can steal a job still and make the team that we haven't talked much about? Chase Lucas is number one in my book. We'll talk more about that next. Plus, I saw you wanted to get into this with me. You know my fascination with the Browns quarterback situation.
Yeah, you're definitely fascinated with that one.
I'm not as fascinated anymore.
Why, because of Flacco?
Because things have settled down.
Well,
It's exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Well, yeah, but give it time.
So far, I have called the quarterback situation for the Browns to a T.
I think everybody thought it was going to be Joe Flacco.
I'll tell you what I thought next.
right.
More on the Browns QB situation.
Wow.
And Chase
Big
Lucas.
Browns fan, Adam Copeland.
That'll keep him. My Browns. You know how I feel about Jimmy and D. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we ask you some of these questions frequently because they are common concerns for people when it comes to tax season and beyond. What do people do if they've gotten a bill and they cannot afford to pay their taxes?
Call us. There's a lot of good solutions. But whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand and wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good solutions. Do you qualify to just pay part and have the government write off the rest? Do you qualify for a penalty abatement? Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Is the bill itself wrong? A lot of times that happens. That's the first thing we check. We have free consultation. We go over everything for you, all the solutions. And then if you want us to, we do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you need to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz can help. All you got to do is give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The 49ers and the Raiders played to a 49er victory. A walk-off field goal by Jake Moody, 59 yards to walk off and win it 22-19 on Saturday. One more preseason queued up for the Niners. It'll be this Saturday against the LA Chargers.
And
Trey Lance.
It's the Trey Lance revenge game, baby.
Well, don't forget what Kruger said as he stared out on the field at Levi Stadium in the press box on Saturday of last week against the Denver Broncos. Tim and I are sitting there. It's Tim to my left, and it's me, and I got Todd Husak to my right, and then Kruger sitting a couple seats over from him. And Kruger at one point, he's just like jotting down notes, says to himself or us, I don't know, what my dream situation would be.
Yeah.
I got to see Brock take on Trey Lance, and I got to see Kyle against Harbaugh. I said, we're getting that in 2 weeks, Krug. I was like, it's coming to Levi Stadium. It's not a regular season tilt, but he wanted to see it.
Dude, as you said, this is Krug's Super Bowl.
This is Krug's bowl. He loves that. I mean, Krug loves the preseason. I can't wait to talk to him about which players he's hoping the Niners will scoop up.
That's all we need, this guy's ass in our face.
Yeah, thank you, Krug. He's exactly it.
Well, he pretty much likes everybody. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, it is funny. We were asking him players that he liked last week, and there was like he's like, I like this guy, dude. He's going to make the team, too. He did say he thought Chase Lucas would be a practice squad guy.
Interesting.
He said that going into this past week's game. He said that to me on Saturday. I think he said it to us when we ran some players by him on Friday afternoon on our show. He said, I think there's a spot for him on practice squad. Chase Lucas in the game goes for a sack, and he has an interception. He's got a nose for the ball. He's making some open field tackles. I thought he looked really, really, really good 2 weeks in a row now. Now, what Salah said about Lucas, and he's playing kind of the nickel corner spot this weekend, what Salah said about him is he's got to stack defensive days together. You got to start putting things on tape over and over and over again to prove you're not just a backup dude, you're a consistent guy, and you play the same position as a guy in Upton Stout and in Trey Brown.
Yeah.
Who's been versatile. He's more of a veteran. He's a little bit bigger in size. He can play other spots. So the hope, I think, is like if you have a guy there, like in the nickel spot who's a backup, he's not just able to play the nickel, he can play elsewhere as a backup corner, and he's going to have to play some special teams as well. My fear right now is I think he's played too well. There are teams that are going to need cornerbacks. That's always a position of need. Somebody's going to get hurt, or teams are going to feel like they don't have the right depth. They don't like what they've seen from all their guys. I mean, he was on practice squad out of the Lions last year. Didn't get a chance to play much. The Niners now have an opportunity to maybe throw him there too. I'm not convinced based on the way he played that he doesn't end up snatched up or signed by somebody else.
No, I mean, we'll talk to Matt Mayoko
He's made too
later.
much noise is my feeling.
Yeah, definitely. And in his 53-man projection, he has Chase Lucas making the team. And at this point, yeah, I mean, you could throw him out there week 3 and hope he makes another play, but I've been impressed. And I know that he was with the 49ers a year ago with the practice squad. He was originally with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
I mean, you could move him around. I don't know how he is as a safety. But also I would say in the NFL, you need so many DBs. You definitely need cornerback help. Like guys go down all the time.
Listen to the questions. How many will they carry on the active roster, do you think?
That's a great question. I mean, given everything else going on right now with the running backs and wide receivers, it's a foregone conclusion they're only going to have 2 quarterbacks on this roster. Like, yes. I think you can probably put that in stone. Running back-wise, I mean, right now from what I saw with Matt Mayoko, he thinks
he's saying 6. So Mayoko's going McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Garendo, Patrick Taylor, Jordan James, Corey Kiner. Now, he says this even yesterday. So after the Patrick Taylor injury, Jordan James is also banged up.
He did also tweet out later, I want to update it by putting Corey Kiner on IR.
Yeah. Okay, that would make sense. So Corey Kiner goes on IR, but then did he replace him?
I have to see the rest of the tweet. But, yeah, I mean, and also I think wide receiver-wise, he says they're going to have 4, and they're going to start the season, obviously, with Brandon Ayuk being on PUP.
He
and
says
Demarcus
Jennings,
Robinson
Pearsall,
suspended.
Watkins, and Cowing are the only 4. He says possible suspension to Demarcus Robinson.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they're going to have more wide receivers. I think it's just a matter of can you find a place for Chase Lucas, whether it's as a cornerback, as a safety, and you can just put him wherever you want on the field. I do think there is a place for this guy, but at the same time, it is a numbers game. But I'm with you, Copes. As soon as they put him on practice squad, I think someone's going to snatch him up based on the game tape.
So he goes 4 tight ends, and I'm kind of surprised it would be 4. I was thinking they'd go 3.
Yeah.
Kittle, Farrell, Willis, and Tongas. And we'll talk to Mayoko about all this at 4:50.
Of course.
In about an hour or so and get his thoughts. Offensive line, Trent Williams, Dominic Puni, McKivitz. We knew that. Jake Brendel. Then he's going Ben Barch, Burford, Zakel. And I thought maybe Ben Barch is the guy who lost his job to Connor Colby. We'll see about what he thinks about that. And Isaac Alcaron on a suspension, but we'll see what happens with Pooney. Also, the issue with the Dominic Pooney injury, and JD said this to me in the game after the game on Saturday when we were doing postgame. What's sort of wild about the Pooney injury is none of us really it's a position that none of us have even considered thinking about having to be in.
I know.
All preseason, with all the injuries that have spurred up on the defensive line and all the vacancies on the line into the draft, all the vacancies at linebacker, right? Where you're like, who's it gonna be? Dre Greenlaw's had a great. D. Winters has had a great training camp, and there's talk about Nick Martin, who also had a sack this weekend. I thought he looked great in relativity to what we saw last week. I thought he had a lot of missed open tackles.
Good game.
Put some good video out there, I thought, in the game on Saturday. Secondary, we knew what would happen. I mean, there was questions about the depth beyond Renardo Green and Demo Lenore. So, you've got Mark Siegel who showed up now, who could be a factor, Upton Stout. You've got all these guys out there that we're talking about. We haven't even discussed, because luckily, outside of Trent Williams and that question, hasn't been a lot of questions about the O-line. We just kind of knew who was penciled in there.
Right.
Ben Bartz was going to be the starting left guard. You'd have Trent Williams at left tackle, Brendel at center. You'd have Pooney at right guard, and then McKivitz at right tackle. From left to right was kind of the way we'd all just assumed it would go. And now that Pooney's gone, I mean, the thought was that Burford was your backup left tackle. Is he now your backup right guard as well?
I think he's definitely in the mix.
Are you looking if Pooney's down, do you go with, can Ben Bartz play right guard, or you go with Colby at right guard? I mean, is that a situation they'll go with?
There's rumors right now where the Niners are looking to add trade-wise with a running back, a wide receiver, or an offensive lineman. And we'll see what happens in the next couple of days here. But, yeah, given the injury to Dominic Pooney, you may need to add somebody. Or if you feel good about the backups, go with them. But you definitely weren't planning on Dominic Pooney not being out there for week one. So that's not good news, especially when Dominic Pooney, I think, is your second-best offensive lineman next to Trent Williams. Back to what you were talking about, though, with the cornerback situation with Chase Lucas. Yeah. I mean, I'm down with whatever you want to do defensive back-wise. I mean, whoever you think is the best group of guys, however many you want to keep on the roster, because just given this division, you're going to have to go up against the likes of Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, not to mention the Seattle Seahawks now with Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith-Njigba, who the Arizona Cardinals have, Marvin Harrison Jr., so they definitely have their work cut out for them in the NFC West when it comes to wide receivers. So, yeah, I mean, if you could find a spot for Chase Lucas, I'm all for that on this team. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens a week from tomorrow.
A week from tomorrow is the cut-down day. Yes. Final practice is a week from today. The 27th is the 25th is the final practice is a week from today.
Yes.
And then 6th is cut-down day.
Yes.
Oof. I won't be here.
Well, me and Kerry Crowley will go through it.
Is that, dude, I'm off. Dude, how about this? I'm getting a week off.
Yeah.
I'll be here next Monday. But after that.
Well, Tuesday to Friday, yeah.
Well, yeah, but then the following Monday, too.
Oh.
It's, what's that day? Labor Day.
Well,
for everybody that's ever been in labor.
What do they call it? Oh, yeah, Labor Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. Were you going to any place special?
Big Sur.
Oh,
nice. How about that? A little camping?
Yeah.
A little laying in the dirt. I'm not doing the Marcus Thompson. I'm camping. I'm not glamping.
No. You got to
air mattress
I'm
for
gonna
you.
No. I'll be floating down a river, cooking on a Blackstone.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Nice.
I'm excited. Laying in the dirt. I mean, I'll have a tent.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be a yurt.
You pitching your own tent?
Maybe. You know it.
Every day that ends in Y, brother.
Yeah, you got to wear basketball shorts to get more mileage when you pitch the tent.
I hear you on that one.
Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627.
Oh, no, not him.
Shows up at every live show we ever do.
And now he's going to complain that I stepped on his crap foot when we went to go see Dirty Work last week. All right, Pat H.
It's all right, Pat H. What's going on, Pat? How are you?
I completely forgot about that, Derek, actually. But
no, you didn't.
No, I was calling in to defend Jake Moody a little bit. Look.
Whoa, wow.
He had only missed one kick. He made all his extra points, and he'd only missed one kick, and I know it was a big Rams kick, but he had only missed one kick leading up to when he got that high ankle in the Tampa Bay game.
No,
I mean, like Krug would say, dude, where are you going to go? Like, where are you going to go if you don't have Jake Moody? Who are we going to?
Well, where are you going to go?
Exactly. Is that Krug?
Did you think that was Krug?
That's not Krug.
Oh, it's not?
No. Isn't that the Phillies owner?
Oh.
It's the Reds owner.
A Reds owner.
I forget his name. Yeah, they were.
What?
He was like mocking the fan base, dude. The Reds owner was mocking the fan base because they were like bitching about him spending money or something. Or they were complaining about something, and he did an interview kind of mocking him, like, "Oh, you're not going to come to games here?
Right.
Well, where are you going to go?
Yeah.
What are you going to do instead? Bob Castellini, it's his name.
Well, where are you going to go?
Yeah, I mean, he's not
Play
quite
the sounder, Tim.
He's not quite Tim's guy or Tim's lady, Marge. A little shotsy.
Marge shot, yeah.
It's not mine. Jeez.
Hey, Pat H., how you feeling
sticking
about your
with
Red
Moody.
Sox right now?
Oh, they lost a tough one yesterday to Miami, but
but they're
the number 2 wild card, I think. So I'm good.
They traded Devers and got better.
I know. Roles reversed.
Yeah.
Oh, it sucks.
I mean, they just roll with a bunch of we got a 21-year-old batting leadoff most days.
You're breaking up, Pat.
Where's
You're
that guy
breaking
for
up.
the Giants?
Yeah, nice to talk to you, brother. You're breaking up. Anyway, it's gonna do it for Pat.
Yeah,
old Pat H.
Can you claim 2 teams at once like Pat H does?
I don't like when people do this. He like shows up decked out in Red Sox Giants gear. Then they play the Red Sox. And he's like, I'm actually a Red Sox fan.
Yeah, it's kind of lame.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. You got one. Like, pick a team. Pick one.
Did you ever have an AL team growing up?
No.
Yeah, I have a hard time even like thinking about that.
I get,
it's like
I
it's
told
another
you,
team.
I get pet teams that come and go. Like I like the Rays periodically.
Oh, so you were conflicted over the weekend?
No, not at all. 'Cause they're not my pet team this year.
I have 2 college basketball teams. I guess that's the closest thing. But my team,
Kentucky
so
and who
obviously
else?
is UC Davis where I went. And the
yeah,
reason
all right.
was
Okay,
I
all right.
rooted for Kentucky the entire time I was kind of growing up because UC Davis was not Division I. And so
Tim's
it's
from
hard.
Kentucky.
It's hard
No, I
to root
know.
for a team that's not Division I. Now, Davis goes Division I, but I think it's pretty fair to say that Kentucky and UC Davis are not in the same echelon. That's
You
a
never
totally
know.
different world.
You never know. They could be mixed up in the same bracket.
Yeah, and I would root in that case. I would root for UC Davis, knowing full well they'll probably get slaughtered, and that's okay.
You got to
All
go
right, okay.
Davis. You got to root Davis in that situation too.
I mean,
you went there.
Copes and I were we were in Tahoe together the one time UC Davis did make the tournament, and they played Kansas after winning the play-in game. So at one point in time, UC Davis was 1-0, and that was the greatest record you could ever have in the tournament. They were like a 28-point dog to Davis, and yeah, I bet on them, and yeah, they didn't cover, and I didn't care because it was my team. And there was a bunch of Kansas fans there that were whooping it up and
All
rooting
right,
it
Tim,
up.
save it for the takes. All right, save it for the takes tomorrow. Okay, it's a
Oh,
Monday.
you're a Kansas
Jesus.
fan, real original.
Let me ease into this, okay?
When were you guys in Tahoe together?
That was about 7 years ago.
It was actually separate trips, and then we met up in Tahoe.
Okay.
Like I went with my buddy. He was going with a group of his buddies. I think Peacock was there.
I believe he was.
I think Brian Peacock was there. I think B. Smith was there.
Well, knowing you, like the way that you treat, like like you're going to go to Tim's place, like you probably wanted to sleep in his hotel room.
I did not. I didn't ask for one.
You got a nice room in here,
What do
Tim.
you
Get out of the
act
way,
like? Dude. By the way, one thing I didn't note about Tim's house, dude, one bathroom. Or not, excuse me, one shower.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
Did I
How
tell you-
pedestrian of me.
I actually forgot to mention. I did tell Tim this weekend when I was reviewing his apartment. Part of the Tim Broadcast Center when we were doing the show on Saturday. One detail about my bathroom I forgot to tell you about, and I can't
This
remember.
really isn't even about my bathroom.
No, I can't remember. I told Tim about this on Saturday though when we were riffing about
Let's
my
hear it,
bathroom and how big the shower is.
Yeah.
I said, well, there's 2 of them. There's a phone in my bathroom.
Excuse me?
Did you know about this?
No.
I didn't tell you about this.
You have a phone in your bathroom?
Like a landline, dude. It's in my.
So you could call a pizza while you're taking a crap?
So it's like you go into my bathroom and like on the left there's like a tub. It's like a big deep tub too. Big tub with like another detachable shower head thing up top. And then you go, there's like the counter in front of you. And then there's to the right is the shower where you walk in. But then the bathroom, the toilet itself, is its own little like private door like inside of the bathroom. Inside of there, behind the door, there's like there's a toilet phone. It's not connected though.
Ah, so you never used it?
No, it's not been connected since I've lived there. But I think I should get that landline up and going.
Well, so yeah, we were
It'd be
saying
my only landline though. Somebody called that I have to go to the toilet to answer.
I would love to
2
see that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, the only 2 places that these phones ever show up are either you're on a vacation and it's in a hotel, or you're in an old person home.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I just want to see you like the live stream if we have to do a Niners pregame show at your place.
I mean, I could do it from
It's
the
just
shower.
have to do it, no?
It's just you in the tub sitting like Scarface, but like they hook up your landline where it's able to like you got the headset and everything like doing 49ers pregame.
I could go live on TikTok from my bathroom. I could just
I like
do that.
the way
so
I
people can see
imagine
the
it.
bathroom.
Adam is doing it from the big shower, and then myself and you would have to be in the little tub doing production and whatnot.
Phone in the bathroom. Folks,
That's pretty good.
Keep it up with the Joneses.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I like the phone. Yeah, I'll show you. Dude, I'll show you. It's a black phone. It matches all the other. I guess it's not an appliance, right? We said that toilets are not appliances.
No, they're not.
They're fixtures.
Yes,
it's a plumbing fixture.
Well, what would you need a phone in the toilet for?
Dude, in case you get, I don't know.
Again,
Hey,
hotels
I need
and
more
old people.
Smurfs
That's
in the shower. Come
I'm
on now.
falling and I can't get up.
Oh, yeah, that's
one of
true.
those.
exactly what it is.
One of those deals. Dude, my guy Ron, I was just talking to him. You know where he just was?
Where?
He's like, hey, Adam just got back.
Baking
last
another
night.
pie for you?
I was like, back from where? He's like, Barcelona. I was like, dude, just
pie country.
Just globetrotting, dude.
Yeah.
Is there pie in Barcelona?
I'm sure there is.
It's Barcelona.
Oh, sorry.
Paella.
All right, Tim. Save it for the takes. Okay. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, how about this? about this?
How about this one? Hey, did you see this?
You guys see this? Scott Ostler, he talked to some of the Giants this weekend, and they said, dude, that they all remain united to Bob Melvin. They're like, dude, we're united inside the clubhouse. Quote, outside people don't know anything. Logan Webb's like, dude, people don't know what they're talking about outside of the clubhouse. We're all united with Bob Melvin. Here's the problem, Logan. I didn't say, I don't know that anybody did say that Bob Melvin lost the locker room or the clubhouse. I didn't suggest that, nor do I think that. It's not that we don't think they're not united with Bob Melvin.
Okay.
It's that I'm not united with Bob Melvin.
Oh, okay.
I don't think the fan base is still totally behind Bob Melvin.
It's a little Jake Moody thing going on.
Like if Ostler talked to me about it, I would let him know. Like, no, I'm not. I'd be like the guys inside the clubhouse don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
We're not into it.
When is Ostler conducting this interview?
It hasn't happened yet. But
on the phone in your bathroom?
Scott, I'm here. I'm ready. Just call my bathroom line.
Call the bathroom
It's
line.
wide open, dude. Give me a call. We'll talk about what the fan base
I got
is
some
feeling.
thoughts on Melvin.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Is it okay to want to make a change with the team if the team likes the coach, but the fans don't? We can talk about that next after the Giants got to win. They did it yesterday. We'll do more of it only here on the Sports Leader.
As the NFL turns, Joe Flacco will start for Cleveland. Jordan Love returned to practice after thumb surgery, and Matt Stafford practiced with his bad back.
I broke my back.
But the situation is fluid, the most moist of all the situations. For everything NFL, keep it locked right here to the Fluid Leader.
Spinal.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Logan Webb's pitch to Yandy Diaz, who's driven out towards right center field and deep. Chasing after it, Jung-Hoo Lee, and he'll go all the way out into far right center field and make the catch. And he went down into a slide to catch it, and he gets up kind of slowly. I don't know if he jammed his knee into the dirt. And Jung-Hoo, watching it, he ended up losing the ball. Why he got up slowly is the ball came out of his glove, and he pinched it in between his legs.
This is hit out into Triple's alley, and Jung-Hoo Lee makes the catch. Did that end up between his legs?
Yep.
I don't care what anybody says. That's the catch of the decade. Not of the year, not of the day, not of the week, not of the homestand, the decade.
Yep. I agree. Right between the knees.
Dude, I mean, one of the most incredible catches you'll ever see.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how many thousands of baseball games I've watched in my life and how many the Kruk and Kuip have watched or been a part of. It's one of the greatest things about baseball. You go to a game, you'll see something you've never seen before. That was unbelievable. That not only did it pop out. I mean, if he makes the catch with his glove, that's a damn good catch.
Yeah.
The route that he's taking the ball and he goes down into a slide, it hits out of the heel of his glove, pops in between his legs. He props himself up without ever letting the ball hit the ground. Nobody's ever seen anything like that before. So, the catch of the decade, it's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen happen on a baseball field. There's no reason that a play like that should ever happen, and the guy is called out for it. It's a catch by Jung-Hoo Lee. It's unbelievable that he pins it between his knees like that. I don't know. It's like, in terms of a baseball play and catch, I got to go with Denzel Clark.
Yes.
For the A's. He's had a couple of incredible catches and plays this year. In terms of, the most unbelievable catch I'll ever see, that's right up there. I mean, I'm with it. I think, the best baseball catch and play of the year was Denzel Clark tracking it to center field, the catches he's made running up the wall and all that, diving catches, stuff like that is different. This is an unbelievable play where you're like, dude, he made a track on the ball popped out of his glove, and he held onto it in an absurd way. If it goes into your jersey, it's a ball out of play. If it goes, you can't catch a ball with your hat. But you're allowed to do that, which is so absurd. Nobody's ever done it. I mean, I don't know. That's one of the most unbelievable things you'll ever see. Catch of the decade, sure, fine by me. You'll watch 1,000 more baseball games and you'll never see anything like that.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that on the baseball field. I do remember seeing. I've seen football players catch the ball between their legs, like Jermaine Kearse in the Super Bowl. I think he caught that when it ricocheted, it fell down there, and it got Marshawn Lynch to the 1 yard line. Terrell Suggs, I think, had an interception a couple years ago where he got it between his twigs. But yeah, what Jung-Hoo Lee did was impressive yesterday. But catch of the decade, I would still give that to Denzel Clark. I would even give it to
I don't know if it was
Jerkson.
catch of the decade for Clark. I don't know if I go that far. But.
Well, no, sorry. I'm saying as far as catch of the year. Yeah. I know Kuip said catch of the decade, but catch of the year, I definitely would go Denzel Clark. I would even go Jerkson Profar a couple weeks ago.
He had an incredible.
I think those were more skillful. Where Jung-Hoo Lee was more luck.
It was unbelievable.
But
it was just an unbelievable
still
play.
impressive. Still impressive.
Yeah, super cool. I want to get into this real quick. So Scott Ostler has a piece in the Chronicle right now. The headline of that is Giants remain united behind Bob Melvin. The quote here from Elliot Ramos is, quote, outside people don't know a thing. Mm-hmm. Don't know anything. And I guess what he's talking about specifically is about what's going on in the clubhouse. Now, Logan Webb has some interesting quotes here because a lot of people are talking about Bob Melvin needs to get angry. And I keep saying that's not I don't want a guy to be somebody he's not. I don't just getting mad and showing emotion. Bochy didn't show it in tons of ways. You know what I mean? When he got mad, he got mad. When Melvin gets mad, you see him get mad. I've lost my faith in his ability to turn these things around, to turn this thing around. It's been now 2 years. He'll be below 500 if things remain the way they're going. They're 4 games under right now. They've played themselves out of playoff contention under his tutelage, under the guys that are the coaching staff. And again, I don't like calling for jobs. And I want to preface this again. I say this every time. I want this to work. You know what I mean? I want Bob Melvin to be the guy. I would love nothing more than for him to be the dude who helped turn this thing around and sets the Giants on the right track. I'm not rooting against him. I'm not rooting against the Giants. But at some point, you got to look in the mirror and go, is he the guy to do this? Is this the right guy for the job? I'm not denying, nor do I dispute anything any player is going to tell us about what's going on inside the clubhouse. If they tell us Bob Melvin's a beloved guy, we love him, we love playing for him, I believe you. That doesn't mean he's the right guy to turn the things around. It just means what you're saying is true in the reality that the players live in, and that's important. That is very important. I think it's significant that we note that. If the players believe the guy's the right guy, it should carry some weight, and it should carry a lot of weight. The issue I have, I guess, is, and we'll read some of these quotes here, is what they're saying about him doesn't, to me, necessarily mean they believe he's the right guy. They like playing for him, and they know that the way to find success and to not lose a locker room in a clubhouse and to be fractured is to remain a united front. And I'm down with that. I'm down with playing for a team. I'm down with remaining united. All these guys are saying the things they should say because Logan is speaking differently now than he did when they got rid of Gabe Kapler, right? When they got rid of Gabe Kapler, he was pretty vocal about it, and he called for major changes and talked about things going on in the winning culture within the clubhouse. And it seemed pretty obvious that he was talking about Gabe Kapler.
Yes, he was.
Never confirmed that, but like that's pretty much
we all know what he was talking
to that
about.
point. Here's what Logan Webb says to Scott Oster. He says, quote, everybody in here has each other's backs. The coaching staff, the chefs, they root for us, right? The entire place is trying to do their best to win. And then there's sort of a thing on people going, you got to flip the spread. You got to, proverbially, you got to flip the spread and get angry and light these guys up.
That's not Bob Melvin's MO.
Well, but Logan Webb says Bob's yelled at us. He said, quote, it's not that he hasn't tried to get us going. Some of the games that we've played where nothing goes well, we don't pitch, we don't play defense, we get no hit, we hear about it. It's not like we don't. It's not like he's saying that's okay. That's not what's happening in here. Bob expects us to play a certain brand of baseball, and we just haven't done it, plain and simple. Now, remember they asked Logan Webb last week about what's wrong, how do you turn things around? And he ended up saying, I don't know. And he said, I know that wasn't – it's sort of funny because he said, yeah, I know that wasn't taken – the right way, and people didn't like hearing that, but he said, It's the truth. And to me, I said that joke about Coach Carter last week. I think that's the problem. Don't you? I mean, that's the truth. The fact that not only can the players not figure out what's gone wrong, but no leadership has been able to be like, I mean, if it's as simple as the players aren't good enough, then I guess that's it. Nobody's going to say that. No leaders are going to say that, but it doesn't feel like all the juice that's in this team has been squeezed out of this team. I feel like people think the team has underachieved. If that's the case, then it means that you had higher expectations for what these guys were capable of, that you believed these players were capable of achieving more, and they have not achieved that level of play. Elliot Ramos goes on to say, I think Bob's a great manager at the end of the day. He's a player's manager, so we have nothing but love for him. We feel he's a great manager. We just have to keep getting better to try to win games. Mind you, since July 1st, Elliot Ramos has driven in 5 runs, not hit a homer, and he's got a 600 OPS. I'm just putting that out there. And by the way, Bob asked him to take a day off, and he fought back.
Yeah.
Which is fine to an extent. Ramos goes on to say, quote, outside people don't know anything. That's the type of person that he is. That doesn't mean that he's not a great manager. When we're winning, everybody was on our side. Now it's like all the fans are against us and all that. That's unfair. Your ballpark's been stuffed, bro. People have been coming out to support this team for back-to-back homestands, and you've won 3 games or 2 games in like 14 home games or 13 home games. Right? Haven't they lost 14 of their last 16 at home? To say the fans have like turned on us, again, you've driven in 5 runs, Elliot, since the start of July. The fans have turned on you. You've turned on winning ball games. You know what I mean? The fans are behind you more than a lot of other fan bases are behind their teams who have played at the level the Giants have played for the better part of 3 months. For Elliot Ramos to say, now it's like all the fans are against us and all that, I don't get it. We're here and we know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for. But fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. That sounds like a young player who's very frustrated, who wants to have his manager's back. But liking the guy you come to work for doesn't necessarily mean that's the best guy to have at the helm leading this thing. And that's the point I'm making. Elliot hasn't played for anybody else. Elliot doesn't know any better than Bob Melvin. He likes a manager that's going to tell him what he wants to hear. I'm okay that there's a level of comfort, but I think at some point there maybe needs to be a level of discomfort. I mean, if everybody's feeling pretty good about where they are, everybody's happy, and everybody likes to come. Let's say everybody shouldn't like coming to work. Everybody should. But for that guy, that scope from Elliot Ramos to say, now it's like all the fans are against us, that's wildly unfair.
No, I agree
It's wildly
with that.
unfair for a guy with a 600 OPS. Over the last 6 weeks, he's driven in 5 runs and is in there every day. Like what's more, the number of feet you threw that ball last Wednesday or the number of RBIs you've driven in a month and a half? I'm at a loss because fans are showing up to the ballpark. The Giants are touting the attendance numbers. We hear about it all the time. Fans are showing up. They're not winning. And then Elliot's like, the fans are against us. No, bro, we're not against you. we're against the level of play at which you've brought to the field, and we're not happy with the results for a guy that a lot of people want to find success in Bob Melvin. So for the players to say, and I hear him saying, everybody outside doesn't know anything. We don't know anything about the relationships in the clubhouse. We don't. Admittedly, everybody should know that. Everybody should know we have no idea. All the perceptions of they're lazy, they're this, they're resting on their laurels. All I know is what you're telling me. What you're telling me is you think he's a great manager because he's a player's manager. I'm saying maybe that's not the right guy for this team, considering how poorly you all have played for the last 3 months. That's where I'm coming from.
And that's totally fair. I mean, when I hear Elliot Ramos say all these things, and I like Elliot Ramos, he came to visit with us at the patio, but his play has been not great this season, and there's been so many blunders. But for him to say, it seems like all the fans have turned on us, I don't get it. I get it. You're losing games. You're collapsing. It's only right for the fans for the last 3 seasons to see the product on the baseball field and feel, what the hell's going on here? When Buster Posey in his introductory press conference says, we want to play with the likes of the Dodgers or the Padres. It bothers me when those teams are on the top of the division. And then you revert back to this, even worse than what you were with Gabe Kapler. It's fair for the fans to react this way. As far as everything else, where the outside noise and fans don't know anything or media members don't know anything, that is fair. We don't know anything. Like last week when they lost 11-1 to the Padres at home to get swept, I said on the station, I thought they basically just didn't play for their manager. And that's unfair for me to say, but that's what I perceived. But I have no idea. And the same thing with Bob Melvin. You know, everybody gets upset when he does these post-game press conferences, and he just goes, you just got to come back tomorrow and play better. And I understand that infuriates the fans, but at the same time, we don't know what goes on. I'm sure he lights a fire under everybody and, yells at people just like Logan Webb is saying. But it is frustrating, and you can't ignore what's going on right now. They are playing terrible baseball, and for, them to act like, well, we like Bob. I like Bob, too. I want Bob to succeed, just like you, Copes. But at the same time, I can't ignore what's gone on since they had the Dodgers series before the All-Star break.
Yeah. I mean, again, I like that the players have his back. I don't want them to be fractured in the way that, again, at the end of Kapler, when Logan Webb says, we need major changes and we need a change in the winning culture, yes. That's saying you lost. That was when we all went, you lost the clubhouse, bro. And that's why he got fired before the end of the year. I'm not even suggesting that's what happens with Melvin. I just think there needs to be some real evaluation. And I know where the players stand. The players like him. That's great. Is that good enough? And does that warrant enough? Like, if the players want to keep Melvin, for me, it's like, you guys got to perform better then. Well, you can keep the guy. You guys can have whoever you want if you're winning, because that's who they'll have here.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, that's who the guy will be.
That's the main point for Buster when, the players come to him at the end of the season and they're like, we want Bob to be here. And they're like, well, that's great. I don't know if you guys are going to be here. Like, if you're a winning team, then that carries weight. If you, with what's gone on the last few months, I don't think Buster can look these players in the eyes and say, well, okay, I'll take that into consideration. No, it starts with you guys, and then I also have to consider Bob and the coaching staff as well. So I get it. Bob's a likable guy, but that doesn't mean anything at this point.
Well, here's one more quote from Logan Webb, and you guys take this for what it's worth. Quote from Logan: "It seems like we've just kind of lost our energy, a little edge. I don't know why. I know my answer the other night wasn't popular, but it's the truth. There's no problems in here. I know some people have guessed that there's problems. There's no problems. We have a great group of guys that pull for each other. It just hasn't turned into wins." Now, Matt Chapman said something similar. Everybody in here believes in the coaches, in Bob. No, it's on the players, is what he's saying. It's not on the coaches and management. I'm saying I agree with you, but at some point, those guys fall responsible for the lack of success from the players. And I got to say, when Logan says, I feel like we've kind of lost a little energy, a little edge, that's where I wonder, who does that fall on?
No, that's fair.
I mean, Logan's out here pitching. He's pitching his ass off. Giants are 13-13 now in games that he started this year. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. You should be winning like 65% of the games that Logan Webb starts. Like
just look what happened to Justin Verlander this year.
Yeah, I know. He's getting. I mean, it's unbelievable. The way he pitched the other day. I mean, Logan the other day was great. Yesterday, they got him enough run support that they were able to get him out of there in an inning earlier rather than an inning too late, because oftentimes they're like, well, we got to bring him back out because we don't have anybody else to go, nor do we trust anybody. Yeah. When you put up runs in the way you did yesterday, you can allot him just going the 7. You should be winning more games in his starts. 13-13, 12-13 in his starts entering play yesterday was not good. I don't like the Ramos quotes, man. And I don't care about the outside people don't know anything about this. That's not where I'm at.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't like him saying the fans turned on us. Well, when we were winning, it was all good. Then the fans turned on us. You play pro baseball. What What gig did you think?
So even when you
Hold
lose.
on. What? What did you think this was? People are forking over money to come watch you play ball. And they're doing it by the tens of thousands in homestands where you've gone 0-6 and then, 2 and... Well, I don't even know what this last homestand was. I know at one point in the homestand they lost 15 of 16 at home for the first time since 1901. Dude, that was when McKinley got assassinated, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't Theodore Roosevelt become president then?
You want to know
1901. Why do we do this every week? Why do I have to go back to an administration?
It's fun.
From World War. I mean, it's fun. I do enjoy it.
You enjoy it
because
do you want to know the number one song in 1901? Stars and Stripes Forever.
There was like 4 songs. It was 4 songs, and 3 of them were about the nation.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Oh man.
Australia became a Commonwealth in 1901.
How many states in
Australia?
How many states in 1901, Timmy?
Not 50.
Do we know? I gotta get. How many states were there in 19? What other 1901 facts you got for me?
Nordstrom was invented.
That's a good one, dude. J.W. Nordstrom up in Seattle, right? Up in Seattle, dude. J.W. Nordstrom. How about that?
Yeah,
I
man.
used to work for Nordstrom for years.
Did you know?
I did, dude. For the coffee bar, the Nordstrom espresso bar.
Ooh.
We like this one. The life expectancy for a male in 1901 was 47 years.
Ooh.
47.
Tom
Cadillac was invented.
You got like 10 years left in that in 1901.
Jesus Christ, dude. Tim's got like 3 years.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
47 was the life expectancy?
Correct.
Well, eat ourselves a steak and eggs for breakfast, a steak for lunch, and a steak for dinner.
Breakfast of Champions.
Wash it down with some, I don't know.
The last passenger
Brandy,
pigeon in the wild was
brandy and a
shot.
cigar. What'd you say, Tim?
The last passenger pigeon was shot in 1901.
I don't know what that means. A passenger pigeon?
It's basically like, those pigeons that would have a little scroll on their leg and you would
like a
send a
carrier
message.
pigeon?
Yeah.
That's how
it was a different time.
That's how you got the news back then. It's like, oh, Giants have lost, 15 of the last 16. That's how a pigeon told you that.
I thought the Pony Express would come by, dude. No?
Huh?
Send you some money via Western Union? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that's it.
45 states, by the way. We were doing pretty well.
When I'm watching my Fireworks.
That's Giants baseball right now.
Since what song was it? Was the number 1 hit in 01?
Stars and Stripes Forever.
Do we have that?
That's what that was.
Yeah, that's Ralph's rendition of it.
There's no lyrics, is there?
No. It's instrumental.
Stars
as most
and
music was
Stripes
back
forever, dude. Give me a break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Man, I didn't want to get pissed at Elliot Ramos today. Now I'm kind of miffed by him.
Hey, should we do something positive?
I guess.
Caller number 10. Call in right now to win tickets to the Offspring.
No. Don't you do that.
Why?
Because don't do that. If you heard him say that, because you're not the cue to call. We went through this for like 5 minutes. You told me I'm the cue to call.
I guess, yeah.
So you have to tell me to say it. You don't qualify.
Okay, fine. You do it.
You
then.
don't matter in the queue to call.
Oh, wow.
Well, you mattered. Yeah, it mattered to me.
Okay, thank
and
you.
to Tim.
Okay.
But not in the queue to call.
All right.
All right, we'll take a quick break. That wasn't the cue to call. I'll tell you when to call. We're up against it. We'll do it later. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We are giving away tickets to see Offspring, Newfound Glory, and Jimmy Eat World in 12 days down at the Shoreline Amphitheater on August 30th. Stay tuned. I will tell you when to call. It's coming up shortly. When we come on back, how about this? Matt Stafford back at practice with the LA Rams. Jimmy G back to the bench, clanking glasses with Kiara Mia. Everything I touch turns to gold. We'll do it next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Well, the Giants salvaged the final game of their homestand with a 7-1 win over the Tampa Bay Rays behind 7 scoreless from Logan Webb and homers from Tyler Fitzgerald and Drew Gilbert. Way to go, kid. San Francisco heads to San Diego, which of course means a whale's vagina, for a 3-game set. Pregame 5:40, first pitch 6:40, right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes, Tim, I'll lead with Redwood Credit. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Great job on that one.
Monday afternoon, we are going to catch up still at 4:50 in about 25 minutes with our guy Matt Mayoko, our NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider, and Susan Slusser at 5:15 before we get you over to Giants baseball at 5:40 pregame for a 6:40 first pitch. Nestor Cortez, Nasty Nestor, couple of lefties against Robbie Ray. Dude, Robbie's still looking for his first win since the All-Star game.
Ooh.
He had 9 wins at the All-Star break.
It's been that long?
He's got 9 wins right now.
How many times have the Giants faced Nestor Cortez this season? 3?
This is 2.
This is 2?
Yes.
But didn't he face them earlier in the year as a Red?
No.
Oh,
he was a Milwaukee Brewer, and then he was traded to the Padres at the trading deadline.
Okay, never mind then.
No, they did not see Cortez with the Reds. No, they'll see the Brewers, by the way, this weekend. So 4 against the Pods in San Diego.
Yeah, you're right.
4 against the Pods in San Diego, and then 3 against the Brewers this weekend, the hottest team in all of baseball. Somebody checked in. Yeah, people are checking in. I don't think Elliot Ramos was crapping on the fans in the sense that he said, like, no, people don't know, nobody knows anything, or nobody outside knows anything. I think
That's a fair thing to
I
say.
think it's fair that he said that. I more had the problem with him being like, oh, they were all with us when we were winning, now they're against us when we're losing. And I'm like, well, yeah.
That's bound to happen.
I was like, dude, you're like it's incredible how nice of fans we are here in the Bay Area relative to other parts of the country.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I get it. People crap on us all the time, and there are things that get to you. Like, just crap on us and our show. Like, dude, things get to you. And some days, certain things that wouldn't get to you do. And you're like, well, you can blow some of it off. Some days it doesn't matter at all. And some days this tiniest little thing will get stuck in your craw, and you just can't shake it. It happens. I can't imagine what it's like for a pro athlete in 2025 to deal with that in the same capacity. Or a player in the NFL, like, or you know, to keep the noise out has to be
Shake Moody.
Has to be impossible, right? So I totally I empathize with that on a minor level. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that, like, I went to a game one time in New York. So the Mets play the Marlins, like 2006. Dude, this was like a Tuesday night. Do you remember the game where Dontrell Willis hit a grand slam against the Marlins? I was at that game, randomly. The one game I ever saw at Chase Stadium. Dude, there was like, I don't know, bro, 60% full. It's a Tuesday night in 2006 in July. Like right after or right before the All-Star game. We were in New York for a couple weeks. It's the Marlins. It was like an in-division opponent. They were crappy. Didn't really matter. This was like 3 years after Dontrell had been huge. Miguel Cabrera is still there. This was the year right before they were traded to that offseason to the Tigers. Jose Lima was a pitcher. Bounced around baseball for a long time. Dude, this is one of those guys who pitched in baseball for like 15 years. His career ERA was like 4.7. I'm like, how does this guy keep getting jobs? He's like never good anywhere, but he remained an innings eater. Dude, this guy went like 3 innings, gave up like 6 runs. I watched 60% of a full stadium, like a 40% empty stadium, boo a dude off the mound for their own team. And I'd never, like, it was an empty ballpark, and they're booing a dude off the mound who pitches for their team. Like, nobody at Oracle Park is booing anybody.
No.
And I'm not calling for that. I'm not saying that's what has to happen. But for Elliott to take the bait on social media is what it sounds like. And to be like, fans have turned on us. And quote says, like, when we were playing well, they were with us. Now it's like they've turned on us and all that. And I'm like, well, we haven't turned on you. But you're defending your manager in the same breath that you're saying he's the right guy for us because he's a player manager and he gets us ready to play. I go, but where's the evidence of that? You know, so I'm okay with him saying you guys don't know what it's like in the clubhouse. Totally true, totally right, 100% accurate. We have no clue.
Mm-hmm.
What I do know what it's like is when we see you on the field, based on whatever's happening in the clubhouse, that's all a part of it, right? That preparation is all a part of it. I'm not saying the culture's bad, but even Logan Webb admits we've lost some energy, quote, we've lost some edge. And I go, well, then whose job is it to get that back? It's on the players. I agree with Chapman. But when the players can't find it, and then the manager has the same answer as the players who say, we don't know, they're looking to you, then what, you know? I want it to work. We're just going to be saying the same stuff, I think, for weeks here. And unfortunately, this is the worst thing about it, man, is they're not just bad, they're boring.
I know.
They're boring. That's what's so brutal about it.
Well, I mean,
there's not much more to talk about. Like, it was nice to see Drew Gilbert hit a home run yesterday.
Nice story.
He finally looks comfortable at the plate. And I'll say this. It's nice to get a contribution from a rookie offensive player because the story is most of the Giants' prowess or their best minor leaguers are in the lower levels of the minor leagues right now, at least on the offensive side of the ball. You know the Giants are 28th of 30 major league teams in at-bats given to rookies in 2025? Isn't that interesting?
A little bit.
Of all the rookies who have taken at-bats in 2025, the Giants rank 28th out of 30. So tells you, one, there's not a lot of spots open. Two, there's not a lot of players that they believe are ready for the major leagues to make a debut. They can contribute. You've also had guys who play damn near every day, and Adames and Chapman, and for the most part, you've had guys over there. But think about this. Most all of those at-bats this year, I was trying to think, like, what rookies have the Giants given at-bats to this year? Christian Koss must make up, like, 90% of those rookie at-bats because Wisely's not a rookie. I mean, maybe he's still technically a rookie because he hasn't exceeded rookie limits. I mean, there are probably some guys who fit that mold just from getting called up and being sent back down. But, like, Fitzgerald's not one of those. Like, Koss has to be the number one dude who fits that mold. So, bottom line is it was nice to get some contribution there. You want to start to see some of that. There's just not many places for it because of how many everyday guys you apparently have. I mean, maybe Matos is still a part of that rookie class too, in theory, but
well, we talked about this,
coming.
The overcorrection. I forget who said it. Was it was Baggerly who said there was an overcorrection to the idea that fans wanted to see the consistent players every single day. Well, now you're seeing it every single day. You're not seeing, the lineup change every single day based on if it's righty or lefty, and as a result of its 28th spot. And to the point you were making earlier about Ramos, it is fair, wildly fair for him to say none of us know what goes on in the locker room because we aren't professional athletes and we didn't work to get our athletes.
I said athletes. Oh, I heard it. Good.
But is it also fair to suggest that maybe he doesn't know what it's like to be a fan in that, you're there and you've watched 14 of 16 and you watched him score one run 7 of those times? I mean, I think you can, I don't know. I just think that it's one thing to go a little way of saying, woe is us. And another thing to be like, okay, well, as a fan, you're sitting there and you're watching the same game over and over and over again. I think the Padre case, it was 3-1, 5-1, 11-1. It's like,
yeah,
it's the same game.
Same thing every day. And Copes, you're looking for me to rip on Tim for saying ass leaks. Who am I? Who am I to laugh at Tim in that situation?
I didn't hear
a word I said
after
he
said professional athlete. I didn't hear anything. I was like, all right, nice, Tim. Way to go. 707 Jackson on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, I was sitting in 127 on Saturday night. The vibes were bad after we lost the lead. He said,
not good vibes?
He said, no, bad vibes. He said
Come on.
Some not kind
Austin
words.
Scott, we need you.
Some not kind words were said about Fitzgerald when he came up to bat in the 9th. Then he said, maybe they came from me. So you thought, dude, these people were yelling this horrible stuff.
You know what? That's only fair. I'm sorry. Like, I hear Elliot Ramos, but at the same time, you've been losing, dude. The team is dreadful right now. What do you want? To be like, oh, it's okay. Hip, hip, hooray. Come back to the ballpark tomorrow and everything will be fine.
Let's read this again. Let me read it again. Maybe I'm misconstruing or maybe I'm hearing it wrong. Okay, everybody
maybe say it in a different tone.
Here's what Elliot Ramos said about Bob Melvin.
Okay.
First, he praised his manager. He said, quote, I feel like he's a great manager at the end of the day. He's a player's manager. So we have nothing but love for him. We feel he's a great manager. We just have to keep getting better to try to win games.
All right, that's fair.
Totally fine. Then he says, quote, outside people don't know anything.
All right, that's fair.
Okay, fair. That's the type of person he is. That doesn't mean he's not a great manager.
Okay.
When we're winning, everybody was on our side. Now it's like all the fans are against us and all that. I don't get it.
All right, you lost me.
Yeah. We're here. We know what's going. He says, we're here and we know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for, but fans are going to be fans. We can't do nothing about it. I'm okay with that logic at the end, too.
Yeah, but that's the middle one. It's the meat of whatever sandwich that whole paragraph was.
When we're winning, everybody's on our side. Now it's like all the fans are against us and all that. I don't get it. We're here. We know what's going on. We know what we're feeling. We know what we're
Yeah, I mean, you definitely know what's going on because you're there. I get it. I totally understand that point. And on the outside noise, us as media members, the fans, I get it. They don't know anything. That's fine. But you can't be like, I don't get it. I don't understand why the fans are turning on us. What do you want to happen? Like, I'm sorry. Like, as you just pointed out, Copes, like go to the East Coast, go to New York, go to Boston.
Saying, I'm not saying, hey, you should appreciate us for being nice, but I'm like, you're filling the ballpark every night for you guys. Fans are coming to the ballpark every night. He's going, fans have turned on us. I'm like, are you kidding? The ballpark's full. They went 0-6 on a homestand, went on the road trip, came back, full stadium for the Nats. You know what I mean? Ballpark's filling up for the Nationals, for the Padres. Like, people were excited. People were ready to be like, okay, you sweep the Nats. I said they're back in it, and you can make that series against the Padres interesting.
Yeah.
Instead, it was just a lay down. You lose the last 2 to the Nats. You lose 3 to the Padres. You lose 2 more to the Rays. So what'd you go? 2-7 on the homestand? You know what's going on, bro?
Oh, and by the way, you're facing the Padres in Milwaukee, who never lose.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you said, I know what's going on. I'm like, by the looks of the at-bats you're putting together, you don't. By the looks of the defense in left field, not so much.
Yeah.
It's one of the texters here, 707, says, I'm not paying Ramos to spike the ball into the crowd. Which was just sort of a microcosm of how this season's gone. But I don't know. Yeah, explain to us what's going on if you guys know what's going on. Because he says, we know what's going on. I'm like, dude, I'm just like, he says, we know what's going on. But then Logan Webb's like, I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, how is that the case? How is he like, we know what's going on. We're here. I get it. You can defend your manager, but don't turn on the fans, brother. Like, I don't want to hear that.
That's slippery slope.
I'm rooting for Ramos. I don't want you to turn on the fans here, bro. The fans haven't turned on you. The fans are like, what gives, bro? What gives? And Logan Webb's like, I don't know. And Ramos is like, we know. We're here. It's what he said. We know what's going on. We're here, and we know what we're feeling. We know what we're working for. I don't know.
It sounds like a little bit, not to the full extent of this, but it sounds a little bit like Jeff Kent. Enjoy the game more. Just show up. Shut up, fans. Just enjoy the game. Eat that crab sandwich and just enjoy the game. Don't worry about the losses.
415 with a counterpoint here says, Cubs, I love you, dude, but stop crucifying Ramos. You made your points, but now you're piling on. I agree with you, but he's a young dude. Am I piling on a little bit? I mean, maybe.
Nah, when you get angry about the Giants, you kind of do.
Yeah, well, dude, again, I want him. I'm rooting, man. They're my team.
I know.
I'm still wearing a hat every day, dude.
Hey, man, we got
KNBR. That's all you guys do all day long.
Yeah. This is
Bitch
Ramos.
about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, man, we got Niner football. It's all good.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Jake Moody making 59-yard field goals.
Oh, come on. I don't need that. I don't need Moody talk. The less we have to talk kicker, the better. You know what I mean? We shouldn't even be breaking it down as much as we did. I like talking to Joe Nedney.
Gave us an opportunity to talk to Joe Nedney,
Dude,
so that was
Nedney
good.
was the man.
Joe the Foot.
That was one of my favorite. Yeah, just Foot.
You like that, Joe
I think
the
it's
Foot?
just Foot. It's Joe the Toe or just Foot, I think is what they call it.
Joe the Toe, yeah.
Foot Nedney.
Yeah, and then, of course, my pops made the awkward joke when he had him on a couple months ago. Yeah, they call you Joe the Toe. They call me Greg the Third Leg
All right,
sometimes.
dude. Okay, I don't need any of that, dude. All right, Adam Copeland, Deep 5-2. Jesus, dude. We don't need, nobody asked for that.
Yeah, I know.
Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, why don't we get more into some football here? Matt Mayoka is going to join us at 4:50. Will the 49ers add another receiver or running back? Do they need to? Matt Mayoka on his depth chart has the Niners carrying just 4 receivers into the start of the season.
Need more than that.
I don't know. That's not what Matt Mayoka says. We'll talk about that next, and we'll talk to Matty coming up at 4:50. It's Dirty Work. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. And I bet you have no idea. I bet you probably have some idea of what I'm going to talk about. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things to discuss. And I know where you're going. It's not it. Here's what I would say. You've heard us discuss this on the show. One of my favorite places, right by where I live. I live in North Beach. There's only one place to go in North Beach if you're looking for the number one pizza. Ranking top of the line. I'm talking maybe all of San Francisco. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. It's that good. It's the gold standard. Tony Gimignani, I've known him since I was like 9 years old. I was eating his pizza in San Leandro when he was out in Castro Valley like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. It's the gold standard. Tony Gimignani is a world champion. Literally, he was coming to my elementary school, tossing dough in the shape of pizza, landing it on everybody's head. Back then, he was competing not just as a dough throwing champion, but also as a pizza making champion. And that's why literally everything they do at Tony's Pizza Napolitana is championship quality. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you're into, the pizza they've got is perfection. I'm a sucker, by the way, for the New Yorker. It's fantastic. It's big, bold, and cheesy. And the Diavola pizza, one of my favorites. It's got a spicy kick, some sausage on it, some ground up sausage. Fantastic stuff. It's got a little spice, though. Don't sleep, by the way, on the penne alla vodka, the great vodka sauce, and some sausage mixed in, plus Nona's famous wings. And if you tried their honey fried chicken sandwich, top of the line, it's all next level. Here's the best part. You don't have to be in North Beach. You should. North Beach is a great place to hang out, an awesome location right there over on Union Street. But you don't have to be in North Beach to get Tony's. You've got a location now at SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly out, or you can get a slice when you come back, or both. Who doesn't want a slice of Tony's on the way out and home? It's a perfect thing to take when you're hopping in your car to cruise back on to your house. Plus, if you're going to Chase Center or Levi Stadium, they've got Slice House locations inside of the stadium. So if you've never been, make it happen. I promise it'll be worth it. Tony's Pizza, Napolitana, go hungry. Trust me, you're going to leave happy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Our guy Matt Mayoko joins us in about 10 minutes. Love talking to Matty. Talking 49er football after the Niners and the Raiders went down on Saturday.
Let's see if he's got something to bury me about. It's been a while.
Probably not. I mean, we don't have anything. I don't know if he knows.
You got any takes, Tim?
I don't know if he nothing Tim needs to get off his chest right now. I don't think so.
Okay.
He took his headphones off and then turned the other way.
All right. Well,
he started a conversation and then he did the thing where he like took his phone out and just started looking at that.
it's bound to happen. It's bound to
Sorry,
happen.
me and Mr. KNBR had some important business to deal with.
I'm sure it was very important.
Yeah, I'm sure. Start a conversation with us.
So, Tim, you got any takes from Matt Mayoko where he may turn
dude.
on you?
How about that, dude?
I'm more of a Barrows guy, like I said.
Hey, Matt Mayoko. Tim's more of a Barrows guy. Thoughts? All right, let's get into some of this. So the 49ers, like Matt Mayoko in his projected, I love when he does this too, because remember he does like his mock drafts. Now he's doing his mock depth charts.
Yes.
Did his mock depth chart, and on his mock depth chart,
Does he have like different editions of the mock depth chart like he does with the draft?
I think this is mock depth 1.
Okay, good.
Sounds like a sick like Star Wars type destroyer.
Yeah.
It's a mock depth 1.
I can see George Lucas coming up with that.
Yeah. So Matt has, interestingly, only 4 receivers on his depth chart.
So it's Ricky Pearsall.
It's Ricky Pearsall. It's
Juwan Jennings.
It's Jordan Watkins.
Okay. I see that.
And Jacob Cowing. Now, what's interesting about that is Watkins is injured. Like he's not like IR injured. They think he's going to be back. They said in a couple of weeks, so maybe he'll be healthy enough to go, and he's done enough to show them he should be the number 3.
We'll see. I mean, they said he's going to be out a month, and that was after last week's game. So if by the timeline, he wouldn't be ready by week 1.
He wouldn't be ready by week 1.
Yeah.
So you'd need somebody else.
Yes.
You've also got DeMarcus Robinson, who's seemingly facing a suspension, so you'd have 4 active. Now, he's also suggesting they're carrying 6 running backs. That included Corey Kiner, but Corey Kiner is now saying is an IR candidate.
Yeah.
Because of his high ankle sprain. He's probably out at least a month.
Okay.
If it's a high ankle. So I don't know where he replaces those 2 spots. If he says, take that running back spot and fill it with a wide receiver. And if Cowing is not Cowing, but Watkins, here's the thing is, how long do you think Watkins is out for? Because if you think he's back by week 2, then he does have to be one of your active receivers you're carrying.
No, but yeah.
But you can't go in with just 3 active wide receivers.
No, you
right?
can't.
You got to have more than that.
I would flip-flop it and say maybe you need 6 wide receivers and, 5 running backs.
So the running backs he has listed, and we'll ask him how much has changed since Patrick Taylor dislocated his shoulder. I don't know how long he's out for. Jordan James still hasn't returned yet, I don't believe. And now Corey Kiner. So he was suggesting 6 running backs. 3 of those guys are out now because the other 3 are Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, and Ike Garendo, who's also currently injured. So of the 4 he's listed, there's only 2 that are healthy. And one's the fullback.
Yeah, I mean, are we 100% sure that Corey Kiner's going to make this team as opposed to like a Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Well, no. Now that he's likely an IR candidate because if it's a high ankle, like they suggested after the game on Saturday, he's looking at about a month.
Right.
So probably not. I mean, my thought was he had a damn good chance to make it, depending on what was going to happen with Jordan James.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we can confirm this, I think you can only return 8 players from IR a year on the returnable IR. Is that correct? Is it just 8 guys a year?
I believe so.
So there's a limit to how many. You can't bring back an unlimited amount of guys on returnable IR, and they're only eligible like after week 4. Right? If they got to spend 4 weeks on it, by week, it's 4 games, I think, too. It's not 4 weeks, it's 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I think they're going to have more wide receivers than running backs at the end of the day, but just given the recent moves the last few days, like I mentioned earlier in the show, John Mechie was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles for a 5th-round pick.
And a tight end.
Yes. And Jordan Schultz had a tweet following that saying the Niners were in the hunt for him as well.
But he said they couldn't match the deal of Harrison Bryant and the 5th rounder.
Yes. So you had a player and you also had a draft pick. And, I saw David Lombardi tweet this out saying, so basically the Niners are in the market for a wide receiver on an expiring rookie contract. And that makes sense. John Mechie's a solid player. I'm also in the same boat where I think of your thinking, and Krug agrees with this as well, where Jacob Cowing, he hasn't done enough. Where I fully feel confident in him week 1. Now, if you get another receiver, basically what the Niners want to do is they want to get a cheap, proven wide receiver, a guy that's been in the league for a few years that's basically making $1 million. They don't want to spend whatever it is, $8 million on Amari Cooper or Gabe Davis, who's going to go do a visit with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I don't know who's available that's still on a rookie contract that's expiring, but yeah, I definitely understand why John Lynch would go after John Mechie. And then also, as far as running back, there are the reports out there that Brian Robinson Jr. is on the outs with the Commanders, that they've been shopping him. and they're going to play a Monday Night Football game in about 16 minutes.
The
here.
running back, he's not going to play in this game.
He's not going to play, and the writing's on the wall where they're probably going to deal him. I think he's perfect for Kyle Shanahan's system. At the same time, what would you be willing to give up for Brian Robinson Jr.? I mean, right now you're looking at the draft capital that the Niners have next season. I think they have 3 fourth-round picks.
Too, right?
Yeah, he's a running back. But do you want to go that high? I think that teams are in more desperate need of a running back, probably the Chicago Bears. Like, given what Ben Johnson had with the Detroit Lions, he wants to match that with DeAndre Swift. So you probably have to give up, pretty good capital to get Brian Robinson at this point. So I understand the Niners looking for, better, options at wide receiver and running back, but I think there's other teams that probably would have better assets to acquire said players.
Yeah, I didn't think much about this, and I don't really feel like they're in the market for a running back of that nature, of that caliber.
No, because
maybe they call on it, but
Kyle could find somebody.
Yeah, I just don't think that's where their concern is now if they're giving up capital either.
Right.
Like, I don't think they're looking. I think they believe in McCaffrey, and I think they're like, if it's not him, we believe in Garendo. Like, I don't feel like they think that that's a position of need. Like, if they were going to use capital to go get something, it would have to be a game-breaking player at the position, and they feel like they have one of those. I don't know. I don't know what that would solve or fill.
Yeah,
he'd be your number 2, and your hope is that you don't have to use your number 2 that much, and you also hope your number 2 is Garendo. So
exactly.
I would think that was weird. I wouldn't put it past John Lynch to pick up the phone and call because he does almost on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But the better question is the one you were asking before about Mechie. Are they actually in the market for a wide receiver, or were they in the market for Mechie because he became available?
I think they're definitely in the market for a wide receiver.
Well, and if so, what caliber receiver and why was Mechie attractive to them is something we should talk to Matt Mayoko about.
Well, because he's so cheap and his contract expiring, the same deal.
Well, he ended up not being that cheap, which is why they didn't get him.
Well, as far as money, like he's only making like $1 million this year.
Exactly. They have cap room and all that's fine. It's about the expiring contract. So then why him and not one of the free agents that's out there is the question. Like what market, is it that they really don't like any of the free agents? Or that's my point is, what market are they in if looking for a receiver? Are they strictly in the trade market, or is there still somebody out there they'd be intrigued in free agency?
I don't think they believe that Amari Cooper is worth it at $8 million. That's probably what he values himself.
My point is, if Matt just has 4 guys in the receiver room going into the start of the season, if that's what he believes, or 4 to 5, maybe the ones, who are those 4 to 5? Has anybody, like Russell Gage, has he really done enough to take a spot? 6 running backs? Do you now carry 5? I mean, I really would like to see what he thinks about how you break this thing up, because I don't think they're in the market at all for a running back. Because Connor doesn't appear to be out for an extended period of time, nor does James.
Well, I mean, we'll see about that. But as far as wide receivers, I did like what I saw on Saturday from, obviously DeMarcus Robinson's going to make this roster, but, you also had, who was out there? You had Robbie Chosen and Isaiah Hodgins. So they have options, but the name that keeps coming up that Matt brings up is the Patriots' crowded wide receiver room. If Kendrick Bourne's available, and he has 2 years left on his deal, I do wonder if Kendrick Bourne would just be cut off the roster. I highly doubt that. I think the Patriots would shop him before they cut him. So then the Niners could come in and potentially make a trade for him, which he's making like $5 million for the next 2 years. So that's fine. You definitely could live with that. But would the Niners also just be like, we'll call your bluff? Are you actually going to keep Kendrick Bourne on this roster? And then you have to go up with every other team in the league and signing him. But I would not be the least bit surprised, given some of the productivity we've seen in the preseason from wide receivers, if Kyle Shanahan's like, I like Kendrick Bourne a lot more than these other guys.
Yeah, we can talk more about that with Matt Mayoko. He suggested that a few times. An interesting breakdown in his mock depth one. We'll see where he's going to go if he thinks after some of these injuries a lot's going to change in terms of the makeup. And who are some of the fringe guys that we should be looking at this week and into the final preseason tilt on Saturday against the Chargers. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, joins us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The 49ers, behind the golden toe of oft-maligned Jake Moody, won 22-19 over the Las Vegas Raiders Saturday. And if you missed pregame with Oatmeal the Turtle, shame on you. Anyway, Moody kicked 5 field goals, including a 59-yarder as time expired. Brock Purdy looked good. Dom Pooney and running backs Pat Taylor and Corey Connor got hurt, so preseason. Keep it locked right here for everything 49ers and everything Oatmeal on the sports leader. Seriously, does anybody want a turtle?
Back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The 49ers off of their second preseason game and a victory, though a few more injuries we got to talk about with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Of course, you can read Matt, see Matt, listen to Matt, all on NBC Sports Bay Area. What's going on, Matt? How are you, man?
Hey, Matt.
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. I felt, I actually enjoyed for the most part some of the clarity we got on some stuff out of the preseason game, I thought, on Saturday. We got some Moody performance, which was good. Obviously, the walk-off field goal. Yeah. Got to see a lot of guys play, but then a lot more cloudiness. Dude, I had no idea we were going to have to think and consider what the backup right guard situation was. There were so many other things to worry about and figure out. Now, with the Dominic Pooney injury, we've got other concerns.
Yeah, and by the way, it didn't strike me until now. Moody is just kind of the perfect name for him. Right? Because you just don't know what mood you're going to be in.
Yeah, that's true.
I think when you watch him kick.
Yeah, well said.
Anyway, yes, the both guard situations. Obviously with Aaron Banks leaving as a free agent, you knew there'd be one opening there at left guard, and so it's kind of been Ben Barch, his show. But he hasn't been healthy all too often, and he's currently not healthy. We'll see if he's able to practice tomorrow. But now, with Pooney's situation kind of up in the air, I guess, for the opener, when Kyle Shanahan said that he'll be out a few weeks, well, the day after that game, it was 3 weeks until the regular season opener. So that kind of puts into the picture, who's it going to be? My guess would be that if Pooney is unable to go week one, your starting left guard would be Barch, and your starting right guard would be Nick Sickell. So with Connor Colby, the rookie, kind of right there, kind of putting himself in position to compete for that job. But that's probably what you'd be looking at for the week one starters.
So, Matt, you mentioned Jake Moody, and the fans are mixed on him. But I know it's just a preseason game, but you have to believe kicking a game-winning 59-yard field goal has to improve his confidence and Kyle Shanahan's confidence in him for this upcoming season. I
would think so, and maybe even more than that. Because the 59-yard field goal was kind of it was almost like a nothing to lose kind of kick.
Yeah.
Because if he misses a 59-yarder, no one's saying, like, let's get rid of him. Nothing like that.
Right.
I think that the bigger kick was that 44-yarder with 37 seconds left. And I know it's just a preseason game, but for him, it's regular season consequences because we've known, I think throughout this entire off season and going into training camp, Greg Joseph was there for a while and he looked good, nothing wrong with the job that Greg Joseph did, but it was always kind of Jake Moody against Jake Moody. And that never became more apparent than on Saturday where, he misses the one kick, 53-yarder, that really never had a chance. But maybe even the more concerning kick was coming after that when he just barely snuck in the 26-yarder. And I swear, if it had been 27 yards, he probably misses it. So then for him to kind of right the ship and then, make some more kicks and finish 5 of 6 and hit the 44-yarder, then the 59-yarder. I mean, he will be the kicker week one. And then it's just a matter of him keeping his confidence, kind of making sure that he maintains consistency. That's the main thing with him. But, at this point, I think it's pretty clear, pretty obvious that he's going to start his third NFL season with the 49ers.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. Okay, Matt, we were looking and talking about your, I don't know, do you call it a mock depth chart like you do your mock drafts? We were calling
what do I call it? I call it the roster projection.
Okay,
yeah, there we go.
I called it mock depth 1. I thought that had a nice ring to it. Yeah, you like that?
Yeah,
I like mock depth 1.
1.
Anyway, so I mean, you put this one out earlier today or this morning. I mean, what sort of surprised me or what stood out to me is 6 running backs you have listed. And I know you tweeted about it after that. Now Corey Connor's an IR candidate, but 6 running backs to just 4 wide receivers. Now, even with the guys listed, there's some injuries. So explain to us what you were thinking with this.
Yeah, the thinking is that, all of the wide receivers will be healthy. Those 4 guys will be healthy. And if I were to do it over again, getting a little bit more info. Kiner goes on IR and probably keep another wide receiver. But I'm thinking there's a couple things here with the wide receivers is that, none of those injuries for the wide receivers are too long as far as the guys. The 4 guys that I have, in addition to Ayuk starting the season on PUP, and then likely I think that Demarcus Robinson starts the season on the reserve suspended list. So what they can do is among these 3 players, among Russell Gage, Robbie Chosen, and Isaiah Hodgins, they can bring 2 of those guys back to the practice squad and then have them available and ready to play, weeks 1 through 4. Let's just say for sake of argument, let's just say that Demarcus Robinson is suspended for 4 games to open the season. Then they could they could bring up, 2 of those guys if they need them, but certainly one of those 2 guys or one of those veterans I mentioned for 2 games and another guy for 2 games. So therefore, you in essence, now that we call it a 53-man roster, but teams really have 55 players at their disposal from a week-to-week basis because of this rule that was implemented during COVID that you can elevate 2 players from the practice squad. So it wouldn't be a long-term solution, and you wouldn't be devoting a 53-man spot to one of those veteran or 2 of those veteran guys, but you could still have them available to play, because I think once everybody comes back, once Demarcus Robinson is ready to go, once Watkins is healthy and ready to go, and then further on down the road, whether it's week 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever for Brandon Ayuk, once he's available, then he's locked in as a guy who's going to suit up every game. So to me, I kind of see the wide receiver position as a temporary need that you could use one of those veteran guys. The other part of it is when you look at their roster and the way it's constructed, and you could even say, concerns along the offensive line, I got to think that a lot of times on even 3rd downs on passing situations, they might have 2 tight ends out there with Luke Farrell being kept in solely as a 6th offensive lineman, so to speak. And then therefore you'd only have the 4 guys eligible out in the pattern. So I think there will be a lot of plays this year where, in the past, the 49ers they felt obligated to keep Kittle in on some passing downs just for pass protection. Now they're not going to do that. Now it's going to be Luke Farrell who stays in, and the 4 eligibles then would be quite clearly McCaffrey, Kittle, and then 2 wide receivers, probably Jennings and Pearsall until Demarcus Robinson comes back, and then later on Ayuk will come back.
Can you explain? I was trying to tell Derek, and I didn't have the right verbiage earlier. I asked you on Saturday in the pregame show about Demarcus Robinson and his potential suspension. And I said, could it be anything like Rashee Rice, where he's able to appeal and play some of these games? And you said you were under the impression that he had maybe already been informed by the NFL about what his suspension or timing may be. Can you explain again what that was about and where you think he stands right now?
Yeah, when the NFL announces a suspension, it means it's already run through the appeals process. So, like, if the NFL announced, today, player X is suspended 3 games,
right?
When the NFL announces that means that the appeals process has already run its course. And so, as Kyle Shanahan said a week ago, he said that right now it's going through the appeals process. So it's all supposed to be confidential until the NFL announces it. But as I understand it, the way that would mean what that would mean would be that the NFL has already told Demarcus Robinson and his representation, hey, here's the penalty. Now you can appeal it. And that's what's happening now. So I don't know what all goes into that, but whenever the NFL announces it, that means it's final and we're off and running. So I would think that the NFL would have plenty of time with 3 weeks before the start of the regular season to have that thing buttoned up, and the arbiter, whoever he is or she is, determines what the punishment is, I would think that there's still, the likelihood would be that that'll become official before the start of the regular season.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. I heard you with Greg Silver and John Dickinson on Friday, kind of warning us that Jacob Cowing probably won't play in the game on Saturday. And I know he's coming off of a hamstring injury, but most of the other wide receivers played in this game, including Ricky Pearsall. Does the coaching staff feel that confident in Jacob Cowing? I know you included him in your projections. For a guy that only had 4 receptions a season ago, it just seems kind of baffling to me that he wouldn't get a little more run in the preseason.
Well, I think it's by necessity. The last thing they want to do is have him go out there and sustain an injury. Just remember how they brought Ricky Pearsall along, at the early part of camp when he was recovered from the hamstring injury. But, I think his first practice back, he got like 8 reps. And then he had a day off, and then he got 12 reps or whatever the case may be. So it's not so much that the coaching staff is saying, "Oh, we know all we need to know. He doesn't need the work. Let's rest him." I'm positive that's coming from the health and human performance side of the building, saying this is the ramp up to get him back out there. So I would fully expect him to have a more rigorous week of practices and then play in the game. But no, I'm with you. I know what you're saying. I mean, he was, I thought he was solid as a return man last year, but he didn't show much as a rookie wide receiver. He had a good offseason. He worked with Brock Purdy in Florida. He and Ricky Pearsall went out there and they got a lot of good time together. But, I would say he's still competing for a spot on the roster. I don't think they're going to keep Junior Bergen and Jacob Cowing on the 53-man. So it's probably one or the other. I'd still give the nod to Cowing because, he does have, at least, if nothing else, he's at least a season further down the road as far as learning the system and knowing the system while also being able to handle the return duties.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. Go ahead, Derek.
And as far as adding another wide receiver, Matt, I know that Kyle Shanahan has been asked about it, but they don't want to add Amari Cooper or Gabe Davis for $8 million. But it was interesting yesterday that Jordan Schultz had the report that the 49ers were also in on John Mechie, who ultimately went to the Philadelphia Eagles. Does it seem like the Niners are willing to acquire another wide receiver if it's going to be one that's on a rookie expiring contract right now?
Yeah, I mean, if that's accurate, I mean, that kind of when you look at it, Mechie's scheduled to make $1.8 million.
Yeah,
that's something that they could probably handle, especially if it's a non. I don't know if it's guaranteed or not. I doubt that would be a guaranteed payout for him. So yeah, I mean, if it's a lower level deal, they didn't. Looking at what the Eagles gave up, right? Yeah, that's who got him.
Yeah, 5th round pick.
But they also got, I think, a 6th round in return.
Right.
So there wasn't much of a price paid both from draft pick compensation to what they'd pay him. So yeah, that would be the kind of level that they'd be looking at. But also when you look at their wide receiver, and I'm trying to kind of with you, I'm kind of figuring out or trying to guess what the 49ers would do. So this isn't me saying this is what they should do, but when you look at it, let's just say that Ayuk misses the first, let's just say half the season. Okay. Let's say he plays, 8 or 9 games a season. Well, at that point, for the final 8 games of the season, let's say if everybody's healthy, it's Ayuk, it's Jennings, it's Pearsall, it's Demarcus Robinson. And I just don't know, you'd have to look at it like, will anybody they acquire from this point forward break into that top 4 for the final 8 games of the year? I think it'd be really difficult to do that. Not that, those guys are the absolute best players in the world, but they're not, that's not a bad top 4, especially when you consider Demarcus Robinson started every game last year with the Rams and caught 65 passes. And then, we know what the other guys can do, Ayuk coming off the ACL and the other stuff. So, that's a little bit of a mystery how he's going to bounce back. But, Jennings is coming off a really good season. And we've all seen Ricky Pearsall look really good in training camp and carry that over into that first series on Saturday night. So, it's kind of I'm sure that's what the 49ers are thinking. It's like, okay, why would we pay a guy, whatever, $4 million, $6 million, when if this season goes the way they hope it goes, that guy might not even be active for the final 8 games of the year.
Yeah.
Matt, before the game on Saturday, a video came out of Brock Purdy throwing passes to Brandon Ayuk, who looked like he was running fairly aggressively on some of these out routes. Yeah. I don't know how to feel, Matt. Tell me what to do. How should I feel? What should 49er fans think about this?
Well, I mean, I think it's a positive sign. If they're not going to have him out there doing anything, or he's not going to be running routes that he's incapable of running or pushing his body to the limit. So, I mean, it certainly looks to me like he's making really good progress. And I think they're going to, John Lynch said it on your airwaves last week that, they're not, I forget exactly how he worded it, but it was like, maybe week 1 isn't totally out of the question, but it kind of is out of the question. And I think they're just going to try to, if they put him on or keep him on PUP to start the season, that absolutely eliminates any possibility of him playing in the first 4 games. And so they might just do that to resist the temptation of him playing in the first 4 games. And then once he, doesn't play in the first 4 games, that 5th game is a Thursday night game. So basically 0 practice before they play the Rams. So you wouldn't think he'd be ready for that game either. So the first time where I think it really starts to become in play that he could suit up would be week 6 against Tampa. So I would think that anybody watching him run those routes and cutting and everything else, I think it's definitely a positive sign.
I thought it looked pretty good. I was like, well, damn, he may be back sooner than I'd anticipated. Matt Mayock, go ahead.
Just to say, and just to reiterate, I mean, it's not like he rolled out of bed and that was the first time he's been running.
That's what I meant,
he's been building up to that. And so the fact that he's built up to that, and that was part of, their plan of what he could do, then I think that's a very encouraging sign for Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers.
I'm intrigued based on what we saw from Ricky Pearsall. Matt Mayock, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. We do it every week. Matt, enjoy the rest of the week, and we will talk to you on Saturday ahead of the 49ers and the Chargers.
Thanks, Matt.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Good deal,
it.
man. The great Matt Mayock. Dude, positive stuff. Did you see that video of Brock throwing to Ayuk?
I did a little bit, and I was
like, damn, dude.
I know I've been saying good. I'm skeptical on him returning week 6 or week 7 with the ACL and the MCL sprain or torn ACL and MCL. I mean, he does look good. He does look good. So we'll see what happens. We'll get more clarification. Kyle Shanahan's going to join us this week, and we'll ask him, was he just talking generally about week 6 for Brandon Ayuk, or is that really on the table?
He's like, Guy Heberman better get his own Ayuk call. Better not be singing My Roof is on Fire.
No, Guy Heberman won't be doing any singing.
I can see Tim doing it just like on top of it, just by himself.
Come on, Guy. Come on now.
Come on, Guy. Got some good Tim this
Don't leave me hanging here. Come on. Come on, bro.
The promo that gets me every time is when I just hear Tim go, when he does the foghorn.
The one that gets me is it goes,
sorry to steal your thunder, bro.
Adam Copeland,
You got a big mouth. Shut up.
Tim Webb with you. The Giants are opening a 4-game series in San Diego. What?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going.
Okay,
I know it's coming up. 5:40
right.
pregame, a 6:40 first pitch.
The window is closing.
The window is open. And that's why anybody who's listening right now, this is your cue to call. 415-808. That's not the number. 896 KNBR. Is that right? 415-896. Is that right? Is that right, Tim? Am I even giving the right number?
Good Lord.
Oh, damn, dude. No, see, dude.
I'll sing some
this is the problem, dude. This is why we shouldn't be the cue to call.
La, ooh, la, la.
Don't do that. 415-896 KNBR. Caller 10 to the studio right now is winning 2 tickets to go see The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, and Newfound Glory, August 30th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Caller 10 right now, 415-896 KNBR. Susan Slusser next on The Sports Leader.
Need to know every detail of the 49ers Raiders tilt, including who hit the Vegas buffet the hardest? We here at The Sports Leader have you covered. Stay tuned to Dirty Work for more pigskin breakdown. And find all of today's interviews, including Matt Barrows, Cam Inman, Guy Haberman, Matt Mayoko, and Joe Nedney at thesportsleader.com and on our app. And watch out for the shrimp cocktail. It'll get you.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday afternoon. Getting ready for the Giants and the Padres. Coming your way for a 4-game series. Starts today at 6:40. Pregame in about 20 minutes. We're going to talk to Susan Slusser. Susan is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle. With its lakes, parks, and schools, start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Surfside, before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. We are venturing to make the connection. Have we done so, Tim?
Not yet.
Oh, we've not made the connection yet. Anyway. All right. Well, Giants and the Padres. Nestor Cortez goes today for the Pods, lefty, against Robbie Ray, a lefty. You ready for some of these notes I was looking at?
Sure.
I was prepping my diamond notes, much like award-winning diamond notes. Much like Derek was rude to Matt Mayoko last week when we were talking to him on Monday, and he asked Matt a question, and then Derek just was shoving sliders into his face.
Matt would understand.
At 58 Social, I was being rude by prepping my diamond notes while Matt answered questions.
Well, that's a little more rude than what I was doing. I was hungry. You just didn't do your homework.
Ready for this?
Yeah, go for it.
Some of these diamond notes. I saw this note. 235 batters in all of baseball have at least 75 plate appearances this year against a left-handed pitcher. You got that?
I got it.
235 guys have had at least 75 plate appearances against a lefty. Willie Adames is one of those 235.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on the stream right now.
I don't either. Anyway, 235 guys have had at least 75 plate appearances against lefties. Willie Adames is one of those 235 guys. Against lefties this year, Adames is hitting 167. Of those 235 hitters, that ranks 230 out of 235.
Ooh.
Which is weird because it's like if a guy is that bad of a hitter against lefties, usually he doesn't hit against you don't play him against lefties, right? But he's a right-handed bat, so you're like, we're not going to take him out just because they're facing a lefty. We leave him. You know what I mean? It's sort of counterintuitive in that, like, if you're that bad against him, then we don't let you play against him. So to rank that low and to play this many and to have, I'd love to see exactly how many plate appearances. I'd have to go back and look at exactly what he's doing. I mean, it gets even worse than that. You ready for some good Devers notes?
Sure.
Here's one. Giants rank last in all of baseball with a 607 OPS against all left-handed pitchers.
Well, no surprise
there. So
there.
as a team, they're the worst OPS team in baseball against left-handed pitchers. Rafael Devers, since he joined the Giants against lefties, he's 9 for 59. Okay, that's 153 average. 9 for 59, 25 Ks. That's atrocious.
He caught the flu.
Okay, to make matters worse.
Yeah, go on.
So he's 1 for 59, Devers, against lefties since joining the Giants, and he struck out 25 of those 59 plate appearances. Before he got here against lefties, he was hitting 298 with an OPS of 902.
What the hell happened to this guy?
Against lefties before he showed up. He mashed lefties, and they showed up. He was like, no, I don't do that anymore. Stop doing that. I don't like that. That was with Boston before he got here this year.
Well, I mean, it's been a thing all season for the Giants hitting against lefties, but yeah, that's alarming.
What else you guys want? Ramon Laureano, 7 for 12 in his career against Robbie Ray. You'll see him today.
I know Ramon very well.
Ramon Laureano. We made the connection, by the way, with Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Susan joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Susan, how we doing?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing okay. Giants salvaged the game yesterday in another really, really rough homestand where they win the first one against the Nationals, win the last one, and then a sandwich, to paraphrase Spinal Tap, S sandwich. It's just kind of what happened.
All right, that's accurate.
Yeah, 2-word review just said S sandwich is how it went down. Anyway, I mean, what I thought was kind of interesting, I saw this note from Grant Brisbee the other day, was Drew Gilbert hits that home run and drives in some runs yesterday. It was nice to see him look a little comfortable at the plate. The Giants rank 28th of 30th in all of baseball in at-bats given to rookies. It's absurd to me considering what's happened over the last couple of years, but I imagine most of those at-bats have to have come from Christian Koss. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, how tough is it right now with where they are and how many guys are everyday players under contract? Is it to get some of these guys some real looks?
I'm not sure they're 100%. I mean, they're getting close. Look, September's right around the corner. I think this road trip is going to tell everybody a lot. But Is there such a thing as momentum in baseball? Is there such a thing as momentum with the Giants at all this year? That it hasn't seemed so for the last 2 months. But, a win yesterday that had a lot of really exciting stuff going on, Drew Gilbert included, but Jung-Hoo Lee makes a crazy catch with his knees. How often do you see a 3-run single? Willie Adames really, intentionally going for it, in part to get everything fired up and impart some energy. You go into San Diego for a 4-game series. If you somehow can take that series, maybe you go okay, because there are still guys on this team going, we're still in it, and technically they're right. We've seen crazier things. Do you want to bring up Bryce Eldridge? I'd love to see him right away. But you know what? September's also fine. Where's he going to get the at-bats right now anyway? They're arguably their best player this last couple of weeks has been Dom Smith.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him lose any at-bats. You guys know I don't want to see Wilmer or Devers lose any at-bats. So I'm not quite sure where they would come. What I would have liked to have seen is maybe a little more catching depth and have a catcher that could come up and provide a few more at-bats. That's really a spot where we've needed to see something. But let's not discount Christian Koss. Christian Koss was, when he was getting very little playing time, of course, was doing very little. His first time in the big leagues, he did, hit a home run pretty early on. The defense is very good. He's an extremely good base runner, very fast. And now that he's getting the at-bats every day, he's hitting 281, you guys. So that's a nice little find. So that's some pretty good rookie at-bats. And Drew Gilbert, now he's got the home run, the hit, home run, all that stuff out of the way. I think you start to feel a little more like you belong. I'd love to see him get a little bit more run out there, too.
Speaking of Dom Smith, you just mentioned Bryce Eldridge, and you're thinking about the future with Rafael Devers playing first base, and we'll see what happens with Bryce Eldridge. But Dom Smith is one of the few guys that's consistently hitting on this team. Do you think there's a place for him on this team in the future?
Well, I don't want to give away a story that I've actually just finished writing today. I talked to Dom for a long time yesterday, but I'm going to tell you to look for it in the Chronicle. We talked about his future. This is a guy who was a first-round pick by the Mets in 2013, which is kind of better known as the year Aaron Judge went number 32 in the draft. He was number 11. So he just never quite got the regular time with the Mets. He had a couple of injuries. Pete Alonso obviously leapfrogged him on their radar, and then bounced around from here and there. This is a good player, really good player. My goodness, the defense is really solid. He's fun to watch. He's got a knack for clutch hits. After kind of everything he's been through, he's very calm. He's kind of like Wilmer Flores in that, like, he can come off the bench and give you a really good at bat. He can put together a nice hitting streak. He's just very reliable on both sides of the ball, which to me is valuable. If you want to hang on to a guy like that, maybe find another position for him, or maybe I don't know what you do. He's not going to take away at bats from Devers. I don't know what you do with Bryce Eldridge. What do you do with Wilmer Flores? Wilmer Flores is still driving in runs at the same rate he was early in the season when he had like 47 and 47 games or something crazy like that. He just has lost a ton of playing time. Of course, has been a little banged up here recently. They've got a wealth of talent basically at one position too, if you throw in DH. So a lot of definite questions there. Maybe a good problem to have, but Dom Smith's a free agent, so he can play the outfield, you guys.
He can.
I mean, you're probably not going to put him out there, on a regular basis, but he can. Gives him a little bit more flexibility. You kind of wish that Bryce Eldridge had panned out a little bit more as an outfielder. I know the arm is tremendous, but that would have been a really nice fix there.
Talking to Susan Slusser, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Before we let you go, Susan, a thought on something that was in the Chronicle. Scott Ostler had a piece where he talked to a couple of players. Logan Webb's one of them, Elliot Ramos, about the chemistry within the clubhouse. The guys were very adamant that Bob Melvin's a guy they love, that they stand behind, that they're united. I believe that to be true. I never really denied that or doubted that, just in the way that the guys have talked about him. But Elliot had the comment where he said he felt that the fans had turned on them or on the team. I'm not sure if you saw or read or heard those comments or were around when that happened. I'm just your reaction to that or the thought on that. I mean, I know he's a young player, but we were kind of discussing what it was he said, where he said outside people don't really know anything. And I said that is true. We don't know. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Scott got that on his own. I think he talked to Elliot by himself. So I was surprised to see that too. Every other player uniformly, including Dom when I was talking to him yesterday, talked about how great the fans have been.
Right.
But they have been. The stadium has been full or close to full.
Totally.
The atmosphere has largely been positive. As Melvin has said repeatedly himself, they haven't given the fans a lot to cheer about, but when they have had stuff, usually Verlander, certainly yesterday, they've been so enthusiastic. So it's really been, look, Don Smith's somebody that's played in New York and Boston. When a team is going bad, you don't necessarily find fans that are as supportive as San Francisco's fans have been. So I was surprised to see that. Now I don't see that. That might be Elliott specific, or there might have been a specific incident that he's alluding to, or maybe it's social media. It could be as much as that, because you guys know social media is always going to be negative.
Susan, just a question about baseball in general. I saw Rob Manfred last night on Sunday Night Baseball talk about the potential of division realignment. How would you feel about that?
I usually don't agree with Rob Manfred on anything. That is the one kind of drastic change.
Yeah.
I actually have always kind of liked the travel in baseball is brutal. And I've covered the NBA. I've covered the NHL. I covered the NHL, that sort of part-time for the Chronicle when we didn't have a Sharks writer, and the Sharks were really good. And they had to realign because the Sharks and the Red Wings kept playing each other in the conference finals every year. Like they were in the same, which made no sense at all. East Coast, West Coast time zones, huge travel. I'm in favor. Travel costs a ton. It's a huge cost. Obviously, it's not great for the environment for these guys to be playing, regular games across the country all the time. I would love to see sort of a Western Conference and an Eastern Conference in baseball, and really now that you got interleague play, you've got the DH in both leagues.
Yeah.
There's just really no reason not to. I think it actually makes sense. I know traditionalists will hate it. I usually hate anything traditionalists hate. Not this one. I like this one.
Well, and it probably means expansion if you do it. And I'm in for expansion. I'm in for adding 2 more teams.
Yeah, sure. Where?
Nashville, Charlotte. I would love to go back to Montreal. I know that they act like people up there really want a team, but it sounds like it would have to be
Oakland, maybe.
there you go. Sounds like it would have to be like wet. Yeah.
Oakland or San Jose, and I'm in.
Yeah.
Oakland or San Jose, and you're in. Yeah, Portland's a good option too.
Yeah. Hey, look, you got it. Yeah. Well, I don't know how they're going to realign, but I'm thinking, if you had one in sort of the east part of the Midwest, I think you need.
Probably got to go Nashville, and then one west would be the way to go. One on each side. Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Portland would be nice. I know Jed Lowry's always talking about how Portland would be great for baseball, but San Jose is the biggest city in the country, and certainly the highest income city in the country that does not have a Major League Baseball team.
Well, and come on, you think they're giving up those rights? They're barely giving up those territorial rights.
Do not
Come on,
extend
dude.
to anybody but the A's.
He ain't giving. Somebody needs to come plant a
Territorial
flag
rights do not
ASAP.
extend to an expansion team.
Somebody's moving into the Giants' backyard sometime soon. Susan Slusher, the voice you hear.
They can expand without territorial rights.
That'd be
There's
fun.
no territorial.
That's a way
rights.
for Manfred to get around it. Susan, have a great week. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic, guys. Thanks.
Good deal. We got to take a quick break because Giants baseball pregame started at 5:40. It's coming up only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Put the show to bed on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball right around the corner here for a 5:40 pregame, a 6:40 first pitch. Giants and the Padres. I tell you, man, what are we looking at, a 7-game roadie?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, like, if 4-3 would shock me. I think it would. I think it would surprise me if they went 4-3.
Against these two teams? Yeah.
Yeah. Might surprise me if they go 3-4.
The Brewers are.
They go 3-4. I'm like, hell yeah, what a trip.
Yeah, that would also be surprising.
You lose a game more.
Dude, the Brewers are just red hot right now.
Brewers are insane. They're
Lost,
insane.
what, like 15 in a row
before
yesterday?
Did they lose yesterday?
Yeah, they did.
They tied their franchise record for 14 wins in a row. They had a crazy win to come back and do it.
I guess free burgers for everybody in Milwaukee.
Really?
There's like a local joint there where they've done this multiple times in their franchise's history where if they go on like a 12-game win streak, they give free burgers to the town.
You had me at joint. All right, let's get to some Giants baseball here. Yeah, Tim, note to self for you as we put the show to bed.
Note to self.
You just threw me off with the free burgs. Note to self. Evidently, I need to clean that turtle tank, but you're welcome to come to the apartment anytime.
Yeah, Tim's apartment, 4.5 Tims out of 5.
Now, you know what, Tim? Note to self, note to Tim. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You did not clean the turtle tank on Cope's behalf.
You think I could browbeat Tim into anything? Yeah. Except going to get me food twice?
Yeah, God.
Literally happened twice.
While you're napping on his couch.
Yeah, dude, I napped. Oh, dude, Mr. KNBR, what are you doing?
These things need water. What the hell is this?
Stop
in the
it,
middle
dude,
of our note to self?
The funny thing is, she's not even pouring anything. Stop with the water, son. Funny thing is
no, that's real water.
It started as a bit, but these plants really do need to be watered now. They're kind of dying.
Can you do that in Tim's apartment as well for the turtle tank?
Probably do that. Yeah. All right. How about this? I asked Tim what he does.
I got to pee now.
I asked him what he does to clean the turtle tank. Like he's like, dude, I can't like carry that thing downstairs. It's like big and heavy. This tank.
Yeah.
It's too heavy. And I was like, so what do you do with all that gunk? And the mom was like, I'm not going to tell you that.
Oh, come on.
He wouldn't tell me how he gets
you're
rid of
getting the story
gunk.
wrong. I said it was very difficult to carry the tank up and down.
And I said, what do you do with the gunk? How do you get out? And they're like, I'm not giving you all the detail.
I got an idea. Tim probably dumps the water out, gets into his underwear, and cleans that thing.
Dude, Tim likes to stand in the tank while he cleans
exactly.
it. Exactly.
And Oatmeal's just like, I can't wait to get back into my habitat.
Oatmeal, that's S-O-B, an entitled son of a... all right, note to self.
Note to self.
I hate it. I hate being the cue to call.
Yeah,
I don't like
I know.
Thanks to our guest today who joined us, Susan Slesser. We had Joe Nedney, the great Joe Nedney, join us. Fun conversation, and Matt Mayoko. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. The Giants and the Padres open a 4-game series right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.